Chapter 145. The Convergence of 5 Blades against the level 12 demon-faced giant lizard. As night fell, a chilling breeze enveloped the surroundings. In Area D of the Second Secret Realm, the Misted Marsh lay in wait. Within the Misted Marsh, an array of colossal mushroom-shaped trees towered majestically. Adorning the trees were clusters of grape-like fruits that radiated a mesmerizing blend of red and green luminescence as night descended. During the day, the Misted Marsh remained shrouded in a dense fog, rendering the light significantly dimmer than in other regions. Yet, as night enveloped the outside world in darkness, the fruits upon the mushroom trees illuminated the marsh like a myriad of lanterns, casting a gentle glow. Beneath this ethereal light, a gargantuan lizard, stretching over 16 meters in length, crawled ashore. This immense lizard was entirely obsidian, its body grotesquely adorned with contorted human faces, an eerie and menacing sight. In the distance, Chio and her 3 companions concealed themselves behind a massive mushroom tree, akin to shadowy specters, intently observing the emerging demon-faced giant lizard. Bathed in the soft radiance, one could discern the battle armor worn by Chio, marred with spiderweb-like fissures. Her companions, too, bore the marks of numerous wounds. The 3 companions lowered their voices, hastily conversing in the Sun language. The race level of the demon-faced giant lizard must have reached at least the high extraordinary tier. The 4 of us stand no chance against it. What shall we do? I underestimated this demon-faced giant lizard. I never anticipated that it could withstand 2 of my strikes, only sustaining minor injuries. If we fail to acquire the demon-faced giant lizard's crystal core this time, we may never have another opportunity. There are undoubtedly others from the Nightmare's Garden on their way. The task entrusted to us by Lord Right Envoy must be fulfilled. We must act before the Nightmare's Garden arrives. But Chio is wounded as well. We are Star Warriors without any beast to command, and facing the level 12 demon-faced giant lizard head-on is utterly futile. Damn it, that captive from a Nightmare's Garden must have lied. He only informed us that the demon-faced giant lizard is level 12, but failed to disclose its race level. It may not necessarily be a lie. Perhaps he himself is unaware, as race levels can be difficult to ascertain. So what do we do now? Considering the creature's race level, it could even be classified as a level 13 monster. Chio, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke in a low voice. There is a way. What method? The other 3's eyes lit up with hope. Chio replied quietly. We can lure this demon-faced giant lizard over to where Chen Fan and his group are. What? One of the women exclaimed. Chio, you overestimate them. Those youngsters, how much capability can they possibly possess? That one named Chen Fan merely had some luck, coincidentally thwarting several of the Nightmare's Garden's plans. His true strength could never reach the 2nd grade. Another woman added, Indeed, even you at the 2nd grade 3rd heaven were injured by that demon-faced giant lizard. How could those kids from East Sea City contend with it? You are mistaken, Chio stated calmly. When I encountered Chen Fan previously, he emanated an aura of formidable threat. He cannot be merely at the 1st grade. Did you not notice? When we encountered them, there was a pile of thorn predators' corpses behind them, and judging by their size, those predators were at least level 8. One of the women remarked, They have many members, and their beasts are numerous. Killing a few level 8 predators is quite normal, isn't it? Chio shook her head. I had secretly observed, and those predators were almost all slain with a single strike. Such prowess. Regardless of whether they utilize powerful weapons, it indicates that several among them possess the capability to contend with level 9 or even level 10 monsters, especially that long dagger in Chen Fan's hand, which possesses lightning attributes. It is undoubtedly at least a mid-grade profound weapon. Such a weapon, with this level and attribute, could deal lethal damage to a demonic-faced giant lizard. A woman at the back furrowed her brow and remarked, Even if they possess the capability to contend with level 10 monsters, facing the demonic-faced giant lizard remains utterly insufficient, does it not? That lad named Chen Fan has a mysterious background. The group accompanying him must consist of the prodigious offspring of several prominent families from EC City. If we were to lure the demonic-faced giant lizard towards them, leading to their demise, those families would not let us off lightly. Chio tilted her head slightly and said, Did you not notice the armors they wear? Besides Chen Fan, the armors of 2 others are enveloped in a layer of star power, shimmering with a faint glow. Such armors are likely several grades superior to our own. How could the scions of the prominent families in EC City lack a few life-preserving measures? If they had no means of protection, those families, along with the various academies in EC City, would never have allowed them to venture into the second secret realm, District D. The three women exchanged glances and nodded in unison. Chio's eyes narrowed slightly as she said, "When I approached Chen Fan, I cast the chasing god incense on the beast beside him. The chasing fragrance disc I carry can locate them. Our objective is to lure the demonic-faced giant lizard over. At that point, we can join forces with them to slay the beast." Chen Fan and Yi Hao, along with a few others, had kindled a campfire in a hollow of a cliff, encircling it. Some were preparing soup, while others grilled meat. Shen Dao and Li Fengxing were slacking off, hiding at the side, whispering to each other with an air of mystery. This location was elevated over 10 meters above the ground, offering a broad view and backed by the cliff. Regardless of distance, any approaching monsters would be immediately detected by the group. The dark blood, stone golem, and the elder ape sat silently on either side of the cliff, resembling two stoic gatekeepers, vigilantly guarding the entrance. Perched atop two protruding stones of the cliff were Fong Qingqing's silver moon blue featherbird and Chu Xian's desert wind eagle. Meanwhile, Xiao Hei fixated on the meat roasting over the fire, drooling profusely. Chen Fan, adorned with a jade crown, cradled Xiao by his arms, while Gang Zi lay beside him, all engaged in roasting meat alongside Shen Hongxiu. He glanced at the time displayed on his smart wristwatch. It was already 9 in the evening. This secret realm is truly peculiar. Devoid of sun or moon, yet it experiences both day and night. Moreover, the cycles of day and night here align with those of the outside world. From whence does the light originate? What is the nature of this night? This world is rife with extraordinary phenomena. However, considering the plethora of monsters capable of soaring through the skies and burrowing through the earth, and even Xiao Bai, who can unleash lightning, many of these anomalies seem less astonishing. Nevertheless, despite having perused a plethora of materials, Chen Fan still couldn't decipher the true nature of this secret realm and its forbidden zones. There are rumors online that these secret realms or forbidden zones, large and small, are essentially rifts connecting alternate worlds to Blue Star. It is possible that some secret realms or forbidden zones are linked to the same alternate world. Alternatively, each secret realm or forbidden zone may connect to different alternate worlds. Entering certain realms might allow one to traverse into other worlds through these passages. Yet, rumors remain mere whispers. It seems no one has successfully entered an alternate world through a secret realm or forbidden zone and returned unharmed. Or perhaps some have succeeded, but chose not to disclose their experiences. In this vast expanse of secret realms and forbidden zones, could there be one or two that connect to Earth? However, Earth harbors none of these creatures, nor does it possess such abundant elemental energy. Suddenly, Chen Fan recalled something, his heart jolting. While modern society on Earth has never encountered these fantastical creatures, what are the myths and legends from hundreds or thousands of years ago? The azure dragon, white tiger, black tortoise, vermilion bird. What are these legendary divine beasts? Were they mere figments of imagination? What about the myriad of mythical creatures chronicled in the classic of Mountains and Seas? Soaring through the skies, spewing fire, shattering mountains with a single punch. Would these not be considered formidable beast tamers in the context of Blue Star? If such creatures had never existed on Earth, why then have so many legends persisted through generations? Chen Fan felt as though he had grasped something, yet simultaneously felt he had caught nothing at all. He sighed, withdrawing his thoughts. That world, after all, was one he could never return to. With so many secret realms and forbidden zones, even if one truly connected to Earth, what were the odds of encountering it? Even if one were to stumble upon it, it is doubtful they would be able to traverse through. For instance, what world does this second secret realm connect to? Who could traverse this second secret realm and enter that world? Chen Fan reminisced about his life on Earth, and a quiet sigh escaped him. He was merely an orphan raised in an orphanage, unaware of what his parents looked like, with no relatives to speak of. In that world, the only two individuals he cared about were: one was the elderly director of the orphanage, who had cared for him like a grandfather throughout his life. The other was a little sister who had trailed behind him, calling him brother. Chen Fan had fought off wild dogs for her on several occasions. The elderly director had retired long ago, now cared for by his own children. As for the little sister, she had mysteriously vanished when he was 8 years old. The director had told him that she was adopted and taken far away, living a good life. He hoped they were both healthy, happy, and living fulfilling lives. Chen Fan gazed at the pitch-black night sky, suddenly feeling a pang of suffocation. What's wrong? Shun Hongxiu shifted closer to Chen Fan and softly inquired, why do you appear so burdened with thoughts? The others, engaged in roasting meat, also lifted their heads. Chen Fan gently shook his head. It's nothing, just reminiscing about some past events. At that moment, a goblin approached with a cup of coffee. Lord Chen Fan, you seem weary. Please have a cup of coffee. Chen Fan. The others. Subsequently, Chen Fan and Chu Xian turned their gazes towards Fang Qingqing. Fang Qingqing's face turned slightly red. It wasn't her idea to have Little Boo make the coffee. She was completely unaware he had suddenly decided to please Chen Fan. Chen Fan took the coffee and glanced at the goblin. You didn't poison it, did you? The others. The goblin's eyes widened. Oh heavens, Lord Chen Fan, you are still so humorous. In my eyes, you are akin to a deity. How could I dare to commit such an act? That was a tad excessive, and Qingqing's goblin truly had no shame. The group looked at the goblin with disdain. Fang Qingqing's face flushed an even deeper shade of crimson, as though she wished to vanish into the earth's crevices. Oh, this tastes delightful, Chen Fan exclaimed after taking a sip of coffee, his eyes sparkling with surprise. Who would have thought that this green-skinned little fellow not only excels at concocting explosives, but also possesses a talent for brewing coffee? Coiled around Shun Hongxiu's wrist, the illusionary king green python with its golden horn beast spoke with human articulation. Green-skinned little fellow, a pure 24K sycophant. Shun Hongxiu cast a sidelong glance at Fang Qingqing, letting out a cold chuckle. Fang Qingqing's cheeks reddened further. She longed to defend the goblin, but found herself rendered speechless. Only the goblin maintained a composed demeanor, observing Chen Fan as he savored his coffee, wearing an expression of utmost honor. Chen Fan nodded in satisfaction. I must say I prefer the illusionary king green python of Hongxiu. It embodies righteousness and integrity, refusing to bow for mere grains of rice. Ah, I hold you in high esteem. As for you, Chen Fan turned to regard the goblin, his expression turning icy. In the future, refrain from presenting me with such nonsensical antics and focus on your training. He added, pour me another cup of coffee. Yes, that will suffice. Upon returning to the secret realm, I shall devise a way to assist you in leveling up. The illusionary king green python remained silent. The goblin respectfully bowed to Chen Fan, exclaiming, Oh dear heavens, Master Chen Fan, it is my honor to serve you. At your command, I would not hesitate to brave fire and water. On the other side, the frostbite white python, which had been dozing, immediately dashed over and rubbed its head against Chen Fan's leg, displaying an endearing demeanor. The armored beetle king also attempted to approach, but was shooed away by Chen Fan due to its unsightly habit of eating while defecating, which was quite unappetizing as everyone was in the midst of grilling meat. It was perplexing how Chu Xian came to possess such a creature. After grilling for quite some time, 2/3 of the meat had already been consumed by the armored beetle king, leaving Chen Fan with a headache from his frustration. The 3 beasts of Li Fengxing also wished to join, but were pushed to the back by other beasts, feeling quite aggrieved. Yihao could not help but remark, this frostbite white python is increasingly resembling a Siberian husky. The key point, however, is that it does not resemble Qingqing's husky. It is starting to look more like Fan Ji's husky. My beasts would never behave in such a manner. Before he could finish his sentence, the holy moon morning glory had already approached Chen Fan, holding a leaf to fan him. After silently observing her for a moment, Chen Fan said, Hua Hua, there's no need to fan me. I'm not hot. The warmth is emanating from the coffee, not from my head. The holy moon morning glory set down the leaf, tilted her head in contemplation, and cast 2 healing spells upon Chen Fan. But I am not injured. Chen Fan pointed to the azure crystal fox on the other side, and said, you should go heal Xiaoqing a few more times. Its wounds have not fully healed. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The holy moon morning glory nodded repeatedly, and hurried off to heal Xiaoqing. The heavenly desolation divine ox, and the earth-splitting fire dragon, being large and lacking hands, could not perform any healing spells, and found themselves unable to find any task to do, standing aside in a huff, snorting white vapor from their nostrils. Yihao exchanged glances with Fang Qingqing and others. What is going on? It seems our beasts have all been monopolized by Chen Fan. They had never been so eager to please them before. Bai Rouge chuckled softly to herself, pondering that if they witnessed her master's prowess firsthand, they would understand how utterly normal such behavior from these beasts was. The azure crystal fox, perched at the cliff's edge, gazed at the throng of beasts being so affectionate towards Chen Fan, exhibiting an expression of incredulity. At that moment, Shen Daoda and Li Fengxing approached from the opposite side. Fangirl. Shen Daoda laughed heartily, saying, Li Fengxing and I have studied for half a day and have finally unraveled the method to contract beasts like you. Everyone looked up with interest. If anyone else had said such a thing, it might have elicited shock, but coming from these two, Shen Daoda, with enthusiasm, continued. First, to prevent any mishaps, we must possess a set of formidable armor like yours, Fangirl, to approach those powerful monsters. Secondly, we should put on a show of strength before the formidable creatures. Everyone gasped. Shen Daoda quickly clarified, what I mean is, we must exhibit our formidable power. Just as you nearly cleaved the Azure Crystal Fox in half with that strike. The Azure Crystal Fox shot a venomous glare at Shen Daoda, who remained blissfully unaware and continued. Then, like you, we opened the beast summoning space and the contracting array. Many believe that we must first communicate with the beasts before initiating the contract, but we were mistaken. I only realized this after seeing you do it. After opening the contract, although the beasts may not agree to the contract, we can communicate with them through our thoughts at that moment. As long as the communication flows smoothly, the contract will naturally follow. Indeed, Li Fengxing, standing nearby, crossed his arms and nodded in agreement. Yihao blinked in surprise. You were just over there mumbling for ages and figured all this out? Shen Daoda proudly replied, isn't this enough? Yihao frowned. There is one major issue. What issue? After all this research, it should be flawless. Shen Daoda and Li Fengxing looked at Yihao with suspicion. Yihao stated, among the people I know, including some elders in my family, none have been able to condense a contract as effortlessly as you, Fangirl. The summoning array is quite simple, but condensing a contract is a complex matter. Unless the monster already recognizes you and is familiar with you, or seeks to contract with you, it is impossible for a monster to grant you the time and opportunity to condense a contract when you approach. Shen Daoda and Li Fengxing's eyes widened. Mouthed Agape in shock. After all their research, had they overlooked the most crucial step? Indeed, the step of condensing a contract between an ordinary person and a beast is the most intricate, requiring considerable effort. Approaching a monster and activating the summoning array would likely result in being swatted away. But why had Chen Fan managed to condense a contract so swiftly and effortlessly before? The moment the summoning array appeared, the contract had immediately followed. How did he achieve this? Shen Daoda immediately asked, Fangirl, how did you condense the contract? Teach us. At this, Yihao and Fang Qingqing turned their attention to Chen Fan. Condensing a contract is actually not difficult at all, Chen Fan replied. My steps are quite similar to yours. If I must impart a secret, it is diligence and practice. Proficiency comes with experience. Most importantly, one must maintain a good routine and never stay up late. Everyone rolled their eyes simultaneously. Noticing Shen Daoda and Li Fengxing in a daze, Chu Xian added, there is another significant issue. Even if the beasts are willing to contract with you, your beast space may not be able to accommodate them. The number of contracted beasts is closely related to the strength of the beast master. You cannot compare to someone as extraordinary as Chen Fan. Who are you calling extraordinary? Chen Fan tossed a small stone at Chu Xian, who deftly dodged it. Shen Daoda and Li Fengxing exchanged glances, speechless. After all this research, was it ultimately impractical? In that case, Chen Fan truly was extraordinary. He already had 6 beasts. Is he even human? Is this something a person can achieve? Chu Xian was right. One cannot compare themselves to such an extraordinary being. The more they compared, the more despondent they felt. Shen Daoda gazed skyward at a 45-degree angle, lost for words. A cold breeze swept through, causing him to shiver. Alas, what good is looking handsome? The wind still blows cold, and I cannot contract more beasts. Shen Daoda squeezed beside Yihao, making room. Li Fengxing moved next to Shen Hongxiu, who did not lift her head, and simply said, get lost. He had no choice but to sit beside Bai Rouge, nudging her to move closer to Chen Fan, thereby creating a bit of space. Just as he sat down, Li Fengxing broke the ice. The Azure Crystal Fox pales in comparison to the savage rampaging ape. Everyone was taken aback. Li Fengxing continued, previously, we killed so many monsters, including a horde of demon wolves, and it was such a waste to discard so many monster corpses. That was all money. But the Horned Tiger and Heavenly Desolation Divine Ox can't carry any more. If only the savage rampaging ape were here, it could probably shoulder a small mountain. You asked whether the savage rampaging ape is stronger than the Azure Crystal Fox? Silence enveloped the group. Li Fengxing, momentarily taken aback, turned his head. Unbeknownst to him, the Azure Crystal Fox had stealthily approached from behind, its sharp teeth a mere 10 centimeters from his neck. Yet, Li Fengxing, with a sharp exclamation, startled everyone. The savage rampaging ape could never defeat the Azure Crystal Fox. Moreover, that hulking brute is merely a facade. Though it can carry much, it consumes even more. I doubt our efforts in slaying all these monsters would suffice to satiate its appetite. In contrast, Xiao Qing is different. She requires little sustenance and embodies gentleness and kindness. A collective sigh escaped the group. Chen Fan extended a succulent, roasted leg of a demon wolf towards the azure crystal fox. The fox accepted it and retreated to a corner. A gust of wind swept through, and Li Fengxing realized his back was drenched in cold sweat. Although the azure crystal fox had just formed a contract with Chen Fan, who could predict if it would heed commands or simply bite him, Shun Dao observed the shaken Li Fengxing and silently nodded. Indeed, it is far better to be a serene and handsome man than to engage in conflict. The night deepened, yet the group remained wide awake. After sipping coffee brewed by goblins, they were invigorated, discussing everything from secret realms to forbidden zones, from martial arts universities to beast taming and cultivation. The goblin, along with the Illusion King's azure python and the little black creature, inexplicably formed a close bond. Whispering to one another, Li Fengxing, curious, inched closer, channeling his astral energy to eavesdrop. He overheard the little black creature remark, "What common language could there be with that crowd of simpletons, like Gongzi and Han Tan's golden-horned dragon? They can't even speak human language." Li Fengxing was taken aback. The Illusion King's azure python interjected, "That's undoubtedly true. Beings like us who can articulate are exceedingly rare. That fool Li Fengxing, who is clearly human, cannot even utter a proper sentence without facing a beating." Pain surged in Li Fengxing's chest as if he had been stabbed. The little black creature scoffed, "That fool is hardly even human. He brings shame upon our kind, less worthy than a black duck." The goblin nodded in agreement. "Oh dear. That fellow is even inferior to a goblin." Enraged, Li Fengxing confronted them, but he was only a first-tier cultivator, while the goblin and the Illusion King's azure python were no weaker than he. Moreover, the little black creature, capable of mental attacks, posed an additional threat. One mental spike from the little black creature brought Li Fengxing to his knees, clutching his head. The goblin then approached, hammer in hand, delivering blows that left Li Fengxing's head swollen with welts, before strutting away with the Illusion King's azure python and the little black creature. Seeing his master being beaten, the Han Ting golden-horned dragon considered waking the sleeping horned tiger and azure fire deer for assistance, but hesitated. "Stay calm, Long Long. There is no need to stoop to the level of goblins and that black duck. Have you forgotten your strength? You are the Han Ting golden-horned dragon, destined to transform into a dragon. If you unleash your power, it would surely stir up a storm of chaos, shaking the very foundations of Blue Star. Therefore, Long Long, you must endure, endure, and endure. Let your master take his beatings. It will foster his growth. There is no need to contend with that green-skinned dwarf, the black duck, or that little snake. You have a far more significant mission." With this thought, the Han Ting golden-horned dragon quietly closed its eyes and drifted into a deep slumber. Chen Fan and the others watched as Li Fengxing faced his punishment, rendered speechless. This fellow was indeed more deserving of a beating than the little black creature. After witnessing the spectacle, Chen Fan could hardly bear it. Hua Hua cast 2 healing spells on Li Fengxing. Li Fengxing felt deeply moved. Chen Fan continued, "After he is healed, let Xiao Bu and the others give him another thrashing. He causes trouble all day long, and a few more beatings might teach him a lesson." Just then, the desert wind eagle stationed outside sounded an alarm. "Monsters are approaching." Chen Fan grasped his long sword and stood tall. The group simultaneously channeled their astral energy, awakening their slumbering beasts, ready for battle. A large flock of multicolored illusion birds swiftly approached, but they were not heading toward them. "They aren't coming for us," murmured Shen Hongxiu. At that moment, the little black creature landed on Chen Fan's shoulder, drooling, "Master, those multicolored illusion birds are stunning, all females. Please catch a few for me." Nighthawk and Shun Dao exchanged glances, wondering how the little black creature discerned the gender of the illusion birds. Chen Fan frowned. "Save your breath, you are not suitable." The little black creature protested, "Why wouldn't I be suitable?" Chen Fan replied, "You resemble a black duck. And those illusion birds are larger than tigers. I fear you wouldn't even reach them." The little black creature was speechless. The 3 women, Shun Hongxiu and her companions, turned crimson and quickly averted their gazes. The little black creature, watching the flock of multicolored illusion birds soar away, felt despondent. "Alas, so many beautiful females flying past me, and I am utterly powerless to act." Before it could finish, it opened its mouth and whistled at the distant illusion birds. Chu Xian and Fang Qingqing looked at Chen Fan in astonishment. Chen Fan widened his eyes, feigning innocence. "I certainly did not teach it that. I cannot even whistle myself." "We believe you," the others rolled their eyes. Suddenly, the little black creature's demeanor shifted slightly. "Such trivial skills, daring to show off before me, great dragon. This foolish bird should never have been allowed to watch television." Chen Fan cast a resigned glance at the little black creature. The little black creature focused intently on the position beside the dark bloodstone golem, its eyes gleaming. Mental spike. Puff, puff, puff. Several small black-winged butterflies fluttered down to the ground beside the dark bloodstone golem. What are those? The dark bloodstone golem and Chen Fan's group were momentarily taken aback. Fang Qingqing quickly stepped forward, gently pinching one of the butterflies, exclaiming, "Chasing fragrance butterfly." Chen Fan's eyes widened in realization. Shen Dao could not help but ask, "Fango, do you recognize this chasing fragrance butterfly?" "Not really." Chen Fan shook his head. "But it certainly adds an air of sophistication to my character." Shen Dao was speechless. Chu Xian spoke solemnly. "It must be the work of Chideko and her friends." Li Fengxing scratched his head. "What exactly are these things, this fragrance and butterfly?" "Chasing fragrance butterfly," Fang Qingqing explained. "Might have latched onto the scent of divine fragrance from us or some of our beasts. These butterflies are drawn to it." Nighthawk frowned. "So what do we do now? Should we find a place to bathe? We might need to wash our armor." "That won't help," Fang Qingqing replied. "Once the divine fragrance settles on you, it won't dissipate for 3 days and nights. Soaking won't wash it away." Bai Rouge crossed her arms, coolly declaring, "What do they intend to achieve?" Chen Fan grinned. "Whatever their intentions, should they dare provoke me, I shall strike them down. The people of Yang Nation." Ha ha ha. This cold laugh exuded a chilling intent. Nighthawk cautioned, "Everyone should remain vigilant. Those few women from Yang Nation are likely above the second tier. And the leader might even be at the second tier, second level, or perhaps the second tier, third level. Without the prowess of the second rank, second layer, or above, they would not dare to confront the 12th level ghost-faced giant lizard." The expressions of Shun Hongxiu and Fang Qingqing immediately grew somber. Among the gathered crowd and their beasts, only Chen Fan, Chu Xian, the Azure Crystal Demon Fox, and Yi Hao wielding the Storm Battle Axe could stand against the second rank, second layer. The rest, in the face of such might, were utterly powerless. Shun Hongxiu pressed her lips together. Upon returning, "I shall exhaust my funds to acquire a top-tier mysterious weapon and an armor set akin to Xiao Fan's. Thus, we would be a couple in matching attire." Chen Fan's face instantly turned long. "Your earlier words were quite reasonable, but how did the conversation veer so off course?" Fang Qingqing chuckled and remarked, "Some individuals are like leaves crossing a river, relying solely on a surge of bravado. Is this the appropriate time to discuss such matters?" Shun Hongxiu wished to retort, but was stopped by Bai Rouge. "Enough, enough. Let us return to the matter at hand." Everyone's gaze turned toward Chen Fan. He stepped back, retrieving a pile of crystal cores from his pack. As everyone focused, they discovered that among them, 2 cores bore an astonishing 14 lines. There were also several with 13 lines. Everyone's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. Unexpectedly, Chen Fan tucked them away again. The group was baffled. Chen Fan explained, "Sharing means presenting something good for your viewing pleasure, hoping you might also possess it. Showing off, conversely, entails revealing something fine, knowing you cannot obtain it. I merely indulged in a moment of modest display." "Damn." The crowd was infuriated. Shun Hongxiu smiled triumphantly. "Fortunately, I have some too." She watched as Chen Fan pressed a few times on his chest, activating the switch for the crystal cores embedded in his armor. He then removed the cores originally set in his armor and replaced them with 5 cores from level 10 monsters. Yi Hao quickly caught on and also swapped out the cores in his armor. Initially, their armors were equipped with cores of only level 7 or 8. However, considering potential dangers, both Chen Fan and Yi Hao upgraded to cores of level 10 monsters. These cores were not obtained from the second secret realm, but rather from the monster carcasses in the cave of the first secret realm. Except for Li Fengxing, Bai Rouge, and Fang Qingqing, the others received a considerable number of high-level cores. With a clap of his palm, Chen Fan pressed the switch shut. The 5 level 10 monster cores, through the formations in the armor, significantly enhanced its defensive capabilities. Yet that was not enough. Chen Fan also replaced the shield core on his wrist. Observing this, Fang Qingqing suddenly flushed. Previously, Yi Hao had informed her that Chen Fan had spent all his money on a blade and a set of armor. At that time, Fang Qingqing had thought little of it and considered advising Chen Fan against such reckless spending, suggesting he manage his finances wisely for the long term. Now, however, she realized how naive her thoughts had been. Chen Fan, already at the second rank and possessing 5 formidable beasts, was still preparing for the worst, taking precautions. Consequently, when trouble arose, it would be he alone who protected the entire team. Fang Qingqing silently watched Chen Fan as he inspected his shield, feeling a surge of guilt and admiration. "It's getting late. Everyone should return to rest. Tonight, I will keep watch." Chen Fan gently patted the shoulder of the dark bloodstone golem. "Little Dark, you all should return to the beast space to rest." The dark bloodstone golem scratched its head in resignation. Shun Hongxiu approached and said, I'll keep you company. Chen Fan shook his head. No need. I've had 2 cups of coffee and can't sleep. Very well. Fang Qingqing shot a glance at Shen Hongxiu. She had initially intended to say the same thing, but found herself unable to voice it for some reason. Chen Fan sat cross-legged at the edge of the cliff, resting his long blade on his lap. Shen Hongxiu sat beside him. Brother Fan, I'll be counting on you tonight. Master Uncle, thank you for your hard work. Yi Hao and the others bid their farewells and returned to rest. Chen Fan instructed Xiao Qing and the old ape to return to the beast space as well, then closed his eyes, beginning to comprehend the first of the 9 cuts of the broken sky. This technique was extraordinarily mysterious and complex. Although it was termed the first cut, it actually comprised 81 cuts. Only by merging and mastering all 81 could the first cut be deemed truly cultivated. This initial cut was fierce and powerful, with each of the 81 cuts imbued with a unique intent, each cut surpassing the last in ferocity and might. Only through the synthesis of all 81 cuts could one layer their intents upon one another. During this period, Chen Fan devoted most of his time to understanding this technique. The time spent opening meridians and pathways was significantly less than that of most beast tamers or star warriors. At this moment, though seated cross-legged, his mind was intensely focused, manifesting a figure that began to follow the shadow of Bai Tianyu, repetitively practicing the blade techniques. Starting from the first cut of the 81, he moved through the second, third, fourth, and fifth cuts. After the 5th cut, Chen Fan returned to the beginning once more. His body remained motionless, like a stone statue. However, the mental strain was immense, as he continuously cycled through the first 5 cuts in his mind. Shen Hongxiu remained silent, propping her chin with her hand, quietly watching Chen Fan. Time passed slowly. The night remained tranquil and uneventful. A bird's call shattered the silence. Dawn had arrived. When Chu Xian and Yi Hao approached, they found Chen Fan with his eyes closed, seemingly petrified. Shen Hongxiu, however, had moved to the edge of the cliff on the opposite side. She turned her head, making a shushing gesture. Chu Xian's expression shifted slightly as he gazed at Chen Fan, his pupils abruptly narrowing. Surrounding Chen Fan's figure were 5 semi-transparent blades of energy swirling around him. These blade energies solidified as if they were 5 long swords, circling Chen Fan repeatedly. No wonder Shen Hongxiu had chosen to sit so far away. Suddenly, Chen Fan opened his eyes and sprang to his feet. At the moment he stood, the 5 blades of energy instantly converged into one. Flash! Chen Fan transformed his palm into a blade, slicing forward. Whoosh! The long sword formed from the gathered energy shot forth, crashing down and shattering a large stone below into countless fragments. What a terrifying technique! Chu Xian's face displayed shock. A clear hallmark of the 2nd rank is the ability to condense energy into blades. Having broken through to the 2nd rank, Chu Xian could conjure weapons resembling real swords and blades using star power with merely his palms or fingers. Such weapons could travel a certain distance once released. However, in terms of offensive power, they would undoubtedly pale in comparison to those wielded by earthly or mysterious weapons. Yet, that slash from Chen Fan was likely far more powerful than many 2nd-rank warriors wielding mysterious weapons. If that slash had been executed with the Broken Sky Demon Blade, its might would likely increase several-fold. Chu Xian contemplated in his mind, estimating that even the black-cloaked figure he encountered last time at the Circular Mountain, a formidable opponent at the 2nd tier, 3rd level, would be unable to withstand Chen Fan's strike, even with full defense. He sighed inwardly, realizing he must diligently cultivate his skills. Just a few days after breaking through to the 2nd tier, he had thought he could close the gap with Chen Fan. Yet he found himself left far behind once more. Chu Xian stepped forward, about to speak, when a sudden cacophony erupted from the distant jungle. Towering trees began to topple one after another, while flocks of birds ascended into the sky in panic, and countless monsters fled in terror. What is happening? Bai Rouge and the others rushed in from behind. Chen Fan narrowed his eyes, fixating on the area where the trees fell. Monster name, Ghost-Face Giant Lizard. Combat level, level 12, boss level. Racial level, high extraordinary. Monster attributes, demon type. Monster weaknesses, lightning, fire. Racial skills, Swamp Hell, Steel Tooth Bite, Roar Shockwave, Tail Slam. Whirlwind Blade. Monster status, infuriated. Chen Fan's gaze turned icy. He finally understood what Chio and the others were plotting. Chu Xian, Yi Hao, follow me down. Chen Fan commanded sharply. The rest of you stay up here, do not descend. They had lured the ghost-face giant lizard here. Yi Hao erupted in anger. Damn it. When I catch them, I'll make them pay. Chu Xian replied impassively. Let us see if you can catch them first. Chen Fan unsheathed his long knife, summoning Xiaobai, Xiaoqing, and all his other beasts. Yi Hao only summoned his Saint Moon Morning Glory. Meanwhile, Chu Xian called forth the Dark Bloodstone Golem and the Desert Wind Eagle. With a thought, The Qingjing demon fox immediately adorned Chen Fan, Chu Xian, and Yi Hao, along with a few of their summoned beasts, with Qingjing armor. Gongzi and the black iron dragon turtle, not to be outdone, added 2 layers of armor atop the Qingjing armor. As for Shen Hongxiu and the others, along with the remaining summoned beasts, they retreated. A level 12 ghost face giant lizard. The 5th and 6th level beasts were practically useless against it now. Only Yi Hao's Saint Moon Morning Glory, a healing beast, could potentially save them in a critical moment. The other 6th level beasts had already become obsolete. Let us go, Chen Fan commanded coldly. From behind, Shen Hongxiu cautioned, be wary not only of the ghost-faced giant lizard but also of Chiyo and her companions. Those women from the Sun Kingdom are not to be trifled with. Chen Fan, with his gaze fixed on the approaching emerald, jumped off the cliff alongside Chu Xian and Yi Hao, with Xiaoqing closely following behind. Xiao Bai and Gongzi gathered beside the old ape, utilizing the shadow canopy to conceal themselves. Roar! The ghost-faced giant lizard pursued Chiyo and her companions. Chiyo, along with her 3 allies, dashed toward Chen Fan's location. Lord Chen, please lend us your strength. We shall offer ample rewards afterward. Chen Fan, feeling angered by their schemes, remained silent, his focus unwaveringly on the imposing ghost-faced giant lizard that charged toward them. The high extraordinary level 12 ghost-faced giant lizard was even more fearsome than he had anticipated. It could very well rival a mid-extraordinary level 13 creature. Though they were still over 50 meters apart, Chen Fan could already sense its malice. Meanwhile, Chiyo and her companions were panting heavily, retreating step by step toward Chen Fan and his allies, while the ghost-faced giant lizard, its eyes of fiery red, closed in relentlessly. Chen Fan tightened his grip on the hilt of his knife. The Qingjing demon fox, too, was on high alert. Xiaoqing could not ascertain the level of the ghost-faced giant lizard, but its innate instincts told it that this creature was far more powerful than itself. Although it had received treatment from the Saint Moon Morning Glory, its injuries had yet to heal completely. Xiaoqing positioned itself at Chen Fan's left side, casting a nervous glance at him, who remained expressionless. Suddenly, Chu Xian, on Chen Fan's right, lowered his voice. Chen Fan. Chen Fan tilted his head slightly. Chu Xian's gaze flickered downward. Following his line of sight, Chen Fan noticed Chu Xian holding a large bundle in his left hand. A large bundle. Chen Fan's eyes widened in surprise. This rascal Chu Xian had brought explosives again. Are you human or a goblin, with such an affinity for explosives? Initially, he had intended to bring along Daman, and now with Daman here, why bring such a large package? Better to be safe than sorry. How powerful is it? Much stronger than the last time. With all that money, you didn't buy armor but this instead? After I acquire a cloak from this secret realm, I intend to purchase armor like yours. Just then, Yi Hao approached, rummaging through his own bundle. Inside were various bottles of different colors and shapes. Chen Fan blinked in astonishment. What have you brought? Without looking up, Yi Hao replied while opening the caps of the bottles and stuffing them into Chu Xian's bundle. Aside from itching powder, there are a dozen kinds of poisons, laxatives, and antidotes. Chen Fan and Chu Xian exchanged glances. After Yi Hao added his assortment of bottles, Chu Xuan's bundle swelled even more. This bundle reminded Chen Fan of the ultimate weapon from the movie The King of Comedy, which could take your life 3,000 times. A reliable Chu Xian paired with an unreliable Yi Hao had surprisingly combined to create such a weapon. Just as Chen Fan was momentarily dazed, Chu Xian zipped up the bundle and handed him a thumb-sized device. Here's the remote. Press the green button for 3 seconds, and the bomb will explode after 10 seconds. Press the red button for 3 seconds, and it will detonate immediately. Additionally, if the bundle encounters a strong surge of star power, it will also explode. Chen Fan silently took the remote, examined the red and green buttons, and then stowed it in the pocket of his armor. He then extended his hand toward Chu Xian. Hand over the bundle. Chu Xian hesitated. Chen Fan frowned. I have the strongest defense now. Even if I get slapped by that monster, I may not be injured. You, on the other hand, would surely perish with a single hit. Chu Xian opened his mouth and reluctantly handed over the bundle to Chen Fan. Then let the battle commence. With that, Chen Fan pulled out a plastic box from one of his pockets. Yi Hao chuckled. Let us start with a box of itching powder. It's a stable opening move. With that, he and Chu Xian simultaneously drew a vial from their pockets. Chen Fan also produced an antidote, just in case they got contaminated by the itching powder, which was far more dreadful than poison. Get out of the way. Chen Fan bellowed at the rapidly approaching Chiyo and her companions. Momentarily taken aback, they swiftly reacted, darting to the sides. As soon as they moved, the emerald above Chen Fan unleashed its skill, Storm Wind Blade. The storm swept the itching powder toward the pursuing ghost-faced giant lizard. As the ghost-faced giant lizard beheld the approaching tempest, a flicker of ferocity ignited within its eyes, and its cavernous maw gaped wide. The roar reverberated. Chen Fan's countenance shifted dramatically. He had previously scrutinized the creature's abilities, and this particular attack had captured his utmost concern. For he was uncertain if his battle armor could withstand a sonic assault. Should this attack be unleashed, not only would the itching powder be rendered utterly ineffective, but he and Chu Xian along with their companions might face immediate devastation. With urgency, Chen Fan bellowed, "Little Black." In the skies above, Little Black, who had been circling behind the ghost-faced giant lizard, immediately dove down and unleashed a mental spike. With a piercing sound, the creature felt as though a steel needle had been driven into its skull, causing its vision to darken and pain to surge through it. The skill, Sonic Roar, was abruptly interrupted. Before it could regain its senses, the storm had already engulfed it. Countless wind blades sliced through its massive form, producing a cacophony of metallic clashing. The Emerald Tempest's blades merely etched superficial scratches upon its hide, yet the sheer size of the ghost-faced giant lizard was enough to propel it skyward. With a furious roar, the creature was enveloped in a swirling black mist, managing to withstand the upward thrust of the storm and crash heavily back to the ground. However, in its fit of rage, it opened its mouth wide, and a copious amount of itching powder promptly filled its maw. The indescribable itch felt like legions of iron ants burrowing into its very being, causing the ghost-faced giant lizard to lose all composure, rolling frantically upon the ground. Chen Fan immediately commanded the Emerald Storm to cease, a subtle gesture of his finger, concealed within the shadowy veil alongside the old ape and Little White. Gongzi swiftly activated the Bloodlust skill. A crimson crown flickered above the heads of the old ape, Little White, and Chen Fan, amplifying their strength by 30% for 30 seconds. In the next instant, the old ape, stealthily maneuvering to the opposite side, materialized behind the ghost-faced giant lizard with a swift motion. With a darkened claw, the old ape unleashed the shadow poison claw. Its gloved right paw struck the creature with a sharp sound, and 5 faint crimson lines appeared upon the lizard's back. Under the enhancement of Gongzi's bloodlust, the old ape's full force strike merely grazed its back, yet it was sufficient to leave a mark. The onlookers, Chio and her companions, were puzzled as to why Chen Fan had sent such a seemingly feeble beast to attack. Nevertheless, for the old ape, even the faintest scratch was a victory. It swiftly pivoted, utilizing all 4 limbs to leap away, vanishing once more into the shadows. Gongzi, with a few agile hops, ascended to the top of a mushroom tree, baring its teeth at the ghost-faced giant lizard. However, Chen Fan forbade it from engaging, leaving Gongzi feeling quite disgruntled. Simultaneously, Little White executed a lightning dash, entering the old ape's shadowy domain, opening its mouth as it and Little Qing unleashed simultaneous attacks. Lightning Dragon, Stone Cannon. The Lightning Dragon, forged from pure electricity, shattered the shadowy veil upheld by the old ape and rained down upon the rolling ghost-faced giant lizard with unrelenting force. Meanwhile, the stone cannon launched by Little Qing was equally swift, striking the creature's head almost instantaneously. Boom, boom. The immense form of the ghost-faced giant lizard was first propelled forward by the lightning dragon, only for its head to be subsequently crushed into the ground by the stone cannon, flipping its entire body over. Yet, regardless of the observers, Chen Fan and his companions, or Chio and her trio, witnessing this scene, their hearts sank heavily. Neither the lightning dragon nor the stone cannon had inflicted significant damage upon the creature. The disparity in combat strength was still far too vast. Although the ghost-faced giant lizard lacked defensive abilities, its colossal star power had already formed a formidable shield around it. Coupled with its tough hide, the 2 attacks had barely grazed it. Scatter, Chen Fan commanded, gripping his long knife, as he and Chu Xian dispersed. Chio's group also promptly spread out, encircling the ghost-faced giant lizard. Observing Chen Fan's reluctance to strike, Chio could not contain herself, exclaiming, "Chen Fan, now that the monster is rolling around, it is the perfect opportunity to attack." Chen Fan nodded. "Then you go ahead." Chio. Naturally, she yearned to engage. Yet the attacks of her and her companions could hardly breach the defenses of the ghost-faced giant lizard. In contrast, Chen Fan's dusk demon blade held the potential to inflict grievous wounds or even slay the beast. Gritting their teeth, Chio and her comrades retrieved 4 substantial chains from their bags. At that moment, the ghost-faced giant lizard, howling, flipped its body over, locking its gaze upon Chen Fan. It remembered vividly who had caused its unbearable itch, this very human before it. It was the slime atop this human's head that had unleashed the tormenting skill. Kill him. Ignoring the relentless itch, the ghost-faced giant lizard lunged towards Chen Fan, its massive jaws agape. As it pounced, Chio's group exchanged glances, noticing the creature's movements had significantly slowed. It turned out that the old ape's attack had introduced a toxin that dulled its reflexes. Filled with elation, Chio shouted, "Attack!" The four scattered individuals simultaneously hurled their chains. One end of the chains remained in their hands while the other, akin to a living serpent, slithered beneath the belly and across the back of the ghost-faced giant lizard, wrapping around it before returning to their grasp. Quick as lightning, the quartet entwined the chains around the trunks of four towering trees. Chen Fan, Chio grasped the chains firmly. Yelling out, the four pulled on the chains, their feet sinking deep into the earth. Even so, amidst the struggles of the ghost-faced giant lizard, the trees creaked ominously as the chains dug into their bark. As Chen Fan approached the creature, he intended to hurl a bundle filled with lightning bombs. But upon seeing that the ghost-faced giant lizard had not been completely restrained, he feared the bundle might be swatted away carelessly by the creature. Moreover, to inflict the maximum damage, he needed to either throw it beneath the creature's belly or directly into its gaping maw. Old ape, catch it, and hand it to Little White. Chen Fan tossed the package towards the old ape. In the moment the old ape leapt into the air to catch it, Chen Fan surged forth like an arrow, his long knife crackling with lightning, aiming a decisive strike at the creature's head. Seizing the opportunity while Chio's group was entangled with the ghost-faced giant lizard, he hoped to deliver a devastating blow. With a sharp whoosh, as Chen Fan's knife descended, the creature's colossal tail swept towards him, striking him squarely in the chest. The tail swipe, enhanced by the skill, bore tremendous force and unparalleled speed. Chen Fan let out a muffled groan as the layers of his armor shattered in an instant, his body hurtling like a cannonball into the mountainside. Xiao Fan, Fangul, Chen Fan, Master, meow. In the sky, Little Black was horrified. It's over, it's over. I made a mistake and didn't have time to cast my skill. And now my master is done for. The grotesque lizard man harbored a deep-seated hatred for Chen Fan, an insatiable itch gnawing at its very being. After violently flinging Chen Fan aside with its tail, it struggled mightily, yearning to charge toward the gaping hole that Chen Fan had created. With a crack, the tree entwined in chains by Chio and her companions splintered apart under its relentless thrashing. The four of them were unable to restrain the lizard man, who dragged them inexorably toward the very abyss from which Chen Fan had emerged. Kill! Amidst the gasps of onlookers, Chu Xian's cloak shot forth like a crimson spear. As it reached the monstrous lizard man, the cloak unfurled dramatically, enveloping its head. Bang! 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 Chu Xian and Yi Hao swiftly advanced. Chu Xian's sword blazed with a blinding radiance, slicing toward the lizardman's foreleg, while Yi Hao's storm axe cleaved toward its tail. In a heartbeat, the lizardman's claw wrenched free the cloak that bound its head, its maw yawning wide. With a savage bite, the lizardman lunged at the diagonally positioned Chu Xian. At that moment, it was too late for Chu Xian to retreat. Mind Spike. From the air, Xiao He activated his skill, once again interrupting the lizardman's incantation. With a splat, boom, the lizardman, its eyes clouded, suffered a grievous wound as Chu Xian's sword opened a gash in its foreleg, blood gushing forth. Meanwhile, its tail was severed by Yi Hao's storm axe, thrashing violently on the ground. Roaring in fury, the lizardman summoned a wild surge of strength that snapped its chains asunder. Retreat! Chu Xian and Yi Hao hastily withdrew. Despite being afflicted by a sluggish toxin, the creature's motions were still far swifter than theirs. With another deafening roar, the lizardman prepared to unleash its power once more. Xiao Bai! Chen Fan's voice resonated through the chaos. A flash of lightning illuminated the air as Xiao Bai zipped past the lizardman. In that fleeting moment, she flung the package from her claws into the gaping maw of the beast. The next instant, Xiao He unleashed another mind spike. Crack! The lizardman snapped its jaws shut and collapsed with a thud. Retreat! Chen Fan commanded again. Xiao He, unleash a series of mind spikes. Xiao He poured every ounce of strength into his attack, delivering multiple mind spikes in quick succession at the lizardman. Seizing the opportunity, Lao Yuan and the others bolted for freedom. Xiao Qing dashed toward the gaping hole created by Chen Fan. Xiao Bai, propelled by her lightning, was the first to flee the farthest. Chu Xian and Yi Hao, anticipating Chen Fan's order, had already leapt away to another ravine. Observing the spectacle, Chio and her companions deduced that the package posed a threat, abandoning their chains to slink into the woods like spectral felines, hiding behind the trunks of distant trees. Just 5 seconds after the group had fled, Xiao He soared into the heights. Concealed behind a boulder, Chen Fan pressed the red button on his remote control. Boom! A thunderous detonation erupted from the lizardman's maw. A deluge of lightning unleashed, radiating violently from the creature's form and shattering nearby boulders and trees with merciless force. The four of Chio, though they had activated their shields and faced barriers of trees, were still hurled away by the overwhelming energy, tumbling across the ground. Gurgling amidst the swirling dust, the lizardman's bizarre cries persisted. Despite the devastating impact of the thunder bomb, This 12th level demon creature still clung to life. In the distance, Chu Xian and Yi Hao remained in shock. At this juncture, after Xiao Qing had adorned herself with a crystalline armor, Chen Fan ghosted toward the lizard man at a swift pace. Seizing the moment, he aimed to strike the fatal blow. Meanwhile, Gang Zi hastened toward him. Gang Zi unleashed bloodlust. Chen Fan bellowed internally. As he closed the distance, Gang Zi unhesitatingly activated his bloodlust. A blade cleaved through the air, shattering the silence with a thunderous crack. With another internal roar, Chen Fan unleashed the first of 5 strikes of the Broken Sky Demon Blade, descending upon the gravely wounded lizard man. Whoosh! The severely injured lizard man, defying its condition, clawed feebly at Chen Fan. The lizard man executed its skill, the whirlwind blade. At that moment, Xiao He, having soared to evade the thunder bomb, had yet to return. Die! Chen Fan did not flinch, his voice booming as his long blade descended with lightning speed. Boom! Boom! The dazzling blade light flickered as it severed the lizardman's massive head. In that instant, a whirlwind blade, spinning at a meter in diameter, struck against Chen Fan's chest. His armor flared with brilliance, sending him careening backward like a kite severed from its string. The whirlwind blade continued to whirl against his chest. Fangu, Chen Fan, Night Hao, Chu Xian, and Xiao Bai rushed toward him with utmost urgency. Huh! Chen Fan bellowed once more, his long blade slicing upward to disperse the swirling blade against his chest. Bang! After shattering the whirlwind blade, Chen Fan twisted his right wrist, grounding his long blade as he knelt. On the cliff, Shen Hongxiu and her companions, their faces flushed, rushed down. Chu Xian and Yi Hao were the first to reach him, helping Chen Fan to his feet. I'm fine, Chen Fan replied, his complexion slightly pale as he waved his hand dismissively. Before the attack, Xiao Qing reinforced me with crystalline armor. After being ravaged by the thunder bomb, that creature possessed barely a fraction of its former strength. My heart remains untroubled, almost craving some braised chicken rice. Chu Xian and Yi Hao exchanged glances. Chen Fan smacked his lips and added, next time, I want to carry a bomb too. This thing is remarkably useful. At that moment, Shen Hongxiu and Fang Qingqing approached. Fang Qingqing lifted the package in her hands, extending it toward Chen Fan. What are you doing? Chen Fan asked, taken aback. Fang Qingqing whispered, I brought a package too. Chen Fan. Qingqing has been led astray by Chu Xian, carrying bombs around all day. Though without Chu Xian's bomb, the battle would have undoubtedly been significantly more arduous. Did they truly leave such a large package of explosives unguarded, even while sleeping? Shen Hongxiu approached to assess Chen Fan's injuries. Really, I'm fine. Chen Fan opened the switch on his chest armor. Everyone's eyes widened as they beheld 4 out of 5 level 10 monster cores, now dim and lifeless. He removed the 4 dull cores and replaced them with 4 level 9 cores. I too wish to procure an identical suit of armor. The thought arose simultaneously in the minds of all present, especially Shen Hongxiu. After descending from the cliff, she had remained silent, her eyes reddened. A gaze that was somewhat unsettling. Chen Fan slightly tilted his head. Howsy, go and extract the crystal core from that demon-faced giant lizard. Yi Hao nodded. Yet his feet remained rooted to the ground. Over there, the tail of the demon-faced giant lizard still flailed as if alive. Its gaping maw resembled a gaping black hole of hell. Meanwhile, Xiao He was diligently devouring the soul of the demon-faced giant lizard, with Gangzi cheering him on. Xiao Bai, having gained some experience, unleashed his thunderblade, slicing through the dark mist of the lizard's soul to assist Xiao He in his consumption. Xiao Qing watched with trepidation as Xiao He feasted on the soul, her fur standing on end. Yi Hao glanced at Xiao He and then at the demon-faced giant lizard's wide-open mouth. Recalling how that monstrous creature had sent Chen Fan flying like a cannonball with a single strike, a wave of fear washed over him. Earlier, upon witnessing Chen Fan's injury, he and Chu Xian had recklessly charged in. But now, with the immediacy of the situation past, he felt his legs tremble, and he hesitated to approach. Chen Fan gently patted Yi Hao's shoulder, saying, Do not retreat. A man must not retreat. Yi Hao met Chen Fan's encouraging gaze and nodded. Indeed, how could he retreat? Just moments ago, he had seen Chen Fan steadfastly face the lizard's attack, unwilling to evade, determined to strike back. How could he falter now? Chen Fan added. A small step forward is a giant leap for civilization. Yi Hao nearly knelt in astonishment. Was this phrase truly fitting for this occasion? Fang Qingqing and Bai Rouge exchanged exasperated glances, their cheeks flushed as they turned away. Chen Fan blinked in surprise. I thought only Hongxiu had encountered this phrase. How is it that you have as well? Bai Rouge lightly slapped Chen Fan's arm. I saw it online. Fang Qingqing's voice was barely audible. So did I. Shen Hongxiu pursed her lips. The once boisterous girl suddenly grew quiet. Laughter erupted among the group, though fear lingered in their hearts. The atmosphere shifted once more due to Chen Fan's words. At that moment, Chiyozi approached with 3 others, all gravely injured, blood-soaked, their hair disheveled, and their faces pale. Their armor was in tatters, save for Chiyozi, whose armor remained somewhat intact. The others bore gaping cracks in their breastplates, while some had shattered armors, leaving them in a pitiful state. Whether star warriors or beastmasters, unless they had reached the 4th rank to condensed star power armor, their defenses were significantly inferior to equally powered monsters or beasts. In this regard, many monsters possessed an inherent advantage. The level 7 Harpy Queen had feathers as hard as steel. Gongzi had been able to condense stone skin at level 2. The Black Iron Dragon Tortoise was not easily damaged even without defensive skills. The Dark Bloodstone Golem was impervious to blades and flames, and the level 12 Demon-Faced Giant Lizard, despite lacking defensive skills, had tough skin and flesh that merely shook its head when struck by the Crystalline Fox's rock cannonball. Although Chiyozi and her companions were not weak, their defenses were slightly lacking, and being too close to the explosion zone had resulted in their severe injuries. Chen Fan, thank you for your tremendous support. Chiyozi bowed deeply to Chen Fan. No need for formality, Chen Fan replied with a grin. Suddenly, his smile vanished as he swung his blade, aiming directly at Chiyozi's neck. Clang! In a split second, Chiyozi raised her long sword to block Chen Fan's strike, yet was forced to stagger back from the sheer force of the blow. Her armor shattered under the violent impact, pieces falling away. Injured as she was, Chiyozi could not withstand the might of Chen Fan wielding the broken sky demon blade. What are you doing? The 3 behind Chiyozi, furious, attempted to rush forward but were intercepted by Chu Xian, Yi Hao, and Xiao Qing. Humph. The expressions of Shun Hongxiu and the others darkened as they spread out. A group of beastmasters encircled Chiyozi and her companions. Chiyozi, pale-faced, asked Chen Fan, "What is the meaning of this?" "What is the meaning?" Chen Fan coldly replied, "I intend to kill you. You plotted against us with that tracking incense, luring the demon-faced giant lizard here, forcing me and my companions into this predicament. If I do not slay you, shall I keep you for the new year?" The faces of the 3 behind Chiyozi paled. Chiyozi's expression turned ashen as she said, "Chen Fan, I sincerely apologize to you and your friends. We had our reasons for bringing the demon-faced giant lizard here. Your reasons are of no concern to me," Chen Fan stated ominously. "Any words you have will wait until after I have ended your lives." "Chiyozi," one of the women behind her said, "you take advantage of our numbers against the few of you. What kind of hero does that make you?" Chen Fan chuckled incredulously. "If a hero must always face an opponent one-on-one, then I shall not consider myself one. As a beastmaster leading many beasts, should I not utilize their strength? Would you have me let them stand idly by as spectators, merely clapping for the show?" One of Chiyozi's companions sneered. "You only dare act so arrogantly because we are injured. Had we been unscathed, you would not stand a chance against me." Chen Fan tilted his head. "I bought a bag last year. It's incredibly durable." The woman from Yang Country paused in confusion. "What do you mean?" Chiyozi, sensing the chill in Chen Fan's gaze, hastily said, "Chen Fan, I can reveal some secrets to you in exchange for our lives." Chen Fan shook his head. "I have no interest in your secrets." "The secrets of the Nightmare Garden," Chiyozi insisted urgently. "And the secrets of this world." The crowd gasped in surprise. A flicker of intrigue crossed Chen Fan's face. "Then it depends on whether your so-called secrets are worth this price." Chiyozi immediately responded. "You must have suspected from the beginning why the people of Donghai City are unaware of the level 12 demon-faced giant lizard in Secret Realm D, while we from the Demon City are informed. Because the knowledge of the level 12 lizard comes from the Nightmare Garden." "What did you say?" Chen Fan's blade glimmered menacingly. Pointing at Chiyozi, "You are from the Nightmare Garden?" "No, I am not," Chiyozi said in a panic. "Please let me finish. We are not only not from the Nightmare Garden, but we are also their enemies. Just like you, we are members of the Heavenly Demon Sect. We captured those from the Nightmare Garden, which is how we came by this information." Chen Fan frowned. "I never expected you to be from the Heavenly Demon Sect." "What is the Heavenly Demon Sect?" Chiyozi and her companions. Li Fengxing nodded. "Yes, what is the Heavenly Demon Sect?" Chiyozi took a deep breath and spoke softly. "Chen Fan, the secret I wish to share is this. Our Heavenly Demon Sect's leader and the giants of the Nightmare Garden all hail from the Immortal Realm." "What nonsense?" Chen Fan blinked in astonishment. "Isn't this a world of beast tamers and fantasy? Why has the narrative suddenly shifted to one of cultivation? Please do not misunderstand." Chiyozi clarified. "What I referred to as the Immortal Realm is actually called the Tianyu Realm. It is simply a habit of our Heavenly Demon Sect members to call it the Immortal Realm. The reason it is called the Immortal Realm is because all cultivation techniques, swordsmanship, and alchemical arts of Blue Star originate from the Tianyu Realm." Chen Fan was taken aback. Shen Hongxiu and Yi Hao exchanged bewildered glances. This assertion, along with the mention of the Tianyu Realm, was utterly unprecedented. Chiyozi continued, I even suspect that our martial ancestor of Blue Star also hails from the Tianyu realm. Chen Fan was once again astonished. What? Our martial ancestor is also from there. Who is the martial ancestor? Chiozi pondered. Is this individual feigning ignorance, or truly unaware? Has he never heard of the martial ancestor? Chiozi spoke solemnly, setting aside the matter of the martial ancestor. I wish to convey that Blue Star's greatest adversary is not the endless hordes of monsters, but rather the court of nightmares. Our heavenly demon sect stands as the strongest adversary to the court of nightmares, aside from the allied armies of the nations of Blue Star. Chen Fan scoffed. The heavenly demon sect is the strongest enemy to the court of nightmares, apart from the allied armies? I find that exceedingly hard to believe. Li Fengxing chimed in. Indeed. I've never even heard of it. Chiozi sighed. Previously, when you disrupted the Court of Nightmares operations in the first secret realm, they were actually searching for passages to return to the Tianyu realm within various secret realms. The level 12 ghost-faced giant lizard was intended to control the monsters in the D zone of the second secret realm. However, due to your interference, East Sea City heightened its scrutiny over these secret realms, and with Master Yin Songhai guarding East Sea City, they had no choice but to abandon their plans. During our skirmishes with the Court of Nightmares, we captured a prisoner, from whom we learned of the existence of the ghost-faced giant lizard. Chen Fan silently regarded Chiozi and eventually stated, "Is this the entirety of your so-called secret? You believe such a simple exchange of words can warrant the lives of 4 of you? That is insufficient." Shen Hongxiu, who had remained silent, spoke gravely. "You already know that the Court of Nightmares has shelved their plans. Why then did you come rushing from the Demon City to eliminate the ghost-faced giant lizard? What advantage does killing it bring you?" Chiozi furrowed her brows, contemplating for a moment before responding. "We seek the crystal core of the ghost-faced giant lizard. Our heavenly demon sect discovered an ancient grand formation in a secret realm. To unravel this formation, we require various attribute crystal cores. One crucial step necessitates the crystal core of a ghost-faced giant lizard of level 10 or higher. Yet, such creatures are exceedingly rare. After extensive investigation, we fortuitously learned from a prisoner of the Court of Nightmares that a level 12 ghost-faced giant lizard resides in the second secret realm of East Sea City." Chen Fan's expression shifted slightly. "Where is this ancient grand formation you speak of?" Chiozi replied, "I am afraid I do not know. My status does not afford me the privilege of such vital information." Noting Chen Fan's silence, Chiozi bowed again. "Chen Fan, our heavenly demon sect is an ally of Tang country, not an enemy. We acknowledge our past mistakes. However, we harbor no malice. We simply find ourselves in dire straits and wish to enlist your strength to jointly vanquish the ghost-faced giant lizard. I sincerely apologize." Just then, Bai Rouge, who had been quiet, stepped forward and addressed Chen Fan. "Uncle Master, let them go." As the daughter of Bai Tianyu, the city lord of East Sea City, she seemed to possess some knowledge regarding the heavenly demon sect. Chen Fan, acknowledging her words, nodded slightly. "You may leave. I do not wish for a recurrence of such incidents. Should it happen again, I shall not show mercy, regardless of your affiliations." "Understood." Chiozi bowed once more. Chen Fan added, "The crystal core of the ghost-faced giant lizard is in my possession. Once you exit, prepare the necessary funds and offer me a satisfactory price." "Yes." Chiozi bowed again. "We will ensure we have the funds ready to purchase the crystal core from you." "Thank you immensely," Yihao remarked nonchalantly. "A great favor requires no thanks. We shall repay it in the future." Chiozi and her companions Chen Fan sighed, rolling his eyes. I seemed to hear the sound of engines once again. The 4 of them hurriedly departed. After their figures vanished into the forest, Chu Xian furrowed his brow. "What did you mean by that? What engines?" Chen Fan remained silent. Li Fengxing could no longer contain himself. "Brother Fan, why are we selling the crystal core of the ghost-faced giant lizard to them? Can't we seek out the ancient grand formation ourselves?" Chen Fan nodded. "Excellent. I entrust this task to you. Go and find it. Once located, take a tour of the grand formation and return with a video for us to view." Li Fengxing was left speechless. The others exchanged exasperated glances. Chen Fan shot Li Fengxing a glare. "What are you dawdling for? Have you forgotten your mission in this secret realm? Capture the head and tail of that ghost-faced giant lizard." After Chen Fan and his entourage departed, 3 clouds of smoke rose at the edge of the cliff. These clouds swiftly transformed into 3 middle-aged men. Had Chen Fan still been present, he would have recognized that the one in the center was the 5th-tier star warrior who had assisted him in apprehending the assassin. "Isn't it a bit shameless for us to eavesdrop on these kids' secrets?" "Silence. We are here to protect Chen Fan. I belong to the Beast Tamer Association. Master Zhang Hai sent me to safeguard him. What does that concern you?" "Nonsense. He is the city lord's disciple. Is it not my duty to protect him? I can protect both Chen Fan and Rouge simultaneously, can I not? He is a friend of my young master from the Chu family. Is it not my responsibility to protect him?" It seems you all have some knowledge of the heavenly demon sect? I know a little. You, as a member of the Beast Tamer Association, should focus on taming beasts and leave this to us. Hey, Chu, you seem a bit off. Weren't you supposed to be protecting Chu Xian? Why did you rush to Chen Fan's side when he was attacked? Did I not just say? He is a friend of Chu Xian. Is it not right for me to protect him? Chu Xian wasn't even injured. What about the Li family, the Shen family? And those 3 from the Yi family? They said with us here, nothing can go wrong, so they went off to drink. Damn it. Meanwhile, Chen Fan and his companions reached the bank of a small river, preparing to collect some fresh water. Brother Fan, wait. Li Fengxing stopped Chen Fan, who was about to fill his container. Not here. We should go to the source for water. Beside them, Shen Dao was exasperated. I can't just go to the source for fresh water. If I don't find the source, I'll die of thirst. Li Fengxing replied earnestly, while that is true. The cleanliness of river water depends on the number of people upstream. If someone is washing clothes or bathing upstream, the group silently regarded Li Fengxing. His thought process was indeed unique. Chen Fan, with a darkened expression, said, in this secret realm, are you truly worried about someone washing clothes or bathing upstream? If washing clothes and bathing were the worst of our luck, Li Fengxing recounted, once, while bathing in a river, I saw a large pile of excrement floating down from upstream. Smack! Bai Rouge slapped the back of Li Fengxing's head. The others were livid. Although they all knew he spoke the truth, it was undeniably revolting. His words conjured an indelible image. The troubling fact was that they were in a secret realm. Chen Fan gazed contemplatively at the river before him, caught in a moment of indecision about whether to fill it or not. Li Fengxing, noticing Chen Fan's silence, could not help but interject, Brother Fan, shall we venture to find the source of this little river? Who knows what we might discover upstream? Chen Fan raised an eyebrow. I shall offer you a splendid piece of advice. What advice might that be? Li Fengxing inquired eagerly. Drop dead. Chen Fan retorted sharply. Startled, Li Fengxing retreated a few steps, murmuring as he walked, if you don't want to go, then we won't. No need for such harsh words. Yi Hao shook his head repeatedly, such a dimwit, truly one of a kind in Donghai City. With a fierce glare directed at Li Fengxing, Chen Fan moved to sit on a nearby stone. Subsequently, he turned his attention to the attribute panel of Little Black. Throughout their journey, they had vanquished numerous level 8 and level 9 monsters. And Little Black had not only feasted on the flesh of many high-level beasts, but had also consumed a significant number of souls from monsters of superior rank. According to the hints displayed on the attribute panel, the materials required for Little Black to level up were dwindling. It was reminiscent of the time spent in the hospital. At this rate, perhaps after devouring a few more level 9 monster souls, Little Black would not require any additional materials to break through to level 7. Originally the last to ascend to level 6, it now appeared that apart from the freshly contracted Little Qing, Little Black might very well be the first among these summoned beasts to reach level 7. Therefore, let us slay more monsters and allow it to consume their souls. Chapter 147. Little Black breaks through, Chen Fan also advances, and the fragrant butterfly returns. The sun had set. The jungle in the twilight appeared dim and eerie. Over 700 miles from Donghai City, an armored vehicle sped through the Yunluo Mountains. Inside the vehicle, 6 youths and a middle-aged man were drowsily fighting off sleep. The road grew narrower, and pairs of eerie green eyes emerged from the surrounding foliage, creating an ominous atmosphere. Suddenly, the intelligent wristwatch of the young driver emitted a navigation alert. Load a map reminds you, you have arrived at the cemetery. The previously drowsy group instantly awoke. They opened the car doors and stepped out. Before them lay a cemetery, filled with tombstones of varying heights. A chill breeze swept through, causing the 6 disembarked individuals to shiver simultaneously. The leading youth slapped the driver on the back of the head, exclaiming, we were supposed to go to Donghai City. Not to this cemetery. Is this what you call a cemetery? The struck individual wore a mournful expression. I've never been to Donghai City. I followed the navigation. The middle-aged man also exited the vehicle. He glanced at his intelligent wristwatch and, with a hint of exasperation, remarked, this is odd. There should be a network signal. Without a signal, how could Load a map navigate? Everyone turned their gaze to the young driver, who stammered. Perhaps it was the lack of a network signal that caused the error. The leader of the youths looked around in frustration. So where exactly are we now? The others unsheathed their swords and knives, summoning their beasts, as the pairs of glowing green eyes in the darkness began to draw nearer. At that moment, the middle-aged man scanned the surroundings and said, Jiang Shao, I have a method to ascertain our current location. Jiang Shao's face brightened. Uncle Fong, please share. Uncle Fong pointed towards the tombstones ahead. The tombstones should have some information. Everyone's eyes lit up with hope. Uncle Fong stepped forward slowly, examining several tombstones. After a while, he returned, his expression somewhat grim. Jiang Shao, we are currently in the Yunluo Mountains of Dreamstar City. What? Jiang Shao fumed. We were supposed to head to Donghai City to challenge its prodigies, not end up in Dreamstar City. Dreamstar City is to the south, while Donghai City lies to the east. How do we veer southeast? The group glared menacingly at the driver. The young man crouched down, cradling his head. The middle-aged man raised his hand. Do not blame him too harshly. I had suggested hiring a star warrior who knows the way, but you all insisted against it. Uncle Fong and Jiang Xiao sighed. We are limited by our funds. 10 days ago, we exhausted our school and family subsidies to break through to the second tier. We thought we could reach Donghai City in under 7 days by traveling east along the main road from the west. Who knew this idiot would lead us toward Dreamstar City in the southeast? Don't you even check the sun while driving? Crouched, the young driver muttered. With navigation, who looks at the sun anymore? Do you dare to argue? Jiang Xiao erupted in fury. The young man dared not speak further. The middle-aged man suddenly furrowed his brow. This is troublesome. While we have confirmed that we are indeed in the Yunluo Mountains, we cannot ascertain the exact direction of these mountains in relation to Dreamstar City. Thus, we remain uncertain of our current position and the direction we should take. The group fell silent. After all, tombstones are not maps. The mere presence of the names Yunluo Mountains and Dreamstar City on the tombstones could be considered sheer luck. In the second secret realm, District D of Donghai City, the Azure Crystal Demon Fox deftly held off 2 level 9 thorn predators with ease. Meanwhile, Chu Xian and Yi Hao, along with their summoned beasts, encircled 4 level 8 thorn predators, launching a frenzied assault. Among the 4 battlefields, one was solely occupied by Gongzi and a single thorn predator. Gongzi charged forward with vigor. During the previous battle against the ghost-faced giant lizard, he had been relegated to the sidelines, assisting with bloodthirst, which had been deeply unsatisfying for the combative Gongzi. Emerald had made her move, executing a crucial combination of storm and itchy powder in that battle. The old ape struck with Shadow Poison Claw, afflicting the ghost-faced giant lizard with a sluggish toxin. Little Black unleashed a series of mental spikes, continuously interrupting the giant lizard's casting, keeping it subdued. Little White also joined the fray, tossing a bomb into the giant lizard's mouth after a quick flash of lightning. Yet, Gongzi had merely watched from the mushroom tree. He felt a sense of frustration. Although he had provided support by enhancing their bloodthirst, it made him feel like the weakest and most useless among his companions. Even after Chen Fan reassured him for a long time, Gongzi still felt a lingering dissatisfaction. Thus, with each subsequent encounter with monsters, Gongzi was always the first to charge in. Initially, Chen Fan had discouraged this behavior, but with Little Qing's azure crystal armor and the assistance of Little White and the old ape, Gongzi fought fiercely, rarely faltering. This time was no different. Gongzi insisted that Little White and the others refrain from intervening, determined to slay a thorn predator on his own, causing it to wail in distress. The old ape remained hidden within the shadow canopy, focused intently on preventing any mishaps for Gongzi. The surrounding cold pool goldenhorn dragon, along with the horned tiger and azure fire deer, watched with trepidation. Previously, in the arena, Gongzi had chased them relentlessly, leaving them haunted by nightmares for several days. They had even conspired on how to seek revenge against Gongzi. To everyone's astonishment, the flat-headed fellow managed to single-handedly combat an 8th level thorn predator, maintaining a firm advantage. The perplexing issue is that Gongzi is only at level 6. What on earth is happening? Alas, none of Chen Fan's beasts are normal. This plan for vengeance seems to be indefinitely postponed. Let them charge ahead into battle. Such feeble monsters are hardly worthy of my esteemed presence. Like the Cold Pool Goldenhorned Flood Dragon. However, the Cold Pool Goldenhorned Flood Dragon cast a somewhat discontented glance sideways. Not far away on the battlefield, its master, Li Fengxing, fought with the same ferocity as Gongzi. Li Fengxing's eyes gleamed with menace as he, alongside Yi Hao, mercilessly assaulted a thorn predator, which cried out in agony. The issue is, he is merely at the first rank, 5th layer. In comparison to the beasts, he is only slightly superior to a mediocre 5th level extraordinary beast. He possesses neither the formidable armor of Yi Hao nor the devastating storm battle axe, a weapon of immense power. A 5th level beast engaging an 8th level beast? Is that not sheer foolishness? Were it not for Yi Hao's assistance, and the flanking support of the crimson-eyed spectral ape and Xiaobai, he would have been cleaved in two by the 8th level thorn predator long ago. Sigh, why must he have such a dim-witted master? Could he not be as astute as I, lurking in the background to watch the spectacle? What would happen if he were to be slain by a monster? If he were truly to perish, I would seek out Chen Fan for a contract. Once Chen Fan aids in elevating my level to 10, I would return to avenge you. Rest assured, I shall ensure your burial is splendid. The Cold Pool Goldenhorn Flood Dragon silently glanced at its master, beginning to contemplate how it should conduct itself at the funeral. Li Fengxing could never have imagined that his beast was lurking behind, pondering the arrangements for his funeral. He exerted every ounce of strength, delivering a strike to the leg of the thorn predator. Boom. The creature's leg remained unscathed, while Li Fengxing was instead forced back 3 steps. Delightful, Li Fengxing shouted. Yi Hao and Shun Dao exchanged exasperated glances. Where's the delight in that? You struck, yet failed to sever even a hair. Li Fengxing extended his hand, activating his smart wristwatch, and began to replay an exhilarating and stirring piece of music. Furious, Yi Hao, after repelling the thorn predator with a fierce blow, kicked Li Fengxing. Are you out of your mind? Do you wish to attract other monsters? Shut it off. Li Fengxing, feeling quite aggrieved, switched off the music. Though loud, the music could not compete with the sounds of battle. The moment he and Yi Hao were distracted, the thorn predator's razor-like leg, accompanied by a sharp slicing sound, swung towards his head. Watch out. Yi Hao and Shun Dao simultaneously retreated to the sides. But Li Fengxing was a beat too slow. In a split-second whoosh, a blade of lightning, coalesced from electric power, cleaved through the thorn predator's form. It was Chen Fan, who, witnessing Li Fengxing in peril, acted with lightning speed. Li Fengxing hastily returned, exclaiming, Brother Fan, I owe you one. If it weren't for your intervention, I would have been in dire straits. Chen Fan waved his hand dismissively. No need for thanks, you still owe me 1.2 million. If you die, it would complicate matters. I fear your family might not acknowledge the debt. Yi Hao and Shun Dao looked on in disbelief. Li Fengxing laughed heartily. That's impossible. Rest assured, they will certainly acknowledge it. The others. At that moment, the battles of Chu Xian, Shun Hongxiu, and others reached their conclusion. Chen Fan beckoned to Xiao He in the sky. Xiao He descended and continued to devour the souls of the thorn predators. After consuming one, Xiao He shook its head. Master, I simply cannot eat anymore. Since swallowing the soul of the ghost-face giant lizard yesterday morning, Chen Fan had compelled Xiao He to voraciously consume various monster souls, with hardly any pauses except during rest. Less chatter. Chen Fan barked. I wish I could let Gongzi consume them, but they lack this skill. Hurry up, like a plump duck. Xiao He grumbled as it devoured the souls of the remaining thorn predators. In the distance, Xiao Qing returned, having slain 2 9th-level thorn predators, clutching 2 crystal nuclei. Chen Fan accepted the nuclei, his gaze shifting towards Gongzi's battlefield. Gongzi, truly indifferent to life and death, was on the verge of mauling the thorn predator to shreds. The pitiful creature attempted to flee, but with both legs crippled by Gongzi's bites, escape was impossible. Observing this battle, Chen Fan could not help but furrow his brow. Aside from Xiao Qing, who had just signed a contract, although his beasts were formidable, each bore its own shortcomings. Xiaobai was swift, and the Thunderblade's attack power was formidable. The Thunder Dragon could obliterate a 7th-level extraordinary monster in a single blow. However, Xiaobai's defense was somewhat lacking, with the Thunder armor better suited for defending against magical skills while being less effective against most physical attacks. Inferior to Gongzi's magic crystal armor, and certainly not comparable to the Black Iron Dragon Tortoise's mystic iron armor. The old ape's attack power was too weak, but this shortcoming was compensated by the weapons Chen Fan had procured. Even an 8th-level extraordinary monster could not withstand a single claw from the old ape. Xiao Hei's shadow arrow posed a slight threat to beasts of equivalent level, but struggled to inflict fatal damage. If Xiao Hei were to engage directly, it might take a prolonged chase to bring down a 7th-level thorn predator. Now, it could only rely on psychic spikes and fear to work in tandem. As for Gongzi, it appeared to be caught in a limbo. Its sharp teeth and frenzied biting could, if successful, sever the 8th-level thorn predator. However, this skill was melee-oriented, and its speed was insufficient. In the current battle, Gongzi could only attempt to bite the thorn predator's neck by leaping, yet it often found itself evaded or blocked. Thus, Gongzi resorted to targeting the creature's legs. Gongzi's purple crystal spikes were indeed powerful, but in comparison to Xiaobai and the other's attack power, they were unremarkable. Furthermore, Gongzi's temperament seemed to favor direct confrontation, preferring to charge forth with bared teeth. With its 4 short legs, it was at a disadvantage in speed compared to most beasts or monsters. Consequently, each of its battles turned into a war of attrition. On that occasion, when Fang Qingqing sent the ice-white python to the training ground, Gongzi had battled it all night, nearly driving the ice-white python to the brink of collapse. In the arena, it had pursued Li Fengxing and 3 beasts for an extended period. However, during that arena match, Chen Fan had forbidden it from using the purple crystal spikes for fear of turning Li Fengxing into a diminutive version of himself. After all, in modern society, while Tang country had its capital, it lacked an emperor. Should Li Fengxing transform into a diminutive version of himself, there would be no one to serve him. Contemplating these matters, Chen Fan recalled the first skill activated on the system panel. Once the copying function is initiated, it allows one to touch a beast, replicate its skills, and then bestow them upon one's own beasts, or those that have been nurtured. Although this skill possesses certain limitations, specifically, the attributes being unable to conflict, it is undeniably extraordinary. In due course, the ability to replicate the formidable skills of other beasts and combine them will undoubtedly mitigate the various weaknesses exhibited by Xiao Bai and the others. I must expedite the breeding process. It has been 2 or 3 days, yet Zhenqing's golden feather sea eagle has not contributed any system energy. However, Lin Mingfei's primal Berserk Ape has indeed assisted in accruing over 4,000 system energy for me. It appears that Zhenqing has likely exited the 5th secret realm. Meanwhile, Lin Mingfei has genuinely taken the primal Berserk Ape on missions. Just as Chen Fan pondered these matters, Gongzi concluded his battle by dispatching the Thorn Predator. Meanwhile, Xiao He returned, swaying slightly after having devoured 2 level 9 Thorn Predators killed by Xiao Qing. Chen Fan's expression shifted slightly upon seeing Xiao He's return. On Xiao He's attribute panel, all required materials for leveling up to level 7 had vanished. This indicates that Xiao He has reached a critical point? Perhaps. After a brief moment to digest the souls of the recently slain monsters, it will be able to break through? Chen Fan pointed towards the thorn predator slain by Gongzi and instructed, Xiao He, go and consume the soul of that thorn predator. Xiao He screamed in distress. I feel like I'm going to explode. I truly cannot consume any more. Just end me. Fool. Chen Fan chided with a chuckle. If you consume that thorn predator's soul, you will be on the verge of breaking through to level 7. Nanny. Xiao He's eyes lit up, and with a swift motion, it darted off, exclaiming, I shall be the first beast to achieve level 7. Ha ha ha. Just moments ago, it claimed it could not consume any more. Upon hearing Chen Fan's words, Xiao He disregarded everything and began devouring the soul of the thorn predator without hesitation. On the other hand, Chen Fan scooped up the proudly returning Gongzi. Are you still sulking because you didn't participate in yesterday's battle? Gongzi pouted. Chen Fan continued, the greatest contributor in yesterday's battle was none other than you. Gongzi responded with a curious, Chen Fan smiled. In that battle, Old Ape's claw merely grazed the skin of the ghost-faced giant lizard, leaving only a faint trace of blood, correct? Just imagine, had it not been for the bloodthirsty enhancement you provided, even with a weapon, Old Ape would never have breached the ghost-faced giant lizard's defenses. Gongzi blinked and glanced at Old Ape, who nodded in agreement, giving a thumbs up. The emerald atop Chen Fan's head floated down onto Gongzi's back, chirping, Gigi, so impressive. Gongzi appeared somewhat bashful. Chen Fan added, without your bloodthirsty enhancement, could Chu Xian have wounded the ghost-faced giant lizard's leg? Could Yi Hao have severed its tail with a single axe? It wouldn't have been so easy. Yi Hao grinned. Indeed, Gongzi's bloodthirsty skill is incredibly potent. I am utterly envious. If only my beast possessed such a technique. Xiao Bai leaped gracefully onto Chen Fan's shoulder, waving a tiny paw at Gongzi. Meow. Humph, you stole my credit. Gongzi scratched his head sheepishly, truly treating his beast like a child. At that moment, as Xiao He was consuming the soul of the thorn predator, it suddenly emitted a strange cry and collapsed to the ground. What happened? Chen Fan exclaimed in surprise. Rushing over, the others and a multitude of beasts followed suit. With its legs in the air, revealing its belly, Xiao He lamented, I overindulged. Chen Fan's expression darkened. Old Ape, prepare a pot and start a fire. I am going to stew it. Xiao He complained, I overindulged. Can I just take a break? Chen Fan's expression softened slightly as he set Gongzi down and lifted Xiao He. It seems you are indeed a bit stuffed, like a plump duck. As he spoke, he discreetly infused 20 points of system energy into Xiao He. No response. Chen Fan continued to channel system energy. 5 points. 10 points. When the total energy reached 40 points, Xiao He's body trembled. A tempest arose, and the surrounding natural energy rapidly converged towards Xiao He. Chu Xian and the others' pupils contracted. Had Xiao He truly broken through? The beasts widened their eyes in astonishment. In no time, a cascade of starlight descended. Xiao He cackled with glee. Ha ha ha. I am now level 7. I have become the first beast to reach level 7. Xiao Qing stepped forward, looking down at Xiao He from a height. Xiao He, catching a glimpse of Xiao Qing, pretended not to notice and continued to gloat. I am undoubtedly the most gifted beast. I have effortlessly reached level 7. From now on, you all better treat me with respect. The crowd. The beasts. How arrogant. Now that it has achieved a small victory, I long to give it a good thrashing. The cold pool goldenhorn flood dragon and several other beasts looked on with sorrow. This plump duck has reached level 7 while they remain at level 5. How disheartening. During dinner, we must dine heartily, feasting on the souls of this gluttonous Xiao He. Can't we consume monster meat too? We have slain numerous beasts over the past few days, even level 8 and 9, and still have not finished. The cold pool golden horn flood dragon and the other beasts exchanged glances and silently resolved to become voracious eaters like Chu Xian's armored beetle king, striving to reach level 6. Chen Fan glanced at Xiao Hei's attribute panel. Aside from an increase of 1 second in the fear duration, there were no significant changes. Xiao Hei did not awaken any new skills, nor did its previous skills evolve. However, the leap from level 6 to level 7 dramatically enhanced its star power. All skills undoubtedly ascended to a new echelon of power. At that moment, Chen Fan narrowed his eyes, receiving the star power from Xiao Hei. System Energy, 52862. Host, Chen Fan. Level, 2nd rank. Star Power, 690 calories. Mental Power, 265 Hz. Bone Tempering 206 pieces, 1 piece. Meridian Opening 206 channels, 0 channels. Although still at the 2nd rank, his star power is now exceedingly close to the 3rd rank. The minimum star power for the 3rd rank is 700 calories. Previously, when Xiao Qing signed the contract, the return power was relatively modest, as it was merely a contract, and the bond was not as profound as that with Xiao Bai. It was merely a formality. Yet, Xiao Qing is indeed a high-level extraordinary beast at level 9. Even a small amount of return power from it is significantly greater than what Xiao Hei and the others provided during their breakthroughs. The power return from Xiao Qing, combined with the current return from Xiao Hei, leaves Chen Fan only 10 calories short of equaling the star power of an ordinary 3rd rank. Chen Fan silently regarded his attribute panel. His mental power had also reached 265 Hz. Previously, when signing the contract with Xiao Qing, his mental power had only increased by 5 Hz. However, with Xiao Hei's breakthrough, it surged by 20 Hz. This rascal Xiao Hei possesses formidable mental power, and the return mental power is several times greater than that of other beasts. Chen Fan had not noticed this prior to the system upgrade, but now that he could see the mental power data, he couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. This plump duck, Xiao Hei, truly knows how to deliver surprises. Chen Fan turned around to glance at Chu Xian and Shen Hongxiu, saying, "The sky is about to darken. We have been mining from dawn until dusk for the past 2 days. Shall we take an earlier rest today?" Shen Hongxiu nodded in agreement. "Let's find a relatively safe spot first. If there isn't one, we can simply dig a hole on the cliff." Bai Rouge immediately suggested. "How about the cave where we mined before? The end of that cave resembles a grand hall, spacious and secure." Everyone nodded in consensus. They divided their tasks, hauling the ores and the bodies of the spirit beasts into the previously excavated cave. Once they had placed everything down, Fang Qingqing found a large stone, intending to move it to the cave entrance to block it. However, when she grasped the stone with both hands and attempted to shift it, it did not budge an inch. Shen Hongxiu approached, arms crossed, and chuckled, "You're too weak, you can't move it." Fang Qingqing retorted angrily, "If you're so strong, why don't you do it?" Li Fengxing stepped in to mediate, saying, "Having a big chest doesn't necessarily equate to strength. One must also consider arm strength and star power. My chest may not be as large as Hongxiu's, but I am certainly stronger. Qingqing, though your chest may be small, your star power is abundant. Get lost." Both Fang Qingqing and Shen Hongxiu exclaimed in unison. Li Fengxing walked away, looking dejected. Women are truly troublesome. Even speaking the truth invites scorn. Is there no justice left? Bai Rouge laughed heartily from the side. In the end, it was Chen Fan and Chu Xian who joined forces to lift the large stone and position it next to the cave entrance. Outside the cave, the group engaged in cooking meat and preparing soup, which they would later bring inside. However, Chen Fan did not rest. While everyone busied themselves with dinner, he retreated to a corner of the cave to begin his cultivation. His star power was nearing the 3rd tier. Yet none of the 9 spirals had transformed into a sea of energy, and his meridians remained unopened. The only bone he had refined was the one that had cost him 10,000 system energy. With such a vast reservoir of star power to support him, transforming the spirals into a sea of energy should not be overly difficult. Chen Fan recalled the foundational techniques from the War God Academy regarding the transformation of spirals into a sea and began to circulate his star power. The first step after breaking through to the 2nd tier is to condense the sea of energy, merging the 9 spirals into a unified sea that connects with the star sea. The 9 seas of energy, combined with the star sea, would allow the star power to flow ceaselessly, thus forming the 10 directions. Within Chen Fan, the star power surged like a mighty river, dispersing into the 9 spirals. The spirals already contained a formidable amount of star power. As the star power from the star sea flowed in, it instantly stirred the energy within the 9 spirals like a lake agitated by violent waves. The 9 spirals began to expand rapidly. Generally, spirit beast masters or star warriors require numerous tricks and substantial assistance from pills or spiritual fruits to transform their 9 spirals into a sea. However, with star power comparable to the 3rd tier, Chen Fan abandoned all so-called techniques and simply urged his star power to expand the spirals. The 9 spirals continued to grow larger, consuming increasing amounts of star power. Yet, the star power within Chen Fan's star sea continued to flow in abundance. Half an hour later, when Shen Hongxiu and the others were ready and called for Chen Fan to join them for dinner, a tremendous force erupted from Chen Fan's body, stirring up the dust on the ground. On the other side, Chu Xian quickly turned, and his red cloak billowed, transforming into a grand curtain that shielded against the oncoming force and dust. When the cloak was retracted and the dust settled, Chen Fan was already on his feet. Chu Xian's expression shifted. You broke through to the second tier, second level? Indeed, Chen Fan replied with a smile, walking back. Bai Rouge stepped forward, linking arms with him. Uncle Master, how on earth do you cultivate? You break through as if you're a monster. What nonsense? Chen Fan glared at Bai Rouge and replied. After signing a contract with Xiao Qing, she has been providing me with considerable star power. Now that Xiao He has broken through to level 7, she has also given me a large amount of star power. So I casually attempted a breakthrough, and to my surprise, it succeeded so easily. The others narrowed their eyes at Chen Fan. This fellow was even more insufferable than Xiao He. However, Bai Rouge was indeed correct. When they first entered the secret realm, Chen Fan had clearly mentioned he had just broken through to the second tier, just a few days of cultivating in the corner of the cave. And he had reached the second tier, second level? Although Xiao Qing's level was slightly higher, and the power she provided was likely substantial. This rate of cultivation was simply enviable. Chen Fan sat down on the ground, having laid down a layer of leaves, and picked up a piece of roasted meat. Bai Rouge clung to his hand, saying, Uncle Master, when we return, please help me nurture the dragon tortoise and the others. Meanwhile, the 3 spirit beasts, including the black iron dragon tortoise, rushed over and nodded eagerly. Shen Hongxiu interjected, Your black iron dragon tortoise has already broken through to level 6. It should be our turn now, right? Bai Rouge ignored Shen Hongxiu and picked up a small, bright red fruit the size of an egg, offering it to Chen Fan. Uncle Master, try this fruit. It's quite sweet and contains abundant star power, though I don't know its name. Chen Fan accepted the fruit, glanced at it, and said, This is the Nanyan flower fruit, which blooms once every 3,000 years and bears fruit every 3,000 years. Consuming it grants 1 longevity. Bai Rouge was taken aback. Is it really that impressive? Shin Dao widened his eyes in disbelief. Is that true? Chen Fan replied, I don't know. I just said that off the top of my head. The group cast sideways glances at Chen Fan. He furrowed his brow. How can you all dare to pick and eat this fruit if you don't even recognize it? What if it's poisonous? Li Fengxing chuckled, don't worry. I had Gongzi try it first, and he was fine. That's why Hongxiu picked it. Chen Fan turned away. Where's my knife? Shen Hongxiu giggled, grabbing Chen Fan's hand. That's the Xinghong fruit, a type of fruit only found in Area D of the second secret realm. Li Fengxing was just joking with you. Li Fengxing turned to Yi Haoyang. Brother Fan really doesn't know this fruit. You win. I owe you 200,000. Yi Haoyang remained silent, taking a bite of the roasted meat. Chen Fan turned around again. Where's my knife? Bai Rouge frowned. Why do all of you know about this fruit while I don't? How can you even ask that? Shen Hongxiu raised an eyebrow. As a young lady from the city lord's mansion, pampered and raised, it's quite normal for you not to know about this fruit. Bai Rouge retorted angrily. Shen Hongxiu, stop with your sarcasm. Don't get me wrong. I genuinely don't mean to be sarcastic, Shen Hongxiu replied. How could I be sarcastic with a junior? Bai Rouge was furious, standing up. Get up. I want to duel with you. Chen Fan rolled his eyes. Why are you shouting about fighting when we're all just trying to eat? Sit down and eat. Bai Rouge pouted, sulking back down. Suddenly, several butterflies flew in from the cave entrance. The scent-chasing butterflies. Chen Fan's expression darkened as he stood up. Damn it. Has Chio decided that I won't kill her? No. Chu Xian also stood up. Chio and the others wouldn't dare do such a thing again. Unless something has happened. The countenance of everyone present changed dramatically. Although Chio and her 3 companions were gravely injured, they were still above the second tier, second level. Could it be that they had encountered another formidable creature? Yet, something felt amiss. Chen Fan had already promised to sell them the crystal core of the ghastly giant lizard after their exit. Their mission was ostensibly complete, and they would undoubtedly vacate the second secret realm at the earliest opportunity. The most terrifying of the ghastly giant lizards in Zone D had been vanquished. And in the past, the sea zone beyond D harbored monsters rarely exceeding level 6. How could they possibly pose a threat to Chio and her companions? Chen Fan grasped the broken heaven demon blade and spoke in a grave tone. I shall go out with Chu Xian. You all remain here. Xiao He, scout the situation. With a swift flap of its wings, Xiao He darted out. Recently having attained level 7, it was eager to engage in combat. Shen Hongxiu nodded slightly. Be cautious. Yi Hao inquired, Brother Fan, do you still have that itching powder? Chen Fan responded affirmatively, I do. He and Chu Xian proceeded toward the cave's exit, with the emerald creature leaping onto Chen Fan's head. The old ape quickly followed suit, unfurling the shadow canopy. Xiao Bai, Gang Zi, and Xiao Qing trailed closely behind. After sealing the cave with a large stone once more, Chen Fan paused briefly and headed toward the location where Xiao He had leveled up. The terrain there was intricate, well suited for various ambushes. Tilting his head slightly, he noticed the fragrant butterfly from earlier, fluttering its wings and trailing behind them. This time, Chio did not conceal the fragrant butterfly's form. It seemed Chu Xian's conjecture was correct. Chio and her companions were indeed in distress and had no choice but to seek Chen Fan's assistance. However, these fragrant butterflies would only follow Chen Fan and his companions, not lead them to reunite with Chio. Chen Fan, accompanied by Chu Xian and several summoned beasts, concealed themselves behind the jagged boulders and sat upon one of the stones. Xiao Qing adorned everyone with emerald crystal armor. Within less than 5 minutes, several fragrant butterflies soared toward their direction, followed closely by Chio and her 2 companions, who stumbled towards them. One was missing. Behind the jagged stones, both Chen Fan and Chu Xian exchanged glances, their expressions subtly shifting. Just then, as they keenly observed, a curved blade, gleaming ominously, whirled toward the back of Chio's head. Chio let out a sharp cry, whirling around as her longsword clashed against the blade. Thud! With a muffled grunt, she staggered back, clearly at a disadvantage in this simple exchange. Chio! The other 2 gasped, rushing to support her. Ignoring the blood trickling from her mouth, Chio slightly turned her head and caught sight of several fragrant butterflies landing on a jagged rock. Relieved to see them, she signaled to her companions and retreated toward the large stone where Chen Fan was hidden. However, upon reaching the stone, she did not halt, but continued to run a distance ahead. Where else can you flee? A raspy voice echoed through the darkness. Moments later, the sound of rushing air heralded the arrival of 3 middle-aged men clad in gray armor, swiftly converging on the boulder where Chen Fan and Chu Xian were concealed. One of them held the very curved blade. Chio wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and coldly remarked, Do you not think your audacity is excessive? Members of the Nightmare Court? East Sea City has been rigorously inspecting all secret realms, yet you dare to infiltrate one. In the shadowy canopy, Chen Fan and Chu Xian exchanged glances. The middle-aged man wielding the curved blade spoke nonchalantly, What is East Sea City to us? Whether it be the demon capital or the imperial capital's secret realms, we of the Nightmare Court can enter at will. Before Chio could respond, the man continued, You are gravely wounded and hastily seeking to exit the secret realm. You must have acquired the crystal core of the ghastly giant lizard, have you not? The filth of the heavenly demon sect moves swiftly, even faster than us. Chio scoffed, The crystal core of the ghastly giant lizard is in my possession. To claim it, one must possess the capability. The middle-aged man tilted his head, a malevolent grin spreading across his face, to be so defiant when death is at hand. No sooner had he spoken than he raised his right hand, and the curved blade flashed like lightning toward Chio. Almost simultaneously, Xiao Hei's mental spike struck him on the head. With a swift motion, Chen Fan leapt from behind the jagged stone, delivering a powerful strike. Bold move. The 2 men beside him shouted in unison, springing into action. However, Chu Xian and Xiao Qing seized the initiative, blocking them on either side. With a sickening slice, the man who had thrown the curved blade was cleaved in 2 before he could utter a scream. The other 2 were taken aback, retreating simultaneously. Xiao Hei dove down from the air. Fear. As the fear skill activated, the 2 already panicked men appeared even more horrified, clutching their heads and trembling uncontrollably. The old ape and Xiao Qing charged forth simultaneously. The old ape's shadowy toxic claws sank into one man's feet, causing blood to erupt. The man let out a shriek and collapsed. Xiao Qing was equally direct. With a swift bite, she severed the other man's right leg. Ah! The man's anguished cry resonated as he swung his longsword at Xiao Qing. With a flash of steel, Chen Fan, ever prepared, severed his right arm. The bloodied limb holding the sword was flung aside. The old ape lunged forward, delivering a claw to the dismembered man, injecting him with a sluggish toxin. Gang Zi rushed over, indignant at the ineptitude of these 2, having not yet participated in the fray, and found it utterly absurd. Xiao Hei landed atop a large stone, sighing, Alas, so easily vanquished. Is this the loneliness of seeking defeat at lofty heights? No one paid him any heed, leaving Xiao Hei feeling quite dejected. Chen Fan, bind them with these chains. Chio, seeing that Chen Fan had deliberately spared the 2, quickly approached with 2 chains in hand. With a frigid gaze, Chen Fan accepted the chains and ensnared the 2 men completely. Chapter 148. A shocking secret. The Nightmare Court's stellar warriors can contract with demons? The 2 men, bound by chains, were in a grotesque state, their severed limbs a testament to their plight. The man with triangular eyes fared slightly better, his leg tendons severed by the old ape. However, the man with the hooked nose was in dire straits. One leg had been bitten off by Xiao Qing, and one arm had been cleaved by Chen Fan. Writhing on the ground in agony, Chen Fan stepped forward, delivering a kick to the triangular-eyed man's chest. Speak, speak, speak. With each inquiry, he delivered a kick, causing the man to spout blood. Dazed from the kicks, the triangular-eyed man protested. Why don't you ask something? You expect me to talk without asking a thing. I seem to have forgotten to ask, Chen Fan mused, stroking his chin. However, it appears I have nothing to inquire about. Chen Fan turned to Chu Xian and said, This scum, who cannot withstand even a single blow, serves no purpose. Let us dispose of him immediately. The two individuals shackled to the ground shuddered in fear. Who are these people? Why do they not adhere to the usual protocols? They exclaimed. Wait, do not kill us. We still hold value. The hook-nosed man shouted desperately. We are from the Court of Nightmares. Upon hearing this, the squint-eyed man bellowed in anger. Fool. Do you understand the consequences of betraying the Court of Nightmares? The hook-nosed man trembled, terror evident in his eyes. Chen Fan's companion, Chio, approached. Chen Fan raised his weapon, the Demon Slayer blade, pointing its tip at Chio. Step back. I shall settle our accounts later. Chio bowed slightly and retreated with the other two. Chen Fan cast a cold glance at Chio and the others before signaling to Chu Xian. Take this hooked-nosed man to the other side for interrogation. I will have a conversation with the squint-eyed one. Xiao Qing accompanied Chu Xian. Chu Xian nodded, grabbing the hooked-nosed man and leading Xiao Qing to a vacant area. Meanwhile, Xiao Bai, Lao Yuan, and Gang Zi surrounded the squint-eyed man, their expressions menacing. Chen Fan smiled slightly at the squint-eyed man. You possess quite the spirit. The squint-eyed man blinked, remaining silent. Chen Fan retrieved a box containing the powder of the itchy fruit from his pocket and poured a small amount into a plastic bottle before the squint-eyed man. Poisoning me? The squint-eyed man sneered. People from the Court of Nightmares have encountered all sorts of poisons. Without a word, Chen Fan grasped the squint-eyed man's chin and poured half the bottle's contents down his throat. Afterward, he settled onto a nearby stone, silently observing the squint-eyed man. Moments later, the squint-eyed man felt as if thousands of iron ants were burrowing into his organs and bones, an unbearable itch consuming him. He even sensed many ants gnawing through his lungs and bones, desperately trying to escape his body. A piercing scream echoed through the darkness. This sound sent chills down the spines of not only the person taken away by Chu Xian, but also Chio and her companions. Chen Fan observed the squint-eyed man, bound by chains, writhing on the ground in agony, his expression impassive. Cruelty is context-dependent, though he was not particularly familiar with the Court of Nightmares. These individuals resorted to any means necessary to achieve their objectives, daring to unleash swarms of ants and bees to engulf Donghai City. Had they succeeded, how many would survive in such a vast city? What would happen if the swarms flooded Donghai City? Once the squint-eyed man had screamed hoarse, Chen Fan administered an antidote. The squint-eyed man lay on the ground, gasping for breath. Chen Fan remarked indifferently, Rest for a moment. We will continue shortly. The squint-eyed man could only stare in disbelief. Chen Fan raised an eyebrow, saying, You appear quite spirited, unwilling to betray the Court of Nightmares. Yet after being captured, you have not chosen to end your own life. Despite the unbearable itch, you still cling to life. The squint-eyed man's eyelids twitched. You would not understand. Betraying the Court of Nightmares makes it nearly impossible to die. Is that so? Chen Fan rose, swinging his blade to sever a nearby tree. He then proceeded to chop off branches and leaves, dragging over a trunk over 3 meters long. The squint-eyed man looked bewildered. What are you doing? Chen Fan fashioned a sharp point on a branch approximately 10 centimeters in diameter and said, In ancient times, there existed a contraption known as the wooden dart. Have you heard of it? What? The squint-eyed man gasped in shock. Chen Fan demonstrated the pointed stick towards the squint-eyed man, then carved a hole in the severed tree to insert the sharpened wood. It may be crude. Please bear with me, he remarked, gesturing to the T-shaped trunk on the ground. I have never seen this contraption. It is purely a product of my imagination. You need not rush. Who is rushing? The squint-eyed man's lips trembled. Chen Fan brandished the remaining half bottle of water mixed with the itchy fruit powder. I still possess 2 boxes of the powder that made you itch to the brink of death. Once those are used up, you may try out this wooden contraption. Fear flickered in the squint-eyed man's eyes. What do you truly wish to know? Chen Fan tilted his head back slightly, stating, I want to know everything you know about the Court of Nightmares. The squint-eyed man narrowed his eyes. I am merely a pawn. How could I possibly know much about the Court of Nightmares? Before he could finish, Chu Xian returned, dragging the hook-nosed man behind him. Chu Xian tossed the hook-nosed man to the ground with a thud. He has confessed everything. I even recorded a video. The squint-eyed man was taken aback. Chen Fan furrowed his brow, glancing at the squint-eyed man. Then this fellow is of no use to us. It's a pity to waste the contraption I painstakingly crafted. Come, let us give it a trial run. Do remember to leave a 5-star review. He added with a grin, I will record a video for you too. Grasping the chains binding the squint-eyed man, he hoisted him up. I say, the squint-eyed man cried out. I will tell you everything. Your confession is meaningless now. Chen Fan interjected, frowning. Your companion has already spilled the beans. What good will it do for you to repeat it? No. The squint-eyed man exclaimed in panic. I know much more than he does. I also know about the 5-colored divine stone. The hook-nosed man, still nearby, was momentarily stunned. What is that? Why do I not know about it? Damn it, you were just attempting to curry favor to save your skin, fabricating tales. Chen Fan waved his hand at Chu Xian. Take that man away. Do not distract me while I film. Chu Xian complied, dragging the hook-nosed man further away. Let us begin. Chen Fan activated the camera. First, answer me a few questions. What exactly is the Court of Nightmares? The squint-eyed man squinted, his voice hoarse. The Court of Nightmares. It is a gathering place for demons. It is the darkest and most terrifying force in this world. For thousands of years, the nations of Blue Star have united, but have failed to truly suppress it. 2,000 years ago, the Court of Nightmares nearly seized control of the entire Blue Star. Wait, Chen Fan interjected, furrowing his brow. You say that 2,000 years ago, the Court of Nightmares almost controlled the entire Blue Star? The anomalies on Blue Star, the fissures in the sky, and the emergence of beast tamers. Wasn't that over 2,000 years ago? Indeed, the squint-eyed man affirmed. In truth, the major leaders of the Court of Nightmares hail from another world. They all originate from the immortal realm. Again, the term immortal realm surfaced. Chen Fan replied coolly. The Tianyu realm, perhaps? What? How do you know this? The squint-eyed man was taken aback. Despite appearing to be merely 18 or 19 years old, this youth knew of the Tianyu realm? Chen Fan smiled slightly. I know more than you might imagine. In fact, I know nothing at all. I merely overheard Chio mention it a couple of times. The triangular-eyed man cast a glance at Chen Fan, then remarked, in any case, the might and terror of the Nightmare Court surpass your imagination. They venerate the demon god and can harness its power to control demons. No matter how formidable the warriors of this Blue Star may be, can they contend with the might of a deity? It is utterly impossible. Chen Fan recalled the demonic insignias adorning the bodies of the previous Nightmare Court warriors. Whether it was the Ant Queen of the Ant Tide, the Wind Wolf King of the Gale Canyon, or the Blood Petal Flower King of the First Secret Realm's Circular Mountain, they were all under the sway of demonic power. This was a dark force that dealt with true demons. A Mona Lisa-like smile crept across Chen Fan's face as he inquired, for my second question, where is the headquarters of the Nightmare Court? What a foolish question. The triangular-eyed man scoffed. Chen Fan chuckled in response. Whether foolish or not, I cannot say. However, I do know that this thing beneath your feet will surely transform you into a sunflower. With that, he reached out a hand toward the triangular-eyed man on the ground. The triangular-eyed man exclaimed in alarm, I don't know. I truly don't know. I am merely a second-tier, third-level star warrior, having entered the Nightmare Court for less than 2 years. Not only do I not know, but even those of commanding rank may not be privy to such information. Commanding rank? Chen Fan's expression shifted slightly. What position does a commander hold within the Nightmare Court? The triangular-eyed man replied. The commanders of the Nightmare Court are all at least 7th-tier grandmasters. 7th-tier grandmasters? Chen Fan mused. Were those who incited the Ant Tide and the Bee Tide commanders, then? Indeed, the triangular-eyed man nodded. Yet, several commanders underestimated the strength of East Sea City and were outmaneuvered. They intended to lure out the 3 7th-tier grandmasters guarding East Sea City with the Ant Tide and Bee Tide, then eliminate them in one fell swoop. However, the city lord by Tianyu had long been prepared and launched a surprise attack, resulting in the deaths of 2 commanders. Subsequently, another plan of the Nightmare Court was thwarted, and the commander responsible for that plan was captured by Yun Songhai. Why did the Nightmare Court target East Sea City? What was their motive? Chen Fan inquired. The triangular-eyed man lamented. We are merely lowly underlings. How could we possibly know such secrets? We only follow orders. However, we do have some knowledge about another plan, namely the Secret Realm plan. Our people entered the Secret Realm and set up a grand formation, utilizing the crystal cores of the monsters within to enhance the formation's power, aiming to breach the entire Secret Realm and search for a passage to another world. Are you seeking a route back to the Tianyu realm? Chen Fan's lips curled slightly. He had heard of this matter from Chio previously. The triangular-eyed man was taken aback. How could this young man know so much? Chen Fan pressed on. With all your commanders eliminated by East Sea City, what are you still doing here? The triangular-eyed man shook his head. We received orders to remain inactive. However, A few days ago, we received information instructing us to go to this second secret realm and slay a level 12 ghost-faced giant lizard, retrieving its crystal core. Retrieving the crystal core of the ghost-faced giant lizard, Chen Fan interjected. Is it to dismantle that ancient grand formation? The triangular-eyed man's eyes widened. Why, who are you? How do you know so much? Chen Fan smiled faintly. I know far more than you might imagine. That is all I am aware of. If you keep talking, I may end up knowing nothing at all. He regarded the triangular-eyed man with a bemused expression. The triangular-eyed man felt an indescribable aura of mystery enveloping Chen Fan. Taking a deep breath, he said, as for the ancient grand formation, someone of my level should not have any knowledge of it. However, I inadvertently overheard it when several of the lords were preparing to infiltrate East Sea City to capture Fanling. It is said that the ancient grand formation is located in a forbidden zone outside the demon capital. Both the Celestial Demon Sect and the Nightmare Court have set their sights on that forbidden zone. Rumor has it that within the ancient grand formation lies a 5-colored divine stone capable of altering the forces of heaven and earth. If one can obtain that 5-colored divine stone, controlling this blue star would be effortless. However, I know nothing about what that 5-colored divine stone actually is. 5-colored divine stone. Forbidden zone. Chen Fan stroked his chin. Chio had not mentioned the 5-colored divine stone before. He wondered if she had intentionally concealed this information or if she was genuinely unaware. Moreover, Chio had previously mentioned that the grand formation was located within a secret realm. There was a significant difference between a secret realm and a forbidden zone. If the people of Tang Country were to scour the various secret realms in the demon capital, they would not uncover anything. That woman, Chio. Chen Fan nodded slightly and continued. Each secret realm in EC City is guarded by troops, including formidable warriors of the Black Armored Army. Yet you come and go as if it were your own home. Who is assisting you within EC City? I don't know. The triangular-eyed man shook his head. Chen Fan furrowed his brow, gripping the triangular-eyed man's chin, preparing to force-feed him half a bottle of water. Woo-woo. I really don't know. The triangular-eyed man struggled, fear evident on his face. Chen Fan released his grip, speaking softly. You have spoken at length. Yet all you have said is information I already know. I may not know about the 5-colored divine stone, but you have not revealed anything about it. The triangular-eyed man nearly wept. What I just shared is already classified information. Chen Fan pondered. I have encountered several members of your Nightmare Court before, and I find it odd that all the individuals I met were Star Warriors. Is there truly no Beastmaster in your Nightmare Court? Indeed. The triangular-eyed man eagerly responded. The Nightmare Court certainly has Beastmasters, and many of them, but Star Warriors are even more numerous. The reason is simple. The Nightmare Court possesses a means to assist Star Warriors in forging contracts with demon-type beasts. What? Chen Fan exclaimed in astonishment. The distinction between a Beastmaster and a Star Warrior is that Star Warriors can only cultivate themselves and cannot form contracts with beasts. Star Warriors lack a beast space. The Nightmare Court has a way to help Star Warriors form contracts with demon-type beasts. Chen Fan fixed his gaze on the triangular-eyed man. So, the reason you did not summon demons despite being struck by my blades is that you have yet to form a contract with one? Yes, the triangular-eyed man affirmed. They only allow contracts with demons for those at least 4th tier and above. All 3 of us are merely 2nd tier, 3rd level. We are far from reaching 4th tier. Once one reaches the 4th tier, the Nightmare Court can enable Star Warriors to form contracts with demons. No wonder the Nightmare Court's influence is so vast. Just this one aspect alone would likely prompt all the Star Warriors in the world to eagerly join the Nightmare Court. However, the 5th tier powerhouse who was previously pursuing Jinqing and Yi Hao did not summon any demons. Was it that he could not summon them, or that he simply chose not to? I will have to inquire with Yi Hao later. A tempest of thoughts surged within Chen Fan, yet his expression remained impassive. With this in mind, he gestured to Chu Xian, who had returned with his hawk-like nose. Chen Fan flipped the knife handle and swiftly knocked both the triangular-eyed man and the hawk-nosed man unconscious. Subsequently, he remarked, how much did that hawk-nosed fellow disclose about the ancient formation? Not much. It was quite akin to what Chio had mentioned, though she spoke of a secret realm while he referred to a forbidden zone. Chu Xian inquired, do you truly wish to venture into that ancient formation? Of course not. I must be out of my mind to think of competing for treasures with a host of formidable individuals at the 2nd tier realm. Chen Fan scoffed. Moreover, whether there are even treasures inside remains a question. What if a level 45 supreme monster resides within? A whole group rushing in, merely to serve as its fodder? Chu Xian countered. Then why are you so concerned about the ancient formation? Chen Fan rolled his eyes. I may not be able to go myself. But can I not sell this information? Perhaps to the EC City or to those big shots in the Demon City? Chu Xian paused. Isn't the City Lord your senior brother? Chen Fan shot him a glare. Blood ties are one thing, but the City Lord is the City Lord. And the City Lord's mansion is a separate entity. Chu Xian conceded. You make a compelling argument. Suddenly, Chu Xian noticed a T-shaped wooden object on the ground. What is this? Chen Fan replied. Oh, merely a trinket. Chu Xian asked. How does one play with it? Chen Fan said. You would hardly find it entertaining. Chu Xian silently observed the pointed piece of wood, refraining from further inquiries. Chen Fan, however, smiled and beckoned Chio and her companions over, pointing at the T-shaped wood. He declared, those who dare to scheme against me must pay a price. This time, if you cannot offer a satisfactory price, I shall invite you to experience this little toy. Chio's trio instantly turned pale. This demon. Chio executed a deep bow. What would you desire, Lord Chen Fan? Chen Fan snapped his fingers. Money. Quite straightforward. This man, it seems, has become entirely obsessed with wealth. Chio cast a silent glance at Chen Fan. In gratitude for your life-saving grace, we shall compensate you with 40 million alliance coins upon our exit from the secret realm. Would that suffice? Deal. Chen Fan grinned, extending his hand. Pleasure in cooperation. I hope for future opportunities for such alliances. Chio, somewhat dazed, shook hands with Chen Fan, while the two women behind her remained expressionless. Despite being saved by Chen Fan, the feeling of being so blatantly extorted left them quite displeased. The key point is, they dared not show any signs of discontent. After expressing their gratitude once more, Chio hurriedly departed with her companions. Do visit often. Chen Fan waved. Chio stumbled slightly, nearly losing her footing. The smile on Chen Fan's face gradually faded. Capturing the members of the Nightmarish Garden necessitated the conclusion of the mining expedition. There remained numerous fire demon stone deposits yet to be excavated on that map. Surely, I cannot drag these two along to mine. Moreover, one had a leg severed by Shao Qing, while the other had his leg tendons cut by the old ape. To take them mining would require the assistance of the heavenly desolate divine bull or the heavy armored beetle king to carry them. Noticing Chen Fan frowning, Chu Xian suggested, we can always mine later. We could return to the second secret realm after a while. Chen Fan nodded, picking up Xiao Bai and addressing the triangular-eyed individual. Let us return to the cave. We shall head back home first thing tomorrow morning. The following morning, Chen Fan and his group exited the second secret realm, bringing the two members of the Nightmarish Garden to the military camp of the Black Armored Army. Inside the tent, as a squad of black armored soldiers was preparing to escort the two away, Chen Fan called out, wait, there is still something to address. The captain of the black armored soldiers paused. What else is there? Chen Fan gently patted the triangular-eyed and hawk-nosed individuals, asking, how much money do you have in your accounts? Transfer it all to me. The triangular-eyed, hawk-nosed, Fong Qingqing, by Rouge, and the entire squad of black armored soldiers were left utterly dumbfounded. Young master, this approach may not be feasible, the captain frowned. Chen Fan's temper flared. These are my captives. They are akin to monsters I have slain. Is it wrong for me to take their gear? Is it wrong for me to claim the money from monsters? Have you ever played an online game? The black armored soldiers were momentarily taken aback. Chen Fan continued. Considering their smart wristbands may contain information you require, I haven't even removed them. What is the issue with me wanting a bit of their money? We were initially mining and slaying monsters in the second secret realm. It was quite enjoyable. To escort these two out, we had to halt our plans. Seeking a bit of compensation for our losses is not unreasonable, is it? The captain of the black armored soldiers awkwardly chuckled. Well, you may inquire then. Chen Fan turned to the triangular-eyed individual, who sneered, I have 60 million in my account, but I won't give you a single coin. What can you do about it? He confidently assumed the black armored soldiers would not allow Chen Fan to torment them, thus emboldening him. Perhaps he could exchange this money for better treatment at the East Sea City Lord's mansion. Why should he hand it over to this insufferable brat? 60 million, Chen Fan said, somewhat dejected. Are all you members of the Nightmarish Garden this impoverished? The triangular-eyed individual laughed derisively. Are you joking? 60 million is considered poor? Chen Fan unzipped a bag he had been carrying, revealing a section of a fiery red fire demon stone. This single piece of fire demon stone should be worth several billion. Wouldn't you agree? Your entire fortune amounts to merely 60 million. Hardly rich, is it? The triangular-eyed, hawk-nosed individuals, along with the black armored soldiers, were left astounded. A fire demon stone over a meter tall, and such purity. Had there ever been such a large fire demon stone in the second secret realm? Why had they never heard of it before? Indeed, a piece of this size was worth billions. The two members of the Nightmarish Garden stared at the fire demon stone, suddenly feeling utterly disheartened. They had thought that joining the Nightmarish Garden would grant them unrivaled power. Little did they know that their meager funds were merely a fraction of a child's account. Evidently, you are unwilling to transfer the funds? Chen Fan asked. A few of you black armored soldiers, please step back. I am about to employ my ultimate technique. Chen Fan produced some itching powder. I'll transfer. The triangular-eyed individual was taken aback. He had previously tasted the powder in the secret realm, and the sensation was one he would prefer to avoid at all costs. Both the triangular-eyed and hawk-nosed individuals promptly transferred their funds to Chen Fan's account. Transfers were impossible within the secret realm due to the lack of network signal. The squad of black armored soldiers silently observed the two as they transferred the money, a feeling of absurdity rising within them. "Thank you," Chen Fan beamed, warmly shaking the hands of the triangular-eyed and hawk-nosed individuals before departing the tent of the black armored army. Behind him, Bai Rouge and Fang Qingqing exchanged glances. "Let us head back." Chen Fan loaded the fire demon stone and a heap of monster corpses onto the truck prepared by the War God Academy and climbed aboard an armored vehicle with Chu Xian and the others, heading toward EC City. After a moment of silence in the vehicle, Yi Hao finally said, "Brother Fan, I've realized you possess remarkable business acumen. You managed to obtain the money from those two members of the Nightmarish Garden?" Chu Xian added, "He even extorted 40 million from Chio." The others responded with disbelief. Chen Fan raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean by extortion?" "That was a collaboration, a sincere partnership. I saved them, and they pay me. What is the issue?" Li Fengxing remarked somewhat bitterly. "My account once held just over 1 million. That was the extent of my wealth. In Tiansheng Academy, aside from Rugu, no one could rival my affluence. Yet now, you all speak of tens of millions and even billions." Shen Dao patted his shoulder and said, "Now, you two can casually mention tens of millions and billions." Upon hearing this, Li Fengxing's eyes sparkled with excitement, his brows dancing with joy. Fang Qingqing suddenly flushed and said, "After we return, I too shall acquire a suit of armor like Chen Fan's and a long sword of high-grade mysterious weaponry." The others nodded in agreement. Suddenly, Shen Hongxiu interjected, "Look over there, it seems something is amiss." Chen Fan and the others turned their gaze forward to see a swarm of enormous heavenly fire ants besieging a group of people, launching a frenzied assault. Nearby, an armored vehicle had been overturned. Level 10 heavenly fire ants. Chen Fan was taken aback upon observing the attributes of the heavenly fire ants. Among them, there were actually 2 level 10 heavenly fire ants. In addition to the 2 level 10 ants, there were 4 level 9 and 5 level 8 heavenly fire ants. Were these the remnants left behind by the previous ant tide? "Stop the vehicle," Chen Fan bellowed. "Park here and do not disembark. I, along with Chu Xian and the driver, will proceed." The driver, a third-rank star martial artist, promptly exited the vehicle. Chen Fan summoned Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing. The old ape immediately unfurled the shadow canopy, enveloping the three and their companions within its shroud. Under the concealment of the shadow canopy, they stealthily approached. As they drew nearer, they spotted a middle-aged man wielding a meteor hammer, fiercely battling 2 level 10 heavenly fire ants and 4 level 9 heavenly fire ants. Meanwhile, 6 young men, accompanied by a throng of beast companions, were locked in a fierce struggle against the remaining 5 level 8 heavenly fire ants. The middle-aged man was formidable, yet his right leg appeared severely injured, causing him to limp. He had several opportunities to slay the level 10 heavenly fire ants, but was forced to evade their flames in a desperate manner. The 6 youths, commanding a total of 16 beast companions, were perilously engaged with the 5 level 8 heavenly fire ants, both beast masters and their beasts bearing numerous injuries. "Chu Xian, you and Xiao Bai assist those 6 individuals," Chen Fan whispered. "The driver and I will handle the level 10 heavenly fire ants." Upon reaching a nearby location, Zheng Zi activated Bloodthirst. Meanwhile, Xiao Qing bestowed the azure crystal armor upon the group. Chen Fan burst forth from the shadow canopy, leaping into the air, and brought his blade crashing down upon a level 10 heavenly fire ant. "Help has arrived," the beleaguered fighters exclaimed with joy. However, as they witnessed Chen Fan soaring through the air, their expressions froze in disbelief. Such a display was indeed awe-inspiring, yet it seemed rather reckless. "You have not even reached the 6th rank. You cannot fly. What if something unexpected occurs?" Whoosh! Just as this thought crossed their minds, the heavenly fire ant suddenly pivoted and unleashed a torrent of flames toward Chen Fan. "It's over." Jiang Yuanfan's face contorted in anguish. This reckless lad, akin to their age, was indeed a fool. Swish! A blinding flash of steel erupted as Chen Fan cleaved through the flames, severing the colossal form of the heavenly fire ant in twain. Flames. Even a high-level 12th rank ghost-faced giant lizard could not breach this defense. What could a low-level 10th rank heavenly fire ant possibly do? Chen Fan did not even attempt to dodge. As he landed, he swiftly darted 3 steps to the left and executed a horizontal sweep. Splurt! The body of a level 9 heavenly fire ant was cleaved in half, its blood and corrosive acid pooling on the ground. Simultaneously, the 3rd-rank 2nd-tier star martial artist, who had been driving, activated his gauntlet, and with a single punch, crushed another level 10 heavenly fire ant's head into a concave shape. A punch from a third-rank star martial artist equipped with gauntlets could easily obliterate even a standard 12th rank monster. The third-rank star martial artist let out a hearty laugh, charging into a throng of level 9 heavenly fire ants, dispatching them with ease, one punch at a time. Meanwhile, after slaying 2 level 9 heavenly fire ants, Chen Fan plunged into the fray of level 8 heavenly fire ants. He and Chu Xian swiftly exchanged positions, causing one level 8 heavenly fire ant after another to fall lifelessly to the ground. With the assistance of Shaoqing and the old ape, the swarm of heavenly fire ants had no chance to escape, swiftly being eradicated. Phew, phew, phew. Jiang Yuanfan and the others gazed in disbelief as Chen Fan and Chu Xian, resembling gods of slaughter, annihilated a horde of heavenly fire ants. Externally, these two appeared to be of similar age to them, yet their prowess was astonishing. As Chen Fan and Chu Xian vanquished the last of the heavenly fire ants, Shen Hongxiu and Bai Rouge descended from the vehicle. These individuals were not from Donghai City. As Bai Rouge approached, she remarked, among those 6, 3 possess greater strength than any of us. Shen Hongxiu nodded in agreement. They are indeed in a precarious situation. It is unfortunate that they encountered such formidable heavenly fire ants in the second secret realm. After the ant tide, Donghai City conducted a thorough sweep. Yet many had slipped through the cracks. As they approached, one of the youths, blood trickling from his forehead, walked toward Chen Fan. With a smile, he said, "Thank you. Had it not been for your assistance, we would likely have met our end here. I never imagined that even so close to Donghai City, such formidable monsters would still lurk." Chen Fan glanced at the overturned armored vehicle and asked, "Are you headed to Donghai City?" "Indeed," the youth nodded, casting an envious glance at Chen Fan's armor. "I am Jiang Yuanfan. We journeyed from Yinwu City, aiming for Donghai City. Along the way, we encountered a high-level monster only once. Yet, after our protector was poisoned and injured, we unexpectedly faced such a multitude of terrifying heavenly fire ants." Yinwu City? Shen Hongxiu smirked slightly. Yinwu City lies to the west, over 1,000 miles from Donghai City. You traversed all that distance in your vehicle? Not just that. We even took a detour all the way to Dreamstar City, Jiang Yuanfan sheepishly admitted. It is indeed quite far. A young man with a buzz cut interjected. I heard that Donghai City has 2 prodigies, one named Chen Fan and the other named Chu Xian. Even brother Yin Songhai speaks highly of them. You know them, right? Chen Fan replied, I know Chu Xian. Chu Xian added, I know Chen Fan. Yi Hao stepped forward, I know brother Fan. But I do not recognize that scoundrel Chu Xian. Chu Xian remained impassive, as if Yi Hao's words bore no relevance to him. The buzz-cut youth burst into laughter. Recently, these 2 prodigies from Donghai City have been making quite a stir. Upon hearing of them, we were itching to challenge them and quickly formed a team to engage in a friendly spar. It's just a bit frustrating that due to navigation errors, we ended up in Dreamstar City. Jiang Yuanfan and his companions covered their faces in embarrassment. Such a humiliating incident was laid bare before them. An inauspicious start, indeed. Dreamstar City? Bai Rouge broke into a radiant smile, inquiring, Did you all wander from the west to the east, twisting and turning until you reached the southern Dreamstar City? The young man with a buzz cut sheepishly scratched his head, replying, Not just that. We circled around the Yunluo mountain range in Dreamstar City several times. If it hadn't been for the locals guiding us, we might still be lost. Jiang Yuanfan and the others exchanged glances, while Chen Fan and his companions remained silent. The buzz-cut youth was about to speak again when Jiang Yuanfan covered his mouth, signaling him to stop. Continuing would only lead them to concede defeat without even seeking out Chen Fan and Chu Xian. They couldn't bear such embarrassment. Having taken the wrong route was one thing. They still hadn't reached EC City and had nearly been incinerated by the fire ants. The very people who saved them were from EC City. How awkward. Chapter 149. The 5th Secret Realm discovers the ferocious and brutal Centaur clan. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The emerald creature soared into the air, landing atop Chen Fan's head. Little Bai leaped gracefully, and Chen Fan caught her with ease. Gongzi scampered over, curiously circling Jiang Yuanfan and his companions' beast companions. Suddenly, Jiang Yuanfan and the others froze. The slime, the ragdoll cat, and the suave young man before them. Wasn't he that Chen Fan? He had been described in precisely such terms in the previous rumors. Jiang Yuanfan stared at Chen Fan, opening his mouth but finding no words for a long while. The 6 of them had traveled a great distance to EC City, eager to challenge Chen Fan and ascertain whose strength and talent were superior. Brimming with youthful fervor and ambition, they had not anticipated such a stark contrast from their expectations. They had already taken a wrong turn to Dreamstar City, and their journey had been fraught with encounters akin to the trials of the journey to the west. Facing relentless monster attacks, including a level 15 creature that nearly claimed their lives. After finally reaching the vicinity of EC City, They had been besieged by an inexplicable swarm of fire ants. Ultimately, it was Chen Fan and Chu Xian who had come to their rescue. The vigor that had once propelled them forward now felt utterly depleted. How could they possibly challenge him in such a disheveled state? Jiang Yuanfan felt on the brink of tears. The others were equally silent. At that moment, Chen Fan glanced at the middle-aged man who was with Jiang Yuanfan and remarked, "This uncle appears to be gravely injured and seems to be poisoned, no?" Jiang Yuanfan snapped back to reality and hurriedly explained, "We encountered a level 15 Black Death spider on the road. Uncle Fong was poisoned while saving us. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been in such dire straits against the fire ants." Chen Fan nodded and instructed Yi how to summon the Saint Moon Morning Glory to cast several healing spells on Uncle Fong. Although the Morning Glory could not dispel the poison, the healing spells alleviated his condition considerably, restoring some color to his pallid face. Chen Fan turned to Rouge and said, "Please send a message to the convoy behind us, instructing them to come and collect these fire ants. We must first escort them back to EC City." Understood. Bai Rouge immediately contacted the convoy hauling the fire demon stone mine and monster corpses. The convoy was not far behind them. Jiang Yuanfan and his companions recalled their beast companions back to their spaces and hurriedly righted the overturned armored vehicle. This vehicle, designed to withstand monster attacks, had endured significant damage but was still operable. Subsequently, the 6 of them helped Uncle Fong into the vehicle. However, once inside, they exchanged bewildered glances. The driver's seat was empty. Uncle Fong, originally the driver, was gravely injured and poisoned, leaving him too weak to operate the vehicle. Shen Hongxiu approached and asked, "Is there no one among you who can drive?" Jiang Yuanfan replied proudly, "I've never learned to drive. I believe I will soon break through to the 6th rank, allowing me to fly. Learning to drive seems unnecessary." The others chimed in, "I've never taken the test. I failed my test. I typically ride my Nightblade Leopard. If I sprint at full speed, I'm faster than driving. I've never considered learning." Chen Fan and his companions were at a loss. It's quite normal not to know how to drive, they thought. But why do you all wear such smug expressions? Are you all so confident in quickly breaking through to the 6th rank? Do you think reaching that level is as simple as eating and drinking? Shen Hongxiu prepared to enter the vehicle, saying, "I'll drive." "Thank you." Jiang Yuanfan and the others gratefully nodded at her. Having such a beautiful woman at the wheel was a stroke of luck. However, Chen Fan grabbed Shen Hongxiu's hand, pulling her back down. "We can't let her drive. She doesn't know how." Jiang Yuanfan and the others were taken aback. Shen Hongxiu shot an aggrieved glance at Chen Fan. "I own several vehicles. How could I not know how to drive?" "Xiao Fan, are you upset because I've driven for someone else?" Chen Fan was speechless. Jiang Yuanfan observed Shen Hongxiu, who was pouting at Chen Fan. The dynamic between the two was clear. Jiang Yuanfan chuckled, "Brother Chen Fan, is this beauty your girlfriend? We genuinely can't drive. And Uncle Fong is severely injured. Could you please help us out?" Chen Fan replied exasperatedly, "I can't drive either." Jiang Yuanfan suggested, "Then how about you join us in our vehicle? You can sit in the passenger seat." The armored vehicle had ample space, accommodating 6 or 7 people without issue. "I won't sit. I refuse to risk my life." Chen Fan shook his head. Jiang Yuanfan and the others were flabbergasted. Why is this guy's way of speaking so harsh? Is he cursing us? Yet, the truth was they genuinely couldn't drive. Jiang Yuanfan insisted, "Uncle Fong is severely injured. We can't delay. We must head to EC City for treatment immediately." "Chen Fan, what do you think?" Chen Fan frowned. "How about you all squeeze into our armored vehicle? It won't be a problem." Jiang Yuanfan appeared troubled, "But we have many packages in our vehicle." He glanced at Yi Hao and Chu Xian. Yi Hao and Shun Dao Dao chimed in unison, "I can't drive either." "Actually, I can. But you think I'd drive for you after you came to challenge us? Dream on." Chu Xian and Fong Qingqing remained silent. Bai Rouge watched with a playful smile. Shen Hongxiu leaned closer to Chen Fan, murmuring, "Xiao Fan, don't worry. Aside from you, no one in this world dares to take advantage of me. I wouldn't dare." Chen Fan retorted, turning to walk away. "You all can't blame me for not reminding you to fend for yourselves. What kind of talk is that?" Jiang Yuanfan and the others frowned, watching Chen Fan's retreating figure. "It's not as if we're asking your girlfriend to do anything outrageous. It's just driving a car. Is it really that stingy? We're offering you a ride, and you refuse." Meanwhile, Fong Qingqing and Bai Rouge, seeing Chen Fan no longer obstructing them, widened their eyes. Yi Hao leaned closer to Chen Fan, whispering, "Brother Fan, are you really going to let Hongxiu drive for them? What if she takes them all out at once?" Chen Fan spread his hands in resignation. "What can I do? They simply won't listen. Take them all out at once. It's not that easy. Several among them are at the 2nd rank, and the others are at the 1st rank, 5th tier. Even if the vehicle turns to scrap, they won't perish. It will be fine. The road outside the city is wide, unlike inside the city. There should be no issues." With sympathetic gazes, the crowd glanced at Jiang Fan and his companions before boarding their vehicles one by one. As soon as everyone was settled, the armored vehicle of Jiang Fan erupted with a thunderous roar, propelling forward like a rocket, veering off the main road towards the adjacent river. Upon nearing the riverbank, the doors swung open, and Jiang Fan and his companions leapt out in unison. They watched as the armored vehicle plunged into the water. Chen Fan and the others covered their faces in disbelief. Jiang Fan silently observed Shen Hongxiu as she emerged from the river. Such a stunning woman. How could she maneuver an armored vehicle with such astonishing speed? Suddenly, Jiang Fan comprehended why Chen Fan had attempted to prevent her from driving. A moment of self-reckoning ensued. Abruptly, Jiang Fan exclaimed, "Oh no! Uncle Fong is still in the vehicle. Our belongings are still inside." The six of them simultaneously dove into the river and retrieved the vehicle. Soaked to the skin, they stood by the riverside with expressions as long as donkeys. Shen Hongxiu, having also fallen into the river, appeared relatively unscathed due to her battle armor, her hair merely dampened, exuding an air of elegance. In stark contrast, Jiang Fan and his companions looked utterly disheveled. Shen Hongxiu paid no heed to their murderous glares. Naturally, she accepted the towel Shen Dao offered. Drying her hair and casually remarked, "This vehicle may have been damaged by a monster. The steering is difficult to control." The fire of indignation nearly erupted from Jiang Fan and his companions. Yet what could they say? They had insisted on letting Shen Hongxiu drive. No amount of persuasion from Chen Fan could deter her. "Let us use our vehicle," Chen Fan said helplessly, waving his hand. "If you dawdle any longer, that uncle is going to perish." Uncle Fong lifted his head, wanting to retort, but his lips moved without uttering a sound. This time, Jiang Fan and his companions did not refuse. Fortunately, the spacious armored vehicle accommodated the seven of them without much discomfort. However, a somber atmosphere engulfed the vehicle as they sat in silence. It was evident that they had neglected to consult the almanac before embarking on this journey. Calamities had befallen them at every turn. Just moments ago, they had believed the trials were at an end. Did they perhaps overlook a challenge? Alas, what a sorrowful thought. Were they destined to face humiliation in Donghai City rather than a challenge? At that moment, the young man with a buzz cut found a way to alleviate the awkwardness. "Chen Fan, what grade is that blade of yours? It can cleave level 10 monsters with a single stroke. It must be formidable, right? How much did you pay for it?" Jiang Fan and his companions' eyes lit up. This was an excellent opportunity to probe military secrets. If Chen Fan could annihilate level 10 monsters with a single strike, it clearly indicated the exceptional quality of his weapon. Not only was the sword impressive, but his armor was also remarkable. He had withstood the flames of the Dayfire Ant without a scratch. Their purpose in Donghai City was to challenge him and Chu Xian. If he could effortlessly slay a level 10 monster with a mere slice, surrendering would be the only option. Jiang Fan and his companions immediately fixed their intense gazes on Chen Fan. Chen Fan replied, "This blade? It's decent, as is the armor. I didn't spend much on them." Didn't he spend much? This fellow was reluctant to acknowledge the blade's prowess. As expected, accepting the blade's superiority would imply an admission of his own weakness. Knight Hao, leaning slightly, interjected, "Brother Fan's armor and blade are both superior grade Xian weapons. This entire set costs just over 400 million. To Brother Fan, it's indeed not a significant expenditure." The smiles on Jiang Fan and his companions froze. Superior grade Xian weapons. Over 400 million. The highest grade of weapons they possessed was merely superior grade spirit weapons. Some were even just mid-grade spirit weapons. Why was Chen Fan appear already wielding superior grade Xian weapons? After spirit weapons come earth weapons, and only then do Xian weapons follow. 400 million. Were the citizens of Donghai City this affluent? Damn it, this guy must be lying. He was aware they hailed from Yanwu City and sought to challenge Chen Fan and Chu Xian, thus deliberately spinning tales to intimidate them. Jiang Fan cast a silent glance at Knight Hao. Just from that statement, his regard for Knight Hao plummeted several tiers. Such a character was unworthy of being his opponent. No, even without that blade and armor, Chen Fan could not possibly rival him. If he possessed such a blade and armor, he too could slay level 10 Dayfire Ants with one strike. With that thought, a faint smile crept onto Jiang Fan's lips, and his spirits lifted. Suddenly, Shen Dao said, "When we return, let us not skimp on this. We should all get a set of equipment like Brother Fan's. After a trip to the secret realm, he has become our caretaker while we merely spectate." That was a harsh blow. Chu Xian interjected, "Only this time? Wasn't it the same during the first secret realm? You were the only one spectating then." Shen Dao retorted, "That bastard is always so precise with his finishing blows." Bai Rouge added, "Let us all get a set. It's only a little over 400 million. Fong Qingqing nodded in agreement. "I mentioned this during our time in the secret realm. Jiang Yuanfan and his companions exchanged incredulous glances. Is it really over 400 million? What is going on? Although we've heard that Donghai City is much larger and more prosperous than Yinwu City, this is a bit excessive, don't you think? We're struggling for a few 100,000, while you're discussing billions. Not only does Chen Fan possess such wealth, but those around him do as well. How disheartening. What is even more disheartening is that we can't even join the conversation. Suddenly, Bai Rouge tapped the silently Fengxing beside her. What are you doing? You're usually so talkative. Why haven't you said a word? Shoo. Li Fengxing hushed. I'm calculating how many billions we might receive this time. Jiang Yuanfan and his companions felt an urge to jump out of the vehicle. The people from Donghai City were infuriatingly arrogant. At that moment, Xiaobai raised her head from Chen Fan's embrace, gently tapping his hand with her tiny paw. I'm thirsty. I want fruit. Oh, all right. Chen Fan opened the package and retrieved 2 fist-sized, fire-red fruits, handing one to Xiaobai and the other to the emerald atop his head. Bloodfire lotus fruit. Jiang Yuanfan and his companions gaped in astonishment. Goodness, was this fellow so extravagant as to offer such rare spiritual fruit to his beast? Those spirit beasts are considered the sole partners of spirit beast masters. Bloodfire lotus fruits are exceedingly rare, imbued with potent stellar energy, and are highly sought after. Seeing Xiaobai and the emerald eating fruit, Bai Rouge also produced 2 fruits from her package, offering them to Xiaobai and the emerald. Qingyan fruit. Jiang Yuanfan's eyes widened once more. Noticing his astonishment, Xiaobai presented the half-eaten bloodfire lotus fruit to Jiang Yuanfan. You've already bitten into it. If you give me the Qingyan fruit, then I'll take it. Jiang Yuanfan smiled and waved his hand. Thank you, but I'll pass. Xiaobai then offered the half-eaten bloodfire lotus fruit to the young man with the buzz cut. The young man with a buzz cut smiled innocently and said, I wish to have that Qingyan fruit. Jiang Yuanfan, filled with rage, slapped the young man's head, exclaiming, Are you shameless enough to compete for food with a mere cat? Xiaobai glanced at the buzz-cut youth and handed over the Qingyan fruit. Jiang Yuanfan thought to himself, so, being shameless has its benefits? How frustrating. If only I had said that, the Qingyan fruit would have been mine. Jiang Yuanfan then turned his gaze towards the jade atop Chen Fan's head. Startled, the jade passed the Qingyan fruit over. However, it was already reduced to a mere pit. To alleviate the awkwardness, Jiang Yuanfan looked at Bai Rouge and inquired, May I ask how I should address this esteemed classmate? Shun Daodao replied, Oh, her name is Bai Rouge, the daughter of the city lord of Donghai City. The revelation struck Jiang Yuanfan and his companions like a thunderbolt. After Bai Rouge offered him a faint smile, she leaned closer to Chen Fan and asked, Master Uncle, did you previously extract confessions using the powder of the itching fruit? What did those 2 confess? Master Uncle? Jiang Yuanfan and the others were momentarily dumbfounded. Chen Fan is Bai Rouge's master uncle? So he is the junior disciple of the city lord of Donghai City? Why had they never heard of this before? Before Chen Fan could respond, Chu Xian interjected, not just the itching fruit powder, he also fashioned a wooden stick, sharpened it, and inserted it into a tree stump. Then said something about daisies and sunflowers, which ultimately led to that person confessing. Do you know what that was about? Bai Rouge's face flushed crimson. She returned to her seat, falling silent. Yi Hao and Shun Daodao exchanged glances and began to chuckle mischievously. Shen Hongxiu and Fang Qingqing simultaneously scoffed. Chu Xian, taken aback, asked, What are you laughing at? I'm still pondering why that object could terrify someone. Do you already know? Bai Rouge and Shun Hongxiu's faces grew even redder. Suddenly, Chen Fan's expression soured, and he sighed deeply. Shen Hongxiu, startled, asked, What's wrong? Even in the face of formidable foes. I've never seen Chen Fan sigh like this. Why does he look so troubled all of a sudden? With a pained expression, Chen Fan replied, Didn't I interrogate those 2 earlier and uncover some information, recording it on video? So what? What is the issue? Shen Hongxiu questioned, puzzled. Chen Fan continued, looking upward. I intended to sell that video at a high price to the city lord's residence, but as the wise often overlook minor details, after we exited the secret realm, we handed those 2 over to the Black Armored Army. After the Black Armored Army took them back and interrogated them again, they simply reiterated their confessions. So, who would be interested in the video that Chu Xian and I recorded? The others were speechless. Chen Fan, feeling a bit frantic, raked his hair only to grasp the jade on his head. I had intended to extort 40 million from Chidaizi. I initially planned to ask for 60 million from the city lord's residence, but now that 60 million is gone, Chen Fan said resentfully, No? I must call Brother Bai immediately. He may not want the video, but those 2 are our captives. Can't I sell them alive instead of the video? The others were left dumbfounded. Chen Fan dialed the number of Bai Tianyu, the city lord of Donghai City. Sorry, the number you have dialed is currently unavailable. Please try again later. Chen Fan turned off his phone, exclaiming, This wretched phone. It tells me to try again. I am such a serious person. Yihao, you try calling. Bai Rouge smiled reassuringly. Master Uncle, rest assured, the city lord's residents will not mistreat you. If they refuse, I will ask my father. Chen Fan grinned broadly. Excellent. Remember to demand at least 90 million. Didn't you just say you wanted 60 million? How did it suddenly increase by 30 million? Chen Fan, noticing the other's gazes, retorted, do you not know how to negotiate? If I asked for 60 million, he might counteroffer at 50 million by asking for 90 million. He might just give me 70 million. Your reasoning is quite sound, the others thought, rendered speechless. Jiang Yuanfan and his companions opted to remain silent, as discussions of millions or billions were far beyond their realm of experience. The vehicle sped along swiftly, driven by a third-tier star warrior, unlike Shen Hongxiu. Even at such speed, the ride remained remarkably smooth. After some light-hearted banter, they soon beheld the towering walls of Donghai City ahead. Have we arrived? Jiang Yuanfan and the others craned their necks, exclaiming, what a towering wall. Chen Fan was taken aback. Doesn't Yinwu City have walls? Of course, Jiang Yuanfan replied. But none as tall or grand as those of Donghai City. That is quite understandable, Chen Fan remarked. The walls of Donghai City are forged from the purified and smelted magic iron ore, fine gold ore, and source quality ore, blended together and mixed with the excrement of pure young children, resulting in their construction. Shen Hongxiu and the others were momentarily stunned. Having grown up in Donghai City, they had never heard of such a thing. Jiang Yuanfan and his companions stared in wide-eyed astonishment, as if discovering a new world. Chen Fan continued, those children, from infancy, consume nothing but starry fruits and do nothing but excrete, allowing them to produce the purest feces. When combined with magic iron, fine gold, and source quality ore, it solidifies into the hardest stone, imbued with the star power of the starry fruit. After a century, the walls turn a pale blue, enduring for thousands of years without crumbling. After a millennium, they become deep blue, lasting for 10,000 years. After 10,000 years, they transform into a starry hue, remaining eternal. Jiang Yuanfan and his companions nodded in agreement. Truly, Donghai City lived up to its reputation. No wonder it was larger and more prosperous than Yinwu City. Even the walls were so meticulously crafted. Li Fengxing, who had remained mostly silent, suddenly appeared enlightened. No wonder the walls of Donghai City are so robust. The foolish Shen Hongxiu and Yihao exchanged glances with Li Fengxing. We were born and raised in Donghai City and have never heard of such things. Chen Fan only arrived from the imperial capital a month ago. How would he know? Can you truly believe that walls are made with excrement? Li Fengxing then asked. Brother Fan, is the feces of children really that powerful? I don't know, Chen Fan replied, because what I just said was all fabricated. Jiang Yuanfan and the others were exasperated, wanting to strangle him. Indeed, Shen Hongxiu and Fang Qingqing rolled their eyes in disbelief. Actually, it's not entirely untrue. Chen Fan clarified. It was Wang Xiaobo who concocted such tales, which I enjoy very much and recommend to you all. Why do you all look at me like that? I merely wished to lighten the atmosphere during our journey. Jiang Yuanfan and his companions elongated their faces, thinking, this rascal. We don't want to say another word to him. At the western city gate of Donghai City, an old blind man, leaning on a cane, strolled in. Finally here. This is indeed the place. The old blind man settled onto the grass nearby and took a sip of water. The grassy area was filled with numerous vagrants and beggars. These individuals neither awakened the talent of beast masters nor that of star warriors. In their youth, they could still engage in mining, but now, having grown frail and aged, they are unable to perform any strenuous labor and are left to rely on begging and the charity of the Lord's manor to survive. Suddenly, outside the city gates, an armored vehicle came to a halt. The old blind man shifted slightly, casting a glance towards the vehicle. As the doors opened, Chen Fan, Bai Rouge, and the others stepped out. At the city entrance stood 5 formidable middle-aged men clad in battle armor, who approached them with an imposing presence. The leader among them spoke. Miss, are these the young geniuses from Yinwu City? Bai Rouge smiled and replied, indeed, they are. Prior to their departure, Yinwu City had already sent word to Donghai City regarding Jiang Yuanfan and his companions. Thus, the people of Donghai City had been eagerly awaiting news of Jiang Yuanfan's group. However, they had waited in vain until today, when Bai Rouge finally called to say she had encountered them. The 5 armored warriors exchanged bewildered glances upon seeing Jiang Yuanfan and his companions, who appeared disheveled and tattered. Is this truly the genius from Yinwu City? They seemed to be in a woeful state, as if they had endured significant hardships along the way. The people from Yinwu City must have great confidence to send only a star warrior to escort them. They seemed utterly unprepared for the dangers they might face. Compared to the talents of Donghai City, these individuals fell woefully short. Just look at Chen Fan and his companions, their aura soaring, tall and striking. How dare these young ones from Yinwu City challenge Chen Fan and Chu Xian? Do they not fear being defeated? Chen Fan, turn around. After adding Jiang Yuan Fan and the others on WeChat, Chen Fan waved his hand and, together with Bai Rouge, boarded the armored vehicle heading towards the Lord's Manor of Donghai City. As Chen Fan watched their vehicle depart, he prepared to leave as well. Suddenly, he halted, his gaze drawn to the grass where an old blind man sat, leaning on a cane, with a battered bowl before him. At that moment, the old blind man was silently observing him. Wait a minute. How could a blind man, with empty eye sockets, possibly be looking at him? The old blind man turned his head away. Was that glance a mere coincidence? Chen Fan's eyes lingered on the old man's bowl for a moment before he retrieved a piece of dried meat weighing over 2 pounds and 2 blood lotus fruits from his pack. Walking over, he placed the meat and fruits in the old man's bowl. Instantly, a throng of homeless individuals and beggars on the grass fixated on the old man's bowl. Chen Fan turned to leave. Upon returning to the armored vehicle, the crowd surged forward, snatching the old man's bowl. 2 of them even struck the old man's head with a stick, shouting, "Dare to claim our territory." The old blind man muttered under his breath. Observing this scene from the vehicle, Chen Fan stepped down once more. "Please do not rob the old man." Saying this, he placed an even larger piece of dried meat in front of the blind man. But as soon as he returned to the vehicle and it drove off, the swarm of beggars rushed back, seizing the old man's meat and beating him once more. The old blind man exclaimed in frustration. The armored vehicle sped away, and the old man cast a resentful glance at the departing vehicle, lamenting, "Just because I glanced at you in the crowd, I can never forget your detestable face." At the Beastmaster Association, after leaving their beasts behind, Chu Xian and Yi Hao took a brief sip of water before departing. Once they left, Jin Qing, Lin Mingfei, and Yi Zhan entered. "You must have been informed the moment I exited the secret realm," Chen Fan said, shedding his armor and settling into the living room. "Please, take a seat." Jin Qing smiled gently, introducing, "Allow me to present Yi Zhan, a member of our War God Pioneer team, and also the elder brother of Yi Hao." Yi Zhan beamed warmly, extending his hand toward Chen Fan. "Hello, I've heard much about you from Yi Hao. I never expected you to be a Beastmaster as well. That rascal Yi Hao kept this from me. I'll be sure to give him a good beating when I return." "Greetings, Brother Yi," Chen Fan replied with a smile, shaking Yi Zhan's hand. "Yi Hao and I have faced life and death together several times. He didn't mean to keep this from you. He simply wasn't fully aware of my capabilities as a Beastmaster." Jin Qing took a seat and continued, "After I emerged from the 5th secret realm, I immediately tried to call you, but the line was unavailable. It was only later that I learned you had entered the 2nd secret realm. Hence, I stationed someone at the exit of the 2nd secret realm." She glanced sideways at Lin Mingfei. At that moment, Lin Mingfei had shed the arrogance and dominance she once exuded at the summoning square. Her face flushed slightly as she nervously stammered, "Chen Fan, I truly apologize for what transpired earlier." "There is no need for apologies," Chen Fan replied with a smile. "It is entirely normal for you to take your beasts back when needed." Lin Mingfei stared at him in astonishment, her prepared words suddenly escaping her. Jin Qing shot a glance at Lin Mingfei and then, with a serious expression, asked, "Did you encounter the Nightmare Court personnel in the secret realm?" Chen Fan nodded. 3 women from the Sun Nation, who claimed to be part of the Heavenly Demon sect, sought the same goal as the Nightmare Court. They aimed to obtain the crystal core of a level 12 ghost-faced giant lizard in the 2nd secret realm. I killed 1 and captured 2, who have since been taken away by the Black Armored Army. Jin Qing furrowed her brow. "What kind of force is the Heavenly Demon sect?" "I have never heard of it." "I'm not sure," Chen Fan replied. "They claim to be adversaries of the Nightmare Court. The pursuit by the Nightmare Court confirmed this. But enough about that. Let us discuss your matters. Surely you did not come solely to apologize?" Jin Qing took a deep breath. "Chen Fan, I am extremely grateful for what you did regarding Jinyu. No need for thanks. I was compensated." Chen Fan waved his hand dismissively. "Moreover, Jinyu not only saved me, but also helped me obtain the Blood Petal Flower King." Lin Mingfei's eyes widened in shock. "You mean Jinyu saved you? Didn't they say that the 2 Nightmare Court members at the Circular Mountain in the 1st secret realm were killed by you and Chu Xian?" Lin Mingfei and the others had only heard rumors about the events at the Circular Mountain in the 1st secret realm, but were unaware of the specifics. "It was indeed us," Chen Fan replied solemnly. "However, had it not been for Jin Yu's quick response, we would have likely faced dire consequences. Jin Yu had swiftly dispatched the Blood Petal Flower King and the Flame Demon Lord before being sealed by that beast trap. Otherwise," Jin Qing, Lin Mingfei, and the others exchanged astonished glances, their eyes filled with disbelief. "Phew." Jin Qing exhaled heavily. "Our entry into the 5th secret realm was also thanks to Jinyu. Had you not elevated Jinyu's combat and racial levels, neither our War God Pioneer team nor the Heavenly Sacred Pioneer team would have made it out." Chen Fan's expression shifted slightly. "Is the 5th secret realm truly that perilous?" Zhenqing nodded and remarked, "The uncharted secret realms are fraught with perils beyond our expectations. Who could have foreseen that the fifth secret realm harbors a race of centaurs? This centaur race poses the most significant threat among the foreign entities. Not only in our Tang Kingdom, but numerous other regions have also suffered the onslaught of the centaur race." Chen Fan pondered thoughtfully. Centaurs? Zhenqing confirmed. They are a four-legged species, possessing characteristics of both humans and horses. Unlike many other monsters, they typically reside in groups and have even established their own strongholds in various parts of Blue Star. The foreign entities that emerged from the secret realms have established their own cities? Chen Fan was taken aback. Indeed, Zhenqing continued, these centaurs exhibit remarkable unity, boast vast numbers, and are ferocious and brutal, skilled in archery with formidable power. Their incursion from the other dimension has inflicted irreparable devastation upon Blue Star, posing an immense threat to humanity. This represents the greatest peril Blue Star has faced in millennia, second only to the insect race. Fortunately, the number of powerful centaurs in the fifth secret realm is limited, and your assistance in helping Jin Yu break through in combat prowess and racial classification allowed us to retreat unscathed. Otherwise, I fear I might not have returned. Beside them, Lin Mingfei, though already informed by Zhenqing, couldn't suppress a shiver of apprehension. In contrast, Yi Zhan, who had entered the fifth secret realm alongside Zhenqing, maintained an unperturbed demeanor. Zhenqing gazed intently at Chen Fan and stated, "Chen Fan, I have come to extend an invitation for you to join the War God Pioneer team." Join the War God Pioneer team? Chen Fan chuckled. While I do enjoy adventure, I currently hold no interest in joining the Pioneer team. My intention is to cultivate a good relationship with the War God Pioneer team, engage in business, and assist them in nurturing their beasts. However, he had no desire to join the War God Pioneer team. Moreover, if I were to join, wouldn't that mean opposing the Heavenly Saint Pioneer team and the Illusory Sea Pioneer team? I would certainly need to cultivate their beasts for system energy as well. Seeing Chen Fan reject her without a moment's hesitation, a flicker of regret and disappointment crossed Zhenqing's eyes. I understand your perspective, Chen Fan raised an eyebrow, but I can still assist your War God Pioneer team in nurturing beasts without formally joining. Zhenqing exchanged glances with Yi Zhan, both revealing a glimmer of delight. She hesitantly inquired, Jin Yu has just recently broken through to level 17. If I entrust him to you, will you be able to help him advance further? Certainly, but it will require time. Chen Fan's eyes narrowed slightly. Your urgency to elevate Jin Yu's combat prowess suggests you wish to re-enter the fifth secret realm? Zhenqing sighed and nodded. Our War God Pioneer team leader is currently engaged in the fourth secret realm with a large contingent, and it may be some time before they can return. The discovery of the centaur race in the fifth secret realm is of paramount importance. The City Lord's residence wishes for us to investigate the situation further. The highest level beast in our War God Pioneer team is Jin Yu at level 17. Chen Fan furrowed his brow. When do you plan to re-enter the fifth secret realm? Zhenqing softly replied, in a month and a half. Chen Fan fell silent for a moment before responding, I will give it a try. I can only promise to exert my utmost effort to help Jin Yu advance. But a month and a half is rather short. I cannot guarantee a breakthrough within that time frame. Zhenqing nodded, I understand. Additionally, Yi Zhan's redback scorpion is currently the most formidable beast in our team. I would like to entrust it to you for nurturing. Would that be possible? Of course. Chen Fan responded, my training grounds are quite spacious. Even the massive demand could roll around in there. Training a single beast is akin to training a multitude. Since you are preparing to enter the fifth secret realm again, it would be prudent to send over several more beasts. Zhenqing's eyes widened, and after a moment's contemplation, she nodded affirmatively, all right. After a brief discussion, Zhenqing and Yi Zhan left Jin Yu, the Sea Eastern Blue, and the redback scorpion in Chen Fan's training grounds. Lin Mingfei also wished to have Chen Fan continue nurturing the savage rampaging ape, but as she had an imminent mission, she regrettably departed without it. In the training grounds, upon seeing the familiar Jin Yu, Xiao Bai and the others flocked around. The Jin Yu, having engaged in combat for some time in the fifth secret realm, exuded an indescribable aura of menace, causing timid beasts like the cold pool goldhorn dragon to retreat in fear. However, Xiao Bai and Emerald, being well acquainted with Jin Yu, leapt onto its back, chattering excitedly. The red-backed scorpion, with its venomous and somewhat fearsome appearance, made the other beasts keep their distance. Only a few, such as Yi Hao's heavenly wasteland divine bull, familiar with the red-backed scorpion, approached to greet it. The training grounds buzzed with liveliness once more. Centaurs. Chen Fan sat at the stone table, his expression growing serious. Zhenqing had stated that the centaur race and the insect race were the two greatest threats to Blue Star. However, she clearly underestimated the Nightmare Court. Analyzing the information currently at his disposal, it was evident that the Nightmare Court represented the most formidable threat. Should the centaur race and the insect race's previous assaults on various nations and strongholds of Blue Star be orchestrated by the Nightmare Court behind the scenes? The existence of centaurs in the Fifth Secret Realm, an aggressive alien race, would spell significant trouble for Donghai City should they escape. One could only wonder about the number of centaurs residing within the Fifth Secret Realm. Perhaps it was prudent to seek out Master Zhanghai. Although Master is the vice president of the Beast Nurturers Association, he rarely oversees its affairs, primarily dedicating himself to nurturing beasts for the masters stationed in Donghai City. For the sake of caution, Chen Fan felt it necessary to find a way to assist Brother Bai and the other masters in nurturing their beasts first. Should the centaur race burst forth from the Fifth Secret Realm and Donghai City be unable to withstand them, the elevation of the master's beast levels would significantly enhance their safety against such alien threats or the Nightmare Court. While aiding the masters in their breakthroughs was beyond his capabilities, assisting in the advancement of their beasts, though not effortless, would certainly be manageable. Furthermore, elevating their beast levels might even provide them with the strength to ascend further in their cultivation. Chen Fan dialed Master Zhanghai's number. Master, I haven't yet visited the city lord's residence. Could you take me there for a tour and to broaden my horizons? Chapter 150. The three major pioneer teams begin to mobilize. All right, I'm currently out and will return to Donghai City the night after tomorrow. I will call you once I'm back. Zhanghai's response was succinct and straightforward. After hanging up, Chen Fan felt a pang of nostalgia. In recent times, he had showcased numerous methods for nurturing beasts, assisting the Beast Nurturers Association in treating beasts in the specialized treatment area. With a mere utterance, Bai Rouge's four-winged flying snake was transformed into a six-winged variant, subsequently aiding Bai Rouge in upgrading the black iron tortoise. Furthermore, he did not shy away from revealing the formidable beasts he had trained in this residence's training ground, even bringing back the colossal savage rampaging ape. Zhanghai was undoubtedly well aware of all these occurrences. However, he refrained from inquiring Chen Fan about anything related to beast training and never demanded any service from him. On the contrary, he exerted considerable effort to alter Chen Fan's identity issues and sought the protection of the foremost beast-raising family in Tang Kingdom for him. He even had Bai Tianyu convey the 9 cuts of heaven severance to Chen Fan. It was precisely due to Bai Tianyu's importation that the seal on the 9 cuts of heaven severance began to loosen within the system. Prior to this, Chen Fan's feelings towards Zhanghai were largely rooted in gratitude and respect. Despite their master-disciple relationship, they had exchanged only a handful of words over such an extended period. Initially, Chen Fan regarded this relationship as a mere collaboration. You assist me in altering my identity and safeguarding me, and I shall aid you in beast training. It was as simple as that. However, after Bai Tianyu passed on the 9 cuts of heaven severance, unbeknownst to Zhanghai, Chen Fan already sensed a significant shift in their relationship. The records of the 9 cuts of heaven severance within the system raised questions about why Zhanghai's biological brother would also possess it. The intricacies of fate in this world are indeed unfathomable. Chen Fan harbored a belief that he shared a unique bond with both his master, Zhanghai, and the uncle he had yet to meet. What that bond entailed remained unclear to him, but he found himself able to place complete trust in Zhanghai. Therefore, after enduring the onslaught of the Ant Tide and learning from Zhenqing that Donghai City might face a threat from the Centaur clan, Chen Fan promptly contacted Zhanghai. It was time to assist the masters guarding Donghai City in enhancing their beast mastery. With Master Zhanghai as his ally, even his own actions could remain discreet. Zhanghai had stated that Earth and Blue Star share a common origin. Over the years, numerous individuals had crossed over from there, contributing to the flourishing of civilization in this realm. In this contemporary world, could the people of Blue Star and those of Earth still be distinctly recognized? The unease and inexplicable sense of crisis within Chen Fan compelled him to take action for Donghai City. After a brief moment of contemplation, he emerged from the house and settled himself at the stone table in the training ground. The moment he appeared, Xiao Bai and Jade rushed over to him. The territory above his head was perpetually claimed by Jade, and even Xiao Bai defended this right fiercely. Whenever Little Black attempted to perch atop Chen Fan's head, he was either reprimanded by Chen Fan or thwarted by Xiao Bai. In his arms lay Xiao Bai's domain, though it was occasionally occupied by Gongzi. Yet, Gongzi understood he could never compete with Xiao Bai, so he preferred to scamper around Chen Fan's feet. His shoulders had become the territory of Little Black. After several attempts to rest his head on Chen Fan's shoulder, the ice-white python had received several mental jabs from Little Black, which had deterred him from further attempts. The old ape was a source of reassurance, often engrossed in reading, training, or maintaining order. Xiaoqing, being new to this familial environment, initially found it challenging to integrate. But after frolicking with Xiao Bai and Jade, she became much more cheerful. Jade even led Xiaoqing inside to watch television for a while. The golden feather sea eastern blue, upon seeing Chen Fan, immediately flew over to his side, displaying gratitude and affection, which left Xiaoqing in awe. The level 12 red-backed scorpion, familiar with the golden feather sea eastern blue, followed suit, curiously observing Chen Fan. The three beasts belonging to Li Fengxing, including the cold pool golden-horned flood dragon, attempted to join in the excitement but were pushed aside by the other beasts, left to sulk in the corner. Among the trio of beasts from Shun Hongxiu, the Illusion King Blue Python and the golden-horned beast stood out as particularly aloof, unfamiliar with Chen Fan's capabilities. They remained indifferent to the commotion, opting instead to nap under a distant tree, their interest in mingling non-existent. Observing the ice-white python and the black iron tortoise cozying up to Chen Fan, they exhibited disdain in their eyes. Generally, beasts display such intimacy only towards their own beast masters, even if Chen Fan provided them with delicacies or possessed formidable strength. Why would they feel compelled to curry favor with him? The Illusion King Blue Python and the golden-horned beast lazily raised their heads, glancing at Chen Fan. Back in the second secret realm, Chen Fan had promised to assist the goblins in breaking through. Could beasts merely achieve breakthroughs on command? That green-skinned goblin was a pure sycophant, while Chen Fan was merely a braggart. Meow? Xiaobai widened her gem-like eyes and pointed at Xiaoqing. Her words were not particularly fluent, yet through thought communication, Chen Fan quickly grasped her meaning. Xiaobai conveyed that she and Jade had just shown Xiaoqing around their home. Xiaoqing could now operate the remote control to switch on the television and change channels. Moreover, earlier, when the Illusion King Blue Python and the golden-horned beast had a dispute, Xiaoqing had slapped the golden-horned beast as a warning, leaving it too frightened to utter a sound. Chen Fan chuckled softly, patting Xiaobai on the head. Well done. Xiaoqing is now one of us. She may still be a bit shy, so make sure to play with her more. Xiaobai nodded enthusiastically. Gongzi suddenly leaped onto Chen Fan's lap, standing upright with a book in hand, patting his chest and pointing at the old ape, indicating that he was now studying diligently like the old ape. Chen Fan glanced at the book in Gongzi's hands, noticing it was upside down. What book are you reading? Chen Fan teased, taking the book to correct its orientation. The old ape can read it, but you can't. No more lies next time. Focus on your training, understand? Gongzi, feeling embarrassed, rubbed his head against Chen Fan, only to be shoved away by Xiaobai, rolling down like a ball. Just as he landed, he bounced back up. Suddenly, Little Black, perched on Chen Fan's shoulder, proudly declared, I am now a level 7 overlord. You mere level 6 ants should kneel before me. What are you waiting for? The other beasts glared fiercely at Little Black. The golden feather sea eastern blue leaned in, its large head hovering before Little Black. You are a level 7 overlord? Then what am I at level 17? Little Black cast a sideways glance at the golden feather sea eastern blue, seemingly oblivious, and confidently replied, You all must recognize one thing. My strength has far surpassed yours. From now on, you must treat me with utmost respect. Tremble, you insignificant ants. Chen Fan couldn't help but remark, Silly bird, stop boasting. You, a level 7 soul-eating bird, still can't kill a level 5 monster. How can you shamelessly prattle on every day? Little Black's wings enveloped its chest, a poignant ache resonating within. Although its spiritual stinger was formidable, capable of eliciting cries from even the most fearsome of monsters, it was regrettably ineffective against even level 5 beasts. The Shadow Arrow, while capable of inflicting considerable damage on such foes, would falter against the likes of the heavily armored Dark Bloodstone Golem or the Black Iron Dragon Tortoise, rendering it as futile as fireworks. Gently pecking Chen Fan's neck, Little Black insisted, I must reach level 8. Once I attain that, the Shadow Arrow will be able to vanquish beasts of the same level. Patience is a virtue. There is no need to rush, Chen Fan replied, meticulously recording Little Black's current statistics onto his computer. He also documented the upgrade data for the Golden Feather Sea Eagle before finally shifting his attention to the Redback Scorpion. Monster name, Redback Scorpion, monster level, 12, species level, intermediate transcendent, monster attributes, poison monster weaknesses, earth, rock, species skills, crimson poison spike, toxic mist breath, scarlet whirlwind, scorpion claw sweep, crimson scorpion shell, monster status, slightly nervous, beast preference, fond of consuming spiders, potential level, 4 stars requirement to break through to level 13. First method. Second method. Species level evolution path, 3 routes. Noticing that Nighthouse orange-red poison spider had distanced itself from the redback scorpion, hiding away from the others, Chen Fan chuckled. It was amusing that the poison spider, a companion of Nighthouse, was so intimidated. He proceeded to record the various materials required for the redback scorpion's evolution onto his computer. Then, gesturing towards the 3 beasts under the great tree belonging to Shun Hongxiu, he commanded, Little Green, go fetch those 3 lazy ones. We need to convene. Little Green complied, seizing the Illusion King Azure Python, the charming Eye Fire Spirit, and the Bloodthirsty Bat, tossing them over like grenades. The Bloodthirsty Bat managed to take flight upon landing, but the Illusion King Azure Python and the charming Eye Fire Spirit were left disoriented. The Illusion King Azure Python, once a massive creature with golden horns, had shrunk into a mere snake. It slithered onto the stone table, squealing like a young girl. Chen Fan, you are mistreating your beasts. I protest. In this training ground, only it, Little Black, and the goblin were capable of human speech. The charming Eye Fire Spirit emitted a series of protests, but Chen Fan disregarded them entirely. The Illusion King Azure Python continued, my master placed us here for nurturing, not torment. Ah, so you understand that nurturing is the goal? Chen Fan scoffed. Upon their return, the others have barely rested before diving into rigorous training, while you lot merely slink off to sleep. I was tired. The Illusion King Azure Python retorted defensively. Tired? Chen Fan raised an eyebrow. During the second secret realm, you spent most of your time spectating and did not engage in any battles. Upon your return from District D of the second secret realm, even the charming Eye Fire Spirit shouldered a significant burden while you coiled around Hongxiu's arm, idly avoiding work. You claim to be tired after contributing nothing? I am but a snake. Should I act as a donkey? The Illusion King Azure Python's voice diminished significantly. Chen Fan pointed at the ice-white python and remarked, the Azure Dragon is also a serpent, and it managed to drag several monster corpses back with it. The ice-white python approached, nodding in agreement. With no retort left, the Illusion King Azure Python cast a glance of indignation towards Chen Fan before turning away, embodying the image of a pouting child. Enough, I shall refrain from chastising you further, Chen Fan sighed. What I wish to convey to everyone is that if you aspire to break through, one essential task must be undertaken, rigorous training. Even if I can assist you in leveling up, without your own diligence, you will inevitably lag behind your peers. Combat experience, teamwork, instinct, and techniques, these are not gifts I can bestow upon you. They can only be acquired through your own efforts. Silence enveloped the beasts. After a brief pause, Chen Fan continued. What purpose does this expansive training ground serve? Is it merely for your amusement or slumber? It exists for your training. I am a beast master, not a pig farmer. The Illusion King Azure Python, on the verge of tears, could find no counterargument to Chen Fan's assertions. Here we gather a multitude of beasts of various attributes, he elaborated. Henceforth, in addition to your personal training, you may select opponents for practical combat. Fear not injury. Before battles, you can seek armor from Gongzi or the Dragon Tortoise. Should you sustain wounds, Saint Moon will be available for immediate healing. Observe how diligently Gongzi trains. If I did not intervene, he would practice for 3 days and nights. Gongzi puffed up with pride. I want to always be monitoring you. It is up to you to strive for improvement. This is your responsibility. Chen Fan waved his hand dismissively. All right, disperse. If some of you wish to sleep, so be it. If you wish to be a pig, what can I do? Little Boo, you and Old Ape come assist me with the supplies. The beasts immediately scattered. Gongzi, brimming with enthusiasm, sought out a sturdy pillar for training. The Illusion King Azure Python, with tears brimming in its eyes, stormed off, its tail slapping against a pillar in frustration. The pillar stood firm, while the python yelped in pain. Before long, Chen Fan and the goblin emerged, carrying freshly cut flame ant meat and various ingredients. Behind them, Old Ape lugged an electric stove and a large pot. What a rascal! The Illusion King Azure Python mumbled. He instructs us to train diligently while he indulges in hot pot. Foolish! Little Black soared above the Illusion King Azure Python, exclaiming, my master is aiding that green-skinned dwarf in breaking through, not merely enjoying a meal. If you haven't seen the world, do refrain from speaking nonsense. Breakthrough. The Illusion King Azure Python was taken aback. In the secret realm, the goblin had once endeared himself to Chen Fan by preparing coffee, after which Chen Fan had promised to assist the goblin in achieving a breakthrough upon their return. The Illusion King Azure Python turned its attention towards Chen Fan, closely observing what transpired. Did beasts truly achieve breakthroughs merely by uttering the word? Back in the secret realm, Little Black's remarkable ascension was due to its consumption of numerous monster souls, which harbored substantial stellar energy. Not only did they contain ample stellar energy, but they also brimmed with spiritual essence. However, the other beasts lacked the unique racial skill that allowed Little Black to consume souls, given that they had slain numerous monsters. It was unsurprising that Little Black reached level 7. Hence, the Illusion King Azure Python and the other beasts did not attribute Little Black's breakthrough to Chen Fan's efforts. No matter how formidable Chen Fan may be, it is implausible for him to effortlessly elevate any beast of his choosing at will, is it? The Illusion King, the Azure Python with golden horns, was observing Chen Fan intently from a distance, as were the other beasts, all equally intrigued. the redback scorpion. Having never witnessed Chen Fan's beast nurturing before, was filled with curiosity. However, having just been reprimanded by Chen Fan to train diligently, none dared to approach out of mere curiosity. Only the emerald, chattering excitedly, fluttered back, hopping around eagerly. After a flurry of activity, Chen Fan tossed various ingredients into the pot, creating a chaotic stew. Is he truly assisting the goblin in a breakthrough? The more one looked, the more it resembled a hot pot. The illusion king, Azure Python with golden horns, could not help but voice a sarcastic remark. If you don't understand, refrain from speaking, retorted the proud Little Black. My master has always employed this method to aid Little White and the others in their breakthroughs. This is the miraculous prowess of my master, transforming the mundane into the extraordinary. As time passed, the water in the large pot had been boiling for quite a while. Chen Fan ladled a generous bowl and handed it to the goblin, who accepted it in astonishment. Little Black exclaimed, "Next comes the moment of witnessing a miracle. Pay attention. Horned serpent. Observe closely, you bunch of bumpkins." After taking a bite, the goblin gave Chen Fan a thumbs up. "Ha ha ha, delicious, isn't it?" Chen Fan laughed heartily. "Come, old ape, serve yourself a bowl. It's been ages since I've had hot pot." Boom. Little Black and several other beasts tumbled to the ground in disbelief. Is it truly hot pot? The Azure Python with golden horns, now somewhat frantic, exclaimed, "Fat duck, didn't you say he was going to help the green-skinned dwarf break through? Why is he indulging in hot pot instead?" Little Black flapped his wings and flew to the top of a pillar, explaining, "Having returned from the secret realm this morning, my master only ate 2 pieces of dried meat and 2 fruits. Now that he is hungry, can he not eat first?" Meanwhile, at the training ground, a group of beasts was diligently training, grunting and clashing, while on the other side, Chen Fan and the old ape were enjoying their hot pot. The goblin had consumed only half a bowl before Chen Fan reclaimed it. Sitting aside, he watched Chen Fan and the old ape eat, occasionally salivating. After their meal, Chen Fan opened the sealed boxes on the ground, chopping various materials and adding them to the large pot. Although the earlier scene indeed resembled a hot pot, the subsequent ingredients were specifically intended to aid the goblin's breakthrough. Transitioning from level 5 to level 6 was relatively straightforward. The materials Chen Fan had ordered prior to their exit from the secret realm had already arrived at the Beast Nurturing Association. "This entire pot is for you." Chen Fan indicated at the freshly brewed concoction. "Oh heavens, what will Little Boo do with such a large pot?" The goblin gazed at the immense quantity with wide eyes. Although he had been salivating moments ago, how could he possibly consume all of this? Yet, he had to try. "This is to assist your breakthrough," Chen Fan reassured him. The goblin shivered with excitement. Was it finally his turn? Was this pot meant for him? He gulped hard, declaring, "Oh heavens, Lord Chen Fan, rest assured. Even if it kills me, I shall consume every last drop." Before Chen Fan, the goblin devoured bowl after bowl, sweating profusely. Meanwhile, the illusion king, Azure Python with golden horns, observed with mounting anxiety. The green-skinned dwarf must have offended Chen Fan. He is punishing him now, with that head of his. How could he possibly finish such a large pot without bursting? Chen Fan, the devil, possessed a terrifying array of torturous methods. Just as these thoughts brewed, Chen Fan placed his palm on the goblin's forehead. Moments later, a look of anguish crossed the goblin's face. All the beasts widened their eyes in shock. The illusion king, Azure Python with golden horns, exclaimed, "It's over. The green-skinned dwarf is truly going to burst. I warned you, with such a large pot." He de-explode. Boom. The goblin's belly did not burst, but his body radiated countless sparkling lights. He had reached level 6. Bowed deeply, the goblin expressed gratitude. "Thank you, Lord Chen Fan, for assisting Little Boo in his breakthrough. From now on, I shall be your most loyal servant. Command me as you will." The illusion king, Azure Python with golden horns, was bewildered. Wasn't he this about hot pot? How did it suddenly transform into a breakthrough? A mere hot pot led to a breakthrough? The Charm Eye Fire Spirit and Bloodthirsty Demon Bat were equally astonished. However, the Orange-Red Venom Spider and the Divine Bull of the Wasteland, having previously witnessed Chen Fan assist the Savage Berserk Ape and the Dark Bloodstone Man in their breakthroughs, were not overly surprised. After all, this outcome seemed rather typical. Chen Fan had effortlessly helped the Savage Berserk Ape break through after 2 years of being stuck at level 10. Assisting the goblin in breaking through from level 5 to level 6 was as simple as enjoying a hot pot, wasn't he it? The group of beasts redirected their attention, training even more fervently. There exists a kind of leveling up called longing with bated breath, a type of breakthrough described as indescribably wonderful, and an anticipation known as Chen Fan cooking hot pot. Many beasts cast sidelong glances at the illusion king, Azure Python with golden horns, and the other 3 beasts. Did they believe themselves superior enough to mock Chen Fan? They should humbly take their place at the back of the line. Perhaps one day, If Chen Fan was in a good mood, he might consider helping them break through. Or perhaps, if he was displeased, he might simply stew them into snake soup. The Illusion King, Azure Python with golden horns, and the other three beasts felt a sense of isolation. Meanwhile, the red-backed scorpion, with a hint of reverence, glanced at Chen Fan before commencing its training. The golden-feathered sea eagle, fatigued, succumbed to sleep. After battling for so many days in the fifth secret realm, returning to Chen Fan felt like finding peace. It was still a bit too weak. Having been pursued relentlessly by a group of centaurs in the fifth secret realm, it realized that without the ability to fly and Chen Fan's assistance in elevating its battle power and racial level, it might not have returned at all. If, during this time, Chen Fan could help it elevate both its battle power and racial level, then the golden-feathered sea eagle opened its eyes again, excitement coursing through it, rendering it unable to sleep. Suddenly, Little Black strolled past the golden-feathered sea eagle, taking deliberate steps instead of flying, and declared, "I am already level 7. The difference between level 17 and level 7 is merely a single digit." The golden-feathered sea eagle paused momentarily before flapping its wings. Slap! Little Black was sent tumbling into the small lake by the golden-feathered sea eagle. Upon spotting Little Black, the emerald, swimming in the lake, leapt onto Little Black's back in sheer excitement. Little Black shouted, "Emerald, let go of me. I can't swim. I'm not a duck." On the shore, the cold pool golden horn dragon and a few other beasts walked by, peeking at Little Black while pretending not to notice. "To drown you, you wretched duck. You flaunt your arrogance, and now, may lightning strike you down from head to toe." Xiao Bai observed as his junior was enveloped by the jade, drifting precariously in the water, fearing that the jade would drown Xiao He. Unable to contain himself, he called out from the shore. In a moment of irritation, the jade released its grip on Xiao He, who emerged like a drenched chicken, flapping angrily and squawking by the bank. Li Fengxing returned home, brimming with vigor, striding with confidence. In the living room, his father and sister were engaged in conversation. "Dad, sis, I've just acquired several billion. I shall never lack for money again," he proclaimed with exuberance. Li Qingyan looked up, furrowing her brow. "Did you rob a bank? Tell me which bank it was, and I'll help you settle it. We must act swiftly." Li Fu silently regarded his son, nodding slightly. Li Fengxing took a large gulp of water. "Rob a bank? I earned it through my own efforts." Li Qingyan retorted, "Do you still possess any real ability?" Li Fengxing fell silent. "By the way, do you know that fellow from the War God Academy, named Chen Fan? The one who accompanied Jin Qing and entered the first secret realm, slaying the Blood Petal Flower King?" Li Fengxing replied, "I was just about to mention him, sis. I'll introduce you to him later." Li Qingyan raised an eyebrow. "Oh, you knew I was looking for him?" "Not at all. But I thought to introduce you so he could become my brother-in-law." PFF. The tea that Li Fu had just sipped was instantly spewed out. "You're courting death." Li Qingyan furiously grabbed Li Fengxing's head and delivered a series of blows, leaving him teary-eyed. After the scuffle, Li Qingyan returned to her seat, clapping her hands. "This brother is not suitable to remain for long. How old are you two to still be fighting?" Li Fu's expression turned displeased. "You've been bickering since childhood." "What fighting?" Li Fengxing protested. "I'm the one who is always getting beaten. You never intervene. So entering the Heavenly Saint Pioneer team is such a big deal?" Li Qingyan quipped. "Hitting is affection, scolding is love. When angry, one can even kick," she added. "Oh, then you should show more love to our dad," Li Fengxing retorted. "Qingyan, loosen his muscles a bit more," Li Fu suggested. "All right." Li Qingyan agreed, but Li Fengxing shouted, "Wait. I have a piece of news about Brother Fan. I'll sell it to you for 1 million. Are you interested?" Li Qingyan shook her head. "No? Huh." Li Fengxing was taken aback. "Why aren't you playing by the rules?" On the way back, Hong Xiu tricked her brother into handing over 1 million. Li Qingyan's smile faltered slightly. "You're saying Shun Hongxiu exchanged information about Chen Fan for 1 million with her brother Shen Xiao?" "Exactly." Li Fengxing nodded. "What information could be worth that much?" Li Qingyan inquired, blinking. Li Fengxing chuckled. "It's the news that Brother Fan can nurture beasts. I didn't believe it at first. But after you gave me a beating, he personally told me. A few of my spirit beasts are currently in Brother Fan's training grounds." Li Qingyan's expression shifted slightly. "Chen Fan can nurture beasts? Jin Qing left the golden feather Heidonking with him for cultivation? That's impossible." The golden feather Heidonking was originally level 16, yet before entering the 5th secret realm, it inexplicably became level 17, gravely injuring the spirit beast of our Heavenly Saint Pioneer Team's deputy leader. Could this truly be related to Chen Fan? "Of course," Li Fengxing exclaimed. "Brother Fan helped the golden feather Heidonking break through. Do you think it was just lounging around in Brother Fan's training ground?" At that moment, Li Fu interjected. "Chen Fan is a disciple of Master Zhang Hai." "What?" Li Qingyan was taken aback. "Dad, why didn't you tell me this sooner?" "You never asked," Li Fu replied. Li Qingyan pouted. "If he really is Master Zhang Hai's disciple, It would explain why Zhenqing's golden feather heidonking must have been nurtured directly by him. Yet, it's rather peculiar. Master Zhang Hai came to our EC city primarily to assist the city lord in nurturing spirit beasts to break through to the 7th grade grandmaster level. Had it not been for the 3 grandmasters guarding EC city, he might not have been willing to intervene at all. Why would Master Zhang Hai help Zhenqing cultivate the golden feather heidonking? It cannot be that he was the one who nurtured it, Li Fengxing asserted. It must have been Brother Fan himself who nurtured it. I personally witnessed him help Xiao He break through to level 7 in the 2nd secret realm. Li Qingyan contemplated silently, while Li Fu smiled gently. The War God Pioneer team is the quickest to act, and due to Shun Hongxiu's influence, the Illusory Sea Pioneer team will soon approach Chen Fan as well. If your Heavenly Saint Pioneer team does not take action soon, you may find yourselves lagging far behind those 2 teams. Li Qingyan's expression grew serious. Dad, are you implying? Li Fu raised his eyebrows slightly. I am also limited in what I know about many matters concerning Chen Fan. What I can assure you is that his talent in nurturing beasts surpasses expectations. Master Zhang Hai speaks highly of his disciple. Let us wait a moment. Your second uncle will be returning shortly. He should bring more information regarding Chen Fan. Li Fengxing was taken aback. How would second uncle know about Brother Fan? Li Fu sighed, looking at his son. Recently, the Nightmare Court has been causing disturbances. Do you really think we'd allow you all to roam into the secret realm freely? The talented scions of the prominent families in EC City, including the city lord's daughter, just waltzed into the secret realm? Li Fengxing asked, what do you mean? Li Qingyan rubbed her forehead, feeling somewhat helpless. You fool. Dad means that this time, whether from our Li family or the other prominent families, there are certainly strong individuals dispatched to protect you in secret. Clearly, second uncle was sent to follow you. Li Fengxing's eyes widened. You all are too shameless. Following us in secret? Is that what you call shameless? Li Fu shot a disapproving glance at Li Fengxing. Just then, Li Fengxing's second uncle entered, reeking of alcohol. Li Fu's eyes flashed with displeasure. What is going on? You smell of liquor? Li Fengxing's second uncle forced a smile, waving his hand. Don't mention it. Shen Lao Air insisted on dragging me to drink, and Wu Ti let me leave until I was drunk, which resulted in me sleeping for 3 days and nights in the secret realm. Li Fu's eyes widened in shock. What did you say? I instructed you to shadow them for their protection, and you ended up drinking with Shen Lao Air in the secret realm? You slept for 3 days and nights? Li Fengxing's second uncle timidly replied. Actually, apart from the city lord's manor and the 2 from the Chu family, the Beast Nurturing Association also sent people to provide secret protection. See, nothing happened. They all returned safely. Li Fu slowly stood up, gesturing to Li Qingyan and Li Fengxing. Hitting is affection, scolding is love. You 2 just finished fighting, and now I'm ready to give my brother a thrashing. It's not suitable for children. You both should return to your rooms. Li Qingyan and Li Fengxing quickly fled. Li Fengxing's second uncle sensed the impending danger and attempted to escape. Just as he turned, he found himself caught by Li Fengxing's father. With a thud, the 2 landed in the garden. Li Fengxing's father forcefully pressed his own brother entirely into the ground. Oh dear. Li Fengxing's uncle struggled with all his might. Yet his elder brother was the head of the Li family, having attained the 6th tier of cultivation, while he himself was merely in the mid-stage of the 5th tier. How could he possibly escape? Just as he exerted himself to break free, he received 2 punches to the head. Inside the room, Li Qingyan exchanged a silent glance with the scene unfolding in the garden before retracting her gaze. She extended her hand and seized Li Fengxing by the neck, mirroring the way her father grasped her uncle's neck. Li Fengxing turned to her, questioning, what is the matter? Li Qingyan replied, take me to see Chen Fan. Li Fengxing was taken aback. Just a moment ago, I suggested that Brother Fan become my brother-in-law, and you promptly beat me up. Now you're eager to see him? Li Qingyan raised an eyebrow and hoisted Li Fengxing up, slamming him heavily to the ground and delivering 2 punches to the back of his head. The action and the technique were identical to how her father dealt with his own brother. Li Fengxing, lying on the ground, was infuriated. People call me foolish, but it's because you keep hitting me on the back of the head, rendering me daft. Li Qingyan retorted, enough of your nonsense. Take me to find Chen Fan. Li Fengxing stood up, extending his hand. Give me $1 million. What million? I previously mentioned selling you information about Brother Fan, remember? I'm no longer interested in that information. I want to buy it. We'll discuss it another time. Oh, Li Fengxing scratched his head in frustration, sensing something was amiss, yet unable to pinpoint precisely what it was. Meanwhile, Shen Xiao was driving, carrying his sister Shun Hongxiu and Shun Daodao towards the Beastmaster Association. Hongxiu, once again you've swindled me out of $1 million. We are family. Why do you keep saying I cheated you? You'll soon realize that the information I provided is worth far more than $1 million. Even 10 million would have buyers clamoring for it. Haha. It's perfectly normal that Chen Fan, being a disciple of Master Zhang Hai, can cultivate beasts. But do you truly think I'm a fool for believing that Jin Qing's golden feathered East Blue is his creation? If you don't believe me, let us wager 1,000,000. If the golden feathered East Blue is indeed cultivated by Chen Fan, you owe me 1,000,000. If not, I'll owe you 1,000,000. Furthermore, I'll assist in persuading Chen Fan to help your Illusion Sea exploration team cultivate beasts, and you'll give me 50,000,000. Why not just rob it? That would be much more exhilarating. So what is your answer? Fine. If Chen Fan truly possesses such capabilities and you can persuade him, I'll give you 50,000,000. Shen Dao, who had been silent, turned to Shun Hongxiu. Split it with me. Shun Hongxiu smiled slightly. My affection for you cannot be expressed in words. 1,000 phrases can be summarized into one. Go away. Shen Dao, his face taut, suddenly shouted. In spring, flowers bloom at 14, 15, and 16. Ga. Shen Xiao jolted, swerving the steering wheel, and crashed the car directly into a tree. Shun Hongxiu chuckled. Brother, you always say I can't drive, yet your skills aren't much better. Did you intend to drive the car up a tree? I've attempted that countless times, and only succeeded once. Shen Xiao fell silent, seizing the fleeing Shen Dao and delivering a flurry of blows. Chapter 151. Chen Fan begins to move. At noon, within a room, Chen Fan sat in meditation, diligently channeling star energy to refine his bones. On the training ground, numerous beast companions formed a circle. In the center, Gongzi was locked in a fierce battle with the Dark Bloodstone Giant. The formidable and imposing Dark Bloodstone Giant was at a disadvantage. Both combatants were at level 6, yet Gongzi boasted a lower-tier Lord species, while the Dark Bloodstone Giant was a mid-tier extraordinary. In terms of species level, Gongzi surpassed the Dark Bloodstone Giant by a full 2 tiers. As the clash ensued, the surrounding beasts were utterly captivated. Although the Dark Bloodstone Giant possessed formidable defense and strength, its agility was evidently inferior to Gongzi's. Additionally, Gongzi's star energy far surpassed that of the Dark Bloodstone Giant. Moreover, Gongzi exhibited a significant distinction from other honey badgers. He was far more cunning, understanding when to advance and when to retreat, charging fearlessly when necessary and retreating without hesitation when the situation demanded. Initially, he opted for close combat, charging and only to be struck by the Dark Bloodstone Giant several times. After nearly being crushed, he abandoned the notion of a direct confrontation. Leveraging his smaller stature, he continuously circled around the Dark Bloodstone Giant. With his purple crystal spikes, he relentlessly pressured the giant into evasive maneuvers. The moment the Dark Bloodstone Giant revealed a flaw, Gongzi darted in like a whirlwind, viciously biting at its legs. The Dark Bloodstone Giant wielded its massive hammer with immense force, yet its swings lacked the finesse of a blade. Many times, it swung its hammer vigorously, failing to hit Gongzi and nearly striking its own feet instead. After several successful dodges by Gongzi, the Dark Bloodstone Giant discarded its hammer and resorted to using its fists. However, without the hammer, Gongzi grew increasingly audacious and activated his bloodlust. Once bloodlust was unleashed, Gongzi's power and speed surged dramatically, forcing the Dark Bloodstone Giant to retreat. The surrounding beasts watched in awe and trepidation. The chicken dragon cheered for Gongzi from the sidelines. Bite its legs, bite its legs. The chicken dragon had yet to forget the incident when Gongzi had bitten its leg back at the War God Academy. On the other side, the Cold Pool Goldenhorn Dragon nodded repeatedly, murmuring, "Very good, quite impressive. No wonder Gongzi was able to hold his own against the 3 of us on the arena. He truly possesses skill." The nearby Ice White Python, understanding the Cold Pool Goldenhorn Dragon's words, couldn't help but glance at the golden-horned creature, thinking that it was far more shameless than its owner. Although Li Fengxing was foolish, he still had some sense of pride. The Cold Pool Goldenhorn Dragon, on the other hand, seemed completely oblivious to the concept of shame. Perched atop a stone pillar, Little Black observed the battle below, sighing. Are they truly going to fight until the heavens crumble and the earth decays? Indeed, without my mental stabs to assist, you are all utterly useless. The surrounding beasts glared up at Little Black in anger. What are you staring at? Little Black, looking down from its elevated position, challenged the beasts. Dare to challenge me one-on-one? I'll pierce you all with my mental stabs. Suddenly, a flash of lightning crackled as Little White appeared behind it. Little Black, having anticipated the attack, flapped its wings and dodged Little White's claw, soaring into the air. Little White, I was already prepared for your lightning strike. However, before it could finish its sentence, Little White appeared above it and struck its head with a claw. With a thud, Little Black fell from the sky, landing in a small lake and emerging as a drenched creature. The surrounding beasts exchanged glances, shaking their heads before diverting their gazes back to the ongoing battle. As Gongzi and the Dark Bloodstone Giant's clash was nearing its conclusion, 100 meters away outside the training ground, the Death Spider Emperor, shrouded in an aura of death, slowly approached. On its back were Shen Xiao, Shen Hongxiu, and Shen Daodao. Passers-by, upon seeing the Death Spider Emperor, quickly steered clear. Although creatures of such caliber possessed high intelligence and generally adhered to rules, the Death Spider Emperor's fearsome visage still terrified many. At that moment, an armored vehicle sped towards them, passing by the Death Spider Monarch before coming to a screeching halt beneath a towering tree. The door swung open, and Li Qingyan gracefully descended from the vehicle. Shen Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly, his voice low and somber. "You have arrived." Li Qingyan replied, "Indeed, I have." Shen Xiao stated, "You should not have come." Li Qingyan countered, "Yet I have come nonetheless." Shen Xiao insisted, "Then you should leave. You too have had enough." Shen Daodao and Li Fengxing remarked, their brows furrowed in silent disapproval. Shen Hongxiu raised an eyebrow and languidly commented, "If you can take action, do refrain from incessant chatter." As soon as her words fell, Shen Xiao thrust his hand back, enveloping Shen Hongxiu and Shen Daodao in a surge of energy that sent them drifting lightly to the side. Meanwhile, the Death Spider Monarch opened its maw, launching a web towards Li Qingyan. "You scoundrel, I should have anticipated this," Li Qingyan exclaimed, swiftly dodging the web and activating the beast summoning array. From the array emerged a colossal ant of tremendous power, comparable in size to the Death Spider Monarch. However, before the ant could fully emerge, a flurry of webs descended upon it, wrapping it up like a dumpling. Shameless! Li Qingyan seethed with fury, extending his hand as his sword unsheathed. With 2 swift strokes, the sword energy tore through the webs, ensnaring the ant. "You have grown careless." Taking advantage of Li Qingyan's distraction, Shen Xiao and the Death Spider Monarch advanced from opposite sides. Li Qingyan's expression darkened as he retreated swiftly. Simultaneously, a burst of acidic liquid erupted from the ant, splattering the ground. "Retreat." Shen Xiao recognized the corrosive nature of the ant's liquid and hastily withdrew with the Death Spider Monarch. Boom, boom, boom. The commotion outside intensified. Chen Fan, who had been cultivating indoors, irritably opened his eyes. His residence, situated in a secluded area of the Beast Tamer Association, was spacious enough to accommodate a vast training ground and forest. Is someone actually fighting here? Chen Fan fumed as he stepped outside. Behind him, all the beasts from the training ground followed suit. As Chen Fan emerged, his gaze fell upon the Death Spider Monarch. He had treated the creature once in the first secret realm at the Circular Mountain and had fought alongside it. "Scoundrels, coming to fight at my doorstep. Do you intend to demolish my home?" Chen Fan glared fiercely at the Death Spider Monarch before turning to the ant. Enthralled by the spectacle of the 2 combatants and their beasts, Chen Fan inadvertently stepped into the acidic liquid expelled by the ant. The liquid was thick and oily, and upon stepping into it, he lost his balance and toppled forward. No worries. How could such a trivial matter trouble a second rank? Chen Fan remained unflustered, slapping his left hand against the ground to propel himself upwards. However, he found his hand stuck to a sticky web. Thud! Chen Fan fell flat on his face. Both parties in the battle paused, their attention turning towards Chen Fan. A moment of silence enveloped the scene. Chen Fan, lying on the ground, lifted his head and raised his hand, calling out, "Quickly, go to the West Heaven and summon the Buddha." The Buddha did not appear, but celestial soldiers did. 3 figures flashed onto the scene, sending Shen Xiao and Li Qingyan flying. A figure appeared atop the backs of the Death Spider Monarch and the ant, slender yet formidable, pressing them down. The individual who had thrown Shen Xiao and Li Qingyan aside was the very star warrior who had aided Chen Fan in capturing the assassin at the entrance of the Beast Tamer Association. With a grave expression, the middle-aged star warrior bellowed, "The Shun and Li families truly lack understanding. You bring a level 12 beast to engage in such a ruckus. Do you intend to dismantle the Beast Tamer Association?" Shen Xiao and Li Qingyan, slightly disheveled, returned. Shen Xiao awkwardly replied, "Uncle Qian, we weren't truly fighting. It was merely playful." Li Qingyan nodded in agreement. Uncle Qian snorted derisively. He understood that neither side had truly fought seriously, otherwise, the area within dozens of meters would have been obliterated by the clash of level 12 beasts. Regardless, one cannot permit level 12 beasts to engage in combat within the confines of the Beast Tamer Association. Even the most docile of beasts can go berserk. What if one of them were to sustain an injury and lash out? Chen Fan's lavish residence would surely be reduced to rubble. At this moment, Shen Hongxiu helped Chen Fan to his feet, brushing off the dust. Chen Fan's expression was elongated, akin to that of a donkey, his eyes brewing a tempest. Suddenly, a smile broke forth as he gestured invitingly. "Let us discuss matters inside." Shen Xiao and Li Qingyan exchanged glances. His mood changes far too swiftly, they thought. This could pose a problem. The more quickly one shifts their demeanor, the more difficult they tend to be to handle. It seemed implausible that persuading him to assist with their beasts would be an easy feat. Shen Xiao and Li Qingyan exchanged glances with Shun Hongxiu and Li Fengxing. Shun Hongxiu rolled her eyes, while Shun Daodao signaled that everything was fine. However, Li Fengxing approached Li Qingyan, asking, "Sister, is there dust in your eyes? Why are you blinking at me so incessantly?" Li Qingyan thought, why is there such a disparity among siblings? At that moment, both Li Qingyan and Shun Zhao's expressions shifted. They both caught sight of the golden-feathered eastern blue and the red-backed scorpion within the training ground. Zhenqing had actually sent the golden-feathered eastern blue once more, and the red-backed scorpion, fresh from battle, was brought here as well. The War God Pioneer team truly operates with remarkable speed. If this delay continues, will the Illusory Sea Pioneer team and the Heavenly Sacred Pioneer team be left far behind by the War God Pioneer team? Fortunately, Shen Xiao and Li Qingyan quickly apologized to Uncle Qian before recalling their respective beasts back to their summoning spaces and hastily pursued Chen Fan. As the group entered the house, Chen Fan sat on the sofa, casting a silent glance at Shen Xiao and Li Qingyan. "Please, take a seat." Shen Xiao chuckled awkwardly. "Brother Chen Fan, we sincerely apologize for the earlier incident. We came here to..." Chen Fan nodded slightly. "I understand. You seek my assistance with beast cultivation, correct? No problem." Shen Xiao and Li Qingyan were taken aback, their prepared statements left unvoiced. The opening they had envisioned was not at all as they had anticipated. They had even planned for Shun Hongxiu and Li Fengxing to act as intermediaries, fostering relationships to persuade Chen Fan. Yet, they were met with Chen Fan's gentle smile as he continued, "As long as the payment is sufficient, everything is negotiable." Shen Xiao perked up for the Pioneer team. "Money is not an issue." Chen Fan's smile widened. "Then there is absolutely no problem." Shen Xiao tentatively added, "I would like you to assist me in cultivating the Death Spider Monarch first." "Certainly," Chen Fan replied, 3 million alliance coins. "You will cover the cost of materials, and I will send you a message when I require them. I may ask for a bit more in materials, but I won't overcharge excessively." Shen Xiao and Li Qingyan exchanged glances, astonished. He just openly stated his intention to charge us. Upon hearing such words, should one feel elated or indignant? In truth, a more advantageous approach to negotiations would be to propose a fixed price that encompasses all material costs. However, both Shen Xiao and Li Qingyan refrained from voicing such a request. The matter regarding Zhenqing and her golden-feathered sea eagle has unsettled them. Moreover, from the words of Shun Hongxiu and Li Fengxing, they have gleaned that Chen Fan possesses extraordinary and enigmatic skills. If he can facilitate a level 12 beast tamer's breakthrough in merely a few months, then what does it matter if the price escalates several-fold? For the pioneering team, the prowess of their beasts or beast tamers is of paramount importance. Money is hardly a concern for them. Shen Xiao chuckled joyously. "Very well. If you can indeed elevate the combat or racial level of my Death Spider Emperor, we shall entrust all our beast-raising business to you." Chen Fan nodded with a smile. Observing this, Li Qingyan hastily interjected, "My 1,000 gene ant. 5 million alliance coins. Why? Both my 1,000 gene ant and Shun Zhao's Death Spider Emperor are level 12. And their racial levels are also of medium extraordinary rank. Your large ant's saliva caused me to stumble, after all. Yet, when you fell, your hand was ensnared by the webs of the Death Spider Emperor. The Death Spider Emperor has a slight acquaintance with me. It has aided me in the first secret realm's ring-shaped mountain, contributing even if not in a grand manner." After a brief silence, Li Qingyan resolutely nodded. 5 million it is. As long as you can truly assist my 1,000 gene ant in its breakthrough. Typically, how long does it take to help a level 12 beast achieve a breakthrough in combat level? At most 4 months, at the least 1 month, depending on the circumstances. What? 1 month? As I said, it depends. For instance, my beast, Little Black, is a soul-devouring bird. Just a few days ago, we entered the second secret realm and vanquished numerous monsters. It devoured various souls and soon achieved level 7. I see. So, shall we proceed with the payment? Agreed. Chen Fan added Shen Xiao and Li Qingyan on WeChat and then processed the payment. After receiving the funds, Chen Fan nodded with a smile. A pleasant collaboration. Please ensure your beasts communicate well and obediently heed my commands. Should they prove disobedient, I would not hesitate to let the golden-feathered sea eagle teach them a lesson. Rest assured, Shen Xiao and Li Qingyan summoned their Death Spider Emperor and 1,000 gene ant, then communicated with them, giving numerous instructions. The Death Spider Emperor complied. But the 1,000 gene ant regarded Chen Fan with a distinctly unfriendly gaze. Could a lad of their age truly assist a level 12 beast in achieving a breakthrough? Surely, the master wouldn't have fallen prey to a scam, would he? Once Shen Xiao and Li Qingyan finished instructing their beasts, Chen Fan declared, "Very well, little boo. See them out." The goblin promptly approached, bowing slightly. They hadn't even enjoyed a cup of tea. As Shen Xiao and Li Qingyan exited, Shen Xiao tilted her head slightly. "Is it too easy?" "Indeed. It feels as though we have encountered a swindler. I share your sentiment. I thought I would need to pay some price or speak sweetly before he would be willing to assist me with beast raising. I had even planned to leverage the relationship between the Heavenly Saint Pioneer team and the Leaf family to win him over. Do you think he might abscond with the funds? Unlikely. After all, he is a disciple of Master Zhang Hai. My younger brother mentioned they recently ventured into the second secret realm and unearthed numerous fire demon stones, each person receiving several hundred million. What? Hongxiu did not mention such matters to me. Of course, she wouldn't. On the way here, my brother even told me that the map to that fire demon stone mine was obtained from your Chen family's elders. What? Is that map from our Chen family? I must return. Are you planning to seek a share of the profits from Chen Fan? By all means, go ahead. I shall support you in spirit. Shen Xiao paused for a moment before turning back. If I were to return and say that, wouldn't it truly offend him? He could charge me 2 million for merely stumbling, and if I go in demanding a share, he might become enraged and refuse to assist me and the illusory Sea Pioneer team in raising beasts in the future. What then? Li Qingyan chuckled. It seems you are not foolish. Shen Zhao's expression darkened. What kind of remark is that? Do you perceive me as a simpleton? Indeed. Li Qingyan, do you wish to provoke a fight? Let us fight. Are you afraid? Let us go outside and settle this. In the hall, Li Fengxing gazed at Chen Fan with admiration. Brother Fan, you are truly remarkable. My sister is notoriously arrogant and domineering. Even the vice leader of the Heavenly Saint Pioneer team, Xiao Zi, cannot suppress her, yet you have managed to keep her in check. Shen Hongxiu, I suspect you are joking. Shen Dao, don't jest. Would he possess the intellect to drive? Li Fengxing retorted angrily. I have long since acquired my driver's license. How could I not drive? Even if my driving skills are poor, can they be worse than Hongxiu's? Chen Fan remained silent, turning his attention to the Death Spider Emperor and Thousand Gene Ant, saying, Spider, you and that large ant should head to the training ground and find a spot to establish your territory. The Death Spider Emperor nodded and exited. However, the Thousand Gene Ant glanced at Chen Fan and, after a moment's hesitation, slowly crawled out. Li Fengxing was alarmed and hurriedly followed, patting the Thousand Gene Ant's foot. Qian, don't look at Brother Fan with that expression next time. Be careful lest he gets angry and gives you a beating. Him? He could beat me. I could stand still and let him strike. Could he even manage to do so? What capacity does a person who can fall at his own doorstep possess? The Thousand Gene Ant displayed a disdainful expression. Li Fengxing, exasperated, exclaimed, My sister warned you, and you did not heed. I advised you, and you ignored me. Do you seek to ascend to the heavens? A few days ago, in the secret realm, Brother Fan effortlessly decapitated a level 12 ghost-faced giant lizard of high extraordinary rank with a single strike. Is your head harder than that of the ghost-faced giant lizard? The Thousand Gene Ant was momentarily taken aback. Li Fengxing continued, pointing to the distant golden-feathered sea eagle. That golden-feathered sea eagle listens to Brother Fan. If Brother Fan commands it to go east, it goes east. If he orders it to go west, it goes west. If Brother Fan commands the golden-feathered sea eagle to strike you, do you think you could withstand it? The golden-feathered sea eagle can heed that lad's words? Impossible. The Thousand Gene Ant began to feel slightly apprehensive. At that moment, the curious Emerald approached, circling around the Thousand Gene Ant. Emerald found it curious. This large ant resembles the fire ants we have been consuming daily. Is it being raised for consumption? The Thousand Gene Ant swiftly advanced toward Emerald, disdainfully kicking it away. Meow, Gulu. Upon witnessing Emerald being bullied, Gongzi immediately became furious and charged forward, brandishing its claws at the Thousand Gene Ant. However, the Thousand Gene Ant paid no heed to the tiny creature, dismissively kicking Gongzi away as well. This action caused a commotion. Little White, the frosty white python, and others rushed forward. Even the most timid of the trio, the Cold Pool Goldenhorn Dragon and the Horned Tiger, trailed closely behind. A throng of beasts encircled the Thousand Gene Ant. The Thousand Gene Ant was infuriated. How dare a group of low-level beasts behave so arrogantly? The formidable pressure of my 12th level beast mastery cannot be subdued by you? As this thought crossed her mind, she felt a sudden, sharp pain as if a knife had pierced her from behind. The Thousand Gene Ant turned around only to witness the red-backed scorpion retracting its venomous stinger. The Crimson Stinger. The Thousand Gene Ant was utterly terrified. The Crimson Stinger was the signature skill of the red-backed scorpion. If it were to be struck, even the stone-shelled tyrant would writhe in agony. How dare this wretched creature launch a sneak attack from behind? In the next moment, an excruciating pain radiated throughout its body. The Thousand Gene Ant let out a harrowing screech, rolling helplessly on the ground. A horde of beast masters hastily retreated, fearing they would be caught in its wrath. A shadow descended from the sky, and the golden-feathered sea eagle pinned the Thousand Gene Ant down with its talon. The Thousand Gene Ant nearly wept. How could this be? I am in excruciating pain, and you won't even let me roll about? Is there no sense of justice? Is there no law? The cries of the thousand-gene ant grew increasingly desperate, drawing the attention of Chen Fan and Shun Hongxiu. Chen Fan stepped outside and felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Such troublesome creatures are everywhere. Gongzi quickly scampered over to Chen Fan's feet, explaining the situation in a flurry of words. This audacious ant dared to bully Emerald and Gongzi. Chen Fan's forehead was lined with irritation. Jinyu, toss it into the forest for some reflection. The golden-feathered sea eagle immediately seized the still screeching thousand-gene ant and soared into the forest, dropping it like a bomb. Having just glanced at the thousand-gene ant's attribute panel, Chen Fan knew that the sting from the crimson needle was not fatal, so he was not overly concerned about its demise. With its star energy and constitution, the ant would naturally expel the toxin in 5 or 6 minutes. However, 5 or 6 minutes would be ample time for the giant ant to learn its lesson. Coming here to seek my nurturing, yet daring to bully my beasts? Consider yourself fortunate not to have met your end. All right, everyone disperse and return to training. Chen Fan waved his hand. The group of beast masters each returned to their respective places. In the East Sea City Lord's residence, the training ground was alive with activity as Jiang Yuan Fan rapidly circled a training dummy, unleashing a flurry of strikes. Despite being drenched in sweat, he showed no signs of stopping. The buzz-cut youth, Zhang Yufan, observed Jiang Yuanfan's relentless effort and sighed. Alas, the boss is clearly feeling the pressure from Chen Fan. Another voice chimed in. Chen Fan is indeed a formidable opponent. The 10th level fire ants fall before him like mere vegetables. A third person frowned and remarked. But Haven T, we already realized on our journey that the weapon in Chen Fan's hand is a top-grade Xian weapon. If I had a top-grade Xian weapon, I could slice through a 10th level fire ant with one blow too. Zhang Yufan replied. That may be true. But after facing setbacks and witnessing the prowess of Chen Fan and Chu Xian, our morale has plummeted to its lowest point. Damn, another voice interjected. Do you think this is a martial arts contest from the ancient tales, where one needs the right timing and conditions? We have already received news that both Chen Fan and Chu Xian are at the first grade 5th level, just like me. Yet you and the boss have already reached the 2nd grade. What is there to fear? Zhang Yufan sighed, before coming here. I also believe that Chen Fan and Chu Xian were merely at the first grade 5th level. So, even knowing their beasts outnumber ours, I felt confident in our victory. However, I have mulled over it repeatedly, and the speed at which Chen Fan and Chu Xian dispatched those fire ants was significantly faster than ours. They must have already advanced to the 2nd grade. What? The expressions of the 4 others changed drastically. Zhang Yufan continued. The boss must have noticed this as well, which is why he seems burdened and is training like a madman. The others fell silent. This group dared to travel thousands of miles to challenge Chen Fan and Chu Xian precisely because several among them had already broken through to the 2nd grade. The 2nd grade is sufficient to overwhelm the 1st grade 5th level. Even if a 1st grade 5th level beast master brought along a few level 5 beasts, they would still be no match. Although the strength of a beast master and their beasts is not easily comparable, if forced to draw a parallel, one could view the 2nd grade as equivalent to a mid-level extraordinary level 7 beast. A level 7 beast would easily crush a level 5 beast. But now, the situation appeared rather grim. If Chen Fan and Chu Xian were also at the 2nd grade, then the side from Yinwu City would have no advantage whatsoever. Not only would they lack an advantage, but they would also find themselves at a disadvantage, as Chen Fan had more beasts than they did. In the midst of the disheartening silence, Jiang Yuan Fan ceased his training and approached the group. Zhang Yufan immediately stood up, offering him a towel. He opened his mouth, hesitated, and finally asked, Boss, when do you plan to challenge Chen Fan and Chu Xian? The faces of the others turned a shade grim. Jiang Yuan Fan wiped the sweat from his brow and sat down, saying, The opening has not favored me. My fighting spirit has been sapped. I need some time. Zhang Yufan took a deep breath and spoke earnestly. Chen Fan and Chu Xian are indeed powerful, but we are by no means inferior to them. His swift defeat of that 10th level fire ant ultimately relied on that top-grade Xian weapon. The others nodded in agreement. There's no need to comfort me. I'm not looking for excuses. Jiang Yuan Fan shook his head. I am neither afraid of him nor of losing. To engage with such formidable opponents, even in defeat, I would have no regrets. I would strive harder to win next time. However, right now is not the time. My mind is restless, and my fighting spirit is absent. Let's wait a few days. Once I have regained my composure, I will fight them earnestly. I believe Chen Fan is also recuperating, preparing for our eventual showdown. Yet, Jiang Yuan Fan was gravely mistaken. In fact, he could not have been more wrong. While he was still spouting grandiose declarations and desperately trying to bolster his fighting spirit, Chen Fan had nearly forgotten about him entirely. Chen Fan had moved a bed into the garden, training ground. Lying on the bed, he accepted a chilled coffee from a goblin, took a sip, and began searching multiple platforms for various materials. He sought items to aid the red-backed scorpion, the Death Spider Emperor, and the Thousand-Gene Ant in their breakthroughs. Chen Fan was in no rush regarding the beasts of Fong Qingqing and Chu Xian. However, the beasts of the Pioneer team were a different matter entirely. The beasts from the Pioneer team could enter secret realms at any moment to engage in fierce battles. When these beasts rampaged through the secret realms or forbidden zones, it was the time when system energy surged exponentially. Previously, Chen Fan provided beasts for others primarily for profit and to assist Xiao Bai and Emerald in leveling up. However, the situation had changed. He now understood that the ultimate purpose of nurturing beasts for others was that every beast he nurtured, after slaying monsters, contributed to the growth of his system energy. The system energy could not only unlock various extraordinary functions, but could also be directly used for cultivation, opening meridians, tempering bones. Every step in future cultivation could utilize system energy. Star power could be enhanced using system energy. The power of the mind can indeed harness system energy for enhancement. The Beastmaster system is akin to transforming all the beasts of the world into one's own. The pursuit of wealth has become trivial in comparison. The funds acquired from mining the Fire Demon Stone in the second secret realm will likely last for an extended period. After all, weapons, armor, and shields have already been procured. The paramount task now is to assist Xin Xiao and Li Qingyan in breaking through with their beasts. The situation with the War God Exploration Team is settled. Jinqing undoubtedly no longer doubts Chen Fan's methods and prowess. She has previously stated that once the leader of the War God Exploration Team emerges from the secret realm, she will bring him to consult with Chen Fan regarding the enhancement of their beasts. As for the Illusion Sea Exploration Team and the Heavenly Saint Exploration Team, Xin Xiao and Li Qingyan, while they have gathered some understanding of Chen Fan's capabilities from Shun Hongxiu and Li Fengxing, remain skeptical. The beasts of Shun Hongxiu and Shun Daodao are still in the process of being nurtured, and Li Fengxing's beasts have yet to reach level 5. Thus, Xin Xiao and Li Qingyan cannot fully trust Chen Fan's strength. Even with the presence of the Golden Feather Sea Eastern Blue, they would still question whether it was truly nurtured by Chen Fan. The two approached with their respective beasts, but did not bring the leaders of their exploration teams, as they aimed to first test Chen Fan with their own beasts. Only once the Death Spider Emperor and the Thousand-Gene Ant achieve their breakthroughs will these two exploration teams be truly resolved. Once all three major exploration teams possess beasts nurtured by Chen Fan, the increase in system energy should commence a remarkable ascent. Only by nurturing a significant number of beasts can one amass substantial system energy, unlike the current state. Spending 10,000 points of system energy to temper a single bone has left Chen Fan feeling quite pained. Presently, those several tens of thousands of system energy can at most temper 4 bones. No blood jade leaf flower. Chen Fan searched through the beast shopping platform, but found none of the crucial materials. This particular item is essential for aiding the Death Spider Emperor's breakthrough. He then checked the internal platform of the Beast Nurturing Association, yet still found nothing. This item is exceedingly rare. After some contemplation, Chen Fan discovered that the blood jade leaf flower originates from the 4th secret realm of Donghai City. Indeed, during the healing of the Death Spider Emperor in the 1st secret realm, Chen Fan noted that the system proposed healing and breakthrough solutions based on nearby materials. The blood used to treat the Death Spider Emperor came from Yi Hao and Shun Daodao's beasts. Similarly, when Xiao Bai broke through, one of the materials was the saliva of Li Fengxing's beast, the Frost Pond Golden Horn Dragon. Therefore, if Chen Fan were not currently in Donghai City, but rather in the Imperial Capital or Magic City, some of these materials would likely only be found in the secret realms of those cities. The acquisition of the blood jade leaf flower from the 4th secret realm of Donghai City should not be overly difficult. Chen Fan promptly opened the chat box and contacted Jinqing, Xin Xiao, and Li Qingyan, requesting their assistance in gathering the blood jade leaf flower. Xin Xiao and Li Qingyan readily agreed, promising to have their exploration team members assist in the gathering. However, Jinqing, who replied 3 minutes later, sent a message stating, "There is a blood jade leaf flower in the War God Exploration Team's warehouse. I will send someone to deliver it to you tonight." This is the advantage of the exploration team. They possess stock of items that even the Beast Nurturing Association's platform could not provide. Chen Fan smiled broadly. Nevertheless, even if the materials are complete, it will still take a few more days before the Death Spider Emperor can break through. A breakthrough shortly after delivery would be rather astonishing. It is a rather contradictory mindset. Chen Fan is eager to nurture every beast in the world and forge a connection with them, yet he also wishes to proceed with caution. It's frustrating. Not to mention the entire world. Nurturing the beasts of the 3 major exploration teams would allow him to sit back and accumulate energy instead of merely money. What other means are there to openly nurture beasts? Chen Fan's thoughts shifted to the current cohort of students at the War God Academy. This year's senior students, aside from the locals, have beasts that are predominantly at levels 1 and 2. Initially, Chen Fan had no intention of targeting them due to the low levels of their beasts. However, the sheer number is compelling. Moreover, students like Sun Xiaoxiao and Zhao Xin are currently frequenting the submerged Star River. They may not be able to defeat high-level monsters, but they can easily handle the blue-scale demon fish. On another note, the low-level beasts of Sun Xiaoxiao and Zhao Xin are also easier to break through, requiring no cumbersome methods. Previously, Chen Fan had provided a batch of resources to the academy, allowing a group of students and their beasts to feast on level 6 and 7 heavenly fire ant meat, resulting in many beasts advancing from level 1 to level 2. During the arena competition, the teachers from the other two schools were quite infuriated upon discovering this. However, those upgraded beasts did not credit Chen Fan. Thus, if I personally bring level 8 and 9 heavenly fire ant meat to nourish those beasts at the school and subtly infuse some system energy, they will ultimately break through. Excellent. I shall proceed with this plan tomorrow. Chapter 152. No, I am teaching you how to live. Upon returning from the second secret realm on the third evening, the setting sun cast its golden rays through the window, bathing the room in a warm glow. Chen Fan sat in meditation, channeling star power to accelerate the opening of meridians. The surrounding star power gathered towards him at a visibly rapid pace, forming a whirlwind around him. Originally, Chen Fan had intended to bring a significant amount of prepared level 8 monster meat back to the War God Academy over the next few days, to discreetly enhance the beasts of the students. However, the headmaster and a group of teachers took all students not entering Area C of the second secret realm to the Beast Mountain to hunt monsters. This was somewhat disheartening. Plans often fail to align with reality. Had Chen Fan acted a day earlier, all students' beasts at the War God Academy would have provided him with a batch of system energy after slaying monsters at Beast Mountain. Though most of the new students' beasts are not high in level, their sheer numbers are significant. What a pity. There is no option but for Chen Fan to remain at home, nurturing beasts and training for the next few days. At this moment, the opening of meridians had reached a critical juncture. After an entire day of cultivation, he felt somewhat fatigued. Yet, the opening of this particular meridian was progressing smoothly. As waves of star power rippled around Chen Fan, the 98th meridian was successfully opened. Chen Fan exhaled gently, opening his eyes. System energy, 89, 560. Host, Chen Fan. Level, 2nd grade, 3rd heaven. Star power, 380 calories, 759 calories. Mental power, 209 hertz. Bone tempering, 206 pieces, 98 pieces. Meridian opening, 206, 98. The materials to assist Xiao Bai and his companions in breaking through have yet to be fully delivered. Thus, he has not been able to aid them in leveling up over the past few days. However, the rigorous training during this period has yielded remarkable results. Although he has only reached the 2nd tier, 3rd level, his star power has already surpassed that of an ordinary 3rd tier practitioner. The typical star power at the 3rd tier hovers just above 700 calories, yet he now boasts an impressive 759 calories. Following this enhancement in cultivation, his mental strength has also seen a slight increase. Nevertheless, this augmentation is somewhat negligible compared to the mental fortitude gained from aiding Xiao He in his breakthroughs. In this regard, Xiao He possesses a unique advantage that Xiao Bai and the others lack. Each breakthrough, whether in combat rank or species level, reciprocates a portion of mental strength. Chen Fan nodded slightly and turned his attention to the bone tempering and meridian opening processes. In just 2 days, he had achieved 98 pieces of bone tempering and 98 meridian openings. It is likely only someone with his extraordinary star power and mental strength could accomplish such feats. Aside from indulging in a few meals of fire ant meat and a handful of spiritual fruits, he has hardly utilized any medicinal pills. Regardless, both the bone tempering and meridian opening have proceeded exceptionally smoothly. It seems the system energy has also increased by several tens of thousands. Chen Fan accessed the system energy details and confirmed that the surge was indeed due to Lin Mingfei's Savage Wild Berserk Ape defeating monsters, thereby generating energy. Regrettably, Lin Mingfei's Savage Wild Berserk Ape is currently his sole beast assisting in the acquisition of system energy, while the golden feathered East Blue is resting at the training ground. He looks forward to resolving matters with the 3 major pioneering teams. Every time he thinks of this, his heart brims with anticipation. Patience is key. There is no need to rush. Chen Fan summoned his star power, clenching his fingers tightly. With a resounding crack, a tempestuous wave of energy erupted from his palms. Gazing at his hands, he could faintly discern a soft luminescence emanating from his skin. Although he has yet to condense star power armor akin to that of the 4th tier, he can now naturally manifest a layer of defensive strength when channeling his star power. As his cultivation advances, this layer of defense will become increasingly formidable. According to the foundational techniques of the War God Academy, once he reaches the second tier, 5th level, fully unleashing his star power will render firearms powered by gunpowder nearly incapable of harming a beast master or star warrior of such caliber. However, in modern society, where technological civilization intertwines with beast mastery, many formidable weapons predicated on star power have emerged. Even at the 3rd and 4th tiers, facing such weaponry would be exceedingly challenging. Chen Fan rose from his seat and approached the window. Outside, he observed Xiao Bai and Jade frolicking on the grass beneath a great tree. Upon catching sight of Chen Fan at the window, Xiao Bai immediately unleashed a few lightning flashes, landing gracefully outside. She then leapt into his embrace. Meow? I've been diligently training these past few days. Xiao Bai chirped a few times. Chen Fan affectionately patted her head. Yes, I know. You've done splendidly. Xiao Bai narrowed her eyes in delight. Shortly thereafter, Gang Zi dashed over. With the shortest legs, Jade lagged behind, opting to fly directly to Chen Fan, landing lightly atop his head. Chen Fan felt a refreshing coolness on his head and couldn't help but chuckle as he gently patted Jade. A group of beast companions rushed over to join them. The Cold Pool Goldenhorn Dragon was particularly swift, darting ahead of the Ice White Python. Enraged, the Ice White Python retaliated, swatting the Cold Pool Goldenhorn Dragon away with its tail. The dragon tumbled to the ground and rolled several times before coming to rest near the golden feathered East Blue. You scoundrel! Is the Ice White Python trying to provoke me? The Cold Pool Goldenhorn Dragon fumed. Should I decide to unleash my wrath, the consequences will be dire. Do you truly wish to incite a bloody storm? With its head held high, the dragon caught sight of the imposing golden-feathered East Blue, its entire body tensing. Not only is the golden-feathered East Blue at level 17, but even a mere serpent is a natural adversary to birds. The dragon shivered at the sight of the East Blue's large, sharp claws. With a swift turn, the Cold Pool Goldenhorn Dragon fled, colliding with a large rock and becoming momentarily dazed. Perched atop the boulder, Xiaohei shook its head in disapproval. The golden-feathered East Blue glanced over at Xiaohei. Musing, this foolish bird has taken to perching in places even higher than its own head, adopting an air of superiority. If you weren't Chen Fan's beast, you would have met your demise countless times, I assure you. With a flap of its wings, a gust of wind sent Xiaohei tumbling through the air. After several squawks, Xiaohei regained its balance and swiftly flew back toward Chen Fan. At that moment, the doorbell rang. The old ape, accompanied by a goblin, went to answer it. However, Gang Zi, eager to take credit, dashed ahead and swung the door open. The staff from the Beastmaster Association, delivering supplies, momentarily froze in surprise. Previously, it had always been the old ape and the goblin opening the door. Now, it was the blue-eyed honey badger. Gang Zi seized several large boxes and dragged them inside, still caught in a stupor. The association staff watched as Gang Zi leapt and kicked the iron door shut with a resounding clang. The old ape and the goblin quickly followed, assisting Gang Zi in bringing the 3 large boxes back. New supplies have arrived. Chen Fan gestured for the old ape to open the boxes. Inside, he found an assortment of pre-ordered materials. After briefly inspecting the contents and meticulously recording and labeling everything, he closed the boxes once more. Many items were now accounted for. Chen Fan nodded in satisfaction and instructed the old ape and the goblin to assist in moving the boxes into the warehouse. Tonight, let's help a few of the beasts break through. Just then, Master Zhang Hai's call came through. Having returned to Donghai City, Chen Fan promptly stood up. Xiao Bai and I will head to the city lord's mansion. You all train diligently at home. Old Ape and Xiao Qing, stay here. Jin Yu, keep an eye on them. Xiao Bu, call me if anything arises. After giving his instructions, Chen Fan stepped out, cradling Xiao Bai. Gang Zi excitedly followed behind. Xiaohei, attempting to slack off, landed on Chen Fan's shoulder but was promptly tossed aside. At the city lord's mansion in Donghai City, Yi Hao and Xin Dao Dao, their faces aglow, approached the plaza outside. After upgrading our equipment this time, I will no longer be a burden to Brother Fan, Yi Hao whispered. In a couple of days, let us invite Li Fengxing, and we can go capture a succubus in the first secret realm? Xin Dao Dao rolled his eyes. Is there nothing else that piques your interest besides succubi? Personally, I would prefer to revisit the second secret realm to mine for fire demon stones. There are still some left unmined. Last night, my brother asked for the map. Damn it, he claimed it belonged to the Shin family, not just me alone. I mentioned that the map was in Fang Ji's possession, and he relented. Yi Hao was momentarily taken aback and remarked, how could Xin Xiao, a distinguished member of the illusory sea exploration team, shamelessly attempt to seize the fire demon stones from us? Xin Dao Dao, fuming with indignation, retorted, isn't this all the fault of that idiot Li Fengxing, who has been bragging everywhere that he would personally reap several hundred million? Neither Shen Hongxiu nor I mentioned this to Shen Xiao, yet Li Qingyan divulged the information to him. What a disgrace. Yi Hao was momentarily stunned again. Was the disgrace Shen Daodao spoke of referring to the matriarch of the Shen family or the Li family? Where were Shen Hongxiu and Chu Xian? Yi Hao turned away, muttering, does it really take this long to customize battle armor and weapons? Bang! As he turned, he inadvertently stepped on the foot of a person ahead, colliding with them. My apologies. My apologies, Yi Hao said, stepping back apologetically. The one he had bumped into was a young man of similar age, strikingly handsome. With skin as smooth and fair as a girl's, his eyes gleaming with a hint of mischief, the corners of his mouth curving with a barely perceptible smile. Behind him followed two young men with cold, stoic expressions. Apologies often do not resolve matters, the mischievous-eyed youth said casually as Yi Hao stepped aside. For instance, if I were to kill you and then apologize, would you accept it? Shen Daodao erupted in anger. What kind of talk is that? Yi Hao merely bumped into you accidentally, has already apologized, and is yielding the way. What more do you want? Yi Hao, the genius of the War God Academy? The youth with the mischievous glint in his eyes suddenly laughed. Yi Hao's smile faded. Who are you? You seem somewhat familiar. The youth replied with a smirk. I am Feng Tianlin, from the Feng family of the demon capital. Yi Hao nodded slightly, shifting a few steps aside with Shen Daodao, preparing to leave. Presumptuous. One of the men behind Feng Tianlin barked, Young Master Feng has not allowed you to leave. Do you dare to walk away? As soon as the words left his mouth, both men moved simultaneously to block Yi Hao and Shen Daodao's path. They were both taken aback. Having been accustomed to their dominance in EC City, this was the first time they had encountered such audacity. Here, in EC City, there were peers who dared to speak to them in such a manner. And right at the gate of the city lord's residence, Yi Hao and Shen Daodao exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Feng Tianlin slightly turned, his tone icy as he asked, where are Chen Fan and Chu Xian? Yi Hao's expression shifted slightly. What? Do you intend to challenge Feng Gu and Chu Xian like Jiang Yuanfan and his group? Challenge? Absolutely not. Feng Tianlin shook his head, saying, I merely wish to temper their arrogance, to make them understand that there are always greater talents beyond their own. When Shangwan Songlong lost to them, I was still in the secret realm. Upon emerging, I was shocked to hear that Shangwan Songlong had come to EC City and consecutively lost to Chen Fan and Chu Xian. It is utterly pathetic. Feng Tianlin spoke with a soft, unhurried tone, yet it radiated a disconcerting aura. Yi Hao grinned. If you wish to challenge Feng Gu, you must first get past me. If you can defeat me, perhaps you may withstand 3 of his strikes. If you cannot even defeat me, I advise you to return home quickly and spare yourself the embarrassment. Feng Tianlin's lips curled slightly as he raised his right hand, delicately waving his index finger. You are not my match. Yi Hao's expression darkened. Whether I am your match or not, we must first engage in battle to ascertain that. Fight. What a joke. Shen Daodao interjected, blocking Yi Hao. Our beast companions are not here. How can we fight? Yi Hao blinked, remembering that both he and Shen Daodao, along with Chu Xian, had left their beasts with Chen Fan. Without their beasts, could they charge in like star warriors? Yi Hao shrugged. My beast is at the training ground. I'll play with you next time. As he spoke, he prepared to leave, but the 2 men ahead once again obstructed his and Shen Daodao's path. You. Yi Hao and Shen Daodao's gazes turned icy. In EC City, even the city lord's daughter, Bai Rouge, had never dared to treat them in such a manner. This Feng Tianlin from the demon capital was exceedingly arrogant. A glint of determination flashed in Yi Hao's eyes as he clenched his fist, launching a punch at the man blocking his way. The youth scoffed, remaining steadfast, and similarly threw a punch. Their fists collided with a resounding thud. Yi Hao grunted, losing his balance, and staggered back 3 steps. Hoko! Shen Daodao exclaimed in shock, rushing to support Yi Hao. I'm fine. Yi Hao pushed Shen Daodao away. Feng Tianlin's mocking laugh echoed. You can't even defeat one of my subordinates, and you wish to fight me? Yi Hao's eyes flared with fury as he stomped his right foot down, unleashing his formidable presence. Feng Tianlin, you are far too arrogant. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Hao abandoned the previous opponent he had clashed with and directed a punch straight at Feng Tianlin. Like an ant, Feng Tianlin coldly laughed, not budging an inch. He effortlessly grasped Yi Hao's fist with his right hand. What? Yi Hao was taken aback, feeling as though his fist had been ensnared by an iron grip. His fingers throbbed with pain. Yi Hao exerted force with his right arm, yanking back his fist. However, as he retracted his arm, Feng Tianlin raised his foot and kicked him squarely in the abdomen. Bang! Yi Hao cried out in agony, his body flying backward, clutching his stomach as he half knelt on the ground. Hoko! Shen Daodao gasped, rushing to support him. Are you all right? Yi Hao's face flushed crimson, gritting his teeth. Suddenly, Feng Tianlin's gaze turned cold as he charged forward 3 steps, aiming a kick at Yi Hao's chin, who had yet to rise. Stop! A commanding voice rang out as Chen Fan from Yanwu City suddenly dashed in from the side, landing a kick on Feng Tianlin's ankle. Huh! Feng Tianlin let out a surprised sound, using the force of Jiang Yuanfan's kick to swiftly pivot, delivering a punch to Jiang Yuanfan's chest. Unfazed, Jiang Yuanfan returned the strike with equal force. Bang! Feng Tianlin staggered back a half step, while Jiang Yuanfan's complexion flushed, retreating 3 steps. Impressive. Jiang Yuanfan was taken aback. Though they had merely exchanged punches, he nearly lost control of the star power within him. Who was this unfamiliar youth, to be so terrifying? Jiang Yuanfan helped Yi Hao to his feet, astonished, and asked in a low voice, "What is your cultivation level, and how much star power do you possess?" The crew following the buzzcut youth, Zhang Yufan and others, had slightly flushed faces. Inquiring about one's cultivation level was quite normal. But asking for the exact amount of star power was a serious breach of etiquette. Star power was the absolute strength of beast masters and star warriors alike, who would willingly disclose their precise star power to others. Yet, Feng Tianlin arrogantly smiled, second rank, first layer, with 410 star power. What? Jiang Yuanfan and the others gasped in shock. In the realm of the ordinary second grade, first level, the star power hovers around 350 calories. Though he too belongs to the second grade, first level, his star power surpasses that of Zhang Yufan and his companions, yet it only reaches 375 calories. But this Feng Tianlin, astonishingly, has already attained 410 calories? Observing the shock reflected in the eyes of the gathered crowd, Feng Tianlin sighed and shook his head. Is this truly the pride of Donghai City? Hardly impressive. The faces of Yi Hao and his companions revealed a profound sense of humiliation. At that moment, a gentle cry of a white crane resonated through the air. Subsequently, Chen Fan's voice echoed from above. You can merely withstand one of my strikes. As soon as he finished speaking, he descended from the sky. His right foot imbued with a ferocious energy, aimed squarely at Feng Tianlin. Brother Fan, Chen Fan, Yi Hao and Jiang Yuanfan exclaimed in unison. Witnessing the ferocity of Chen Fan's approach, Feng Tianlin swiftly pivoted, evading the impending blow. Boom! As Chen Fan landed, his foot smashed down upon the plaza paved with azure steel, creating a gaping hole. The onlookers dared not approach, instinctively retreating from the scene. Strangely, amidst such chaos at the entrance of the city lord's mansion, not a single member of the black armored army appeared to investigate or maintain order. Are you Chen Fan? Feng Tianlin's eyes gleamed with interest, scanning the plush toy cat cradled in Chen Fan's arms before resting his gaze upon the emerald atop Chen Fan's head. Oh, they say you have a penchant for wearing a green hat. Quite the unique flair. Chen Fan flashed a grin, gently placing the little white cat down, while the emerald obediently leapt aside. Gongzi circled around behind Feng Tianlin, eyeing his legs, plotting the opportune moment to sink his teeth into him. Chen Fan slightly tilted his head, directing his gaze at Yi Hao. Are you injured? Yi Hao shook his head. I received a kick to the stomach. But it's nothing serious. Chen Fan withdrew his gaze, coldly scrutinizing Feng Tianlin. The youth who had previously exchanged blows with Yi Hao stepped forward, positioning himself before Chen Fan. Seeing your brother injured has ignited your fury, hasn't it? However, if you wish to battle Feng Xiao, you must first contend with me. Battle? Chen Fan shook his head dismissively. This hardly qualifies as a battle. It is merely the act of crushing you. No sooner had he uttered these words than Chen Fan surged forward like a cannonball, striking toward the young man who had just spoken. Whoosh! The seemingly simple palm strike conjured a tempestuous wind. What? So swift? The young man's expression turned pale with terror as he swiftly crossed his arms before his chest in a defensive posture. Boom! Chen Fan's palm struck heavily against the young man's crossed arms, driving them forcefully into his chest. Bang! The young man let out a pained scream, hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string, rolling helplessly upon the ground. Observing this spectacle, Feng Tianlin's expression shifted to one of grave concern. At that moment, another young man bellowed, summoning 2 conjuration arrays on either side. From these arrays emerged 2 beast companions, a flaming fire spirit and a fearsome razor-toothed predator, both at level 5. As soon as the 2 beasts appeared, they charged toward Chen Fan alongside their summoner. Chen Fan remained steadfast, motionless. Yet, the emerald swiftly appeared at his right side, mouth agape. Whoosh! The beast master and his 2 companions were abruptly lifted into the air. Sizzle! Numerous wind blades sliced through the 2 beasts and their master, eliciting howls of agony from all 3. Feng Tianlin, prior to this encounter, he had indeed perused Chen Fan's dossier, aware of the formidable prowess of his slime. Yet, to effortlessly incapacitate a first-grade, 5th-level practitioner along with 2 beasts, was this truly a slime? Feng Tianlin's gaze toward Chen Fan grew exceedingly grave. Chen Fan advanced slowly. Step by step, Jiang Yuan Fan from Yanwu City also wishes to spar with me. However, we share an understanding and mutual respect. They would never venture to Donghai City to flaunt their strength, nor would they recklessly injure its citizens. From behind, Jiang Yuan Fan couldn't help but interject, Chen Fan, be cautious. His star power has reached 410 calories. Yet, Chen Fan appeared to be utterly oblivious, continuing to stride forward until he stood directly before Feng Tianlin. A mere 3 meters apart, Feng Tianlin's expression darkened as he declared, "Are you instructing me on how to act? No, I am teaching you how to be a person." By the time Chen Fan uttered the final word, he had vanished from Feng Tianlin's line of sight. Oh no! Panic-stricken, Feng Tianlin attempted to evade. But as he lifted his foot, an overwhelming and irresistible force bore down upon the back of his head, driving it toward the ground. Boom! In the astonished gaze of the surrounding crowd, Feng Tianlin's head struck the earth with such force that his face became embedded within the stone. Bang! 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 As Chen Fan pressed Feng Tianlin's head into the ground, the latter struggled, slapping his hands against the earth. Yet, no matter how he writhed, Chen Fan's grip remained unyielding. Jiang Yuanfan's mouth hung agape, unable to close for quite some time. How could Feng Tianlin, with his superior star power, appear as helpless as a 3-year-old child before Chen Fan? At that moment, Chu Xian, Shen Hongxiu, and Fang Qingqing rushed out from within the city lord's mansion. A crowd gathered, each individual staring wide-eyed at the unfolding scene. Bang! Chen Fan seized Feng Tianlin by the neck and hurled him away. Feng Tianlin landed with a thud, rolling twice before awkwardly rising. Chen Fan, are you truly prepared to go all out against us? Go all out. Chen Fan scoffed. With the likes of you few misfits. Do you believe you are worthy of such a confrontation? Feng Tianlin bellowed, conjuring 2 summoning arrays at his side. From these emerged a level 6 savage prison dragon and a level 6 frostbird, climbing forth from the beast summoning space. With a manic laugh, Feng Tianlin declared, in the presence of a beast master or star warrior of equal caliber, I rarely summon my savage prison dragon. For it is a high-tier extraordinary level 6 beast. High-tier extraordinary. Jiang Yuanfan and the others were taken aback. They too possessed level 6 beasts. Yet their highest-tier beasts were merely of medium extraordinary rank. A high-tier extraordinary level 6 beast was more than capable of overwhelming their own. The savage prison dragon loomed large, stretching over 10 meters in length, its grotesque form imposing a terrifying pressure upon all present, reveling in the astonished gazes around him. Feng Tianlin smirked. If you beg for mercy now, it may not be too humiliating for you. No sooner had he finished speaking when, suddenly, purple crystalline spikes erupted from the belly of the savage prison dragon. The sharp spikes sent the creature soaring into the air. Fortunately, the savage prison dragon possessed a defensive skill and had donned a protective armor. Otherwise, this strike would have left it in tatters. The frostbird, having witnessed its companion's injury, surged with fury, disregarding its master's command, and dove down to unleash a blast of icy breath toward Gongzi. As it swooped down, the little black creature, stealthily positioned a bit higher, unleashed a piercing mental attack. Bang! The icy bird, unable to emit its chilling breath, lost consciousness and crashed headfirst onto the ground of the square. At first glance, it seemed as if the icy bird had recklessly plunged into the fray, as if it were seeking to end its existence after suffering a grievous blow from the savage prison dragon. Feng Tianlin. The scene unfolded with such rapidity that he scarcely had time to react. In the next instant, Huzi charged forward with remarkable swiftness, sinking his teeth into the armored hide of the savage prison dragon, gripping one of its hind legs. A howl of agony erupted from the savage prison dragon as it struggled to rise, only to collapse once more onto the ground. Meanwhile, the emerald green creature continued to manipulate the winds. The 2 beasts and their master caught in its tempest were tossed helplessly into the air, utterly beyond their control. Xiaobai refrained from intervening. She was biding her time, for there was still another individual on the field, the one who had been sent flying by Chen Fan's palm earlier. Seizing the opportunity while the attention of the crowd was diverted, this individual summoned forth their own beasts. A level 5 ironclad griffin and a level 5 mountain bull appeared. Xiaobai grinned, sauntering over to the revived icy bird, gently placing her little paw upon its head. Zzz. The power of electricity coursed through the icy bird, causing its feathers to stand on end. Then, as smoke billowed from its body, the icy bird finally succumbed to unconsciousness. Caw! The newly summoned ironclad griffin took to the skies instantly. However, as it ascended, a flash of lightning from Xiaobai allowed her to teleport beneath it. The griffin was taken by surprise. Who would have thought that a ragdoll cat could soar through the air to attack? In a moment of unpreparedness, its wing was slashed by Xiaobai's lightning blade. Caw! The griffin shrieked as it plummeted to the ground. The mountain bull seized the opportunity to charge. Yet Xiaobai remained airborne, and it lacked the ability to fly. In an instant, the mountain bull turned its head, exerted its strength, and charged directly at the emerald creature. Huzi, who had been gripping the savage prison dragon's thigh, immediately released his hold upon seeing the mountain bull rush toward the emerald creature and lunged at the bull instead. The savage prison dragon, finally freed from Huzi's grasp, seethed with anger as it received its master's command to join forces and attack Chen Fan. With eyes ablaze, the savage prison dragon fixed its gaze upon Chen Fan. Savage prison fire. After closing the distance, the savage prison dragon opened its jaws, gathering a fiery orb within. At that moment, Feng Tianlin also charged toward Chen Fan. Die. Blinded by rage and shame, Feng Tianlin unleashed a punch with all his might, wishing to crush Chen Fan's skull. As he struck, a dragon's head formed from star power coalesced upon his fist, fierce and terrifying. Not even those of the same second-tier cultivation level as Feng Tianlin dared to face such a blow head-on. From the sidelines, Shen Hongxiu gasped, "Xiao Fan, be careful." Fang Qingqing and Bai Rouge clenched their fists in solidarity. Shen Dao Dao and Li Fengxing tensed, their bodies coiled with anticipation. Only Chu Xian maintained his composure. Smack! In the tense silence, Chen Fan, without even a glance, splayed his fingers and caught Feng Tianlin's fist. The dragon's head formed from star power shattered instantly. Feng Tianlin stared dumbfoundedly at his caught fist. In the next moment, Chen Fan stepped to the side, his body aligning perfectly, and with a powerful grip on Feng Tianlin's right hand, he swung him around like a sack, slamming him forcefully into the ground. Bang! The stones beneath shattered, forming a crater in the shape of a person. Blood stained the stones within the pit. Feng Tianlin convulsed, unable to rise. The savage prison dragon dared not unleash its flames, for its master was right there. Feng Xiao, the youth who had summoned the ironclad griffin, along with the savage prison dragon, rushed forward recklessly upon witnessing Feng Tianlin's defeat. Chen Fan stepped over Feng Tianlin, advancing rather than retreating. Boom! As the savage prison dragon lunged at him, Chen Fan preemptively charged toward it, seizing one of its legs. The savage prison dragon, before it could comprehend, it too was swung around like its master and slammed down onto the ground. The youth rushing over halted, his expression blank. Bang! Bang! Chen Fan, gripping the savage prison dragon's leg, delivered 2 more crushing blows. The ground now bore 2 additional deep impressions. Why was it that when he struck the master, it was only once, yet I had to endure 3 blows? The savage prison dragon lay on the ground, motionless, tears welling in its eyes. At this moment, it understood all too well that it could not contend with the power of the person before it. Any movement would result in another beating. Remaining still and feigning death seemed the safest option. The arena fell into a profound silence. The emerald creature ceased its wind manipulation. The 2 beasts and their master were left in disarray. The beast master, in particular, was left in tatters, his clothing shredded beyond recognition, resembling a beggar. Seeing this, Shen Dao Dao rushed forward, capturing a plethora of videos and images. The youth who had been struck by Chen Fan's palm earlier, having halted in time, was still able to stand upright. The other 2, along with their beasts, were left in a state of despair. Within the city lord's mansion, a middle-aged man held a wine cup, his expression grave. Opposite him, Yin Songhai wore a joyful smile. Meanwhile, Zhang Hai, hands clasped behind his back, appeared oblivious to the unfolding events. Yin Songhai set down his cup and remarked, "You have lost 3 fire-melting crystals and 3 spirit-refining stones." Grinding his teeth, he replied, "It's Chong. Yin Songhai nodded, "Very well." Teacher Chong cast a speechless glance at Yin Songhai before turning to Zhang Hai. With a wry smile, he said, "Senior, your disciple is rather extraordinary, isn't he? His strikes are so ruthless, and you seem unconcerned." Zhang Hai turned, speaking softly, "Ruthless? Your student, in his youthful arrogance, attempted to take my disciple's life with a single blow of the wind dragon fist. Are you suggesting my disciple is the one being ruthless? That is simply impossible." Teacher Chong stammered, "Previously, I sensed his aura and knew he was at least second tier, second level, or above. With such strength, Tianlin's punch would hardly harm him. Oh well, the boy is headstrong. Perhaps a little hardship will serve him well." Zhang Hai replied nonchalantly, "Tell the Feng family to refrain from provoking my disciple. I may lack many virtues, but I am fiercely protective. If they stir my ire, I shall send a message to my brother and drag that old scoundrel from the Feng family out of the secret realm to teach him a lesson." Teacher Chong was taken aback. This is merely a spar between juniors. Winning and losing is normal, and injuries are to be expected. How could the Feng family possibly hold a grudge over such matters? Moreover, he is your disciple. Rest assured, I shall have a thorough discussion with the Feng family. That would be for the best. Zhang Hai, with his hands clasped behind his back, strode out. In the plaza before the Lord's Manor, the figures of the Black Armored Army finally emerged. A contingent of the Black Armored Army carried Feng Tianlin and his companions, along with their beast companions, away for treatment. Chen Fan approached Yi Hao, who, with slightly reddened eyes, lowered his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. "Thank you, Brother Fan." Chen Fan glanced at Yi Hao and then at Chu Xian and the others. After a considerable pause, he patted Yi Hao's shoulder and said, "Around midnight tonight, you all should come to my house." Yi Hao and the others' eyes brightened. Li Fengxing blurted out, "Can't we go now?" Chen Fan rolled his eyes. "My master is inside. He wants to take me on a tour of the Lord's Manor soon." Shun Hongxiu stepped forward. "I'll go too." Fang Qingqing shot a resentful glance at Shun Hongxiu, wanting to say something, but ultimately fell silent. Chu Xian added, "We should go as well." Fang Qingqing nodded yes. Bai Rouge looked puzzled. "Master Uncle, what do you intend to do? If you want to tour the Lord's Manor, just find me. Why involve Grandmaster?" At that moment, she exchanged a knowing glance with Shun Hongxiu, both sharing a faint smile. Chen Fan smiled at Jiang Yuan Fan. "I reside at the Beast Tamer Association in EC City. Do visit when you have time." "Sure." Jiang Yuan Fan nodded with a grin. "We were also planning to mooch a few meals at the rich man's house." After a brief chat with Yi Hao and the others, Jiang Yuan Fan departed with his group. At this juncture, Zhang Hai appeared at the entrance of the Lord's Manor, hands still clasped behind him. Bai Rouge, with keen eyes, exclaimed, "Master Uncle, Grandmaster has arrived. My dad never received such a welcome at the Beast Tamer Association. The moment you arrive at the Lord's Manor, Grandmaster comes directly to the entrance. Could you be quiet?" Chen Fan shot a sidelong glance at Bai Rouge, who was growing increasingly boisterous. "Master." Chen Fan hurried a few steps to greet Zhang Hai. Xiao Bai and Gang Zi swiftly followed suit, with Chu Xian, Yi Hao, and the rest trailing closely behind. Before they could approach, Shun Daodao squinted and remarked, "What do you think Brother Fan is planning by inviting us over tonight? It's quite normal for him to invite beautiful women to his home late at night. Let us go." Smack. Shen Hongxiu delivered a sharp slap to the back of his head. Shen Daodao rubbed his head, falling silent. Chu Xian, who had been quiet all along, suddenly said, "He must be preparing to assist us in nurturing our beasts." The group, caught mid-stride, paused, all eyes turning to Chu Xian. He cast a silent glance at Yi Hao and, with an expressionless face, continued, "The main issue is that Yi Hao is simply too weak. He cannot even contend with a first-tier, first-level opponent. Thus, Chen Fan cannot bear to watch and intends to help our beasts achieve a breakthrough. Consequently, several of our beasts will gain star power in return. You, with your first-tier, fifth-level status, will have a chance to break through to the second tier." The faces of those around flushed slightly. Bai Rouge pouted. "While that may be the case, why does it sound so unpleasant coming from you? We are all first-tier, fifth level. And you, with your second-tier prowess, shouldn't he expect my master uncle to cultivate those 3 beasts for you?" Chu Xian shook his head. "I apologize. I lack the ability." With that, he led the way forward to catch up with Chen Fan. Bai Rouge remarked softly, "It's hard to refute what Chu Xian says." Yi Hao gritted his teeth. "That bastard, after being the first to break through to the second tier, acts all high and mighty." Fang Qingqing appeared bewildered. "Isn't he always like that? He has never changed." Yi Hao, feeling vexed, replied, "I don't want to talk to you anymore. I just want to quickly break through to the second tier." Shun Daodao narrowed his eyes. "Tonight will be the moment of witnessing miracles. If we break through to the second tier tonight, tomorrow we will confront that Feng Tianlin and give him a proper beating." Yi Hao nodded. "We'll take our beasts along and confront him boldly and justly." Chapter 153, The Diamond Dragon Beetle and the 9 Heavens Mysterious Turtle. Brother Bai's beasts seem a bit weak. As night fell at the foot of 10,000 Beasts Mountain, the students of the War God Academy were preparing to pack up and return to school. Short-haired Johan sat on a piece of blue stone, engrossed in his phone. Suddenly, he gasped, "Something big has happened." The surrounding students jumped in alarm, fearing the approach of a monster. Johan stood up, waving frantically towards the distance. "Teacher! Teacher Li, Brother Fan has thoroughly defeated the people from Magic City." A group of students and teachers quickly gathered around. Li Sheng, holding a thermos, hurried over. "What is going on?" Johan explained. "A video is going viral online. I just saw it. 3 guys from Magic City injured Yi Hao." Infuriated, Brother Fan directly ground their heads into the ground. "People from Magic City? Where did this happen? Show me the video." Li Sheng approached, gulping down water. Johan replied, "Right at the entrance of EC City's Lord's Manor. That guy seems to be at the second tier." Uffed. Li Sheng sprayed out the water he had just drunk, scattering goji berries across the ground. The students exchanged glances at the goji berries and then at Li Sheng. Is Teacher Li eating goji berries for dinner? He has reached middle age and now pairs oysters with goji berries every day. Li Sheng clicked on the video Zhou Han mentioned. All the students and teachers focused intently on the screen. The video was somewhat blurry, as it was filmed at dusk from a distance. Fortunately, the person recording provided a detailed narration. Yi Hao collided with Feng Tianlin and was blocked by Feng Tianlin's trio. Jiang Yuanfan stepped in to defuse the situation. Damn it. These guys from Magic City are infuriating. Brother Hao got beaten up right at the entrance of East Sea City's Lord's Manor. Where are Chen Fan and Chu Xian? They have the audacity to bully people at our doorstep. During the last challenge, when Su Guansong came to the War God Academy, it was a fair fight. Win or lose, it was all in good sport. But what does this bastard mean by attacking at the Lord's Manor? The crowd was incensed. Both students and teachers wore grim expressions. Yet, the video soon took a turn. Chen Fan arrived. Upon his arrival, Chen Fan wasted no time and directly pummeled Feng Tianlin and the savage prison dragon. Wow. Wow. Watching the video, teachers and students found themselves at a loss for words, left with only that single exclamation. After watching, Zhou Han replayed it. Li Sheng, eyes sparkling, beamed with pride. This kid is getting more formidable by the day. No wonder he is my student. How is this related to you? You didn't teach him anything. A group of teachers exchanged exasperated glances at Li Sheng. At this moment, the video that Zhou Han and Li Sheng were watching was also rapidly spreading throughout other parts of East Sea City. Online, discussions erupted. The last time Su Guansong from Magic City lost to Chen Fan and Chu Xian, it had not caused such a stir. Because Su Guansong was a straightforward person. He challenged others to challenge himself and improve. But Feng Tianlin was different. How dare a punk from Magic City assault someone right at the entrance of East Sea City's Lord's Manor? What audacity, what madness. The current students of East Sea City, if no one can surpass him, how will they ever hold their heads high again? Fortunately, there still exists a Chen Fan. Just as Feng Tianlin's arrogance reached its zenith, Chen Fan struck, driving his head deep into the ground. Watching the video was as refreshing as sipping sweet nectar. Listening to the commentary was akin to ascending to the heavens. What sheer exhilaration. In an instant, the streets, alleys, tea houses, and taverns of East Sea City were abuzz with talk of this event. Meanwhile, Chen Fan, under Zhang Hai's guidance, ventured into the depths of the city lord's mansion. It was a peculiar and vast hall. The ground was etched with a complex and intricate magic array, within which luminous spiritual threads flickered like stars, weaving through the air like ethereal serpents. At the center of this array sat a titan gorilla, its body cloaked in scales, in a meditative pose reminiscent of a monk in deep contemplation. Flanking the array were two elderly men. One, with a shock of silver hair, was none other than Qin Huang, one of the three masters safeguarding East Sea City, whom Chen Fan had encountered at the hospital after the incident with the crying demon, alongside his senior brother Bai Tianyu. The other elder, however, was unfamiliar to Chen Fan. Xiao Bai and Gongzi, upon seeing the titan gorilla, felt a wave of anxiety wash over them. The disparity in levels was glaring. The innate ferocity emanating from the creature was something Xiao Bai and the others sensed more acutely than Chen Fan and Chu Xian. Fear not, all is well. Chen Fan reassured Xiao Bai and Jade. Gongzi, startled, leapt into Chen Fan's embrace. Xiao Bai shot a fiery glance at Gongzi, yet ultimately merely huffed in annoyance, refraining from shoving him aside, as was her usual custom. The often vocal Xiao He remained silent this time, perched on Chen Fan's shoulder, not uttering a word for quite some time. Suddenly, Chu Xian stepped forward from behind Chen Fan, bowing respectfully. Grandson pays his respects to grandfather. Greetings to you, Grandpa Qin. Chen Fan was taken aback. The other elder was Chu Xian's grandfather? Shen Hongxiu and Fang Qingqing also approached. Greetings, Grandpa Chu, Grandpa Qin. Chen Fan blinked, moving closer as he attempted to speak. Chu, but was swiftly silenced by Zhang Hai's hand over his mouth. All eyes widened in astonishment at the unfolding scene. Zhang Hai, with a stoic expression, admonished, Xiao Fan, you cannot address them in such a manner. You are my disciple. If you refer to them this way, does that not imply I am their junior? Come, let me introduce you. This silver-haired gentleman is Qin Huang, one of the three masters guarding East Sea City. This elder here is Chu Tiannan, Chu Xian's grandfather. You should simply address them as uncle. Chen Fan was taken aback. Fang Qingqing and the others stifled their laughter, their expressions becoming exceedingly peculiar. Chu Tiannan laughed and scolded, you old rascal. If you hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have noticed. Who could possibly take advantage of you? Qin Huang sighed with a wry smile, shaking his head. Li Fengxing squinted his eyes and said, see, I told you, we should address Chen Fan as uncle. The atmosphere suddenly fell silent. One could hear a pin drop. Chu Xian and Shen Hongxiu cast silent glances at Li Fengxing. Just as Li Fengxing felt the tides turning against him, Bai Rouge nodded. I believe he is correct. Of course he is right. Chen Fan is your master uncle. Shen Hongxiu, Fang Qingqing, and the others rolled their eyes in unison. You are Chen Fan. Chu Tiannin scrutinized Chen Fan from head to toe. Chen Fan felt a twinge of discomfort. The elder's gaze seemed overly familiar, almost too intimate. Even if you share a close relationship with my master, there is no need to look at me so. Chu Tiannin then burst into hearty laughter, gently patting Chen Fan's shoulder. Not bad, truly not bad. Just now, you dealt with that phone brat outside splendidly. Chen Fan managed an awkward smile. At that moment, Zhang Hai furrowed his brow and inquired, "Where is Tianyu? What about Old Ding and Old Fan?" He had just returned to East Sea City and found it strange that the others were absent. Qin Huang replied, "Tianyu is in seclusion, attempting to break through to the 7th rank. Old Fan is still recuperating from his injuries sustained during the last encounter with the Crying Demon. As for Old Ding, he has gone to inspect the southern city array." Upon hearing this, Zhang Hai grew irate. "Did I not inform you all to wait for me this afternoon? Why has everyone run off?" TSK, you old fool." Qin Huang, equally displeased, retorted, "Do you expect us to carry you in a grand procession when you return?" The exchange between the two elders left the younger generation feeling somewhat awkward. Bai Rouge leaned towards Chen Fan, whispering, "Great uncle and grandpa Qin are like brothers. They often bicker and even flip tables. Don't mind them. They can't go a day without arguing." Both Qin Huang and Zhang Hai turned to Bai Rouge, causing her to retract her neck in fright, sticking out her tongue. Just then, City Lord Bai Tianyu and Yun Songhai entered the hall. Upon spotting Bai Tianyu, Qin Huang's expression subtly shifted, a hint of regret flashing across his face. "Tianyu, failed again?" After Bai Tianyu greeted the elders, he sighed, a touch of embarrassment creeping into his tone. "My aptitude is too lacking. Clearly, my junior brother provided me with a tremendous opportunity, yet I still failed in my attempt to break through to the 7th rank." Bai Rouge blinked in surprise. "Dad, what opportunity?" Bai Tianyu gestured towards Chen Fan, saying, "It is the Crying Demon that your master uncle captured at the hospital some time ago." Yun Songhai interjected coolly, "It was I who captured it." Bai Tianyu awkwardly chuckled and added, "The Crying Demon captured by Songhai is a rare treasure, indeed. For those at the 6th and 7th rank, though a demon-type creature, it is composed of the purest soul energy. The crux of breaking through from the peak of the 6th rank to the 7th lies within the realm of spiritual power." Why is the 7th rank referred to as the Grand Master? Because a 7th rank Grand Master can effortlessly crush a 6th rank peak. Li Fengxing chimed in, "You are at the peak of the 6th rank. Cannot you easily cleave a Grand Master in two?" All eyes turned toward Li Fengxing. Bai Rouge gritted her teeth. "Silence. Do not utter another word." Li Fengxing, feeling quite aggrieved, lowered his head. After all, had not the city lord remarked that Grand Masters could easily crush those at the peak of the 6th rank? Yet, he felt he was speaking the truth. Bai Tianyu took a deep breath before continuing. "In simple terms, the 7th rank Grand Master is a significant threshold. Whether beast tamers or star warriors, it is a challenge to surpass this barrier. Some may spend their entire lives without crossing it. To do so requires immense soul energy, necessitating a qualitative change in the spiritual power of either beast tamers or star warriors." Bai Rouge's eyes widened. "So, the Crying Demon that Master Uncle captured can help you replenish your spiritual power and assist you in breaking through to the 7th rank?" Yun Songhai, with a stoic expression, interjected, "It was I who captured it." Yet this time, no one paid him any heed. Yun Songhai felt quite dejected. Sighing, Bai Tianyu concluded, "Thus, I say, your master uncle has provided me with this grand opportunity, yet I still could not break through. I feel ashamed." Chen Fan could not help but inquire. "The inability to break through must have its reasons. Is it because Brother Bai lacks the spiritual energy provided by the Crying Demon?" "Not at all." Bai Tianyu replied with an awkward smile. "The ordinary pinnacle of the 6th rank is indeed deficient in spiritual energy, but thanks to the Crying Demon, I no longer suffer from that. However, my star power remains insufficient. Although I had prepared several reincarnation pills from the outset, my star power still fell short at the critical moment, ultimately leading to failure." Zhang Hai remarked, "Tianyu is deeply engrossed in the path of the blade, which has indeed led to some issues in the cultivation of beast taming and star power. I came to East Sea City specifically to assist him in overcoming these obstacles and to break through to the master level." Bai Tianyu, his face tinged with shame, continued, "In a certain tome, there exists a reference to the Huashan sect, which is divided into the Sword sect and the Qi sect. The Sword sect primarily focuses on sword practice, with Qi cultivation as a secondary pursuit. Conversely, the Qi sect emphasizes Qi mastery, while sword practice is merely supplementary. The Sword sect progresses swiftly but lacks enduring strength, while the Qi sect develops slowly, yet possesses tremendous potential. For a long time, I have been captivated by the path of the blade, diligently studying its techniques, which is a mistake akin to that of the Sword sect. Hence, I have remained stagnated at the pinnacle of the 6th rank for many years, making little progress." Beside them, Qin Huang sighed softly. Whether Bai Tianyu's chosen path is right or wrong is difficult to ascertain, even for a master. Should Bai Tianyu manage to harness the crying demon's power to break through to the master level, East Sea City would not merely gain an additional master. Once Bai Tianyu comprehends the fourth strike of the Broken Sky 9 blades and breaks through to the master level, he would be unrivaled among his peers. And defeating foes of higher ranks would be effortless. Alas, the cultivation of star power is a journey that he must undertake alone. After a brief silence in the hall, Zhang Hai solemnly stated, "Tianyu, summon your 2 beasts." "Yes, Master Uncle." Bai Tianyu concentrated his thoughts and began to summon his 2 beasts. One was a high-level extraordinary 27th rank Diamond Dragon Beetle. The other was a high-level extraordinary 27th rank 9 Heavens Mysterious Turtle. Monster name: Diamond Dragon Beetle. Combat level: 27th rank. Species level: high-level extraordinary. Monster attribute: Gold. Monster weakness: Fire. Species skills: Diamond Claws, Diamond Shell, Mighty Charge, Supreme Spiral Combo. Void Slash. Monster status: Curious. Monster preference: Enjoys devouring metals. Potential level: 3 stars. Requirements to break through to 28th rank. Species level: Evolution route: 3 paths. Monster name: 9 Heavens Mysterious Turtle. Combat level: 27th rank. Species level: high-level extraordinary. Monster attribute: Water. Monster weakness: Earth. Species skills: Raging Water Gun, Water Prison Technique, Water Bomb, Water Bubble Bomb, Water Blade Frenzy. Monster status: Calm. Monster preference: Prefers to quietly remain in a corner. Potential level: 3 stars. Requirements to break through to 28th rank. Species level: Evolution route: 3 paths. Zhang Hai turned to Chen Fan and said, "Over a year ago, after I arrived in East Sea City, I began to assist Tianyu in cultivating these 2 beasts. However, I find their growth rate rather unsatisfactory. Of course, it would not meet your expectations. Both of these beasts possess only a 3-star potential level." Chen Fan nearly voiced his thoughts aloud. In his view, Bai Tianyu's beasts' attribute panels all displayed a potential level of merely 3 stars. Compared to Old Ape and Emerald, they were lacking. Even Fang Qingqing and Chu Xian's beasts had potential levels of 4 stars. Though potential levels hold little significance for Chen Fan, thanks to his system, lower potential merely translates to additional material and financial expenditure. With sufficient time, he could cultivate even beasts of low potential into Dominion-level entities. However, for other beast masters, low potential levels are a dire predicament, as they signify a sluggish growth rate. Even a beast master as skilled as Zhang Hai would find it impossible to cultivate a formidable beast from a slime with a potential level of merely 1. A potential level that is too low directly constrains the future development of the beast. Suddenly, after a prolonged silence, Li Fengxing spoke up. "Does the city lord possess only 2 beasts?" The room once again fell into an eerie silence. Bai Tianyu seemed somewhat speechless. Bai Rouge raised an eyebrow and kicked Li Fengxing to the ground, exclaiming, "Is having 3 beasts such a big deal? My father's beast could crush your 3 into pancakes. Do you believe that?" I believe. Your father's beast is nearly level 30, while mine is only level 5. Li Fengxing lamented, struggling to his feet. Shen Daodao observed Li Fengxing getting beaten again and silently nodded in agreement. Yi Hao is right. I should quietly be a handsome man. Thankfully, I've been quite restrained lately. Otherwise, I would have been the one getting beaten this time. How wonderful it is that Li Fengxing, despite being foolish, serves as my shield. As long as he is nearby, I rarely receive any punishment. Bai Tianyu's expression darkened as he shot Bai Rouge a glare, admonishing, "Stop being foolish. Can't you see how many elders are present? Is this a place for your antics?" Bai Rouge pouted and linked her arm with Chen Fan's, saying, "Master Uncle, did I say anything wrong? This rascal dares to belittle my father." "I didn't belittle anyone." Li Fengxing nearly cried out. Zhang Hai chuckled, saying, "The number of beasts a beast master possesses depends on their talent and opportunities. The vast majority of beast masters can only attempt to sign multiple beasts after breaking through to the 4th rank. Not everyone can be like you few, signing 3 beasts even before reaching the 2nd rank. Given Tianyu's current cultivation, signing multiple beasts should pose no issue. Yet, he has been so absorbed in his blade practice that he has long neglected the search for suitable beasts." Chu Tianan suddenly remarked, "By the way, the practice of signing multiple beasts before reaching the 2nd rank only began 18 years ago. Before that, throughout the entire Blue Star, aside from my son Qingqing, no one could sign more than 2 beasts before reaching the 2nd rank." Ah, Chu Qingqing. Chen Fan recalled that Chu Qingqing was the 2nd son of Chu Xian's second uncle, who was also the elder before him. From Chu Tianan's words, it seemed that 18 years ago, aside from Chu Qingqing, no one could sign more than 2 beasts before attaining the 2nd rank. That talent is rather astonishing, is it not? Oh, 18 years ago. Wasn't he that around the time when he and Chu Xian were born? Perhaps it is merely a coincidence. Chen Fan refocused his attention and began to scrutinize the attribute panels of the two beasts once more. Observing these two beasts, he finally understood why Brother by Tianyu struggled to reach the 7th rank due to insufficient star power. A powerful figure at the pinnacle of the 6th rank should possess more than just two beasts. Moreover, the species and combat levels of these two beasts do not quite align with those typical of a 6th rank master. For a 6th rank master, it would be expected that their beasts would have combat levels of at least 29 or higher if their species level is merely high-level extraordinary. Bai Tianyu's beasts are significantly weaker than those of the same rank. Simultaneously, he was deeply enamored with the path of blade artistry. Yet his cultivation in stellar force was not on par with that of his peers, the beast masters or star warriors. Consequently, despite having the formidable assistance of the crying demon, his attempt to ascend to the 7th rank of master ended in failure. Chen Fan silently examined the attribute panels of his two beasts. Bai Tianyu's two beasts required relatively few materials to break through their current levels, indicating that they were nearing the 27th level threshold. Although the items were scarce, Chen Fan was uncertain if he could procure these materials in a short span of time. It would be rather inappropriate to open his computer and check for these materials in front of so many people. Thus, he committed to memory the materials needed for the Diamond Dragon Armor Beetle and the 9 Heavens Mysterious Turtle, after his mental prowess reached over 200 Hz. Although he had yet to attain the photographic memory realm, he effortlessly memorized the necessary items after reciting them several times. Once he had committed those details to memory, Chen Fan turned his gaze towards the Titan Giant Ape, which still had its eyes tightly shut. He had encountered this Titan Giant Ape previously when he was at the Beast Mountain. This Titan Giant Ape stood slightly shorter than the savage rampaging ape, but the malevolent aura it exuded was significantly more potent. At level 31, the Titan Giant Ape's physique resembled that of a being forged from volcanic stone, adorned with fiery patterns that made it appear as if a volcano resided within, with molten lava surging beneath the surface. Monster name, Titan Giant Ape. Combat level, level 31. Race level, low-ranked lord. Monster attributes, earth, fire. Monster weakness, wood. Racial skills, flame charge, fire fist, flame vortex, lava storm, heavy tremor wave. Monster status, in training. Monster preference, fond of combat. Potential level, 5 stars. Requirements for breakthrough to level 332. Racial level evolution path, 3 routes. Noticing Chen Fan's gaze fixed on the Titan Giant Ape, Zhang Hai's expression shifted slightly as he remarked, "Old Qin, what about your other two beasts? Summon them forth. Let my disciple have a glimpse." Qin Huang couldn't help but roll his eyes. He wondered if old Zhang had taken some peculiar medicine today, bringing a throng of younglings to wander around, insisting that Tianyu and he summon their beasts. What kind of place was this? Was it suitable for these youngsters to freely enter and exit? Qin Huang retorted with irritation. One is stationed at the West City, and the other at the East City. I will only allow them to return once old Ding switches their posts tomorrow. Very well, Zhang Hai replied. Then you all continue with your affairs. I will take Chen Fan for a stroll. Bai Rouge, squinting, approached Chen Fan, but was met with a sharp glare that silenced her. Bai Tianyu observed Chen Fan's retreating figure and smiled faintly. Yuan Songhai, taken aback, questioned, "You just failed your attempt at the 7th rank and emerged dejected. How is it that you suddenly appear so upbeat?" Qin Huang couldn't help but glance at Bai Tianyu again. Bai Tianyu smiled and said, "Fate is ineffable. Opportunities like these are often serendipitous. Although I faced failure this time, I have managed to grasp a sliver of understanding. Perhaps after a few days of rest, I may achieve a successful breakthrough." Yuan Songhai nodded slightly, saying, "I was worried about the impact on your mindset. If you can think this way, then it is not a significant issue. Do take good care of yourself these next few days. I shall go check on that great crying demon. It has been quite irked from daily extractions." Chen Fan did not linger long at the Lord's mansion. Zhang Hai understood his ulterior motives and did not press him to stay. Upon returning to the Beastmaster Association, Chen Fan immediately recorded the materials for the 3 beasts from the Lord's mansion and conducted a search. The upgrade materials for the Titan Giant Ape proved to be somewhat troublesome, as many were only available in the 5th secret realm. However, the materials required for his senior brother Bai Tianyu's 2 beasts were considerably simpler. Both the Diamond Dragon Armor Beetle and the 9 Heavens Mysterious Turtle needed only 5 types of materials to elevate their combat levels. The materials for their racial level enhancements required 6 and 7 types, respectively. Nevertheless, both the combat level and racial level enhancement materials were readily available on the internal platform of the Beastmaster Association. The total cost was somewhat steep, causing Chen Fan a bit of discomfort. To elevate both beasts' combat and racial levels by 1 rank would require a total of 85 million alliance coins. Indeed, aside from the higher levels of those 2 beasts, The main reason for the expensive materials lay in their relatively low potential levels. Had the old ape reached level 27, the expense for breaking through to level 28 would have been far less. After all, the old ape's potential level had reached 7 stars. After selecting all the necessary materials, Chen Fan promptly placed an order. It was anticipated that the materials would arrive by tomorrow morning or noon. He had quite a bit to accomplish this evening. He planned to elevate Chu Xian and Yi Hao's beasts to level 6 in one go, upgrading their combat levels to 6 and their racial levels to high transcendent. The incident where Yi Hao was injured had spurred Chen Fan into action. His brother had been bullied in such a manner. Although he personally intervened to help Yi Hao vent his frustrations, Chen Fan remained deeply unsettled. Had he managed to assist Yi Hao and the others' beasts in breaking through earlier, perhaps they could have utilized the stellar force from their beasts to ascend to the second rank. If Yi Hao's beasts reached level 6 and their racial levels were high transcendent, defeating a winged heavenly Lin would be effortless, wouldn't it? Chen Fan had initially planned to embark on a frenzied expansion of his beasts, and tonight, he would surprise them. Rising to his feet, Chen Fan opened the warehouse door and dragged out 3 boxes that had been neatly organized and labeled with the names of the heavenly desolate divine ox, the earth-shattering fire dragon, and the orange-red poison spider. The commotion drew the attention of the beasts in the training ground, who rushed over in a flurry. Now, as soon as Chen Fan searched for materials, they understood his intentions. The eager glimmers in their eyes reflected their anticipation. Although Jin Yuhai Dongqing did not approach, he stretched his neck, closely observing the proceedings. Who would Chen Fan summon today? The tension was palpable. The red-backed scorpion circled around a few times before climbing onto the back of the heavenly desolate divine ox, which belonged to Yi Hao. The red-backed scorpion was the beast of Yi Hao's older brother, Yi Zhan, and had grown up bullying the heavenly desolate divine ox. Thus, when the red-backed scorpion perched on its back, the heavenly desolate divine ox, despite its fury, dared not protest. The cold pool golden-horned flood dragon swayed its head, muttering a spell. "Oh, divine one, please grant me favor." Chen Fan surveyed the gathering of beasts and, after a moment of silence, declared, "Tonight, I shall facilitate the breakthrough of all level 5 beasts among you to level 6. Therefore, do not rush. Each of you will have your turn." The beasts were momentarily taken aback. To assist all level 5 beasts in breaking through to level 6? All of them. Holy cow. Who but a god of beasts would dare to make such a proclamation? The illusory king, the azure python golden-horned beast, opened its mouth, intending to voice a few objections. But after a moment's contemplation, ultimately chose to remain silent. "I am the illusory king, the azure python golden-horned beast. I am not like that foolishly Fengxing. And I shall maintain my elegance in silence. Should I inadvertently displease Chen Fan, he might refuse to assist me in my breakthrough, leaving all the other beast tamers surpassing me in strength." How nerve-wracking. A gathering of beast tamers held their breaths, a mixture of tension and anticipation enveloping them. Chen Fan then dragged out a box, scanned the crowd of beast tamers, and inquired, "Where is the heavenly wasteland divine ox?" "I am here." The heavenly wasteland divine ox exclaimed, nearly moved to tears as it emerged, bearing the red-backed scorpion upon its back. Chen Fan remarked, "Why does this scene feel so ambiguous? You are of entirely different species." The red-backed scorpion promptly leaped off the back of the heavenly wasteland divine ox and scurried to the side. Chen Fan gently patted the divine ox on its head. This creature was remarkably honest, almost the least noticeable among the beasts. Whether in the first or second secret realm, or during that incident at the hospital, the divine ox was merely a bystander. Though the night-howling earth-shattering dragon often played a similar role, it had still made a significant contribution during the hospital incident. However, to be fair to the divine ox, it had diligently served as a porter, hauling a multitude of monster corpses just days prior in the second secret realm. Chen Fan looked at the divine ox, which met his gaze in return. "Today, I shall elevate both your combat and species levels by 1, and see if you awaken a new skill or experience a skill evolution. Remember to generously return some star power to Night Howl." Chen Fan nodded lightly and retrieved the necessary materials for the divine ox. Chapter 154. The Nonsense of Wind Sky Lin and the Savage Prison Dragon. "Tonight, I shall teach you a lesson." On a park bench, Zhang Yuanfan took a swig from a beer bottle, gulping down the entire contents. Zhang Yufan, with his buzz cut, hesitated to offer a word of caution. His thoughts left unspoken. The others exchanged glances. The leader had clearly been provoked by Chen Fan. Previously, if it was merely a matter of suppressed fighting spirit and diminished morale, now it seemed that all traces of morale had vanished. With a single strike, Wind Sky Lin sent Zhang Yuanfan staggering back. Chen Fan promptly pressed Wind Sky Lin's head into the ground, rubbing it. Zhang Yuanfan could not fathom why. Despite all being in their final year of high school, the disparity in strength was so vast. Had they traveled all the way to East Sea City merely to be beaten? When he had encountered Chen Fan on the road, although intimidated by that strike, he still harbored fighting spirit. Even if he could not win, he was determined to fight back, vowing not to tarnish the reputation of Yanwu City. Yet now, Zhang Yuanfan envisioned Chen Fan as a giant, one he could only look up to. The gap in strength was insurmountable. In such circumstances, to challenge him would be nothing short of self-degradation. The night breeze carried with it a fine drizzle, sending a shiver through Zhang Yuanfan's body. It was only October. Why was it so cold? The rain was even mixed with ice crystals. The weather in East Sea City was truly peculiar. Zhang Yuanfan wiped the raindrops from his face, sensing a strange aroma. Was this the flavor of solitude in a foreign land? With a bitter smile, he mused, in a few days, I shall visit Chen Fan. And once Uncle Fong recovers, we shall return to Yanwu City. Zhang Yufan paused, taken aback, before finally asking, Boss, are we really just going to go back like this? How about we challenge Night Howl and Shun Dao to a match? Zhang Yuanfan raised his head, silently observing Zhang Yufan. The latter's face flushed slightly as he turned away. Zhang Yuanfan sighed, gazing up at the stars at a 45-degree angle, a perspective conducive to pondering the principles of existence and the cosmos. When tears blurred his vision, he realized you were no longer there. Let the cold rain drench my longing. How are you faring in this foreign land? Suddenly, a chilling drizzle swept in. Zhang Yuanfan turned to look. Damn it! A frosty black bull stood atop a platform, urinating. It was not raining at all. What the hell? Zhang Yuanfan and his companions were infuriated, picking up stones from the ground to hurl at the frosty black bull. Who dares to strike my beast? Came a thunderous roar from the other side of the platform. Zhang Yuanfan, disregarding further contemplation of cosmic principles, fled with his companions. Night had fallen deep. Outside the warehouse, Chen Fan remained busy, meticulously combining various materials. A goblin wielding a knife followed his orders, swiftly chopping the last few carats of spiritual material. Holy Moon was fanning Chen Fan with a leaf, while nearby, an old ape brought over a bucket of water, which the frosty white python had frozen into a solid block, emanating a chill. With a clang, Chen Fan placed a heap of materials into the largest pot. He cast a frustrated glance at the armored beetle king. This creature was so large and gluttonous, making it exceedingly difficult to cater to. Unlike the goblin and the old ape, who could manage a significant breakthrough with minimal materials, the requirements for aiding this armored beetle king had piled up into a small mountain, exhausting Chen Fan. To make matters worse, this hefty beast was still eating, continuously. Thankfully, after a few lessons from Shaoqing, it had learned to refrain from defecating indiscriminately. Previously, every time Chen Fan stepped outside, he risked stepping in its excrement. How Chu Xian had managed to endure such a messy creature was beyond comprehension. Did he spend all day cleaning up after it, even with one's own beast? Such indulgence was excessive. Hence, Chen Fan had allowed Shaoqing to discipline the armored beetle king several times. Now, while it still incessantly consumed food, it at least knew to run into the forest when it needed to relieve itself. With a heavy exhale, Chen Fan released a deep sigh of relief. This was the last beast. After a night spent facilitating their breakthroughs and acting as a chef, he felt more exhausted than during his own training. At this moment, all the beasts were silent, quietly observing the proceedings. All 5th-level beasts had successfully broken through, not only elevating their combat levels to 6, but also enhancing their species levels. It is crucial to note that raising one's species level is far more arduous than increasing combat levels. In the hearts of these beasts, Chen Fan had grown even more formidable, akin to a deity, while their master had provided them with ample sustenance, various high-level spiritual materials, meat from formidable monsters, and even high-level monster cores. Attaining such improvements was no simple feat yet. Under Chen Fan's guidance, it seemed remarkably effortless. This mastery transcended the beast's comprehension. Even the unruly red-backed scorpion and the azure crystal fox, witnessing their fellow beasts achieve breakthroughs, now regarded Chen Fan with a newfound awe. Meanwhile, the previously skeptical illusory king, the azure python golden-horned beast, stood before Chen Fan, obedient and no longer daring to utter a dissenting word. It all made sense now. No wonder the 17th-level golden feather Heidonking is so obedient to Chen Fan. Observing as the water in the large pot transformed into a dark brown hue, Chen Fan gave a slight nod and poured the final bowl of powdered Qingmu spirit essence into the pot. The once brown liquid began to change color immediately after the essence was added. In no time, the entire pot of broth had turned a vibrant green. With a gentle invocation of his astral energy, Chen Fan lifted the pot down, allowing the water to cool gradually until it solidified into a jelly-like substance of deep emerald. Checking the time, he lightly touched the jelly before raising the pot. He looked at the armored beetle king and commanded, "Open your mouth." The Beetle King, brimming with excitement, promptly opened its massive jaws. With a sudden exertion of strength, Chen Fan hurled the enormous jelly directly into the Beetle King's gaping mouth. The creature whimpered, tears welling in its eyes, overwhelmed by the dreadful taste. This is absolutely unbearable. After all this anticipation, is this the fare I am to consume? The previous sustenance that aided my ascension was far more palatable. Do not even think about spitting it out. Chen Fan admonished sharply, finish it all. Not a single drop can be wasted. Do you wish to level up or not? The armored Beetle King, eyes glistening with unshed tears, reluctantly swallowed the gelatinous mass. Meanwhile, it was 12:30. Chu Xian and Yi Hao, accompanied by a few others, strolled along the shaded path of the Beast Tamer Association. They had approached from the city lord's estate, entering through a side gate, thus arriving at the back of Chen Fan's residence. Ahead lay a fork in the path, with the right leading to the main entrance. Just as Chu Xian stepped right, Yi Hao halted him, saying, no need to go through the front, it will take longer. There's just a fence here, we can easily vault over it. With that, he mimicked Jackie Chan, sprinting a few paces before planting his right foot against the wall, propelling himself over the iron fence with grace. Shen Daodao followed suit, leaping over as well. When it was Li Fengxing's turn, however, he miscalculated his strength and got his pant leg caught on a sharp spike, landing awkwardly against the gate. The others looked on in bemusement. Chu Xian approached the side, where a goblin opened the door. He nodded slightly and entered with Shun Hongxiu and the others. Suddenly, Yi Hao exclaimed, wait, how did the goblin end up here? The goblin shrugged. Oh dear, this place is under constant surveillance. I spotted you all on the monitors and rushed over to greet you. Yi Hao turned to Fang Qingqing. Why has your goblin become Chen Fan steward? The goblin smiled. It's only natural, given the close relationship between my lady and Lord Chen Fan. What nonsense are you spouting? Little boo. Fang Qingqing blushed. Shun Hongxiu's expression darkened as she fixed a piercing gaze on the goblin. Warning, you little green imp, dare to speak out of turn again, and I shall have your tongue. The goblin, startled, felt a shiver of fear. He was indeed wary of Shun Hongxiu, knowing that her words could just as easily manifest into reality as they could be mere jest. Recalling his previous encounter with the Illusion King and the Golden Horned Beast, he felt a lingering dread and wished to avoid a repeat. With that thought, the goblin unleashed his compressed, nurturing energy. Fang Qingqing shuddered as she received the influx of power. Earlier, Chen Fan had assisted the goblin and other beast tamers in leveling up. But it was only when the bond between beasts and their tamers grew closer that Fang Qingqing could absorb this nurturing energy. Upon receiving this power, Fang Qingqing's eyes widened in disbelief. Although Yi Hao and the others were somewhat prepared for this, they were nonetheless captivated by the spectacle unfolding before them. Their gazes fixed intently on her. Moments later, Fang Qingqing incredulously asked, Little boo, you've broken through? But why are you granting me such immense nurturing power? The goblin, grinning, replied, My lady, there is no need for concern. This is only right. Lord Chen Fan has not only elevated my combat level, but also my racial tier. I have now reached level 6 in combat and attained the rank of High Extraordinary in my race. I have truly grown much stronger. Silence enveloped the group. The next moment, Yi Hao and Shun Daodao dashed inside at lightning speed, quicker than rabbits. Chu Xian and Shun Hongxiu followed suit, while Bai Rouge ambled along leisurely, unfazed, as she was already well acquainted with Chen Fan's capabilities and had anticipated such an outcome. Just then, Li Fengxing, having torn his pants, clambered down from the iron fence. With little regard for modesty, he sprinted past Bai Rouge, calling out, Hey, why are you leaving me behind? That's not very loyal of you. You fool. Bai Rouge shot back, turning her head with her eyes closed. I'll deal with you later. As soon as they arrived at the training ground, a throng of beasts erupted into joyous excitement, rushing towards their respective masters. As the bond between beast tamers and their beasts intensified, each creature began to release their compressed, nurturing astral energy. The immense power of this nurturing energy overwhelmed Yi Hao and Shen Daodao, who, without a moment's delay, sat cross-legged and commenced channeling the energy. The elevation of combat levels caused the beasts to reciprocate power. Similarly, the enhancement of racial tiers prompted a similar response. This time, Chen Fan had facilitated the ascension of all level 5 beasts to level 6, while also boosting their racial levels by 1 tier. Consequently, each beast shared 2 waves of astral energy with their tamers. Chu Xian and Fang Qingqing were relatively better off. Chu Xian's Dark Bloodstone Golem had previously broken through to level 6, and Fang Qingqing's Ice White Python had also reached level 6 during their time in the hospital. Therefore, while the nurturing energy they received was substantial, it was not overwhelmingly so. However, for Yi Hao, Shen Hongxiu, and Li Fengxing, the situation was markedly different. Yi Hao had 4 beasts. His Holy Moon Morning Glory had already advanced to level 6 before the tournament, but its racial level had not improved. Meanwhile, his orange-red venom spider, heavenly desolate divine bull, and earth-shattering fire dragon remained at level 5. Now, with 3 level 5 beasts simultaneously contributing 2 streams of power. Alongside a single contribution from the Holy Moon Morning Glory, Yihao found himself inundated with a total of 7 streams of energy. Feeling as though he were a small boat amidst a tempest, on the verge of being shattered to pieces. Of course, this was merely a fleeting illusion. The combined nurturing power from several beasts leveling up by 1 or 2 tiers could not surpass the peak of a first-grade 5-layered expert like Yihao. Suppressing his overwhelming joy, Yihao activated his mental discipline and channeled the nurturing energy, accepting each wave of power in turn. Within his astral sea, the energy surged like a tide, flowing through his veins and limbs, resonating with a thunderous roar that even the nearby beasts could hear. I feel as though I am nearing my limits. As the astral energy surged relentlessly, Yihao sensed that his astral sea was on the verge of being overwhelmed by this vast influx of energy. Meanwhile, beside them, Shen Hongxiu's face also bore a trace of anguish. Suddenly, Chen Fan, who had been seated at the stone table, appeared behind Yihao and Shen Hongxiu like a specter. He placed his left hand on Yihao's back and his right hand on Shen Hongxiu's. Transfer the excess star power into my body for the time being, Chen Fan said in a deep voice. After I circulate your star power for 2 cycles, you may reclaim it. On the other side, Chu Xian also rose to his feet, pressing his palm against the back of the visibly pained Li Fengxing. With Chen Fan and Chu Xian acting as buffers, Yihao and Shen Hongxiu soon regained their composure. Before long, both Chen Fan and Chu Xian withdrew their hands. Chu Xian gently clenched his right hand, producing a crisp crack as a fierce surge of energy radiated from his fist. Tonight, I should be able to break through to the 2nd tier, he mused, glancing at his fist before turning to Chen Fan. A rare smile flickered across his usually wooden face. Thank you. Chen Fan waved his hand with a smile. No need for gratitude. I am being compensated. Chu Xian couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. Moments later, Yihao and a few others stood up, having concluded their practices. Brother Fan, Yihao approached Chen Fan, hesitating before speaking. When you risked everything to save me on Mount 10,000 Beasts, I decided then that you were my brother. Calling you Brother Fan will be a lifelong commitment. His eyes glistened with unshed tears. Even Chu Xian, the stoic one, uttered words of thanks, though Yihao remained silent. Some sentiments need not be voiced. They reside in the heart. Chen Fan silently regarded Yihao before raising his hand and playfully slapping him on the head. Don't think you can call me brother and avoid paying. Trying to swindle me? Not a chance. Laughter erupted from Li Fengxing, and everyone turned to him, their faces breaking into smiles. Chen Fan chuckled and gently nudged Yihao. You all were already at the 1st tier, 5th level. With my assistance, you should all be able to break through to the 2nd tier tonight without issue. Enough idle chatter. Hurry back to your cultivation. Yihao and the others exchanged determined glances and nodded vigorously. They were finally on the verge of breaking through to the 2nd tier. Their beasts were already high-level extraordinary beings, at level 6, even stronger than ordinary mid-level extraordinary beings, at level 7. If they broke through to the 2nd tier, they could even defeat Feng Tianlin in a one-on-one battle. Suddenly, Chu Xian interjected. Why has the feather color of the wind eagle changed? Everyone paused, turning their attention to the desert wind eagle. They noticed that its size had increased significantly, and its feathers had transformed to a dark golden hue. Mysterious runes resembling tiny tadpoles flickered with an ethereal glow across its plumage. Fang Qingqing exclaimed in shock. This must be a sign of racial evolution. Bai Rouge remarked with curiosity. The evolutionary path of the desert wind eagle is from desert wind eagle to sandstorm wind eagle, then to golden winged eagle, and finally to the wind chasing golden winged eagle. But if this is a sign of evolution, the next stage should be the sandstorm wind eagle, whose wings aren't this color, right? The ordinary evolution path of the desert wind eagle is well known, yet the unusual changes occurring now seem to deviate from it. At that moment, Li Fengxing also exclaimed, my golden horn has changed too. Everyone focused their attention, and indeed, the cold pool golden horn dragon was enveloped in a peculiar black mist. Its scales had turned a dark hue, and its golden horn sprouted branches like budding twigs. Beneath that shroud of darkness, the once timid cold pool golden horn dragon exuded a fearsome presence. All eyes turned to Chen Fan, who returned to the stone table and seated himself, saying, the evolutionary paths I chose while nurturing your beasts were never the ordinary ones. Bai Rouge scratched his head and approached. Master, what do you mean by that? Are there ordinary and extraordinary evolutionary paths? Don't most beasts have only one evolutionary route? Everyone, along with their beasts, gathered around to listen. In truth, the evolutionary paths of beasts or monsters are not limited to just 1 or 2. Chen Fan poured everyone a cup of tea and continued. This world is rapidly changing. Not only are new monsters emerging from various secret realms and forbidden zones, but even in the native lands of Blue Star, mountains and foliage can become spirits, and ancient weapons can give rise to sentience. How could we possibly research all the evolutionary paths of monsters in such a short time? Currently, the vast majority of known evolutionary paths for beasts may seem singular. But in reality, for instance, the cold pool golden horn dragon and the desert wind eagle have far superior evolutionary routes that remain undiscovered. The ordinary evolution path of the desert wind eagle may lead to the wind-chasing golden-winged eagle as its ultimate form. But there exists another path I have identified, from desert wind eagle to the rampaging sandstorm demon rock, then to the six-winged golden-winged rock, with the ultimate form potentially being the legendary six-winged golden-winged rock. Everyone was taken aback. A chorus of astonished beasts echoed. The desert wind eagle can evolve into a divine beast? Indeed, it seemed plausible. Even a piece of wood from centuries ago could evolve into a monster. A small blade of grass or flower could transform into a beast. Ordinary weapons could birth spirits. So why couldn't beasts evolve into more powerful divine creatures? Perhaps many monsters or beasts had evolved into divine beings in the past, unbeknownst to ordinary people. The desert wind eagle gazed wide-eyed at Chen Fan. During this time, it had felt quite dejected. When it first encountered Xiaobai and Jadeite, it sensed their superior strength, though it couldn't discern their levels. However, before long, Xiaobai and Jadeite grew powerful enough to instill fear in it. In both the first and second secret realms, its once proud demeanor was diminished by its lackluster skills and feeble attack power, barely achieving any accomplishments. In contrast, the seemingly weaker Little Black achieved remarkable feats using its psychic spikes. This left the desert wind eagle feeling quite disheartened. Now, however, Chen Fan had finally helped it break through, restoring its courage. To its astonishment, among all the beasts, it had revealed such potential, capable of evolving into the six-winged golden-winged rock. With the envious and jealous gazes of the surrounding beasts upon it, the desert wind eagle puffed out its chest. Though it felt an overwhelming urge to cry, it was so excited, so happy. The desert wind eagle gently brushed its wings against Chen Fan's arm, expressing its gratitude. Chen Fan responded with a smile, softly patting its wings. And I too. The cold pool golden horn dragon leaned in, exclaiming, I am undergoing this transformation as well. I am destined to become a divine beast. Can you not pay me some attention? The cold pool golden horn dragon echoed the sentiment. Chen Fan's gaze settled upon it as he remarked, the widely acknowledged evolutionary path of the cold pool golden horn dragon is as follows. Cold pool golden horn dragon, golden horn dragon, golden horned overlord dragon. Ultimately, it remains merely a dragon, and even with the title of overlord, despite significant power enhancement, it lacks any substantial transformation. However, I am aware of an alternative evolutionary path. Cold pool golden horn dragon, abyss golden horn dragon, abyss ice dragon, frost giant dragon. The culmination of this path is the frost giant dragon, and it is conceivable that there may be even higher forms beyond that, of which I am currently unaware. Though the term dragon is included, a dragon ultimately remains a mere serpent. The transformation into a true dragon mirrors the ascension of mortals to divinity. Its ultimate evolution is likewise the legendary divine beast. The cold pool golden horn dragon swelled with pride. I shall transform into a dragon. I shall become a deity. You pitiful beings can only stare in envy and spite. I have always stated that I have merely been biding my time. If I were to unleash my fury, the entirety of Blue Star would tremble. Li Fengxing was utterly petrified. His own beast could evolve into a divine creature? Could a mid-tier extraordinary beast genuinely ascend to such a level? Yi Hao, Shen Hongxiu, and others were equally astonished. Yet Chen Fan continued, theoretically, every beast possesses the potential to evolve into a divine beast. The classification of beasts or monsters is divided into awakening, extraordinary, lord, king, legendary, epic, and mythical tiers. Each tier further subdivides into low, medium, and high grades. Since an awakening tier can evolve into extraordinary, and extraordinary can become a lord, who is to say that an awakening tier beast cannot eventually reach epic or even mythical status? Isn't this the most fundamental theory? Shen Hongxiu chuckled wryly. Though it is a basic theory, let us be honest. Even among the masters in EC City, few have witnessed low-tier beasts evolve into epic or mythical forms. Moreover, many beasts or monsters do not reach the legendary or king tier in their evolutionary paths. For instance, the evolutionary path of the desert wind eagle culminates in the wind-chasing golden-winged eagle, meaning its journey halts upon reaching the king tier. Thus, even in our youthful exuberance, we cannot dare to dream of divine beasts. The others, including Fang Qingqing, nodded in agreement. Suddenly, Chu Xian interjected, So, according to your current evolutionary path, is it possible for us beasts to attain that legendary tier? No one can guarantee such a thing, Chen Fan replied. I can only assert that the evolutionary path I have chosen is significantly superior to the one commonly known. For example, even if the Cold Pool Goldenhorn Dragon does not reach its ultimate form, failing to transcend to the Frost Giant Dragon, simply evolving into the Abyss Ice Dragon would still be a tremendous improvement over its original form as the Golden-Horned Overlord Dragon. Indeed, yes, Li Fengxing nodded vigorously, his excitement palpable. The Cold Pool Goldenhorn Dragon, hearing its name mentioned once more, could not help but bask in its newfound significance. Humph. You pathetic creatures can now see how formidable I truly am. All this time, I have concealed my brilliance while you have shamelessly belittled me. Now, tremble before the Frost Giant Dragon. Nearby, the cold ice white python seethed with envy. It alone understood the Cold Pool Goldenhorn Dragon's words. Observing its arrogant demeanor, the cold ice white python wished for nothing more than to see it tumble into a pit of filth. How frustrating it was. It had once overshadowed the Cold Pool Goldenhorn Dragon, yet now it seemed the roles had reversed. I too wished to become a divine beast. The cold ice white python nudged the Cold Pool Goldenhorn Dragon aside, playfully bumping its head against Chen Fan's foot. Familiar with this routine, it was unperturbed by the prospect of being knocked down as it had been the first time. Its head rubbed against Chen Fan's foot, resembling a playful puppy. Its affection gentle and unforceful. You need not belittle yourself, Azure Dragon. Chen Fan gently patted the cold ice white python's head. As I stated earlier, theoretically, all beasts have the potential to evolve into divine creatures. The evolutionary paths I have chosen for you during your nurturing reflect this. However, whether you can achieve such a level ultimately depends on your own fortune, your master's fortune, and mine as well. The cold ice white python nodded repeatedly, though it did not fully comprehend the implications. Nonetheless, it grasped the essence of Chen Fan's words. It too could become a divine beast. At that moment, Xiaohei reappeared, eager to show off. It landed on the table, proudly declaring, "Humph." A bunch of level 6 ants still dreaming of divine beasts. Bow and tremble before the level 7 Xiaohei. This foolish bird elicited a wave of exasperated silence from the crowd. The Cold Pool Goldenhorn Dragon felt disheartened. This was its line, yet Xiaohei had appropriated it. If only it could speak human language. If it weren't for you being Chen Fan's beast, I would have roasted you long ago. No, I wouldn't even roast you. I'd swallow you whole. Enough, Chen Fan said, fatigue evident in his eyes. I will send you the future evolutionary directions for your beasts. Knowing this will give you a clearer understanding of what to feed them for optimal development. For now, return to your training. I am weary and hungry. After a quick meal, I shall retire for the night. Shen Hongxiu stood. I will prepare dinner for you. Fang Qingqing scoffed. You can cook? Shen Hongxiu retorted angrily. I learned how to grill meat from Xiao Fan in the secret realm. Are you doubting me? Fang Qingqing laughed coldly. I fear that if Chen Fan eats your grilled meat, he will end up with a stomach ache. Chen Fan felt overwhelmed. They say 3 women can create a play, yet how could 2 women stir up such chaos without Ru Ji's involvement? Enough. Return to your training. Chen Fan lifted his teacup. Xiaobu, show them out. The goblin approached Fang Qingqing. Miss, you should return now. Fang Qingqing retorted. Are you my beast, or Chen Fan's beast? The Illusion King Golden Python slithered to Shen Hongxiu's feet. Sister, quickly return to cultivate. Brother Fan wants to eat and sleep. Brother Fan. Shen Hongxiu widened her eyes at her beast. Shen Daodao shook his head repeatedly. Fortunately, it's a beast. If any other woman dared to call him Brother Fan, there would surely be a storm tonight. Shen Hongxiu swung her hand. But Shen Daodao had anticipated her move and ducked just in time. Smack. Li Fengxing was caught by Shen Hongxiu's slap, spinning around in place. Why did you hit me? After finally seeing off the group, Chen Fan had a light meal before retiring to bed. He truly fell asleep. However, the training ground became lively. Gongzi gathered a group of beastmasters, baring their teeth. After a lengthy monologue, the goblin inquired, Gongzi, what on earth were you just rambling about? Bang! Gongzi fell flat on the ground, then sprang up 3 feet high. Yet, there was a hint of frustration. The communication among the beastmasters predominantly relied on body language. They could comprehend human speech, but each race possessed its own language. The ice white python understood the language of the frosty goldenhorn dragon. Yet when it listened to Gongzi's incessant chattering, it could only grasp that Gongzi was in trouble and extremely irate, without any specifics. Fool, stand down. Little Black interjected. Let me speak. Such a lowly beastmaster cannot even articulate human language. Gongzi. The other beastmasters, who also could not speak human, glared angrily at Little Black. Unfazed, Little Black continued. What Gongzi intends to convey is about the incident we encountered with our master this afternoon. As he spoke, he glanced at Gongzi, who nodded vigorously. Little Black proceeded, this afternoon, at the entrance of the Lord's mansion. He elaborated on the matter involving Feng Tianlin at the mansion's entrance in great detail. Roar. The first to erupt with fury was the earth-shattering fire dragon. Soon after, the orange-red venom spider and the holy moon morning glory were also infuriated. Even the honest and straightforward Tianhuang divine ox snorted out white mist. What the hell? Our master was bullied. He was attacked. Those ruffians from the demon city, accompanied by a savage hell dragon? What nonsense. I'll tear it to shreds. The earth-shattering fire dragon and several other beastmasters shouted in outrage. Silence. The goblin hastily exclaimed. Master Chen Fan is sleeping. Do you wish to wake him? The earth-shattering fire dragon and the others immediately lowered their voices. Subsequently, the goblin activated the smart wristwatch on his left wrist and searched for something. Moments later, he opened a video. This video was the one currently circulating widely in EC City. Upon viewing it, the group of beastmasters became enraged. Although in the end, Chen Fan had brutally beaten Feng Tianlin, and Xiaobai, along with Emerald and Gongzi, had also given a hard time to the other beastmasters. The group still seethed with anger. How dare they come to EC City and display such arrogance? How dare they bully Yihao? It was infuriating. Gongzi waved his little paw and began chattering again. Little Black translated. What Gongzi means is that Tianhuang Divine Ox and Huahua are our best friends. And their master has been wronged. We absolutely cannot stand idly by. This dead duck translated quite well. Excellent. From now on, you shall serve as my translator. Gongzi nodded vigorously. Little Black continued. Gongzi is saying that since our master is resting and your masters have returned to cultivate, we should go and drag that guy and his beastmasters out, giving them a good beating to vent our anger for Yihao and Huahua. Yes, that's it. Gongzi smiled at Little Black. The old ape waved his hand, indicating that it was not appropriate to do such things behind their master's back. Little Black scolded, Monkey, let me ask you, do Huahua and Tianhuang Divine Ox count as your friends? The old ape nodded, looking troubled. Then that settles it. Little Black declared. We are not going to kill or burn. We merely intend to find him, give him a good beating, and that's all. The ice-white python opened its mouth wide, exhaling cold air, appearing quite enraged. The other beastmasters were equally filled with righteous indignation. Very well. The Illusion King Blue Python Goldenhorn Beast announced, those willing to go tonight, gather here. Those unwilling may stay home. No pressure. If you wish to go, stand over here. In an instant, besides the old ape, the Dark Bloodstone Man, and Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing, all the beastmasters gathered around the Illusion King Blue Python Goldenhorn Beast. Little Black was furious. Damn it. I've been talking for ages, and you just say one sentence to pull all the beastmasters over? I'm the boss here. What are you, a dead snake, showing off? Little Black glanced at the old ape and the others. The old ape and the Dark Bloodstone Man were rather honest and rarely engaged in outrageous behavior. Xiao Bai, too, did not wish to trouble Chen Fan. However, having experienced the events of the afternoon, Xiao Bai understood the fury of the earth-shattering fire dragon and did not intervene. As for Xiao Qing, it had only been a few days since it arrived here, and it was not very familiar with Yihao or the other beastmasters like Tianhuang Divine Ox. Little Black, somewhat disgruntled, asked, Xiao Bai, are you really not going? You are among the strongest of us. What if Feng Tianlin has bodyguards? We might not be able to handle it. Meow? Xiao Bai's expression turned fierce. With a snort, she stepped forward. The group of beastmasters immediately flocked to her side. The Illusion King Blue Python Goldenhorn Beast felt both frustrated and helpless. Chen Fan favored Xiao Bai the most, and she was so formidable that many beastmasters had felt her wrath and were somewhat afraid of her. Fine, let her be the leader. The Illusion King Blue Python Goldenhorn Beast also moved closer to Xiao Bai. The old ape sighed at the sight, patted his chest, and pointed at the house where Chen Fan was sleeping. Little Black declared, all right, old ape, Xiao Qing, and Dark Bloodstone Man will guard the house. The rest of us will go raid and settle the score with Feng Tianlin and his beastmasters. The Illusion King Blue Python Goldenhorn Beast asked, but where do we find them? Gongzi immediately patted its nose. Little Black explained, Gongzi says it remembers the scent of Feng Tianlin and the savage hell dragon. Oh heavens! Don't rush. The goblin interjected. They were injured by Master Chen Fan at the entrance of the Lord's mansion. So they must have gone to the nearest East Sea City 4th hospital. If not, we can ask around later. Although East Sea City is vast, tracking down a few outsiders isn't too difficult. I can call my contacts. Our Fong family is quite formidable. Little Black nodded. Hold on a moment. I'll ask Jin Yuhai Dongqing. This fellow was very cunning and knew how to seek strong reinforcements. It flew to Jin Yuhai Dongqing and explained the situation, ultimately asking, will you join us? Only you can stabilize the situation. Jin Yuhai Dongqing glanced at Little Black. These little ones. Do they wish to turn East Sea City upside down? Yet, Little Black said, if you don't go, things might escalate. But as a beast master of the War God Pioneer team, your presence will indeed help calm the situation. Unless we encounter exceptionally powerful beast masters. You won't even need to take action. Merely showing your stance will suffice. Jin Yuhai Dongqing couldn't help but glance at Little Black again. This fat duck, usually so glib, turns out to be quite articulate. Jin Yuhai Dongqing shook his head, still refusing, insisting on waking Chen Fan to seek his opinion. Meanwhile, the Illusion King Blue Python Golden-Horned Beast crawled over, sighing repeatedly. Yihao has been bullied. It's understandable that you don't want to get involved, since you're not familiar with him. But Xiao Bai and the others were almost bullied by that savage hell dragon. Jin Yuhai Dongqing stood up. Just then, the goblin remarked curiously, wait a minute, where did the red-backed scorpion go? The Illusory King, the Golden-Horned Python, remarked, perhaps it has gone to sleep within the forest? Impossible, retorted the goblin. I just saw it moments ago. Little Black was taken aback, exclaiming, damn it, I forgot. The red-backed scorpion is a beast of night combat. And Night War is the brother of Night Hao. Could it have rushed off to avenge Night Hao before I finished speaking? Without delay, the golden-feathered sea eagle soared into the sky, performing a rapid spiral. It then dove swiftly towards the southeastern direction outside the training ground. Before long, its sharp claws returned, gripping the red-backed scorpion. The assembly of beasts remarked, this creature is usually as mute as a closed jar, yet suddenly, it acts with such impulsiveness. With a cry, the golden-feathered sea eagle called out. Little White, Emerald, and several smaller beasts climbed onto its back, while the thunderous divine bull and the earth-splitting fire dragon obediently followed behind. Little Black, with a flap of its wings, also settled upon the back of the golden-feathered sea eagle. Riding birds upon birds was indeed a remarkable sight, a feat only the lazy Little Black could accomplish. Whoosh! The golden-feathered sea eagle ascended into the air, followed by a grand procession of beasts heading towards the 4th hospital of East Sea City. The members of the Beast Breeder Association were utterly terrified, fearing that these beasts had gone mad. Fortunately, the goblin, perched upon the back of the golden-feathered sea eagle, shouted reassurances, allowing the association members to breathe a sigh of relief. Seated atop the golden-feathered sea eagle, the goblin activated his mobile device to contact the Fong family. Moments later, he switched off his phone, grinning as he declared, indeed, they are at the 4th hospital. It is said that the Lord of the City utilized high-level therapeutic beasts to assist Feng Tianlin and his beast in recovery. But they are currently still recuperating at the 4th hospital. All the beasts became animated with excitement. Curse that Feng Tianlin, and damn the wild prison dragon. Tonight, we shall teach you a lesson. Below, the cold pool golden-horned water dragon mused. Tonight is destined to be sleepless. I shall finally take action. East Sea City is about to be engulfed in a storm of blood and chaos. Tremble, mortals. Cower beneath the feet of the frost giant dragon. Chapter 155. Feng Tianlin gets ambushed. Chen Fan stealthily breeds beasts. The golden-feathered sea eagle, accompanied by Little White and others, landed in the woods outside the 4th hospital. The thunderous divine bull and the red-backed scorpion followed closely behind. Since the golden-feathered sea eagle had not flown too swiftly, the group of beasts managed to keep pace. As soon as they entered the woods, the goblin immediately instructed that red-backed scorpion and the Death Spider Emperor must not engage in combat later on. Hissing with fury, the red-backed scorpion appeared before the goblin in an instant. Feng Tianlin struck Night Hao. I must avenge him. You dare prevent me from taking action? Do you believe I won't bite you to death? Feeling the pressure from the level 12 beast, the goblin felt a twinge of anxiety, but gritted his teeth and replied, you are a level 12 beast. If you act recklessly, you might be killed by Feng Tianlin. Such an outcome would bring trouble to Night War and Lord Chen Fan. The red-backed scorpion hesitated momentarily. The golden-feathered sea eagle raised its claws slightly, pinning the scorpion's head to the ground. The red-backed scorpion thrashed its tail in agitation, but refrained from using its crimson poison stinger against the golden-feathered sea eagle, fully aware of its terrifying strength. The golden-feathered sea eagle released its grip, casting a cold glance at the red-backed scorpion. The scorpion, irked, nodded in agreement, hissing, hiss hiss hiss. Fine then, the goblin promptly directed, Little Black, you and Huahua go in and locate Feng Tianlin's room, then lure him out. Fuming, Little Black retorted, why should I listen to you? You, a mere level 6 ant, dare command me, a level 7 powerhouse. The goblin explained, because you are stronger than I am. If I go in, things could go awry. Your entrance is foolproof. Little Black nodded. Very well, I shall enter with Huahua now. The assembly of beasts exchanged glances, pondering the goblin's audacity to call himself a big shot with such intellect. Once Little Black and the Holy Moon Bindweed entered the hospital, The goblin quickly gathered Gongzi and the black iron dragon tortoise, saying, Gongzi, dragon tortoise, you both possess the most formidable armor. When you hear Feng Tianlin emerging, apply armor to us all. Gongzi and the black iron dragon tortoise nodded in agreement. The illusory king, the golden horn python, inquired, and then? Is there no other strategy? The goblin replied, in truth, we need not any complex strategy. With so many high-level extraordinary level 6 beasts, defeating a second-tier opponent and a level 6 wild prison dragon requires no intricate plans. The assembly of beasts nodded in unison. The goblin continued. The only complication lies in our numbers, which may lead to confusion. Everyone, remember to form small teams for offense and defense, spreading out. A team consists of our beast tamers beasts. For example, I, along with the silver moon blue featherbird and the ice white python, form one team. Little white, Gongzi, and emerald form another. The black iron dragon tortoise, six-winged flying serpent, and phantom giant lizard form yet another. Do not recklessly cast skills, as it may harm our allies. Emerald, be cautious not to use your storm. Its range is too vast, and you might sweep everyone away into the skies. Just use water dragon bullets instead. Chirping in agreement, Emerald nodded. The other beasts also expressed their understanding. Finally, the goblin declared, remember, we are here to avenge Night Hao and to seek retribution for the thunderous divine bull and Huahua. Our goal is merely to torment and beat Feng Tianlin and his beasts, not to kill him. If Feng Tianlin were truly slain, it would invite trouble for Lord Chen Fan and even for EC City. Having already researched Feng Tianlin's background on the way, he knew that the man hailed from the prestigious Feng family of Magic City. They should not escalate matters further. All the beasts nodded in agreement. The golden-feathered sea eagle couldn't help but glance again at the green-skinned little figure. This little fellow seemed quite astute, understanding the complexities of human affairs. The illusory king, the golden horn python, sighed, alas, the world of humans is indeed convoluted. How simple our world of beasts is. In the wilderness, it is merely the survival of the fittest. Must I investigate the background of every wind wolf I slay? In the human realm, one must tread carefully even when striking a person. It is truly a hassle. The assembly of beasts nodded in unison, like chicks pecking at rice. Inside the hospital, Little Black flew straight to the front desk nurse. Hey there. Which room is Feng Tianlin in? The nurse shot a glare at Little Black and ignored it. Where did this rude bird come from? Little Black sighed, damn it. Even I, a bird, can speak, yet this girl is mute. The nurse, infuriated, seized a broom and swung it at Little Black. Laughing heartily, Little Black deftly dodged. However, just as it evaded, a hefty hand grabbed it. A security guard from the hospital. The guards were all-star warriors, and their levels were not low. The guard slapped Little Black on the head, demanding, whose beast dares to cause a ruckus in the hospital? Beside them, the holy moon bindweed could only look on in disbelief. The little black bird is quite the rascal, receiving a beating wherever it goes. It squawked with a peculiar cry. Stop, you fat fool, I am Chen Fan's beast companion. If you dare lay a hand on me again, do you believe my master will smash your head against the wall? Chen Fan. The plump security guard was momentarily taken aback. That name seemed familiar. The nurse beside them exclaimed, I remember now. This is the little black bird, the companion of Chen Fan, the handsome lad who brutally defeated Feng Tianlin at the city lord's mansion. The video of Chen Fan's victory over Feng Tianlin had already spread throughout EC City, providing immense satisfaction to its citizens. Furthermore, Chen Fan's recent disruption of the nightmarish court schemes and his rescue of Master Fan Ling had also made headlines. With all these occurrences, many in EC City had come to recognize this youthful hero. The security guard recalled this and gently patted the little black bird's head, saying, if you had mentioned it sooner, I wouldn't have struck you. Humph. The little black bird replied proudly, enough chatter. Tell me, in which hospital room is Feng Tianlin staying? The nurse immediately displayed a conflicted expression. Of course, she was aware, but that information was against protocol. With a long face, she huffed, you fat duck. With your incessant quacking, how could I possibly divulge that Feng Tianlin is in room 308? Give up on that notion. With that, she sat down and resumed her work. The plump security guard, the little black bird immediately took flight, declaring, Huahua, I've calculated and already know which room Feng Tianlin is in. Follow me. What on earth was this little bird babbling about? Saint Moon Morning Glory scratched its head and followed suit. The pair, a bird and a flower, made their way to the door of room 308 amidst the curious gazes of numerous people in the hospital. The door was closed. From inside came Feng Tianlin's gritted voice. That bastard Chen Fan. I will not rest until he pays. Another voice chimed in. Lin Gu, that guy indeed possesses some strength. Next time we meet him, we must be cautious. Yet another added. Next time, as long as we don the battle armor and wield a shield while paying attention to his subtle movements, We can surely turn the tables. Upon hearing this, the little black bird pecked at the door twice. Who is it? The door swung open. Feng Tianlin. Upon seeing the little black bird and Saint Moon Morning Glory, was momentarily stunned. The little black bird scoffed. Do you recognize me, you fool? I'm one of the beast companions of Chen Fan, the one who knocked you out earlier. Enraged, Feng Tianlin seized a cup from the table and hurled it at the little black bird. The bird dodged, and the cup struck the back of the head of the one who opened the door instead. Saint Moon Morning Glory subtly moved its little hand. 3 luminous rings descended upon the heads of Feng Tianlin and his companions. Star power ignited. This was a skill acquired by Saint Moon Morning Glory after breaking through to level 6, capable of igniting the enemy's star power, significantly depleting it for a short duration of 30 seconds. Feng Tianlin and his companions were momentarily taken aback, then their eyes widened in unison. They could feel their star power draining rapidly. The little black bird flew back a bit, shouting, "Fool! Come out. I wish to have a serious discussion with you." How outrageous. Feng Tianlin and his companions, filled with rage, charged out of the hospital room. It was one thing to be beaten by Chen Fan. There was indeed a disparity in strength, and that couldn't be helped. But to have a beast and a foolish bird daring to act brazenly in front of them was intolerable. However, as the trio burst from the room, terror struck. The little black bird unleashed its fear-inducing skill immediately. I'm so scared. What is happening? Why do I suddenly feel so terrified? I'm terrified. I'm terrified. Feng Tianlin and his companions clutched their heads and scurried chaotically down the corridor. 8 seconds later. Damn it. Feng Tianlin, consumed by fury, pursued the little black bird and Hua Hua once more. Hua Hua was too slow. Despite starting a moment earlier, it was quickly overtaken. Fear. The little black bird activated its fear skill again. Onlookers in the hospital corridor witnessed Feng Tianlin and his companions clutching their heads, running amok once more. The little black bird shouted while flying, "Hua Hua, run faster. My fear skill's duration is diminishing. If I use it twice more, they will become immune." Hua Hua ran with all its might, but its short legs hindered its speed. After 4 successive uses of fear, Feng Tianlin and his companions finally caught up to Saint Moon Morning Glory. Just as Feng Tianlin was about to seize Saint Moon Morning Glory, the little black bird's eyes glimmered ominously. Mental spike. As Feng Tianlin rushed forward, he let out a piercing scream. Losing control of his body and crashing to the ground, rolling helplessly. The other two, in a panic, rushed over to help him up. Saint Moon Morning Glory turned around and unleashed another star power burn upon the trio. After being slowed down by the little black bird's mental spike, Hua Hua finally escaped the hospital, darting into the forest. The little black bird, capable of flight, felt no urgency and instead taunted from behind. "Fool, come chase me. If you can catch me, I'll treat you to a delightful time." The faces of Feng Tianlin and his companions turned a deep shade of fury. Each clenched their fists, the sound of cracking knuckles echoing in the air. Upon exiting the hospital, the trio summoned their respective beasts, the savage abyss dragon, the frostbird, the ironclad griffin, and the mountain bull. As the 3 of them arrived at the forest's edge, a multitude of beasts, including Xiao Bai and Gang Zi, charged out. Faced with over 20 beasts, Feng Tianlin and his companions couldn't help but freeze in shock. What in the world? Did we poke a monster's nest? Swish, swish, swish. A large group of beasts surrounded Feng Tianlin and his companions, sealing them off completely. Meanwhile, the hospital had also reacted. A throng of star warriors surged forth. However, the golden-feathered Sea East Qing soared above, unleashing a barrage of golden feather skills, sending golden arrows raining down on the ground, frightening the star warriors back. The redback scorpion, having been warned by the goblin not to engage unless absolutely necessary, rushed out to block the path of the star warriors. Huh. Isn't that golden-feathered Sea East Qing the beast of Vice Captain Jun from the God of War Pioneer team? Indeed. And that redback scorpion seems to belong to the Night Battles beast from the God of War Pioneer team. Why are members of the Pioneer team getting involved? Isn't this quite normal? Feng Tianlin's arrogance led him to bully Yi Hao from the Yi family at the City Lord's mansion gate. And now Yi Hao's brother has come with the Pioneer team's beasts to seek revenge. Oddly, Vice Captain Jun and the Night Battle crew are nowhere to be seen. Not only are there beasts from the God of War Pioneer team, but look, that Death Spider Queen in the back. Isn't it the beast of Shun Xiao from the Phantom Sea Pioneer team? Even members of the Phantom Sea Pioneer team have arrived. These matters are beyond our involvement. We should merely observe and make a show of it. Let us not provoke that golden-feathered Sea East Qing. It's not to be trifled with. Whether it was the security forces of the hospital or the bystanders, everyone opted to watch the unfolding drama. Feng Tianlin's reckless act of assaulting others at the City Lord's mansion had certainly drawn the ire of the masses. If he had openly challenged a few academies, Truly claiming to be invincible in East Sea City, the citizens might have grumbled but accepted it. However, his audacity to attack at the city lord's mansion was tantamount to trampling on the dignity of East Sea City. As the crowd erupted in derisive laughter, Little White and the others charged forward, initiating their assault. The armored Beetle King lunged violently, aiming directly at Feng Tianlin. Enraged, Feng Tianlin stepped back, his hands clamping down with a resounding thud upon the Beetle King's head. Boom! The colossal form of the armored Beetle King sent Feng Tianlin sprawling a considerable distance. This brutal charge was no mere collision. It was a skillful maneuver. Feng Tianlin felt his arms go numb from the impact. Before he could regain his composure, a mental spike from the airborne Little Black struck him. Feng Tianlin let out a pained scream, toppling backward. The massive body of the armored Beetle King careened over him. The other two, alarmed, rushed forward in an attempt to rescue Feng Tianlin, disregarding the onslaught of other beasts, only to be flung away by the icy tail of the white python. The scene descended into chaos. Although the wounds of the trio had nearly healed, they were still at a disadvantage. Not to mention that Little White and Gongzi were of a lower lord rank. The armored Beetle King and the orange-red venomous spider boasted combat levels of 6, with their species classifications reaching high-level extraordinary. Any one of them would not be significantly inferior to Feng Tianlin. Faced with this horde of beasts, how could Feng Tianlin and his companions withstand such an overwhelming force? In a contest of equal star power, humans typically excel in techniques and equipment compared to beasts. For instance, if Chen Fan had not possessed the Broken Sky Demon Blade, he would have found it exceedingly difficult to eliminate that level 12 Ghost-Face lizard. Without his set of armor, a single strike from the lizard would have left him severely injured or worse. Yet, with the Broken Sky Demon Blade and that armor, the situation transformed completely. Feng Tianlin, being at the second rank of the first heaven, possessed star power equivalent to that of a mid-level extraordinary level 7 beast. Meanwhile, these high-level extraordinary level 6 beasts were comparable to mid-level extraordinary beasts of level 7, with both sides having similar star power and Feng Tianlin lacking armor and weaponry. How could he possibly defend himself? Furthermore, individuals at the second rank were incapable of unleashing potent spells. Most could only engage in close combat, relying heavily on formidable weapons for ranged attacks. In contrast, beasts at levels 1 and 2 could unleash their skills from a considerable distance. Frankly speaking, even if Feng Tianlin faced the armored Beetle King one-on-one, victory was far from assured. To make matters worse, since entering the hospital, the Saint Moon Morning Glory had relentlessly unleashed star power burns. Strikes of star power rained down upon Feng Tianlin and his companions, exhausting their star power significantly in less than 2 minutes. Meanwhile, in the air, Little Black, the level 7 soul-devouring bird, continued to launch mental spikes. How could they possibly fight back? In a flurry of chaos, within less than 40 seconds, Feng Tianlin and his companions, along with a few beasts, were left bloodied and sprawled on the ground, barely clinging to life. Due to the goblin's prior arrangements, after injuring Feng Tianlin's trio, the beasts refrained from delivering fatal blows, fearing that they might actually kill him. Consequently, their frustration was redirected toward the wild prison dragon and other beasts. The wild prison dragon and its companions found themselves ensnared in the web of the Death Spider Queen, immobilized and utterly helpless. Although the Death Spider Queen merely watched the spectacle, it could not resist casting a few webs. After all, it was a level 12 beast. While its webs might fail to ensnare beings above the second rank of the fourth heaven, capturing these level 6 beasts was a trivial task. The wild prison dragon and its companions were entirely incapable of moving. The Cold Pool Golden Horn Dragon and other beasts immediately unleashed a barrage of skills, turning these helpless creatures into targets, eliciting their cries of distress. Feng Tianlin and his companions, furious and desperate, crawled over to assist their beasts, only to be trampled by the earth-shaking fire dragon and others. The scene was utterly tragic and beyond comprehension. Suddenly, 2 powerful figures burst forth from the hospital. "Cease this at once," one of them called out sharply. A formidable pressure descended upon Little White and the others. Instantly, Little White and Gongzi bared their teeth in response. From the sky, the golden feather sea eagle landed, fixating its gaze on the 2 figures. The goblin hastily interjected, "My lords, we did not come to cause trouble. The reason is quite simple. These 3 imbeciles attacked my companions, Hua and the master of the heavenly wasteland divine bull, Yi Hao of the Yi family. We could not bear it, so we came to seek justice." "Justice for whom?" Feng Tianlin nearly spat blood in fury. The 2 formidable beings exchanged glances, remaining silent. "We have indeed been observing your quest for justice, but if this continues, lives may be lost," one of them remarked, surveying the forest behind the goblin and the beasts. There was no sign of Chen Fan or Jinqing. This group of beasts truly came to seek justice without their beast master? At that moment, a griffin swooped down. Bai Rouge leapt from its back. She glanced at the pitiful state of Feng Tianlin and his companions, then at the group of beasts, and burst into laughter. Have you been beaten again? Feng Tianlin, seething with rage, could barely contain himself. Bai Rouge reassured him, do not worry. This is a hospital, soon. You will be taken inside for treatment. Feng Tianlin could no longer hold back. Is it amusing for you all in Donghai City to bully the few with your numbers? Bai Rouge replied, bully the few with numbers? That phrase must have come from over there, for it doesn't quite fit here. If you say that, then Beastmasters attacking Star Warriors. Aren't they all bullying the few with their numbers? When you encounter a Star Warrior, do you plan to put away your beasts and confront them alone? Feng Tianlin was rendered speechless. Bai Rouge, hands behind her back, approached with a soft tone. If you can endure, then endure a bit longer. Otherwise, if you get beaten again, no one will come to your aid. Gritting his teeth, Feng Tianlin retorted. Do you not think this is excessive in Donghai City? Excessive? Bai Rouge chuckled. You come to the doorstep of my Donghai City Lord's residence to attack people and have the audacity to say we are excessive? If I were to go to your Feng family's doorstep and assault your kin, would your family find it enjoyable? Feng Tianlin had no retort. Bai Rouge glanced at the group of beasts and dialed Chen Fan. His image materialized on a screen in the void ahead. I just lay down to rest. And unless you give me a reason, what on earth is happening? Initially irked, Chen Fan's demeanor shifted upon seeing the bloodied Feng Tianlin and the group of beasts. Then, he turned to Feng Tianlin and asked, who is this guy? Feng Tianlin nearly vomited blood, roaring, I am Feng Tianlin. Chen Fan, look at what your beasts have done to me. You are Feng Tianlin. Impossible. Chen Fan shook his head. Feng Tianlin can't possibly be this handsome. Feng Tianlin. Chen Fan sighed. I sincerely apologize. My beasts were too heavy-handed. Feng Tianlin let out a cold laugh. But you should be grateful it was them and not me, Chen Fan said with a smirk, for I would have been far more ruthless. You. Feng Tianlin felt as though he might explode. A chorus of laughter erupted from a gathering of summoned beasts, their mirth causing those around them to tremble with amusement. Chen Fan, his expression stern, directed a gaze towards the raucous assembly of beasts. You lot, stand at attention. At ease. The group of summoned beasts jostled together. A chaotic mass of furry and feathered bodies. Chen Fan, exasperated, slapped his forehead in disbelief. You all chose to frolic in the dead of night. And now you shall face my wrath. Tonight, there will be no midnight snacks for you. Feng Tianlin nearly toppled over in shock. You punish your beasts by denying them a meal. After they've reduced me to this state? Laughter spread among the onlookers, their lips curling in delight. Chen Fan turned his gaze, incredulous, towards Jin Yu Heidonking. Jin Yu, are you complicit in this nonsense as well? Jin Yu lowered his head, and Chen Fan's ire flared. You are a level 17 Beastmaster. If you were to strike and inadvertently harm someone, would I not be liable for damages? Feng Tianlin, filled with rage, opened his mouth to protest, but was swiftly silenced by Bai Rouge. Chen Fan's voice rang out sharply. Bring them back immediately. How dare you engage in such antics without my inclusion? Feng Tianlin seethed. You. Chen Fan's cold stare silenced him. Look at me and utter another word. I dare you. Do you believe I won't carry out my threat? A shiver coursed through Feng Tianlin. It was his first encounter with such a menacing threat from one of the esteemed Feng family of Magic City. Oddly, he found himself paralyzed by fear. Chen Fan's gaze made him realize that should he dare utter another insult, Chen Fan might indeed command his beasts to eliminate him. What a madman. At that moment, Bai Rouge interjected with a grin. You needn't be so furious. There is still hope for you. Feng Tianlin blinked in confusion. What do you mean? Bai Rouge raised an eyebrow. I mean, tomorrow afternoon, I, along with Yi Hao and the others, will take turns sparring with you. We'll have some fun. Feng Tianlin's eyes flashed with defiance. You and Yi Hao? Just the few of you? Indeed, just us, Bai Rouge replied with a smile. If we lose, we'll accept our defeat. But tread carefully. Last time you injured Yi Hao, it wasn't due to your superiority. He was simply caught off guard by your audacity to strike at the gates of the city lord's residence. Besides, Yi Hao was without his summoned beasts then. Do you consider yourself formidable? You possess merely 2 summoned beasts, while Yi Hao commands 4. In a real fight, I suspect you would find yourself on your knees, crying out that Yi Hao is outnumbering you. Feng Tianlin's eyes turned crimson as he roared, You insolent. Bai Rouge shot him a sidelong glance, her tone icy. What of it? Rest well tonight, for tomorrow you will endure a series of severe beatings. If you fear the confrontation, you may leave East Sea City at once. Feng Tianlin exploded with rage. You are all exceedingly arrogant. It's one thing to be unable to defeat Chen Fan, but you, Bai Rouge, dare to be so brazen? And as for Yi Hao, what does it matter if he has a few more summoned beasts? He is merely a defeated foe. Bai Rouge waved her hand towards the crowd. Quickly, carry these fellows inside. What if they bleed out and perish before we reach the hospital? Feng Tianlin remained silent. His face darkened with resolve. Let them gloat a little longer. Tomorrow afternoon, I shall trample each of you underfoot. I will triumph openly and see what excuses you have left. Once the medical staff had transported Feng Tianlin and his beasts inside, Chen Fan raised an eyebrow at the screen. Fighting him tomorrow? You seem quite confident. Are you certain you will break through tonight? Bai Rouge grinned, holding her thumb and forefinger apart to indicate a minuscule distance. Just a smidgen away. I have no doubt. To be cautious, I refrained from mentioning tomorrow morning. I only said tomorrow afternoon. If by then, Yi Hao and the others have not broken through to the second tier, they deserve to be bullied. It matters not. Chen Fan remained contemplative. However, he understood that Bai Rouge was merely jesting. In truth, even if Yi Hao and Shun Daodao failed to reach the second tier, defeating Feng Tianlin would pose no challenge. After all, Chen Fan had elevated the combat level and species rank of all their summoned beasts. While Feng Tianlin possessed 2 summoned beasts, only the wild prison dragon was a high-level extraordinary beast of rank 6. The other, the frostbird, was merely a mid-level extraordinary beast of rank 6. Even if Yi Hao remained at the first tier, his 4 summoned beasts were all high-level extraordinary beasts of rank 6, granting him a significant advantage of 4 against 2 over Feng Tianlin and the wild prison dragon. Should they lose under such circumstances, Chen Fan would have no choice but to discipline Yi Hao and the others. As for Chu Xian, the situation was even clearer. Should Chu Xian break through to the second tier tonight, he wouldn't even need to summon his beasts to bring Feng Tianlin to his knees in submission. After hanging up the phone, Bai Rouge waved at Jin Yu Heidonking. Jin Yu, please escort them back. Jin Yu nodded slightly. A swarm of summoned beasts surged forth, exiting the hospital and heading towards the Beast Master Association in a grand procession. The next day, shortly after 1 o'clock in the afternoon, at the entrance of the War God Academy, the head of the department awaited anxiously alongside Li Sheng and a throng of teachers, as well as a cadre of staff members, all of them fidgeting with anticipation. The staff wheeled in carts laden with supplies. One teacher tugged at Li Sheng's sleeve. What is the reason behind gathering so many teachers here? Why are we waiting at the school gate? And why are there so many staff members? Our students Haven Tea even had their meals. Another teacher chimed in. It's one thing for us to eat late, but if the summoned beasts grow hungry, it will be chaos. Li Sheng responded. We are here to await Chen Fan. The gathered teachers gasped in shock. What was the meaning of this? So many teachers were foregoing their meals just to welcome Chen Fan? While he was indeed a hero in EC City for thwarting the Nightmare Garden's sinister plot and rescuing Master Fanling, surely this was an exaggerated display of reverence. One teacher's face darkened. Li Sheng, isn't this a bit excessive? Are you not concerned that such adulation may lead to Chen Fan's downfall? Li Sheng glanced at the teacher, who happened to be Lu Ming, the head of the Beast Master Class 7. Li Sheng blinked and replied, no worries. You may return and have your meal. Lu Ming was taken aback. Li Sheng smiled warmly. Any teacher who does not wish to wait here may leave and eat first. It's perfectly fine. A wave of confusion washed over the teachers. They were left dumbfounded, as Li Sheng's words seemed to promise something hidden. Just then, the moment arrived. The head of the department beamed, waving his hands enthusiastically. A convoy was approaching, gliding smoothly toward them. At the front of the procession stood Chen Fan atop a grand truck. An enticing aroma wafted from the convoy, causing the teachers' stomachs to grumble in unison. Li Sheng declared, did you see that? Chen Fan is delivering a substantial supply of resources to our War God Academy. He proclaimed that the meat of various monsters would not be below level 10. All the teachers were taken aback. Was Chen Fan really going to donate resources to the War God Academy? And it was monster meat of no less than level 10? Li Sheng added, he is having the chefs from the Beast Breeder Association prepare it before he personally delivers it. Every student will receive a share. Wait a moment. The head teacher of Class 7, Lu Ming, exclaimed, meat from level 10 monsters for students and their beast companions? A crowd of teachers widened their eyes in disbelief. It is well known that the majority of students' beasts are merely at levels 2 or 3. Aside from Yi Hao and Chu Xian, there were hardly any beasts at level 5 in the entire senior year. Many teachers' beasts are only at levels 8 or 9. Chen Fan intends to donate meat from level 10 monsters for those beasts at levels 2 and 3? My goodness, it's painful just to think about it. Isn't this a waste? Not long ago, after defeating the Blood Petal Flower Queen, Chen Fan donated a substantial amount of resources to the War God Academy. However, the majority of the students and their beasts could only obtain meat from levels 7 or 8. Why has it suddenly escalated to level 10? Shouldn't that be allocated to the teachers? The eyes of the teachers turned red with envy, each one fixated on the approaching convoy. Good morning, director and esteemed teachers. Chen Fan jumped off the truck and landed steadily. I apologize for being late. I arranged for the Beast Breeder Association personnel to cook the monster meat. You are not late. Not at all. The director's face broke into a radiant smile. Chen Fan stated, Director, I mentioned this morning that I would personally handle it. I know. The director replied. You will personally distribute a portion of the monster meat and feed the students' beasts. No problem. Lu Ming turned to Li Sheng. Is Chen Fan afraid we might devour the monster meat ourselves? What nonsense. Li Sheng shot a glare at Lu Ming and said, It is perfectly normal for young people to appreciate praise and seek a bit of recognition. Chen Fan waved his hand and declared, Then let us start with Class 5. A team of staff and teachers from the War God Academy, led by the director, promptly pushed several small carts towards the convoy. The workers from the Beast Breeder Association, in coordination with the War God Academy staff, began unloading boxes of monster meat. Each box bore a label indicating the name, level, and attributes of the monster meat. Level 11 Thundercloud Leopard Meat. One teacher, upon seeing the label on the box in his hands, nearly lost his composure. To take level 11 monster meat to feed beasts at levels 2 and 3? Such wastefulness. Someone rushed over to counsel the director, but was met with a fierce glare. Meanwhile, order was maintained by star warriors at the entrance of every classroom, and the image of the vice principal appeared on the large screens within each classroom. Upon announcing Chen Fan's donation of monster meat above level 10, the entire school erupted with excitement. Cheers resounded like thunder throughout the War God Academy. Fortunately, the school had prepared in advance, assigning powerful star warriors to maintain order. Otherwise, chaos would surely have ensued. Listening to the thunderous applause, Chen Fan felt a sense of helplessness. His intention was to subtly nurture the students' beasts through this charitable act. As long as he could assist these beasts in breaking through level 1, any monster they subsequently killed would augment the system's energy, as they would be bound to the system. Chen Fan did not intend for this to become such a spectacle. The uproar was akin to a nouveau riche flaunting wealth. Although he considered himself thick-skinned, he could not help but feel his ears burning in embarrassment. There was no choice but to press on. He led a group of teachers and staff to his class. His classmates awaited eagerly. Upon his arrival, the class monitor, with a demeanor as cold as jade, initiated the applause. It felt even more like a display of wealth. Thankfully, his thick skin had withstood many trials. Chen Fan ascended the podium, opened his laptop, and accessed the list. When I call your name, please come up to the podium and summon your beast. No need to rush. Everyone will receive a share. I will call names in the order provided by the director. First, Lu Xiang. A boy immediately stood up and nervously rushed to the front. After reaching the podium, Lu Xiang summoned his beast. It was a level 2 wood attribute human-faced demon spider, its visage somewhat fearsome. Chen Fan glanced outside the corridor and instructed, Bring up the wood attribute spiny wood demon meat. After obtaining the list from the director that morning, Chen Fan had exerted considerable effort and spent a significant sum to purchase various types of monster meat from the Beast Breeder Association. To assist these lower-level beasts in breaking through, it was imperative to provide them with meat of the corresponding attribute. A level 2 human-faced demon spider consuming the meat of an 8-level fire attribute, heavenly fire ant, would certainly facilitate its growth, but it would not compare to the benefits of consuming monster meat of the same wood attribute. In the corridor, a staff member promptly brought up a large platter of spiny wood demon meat. Lu Xiang instinctively glanced at the label on the platter. Level 10 spiny wood demon meat. Lu Xiang gasped, nearly jumping out of his skin, although the principal had already informed them. Seeing the label with his own eyes sent waves of excitement through Lu Xiang and his fellow students. Chen Fan paid no mind to the expressions of those around him and fed the spiny wood meat to the human-faced demon spider. The spider munched away, its mouth glistening with oil. Take your time, no need to rush, Chen Fan said, gently patting the spider's head while secretly infusing it with 15 points of system energy. Then, he glanced at the chart. Next, Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan was the one who had swindled a sword from Chu Xian in the first secret realm. His beast was a level 4 wind attribute Qingfeng wolf. Chen Fan looked at the chart, where he had already filled in the appropriate monster meat for the respective attribute. Please bring over the wind attribute black wind wolf meat. Level 11 black wind wolf meat. Li Sheng and several teachers standing nearby felt their hearts bleed. Typically, it suffices to feed these beasts monster meat of the same level or 1 or 2 levels higher. The disparity in levels of the monster meat was agonizing. After watching the Qingfeng wolf consume several mouthfuls of black wind wolf meat, Chen Fan affectionately stroked the wolf's head, infusing it with another 15 points of system energy. Although they were consuming high-level monster meat, neither the human-faced demon spider nor the Qingfeng wolf immediately broke through. Once Chen Fan infused the system energy, he did not concern himself with whether they had finished eating and promptly began calling out the names of other students. One by one, they stepped forward. The space near the podium was nearly filled with beasts. Suddenly, the initially summoned human-faced demon spider trembled slightly, and waves of star power rippled around its body. Li Sheng was both astonished and elated. A breakthrough was imminent. Lu Xiang's beast of the faceless spider was on the verge of ascending to level 3. The students immediately widened their eyes in disbelief. Within many, a tinge of envy flickered. Chen Fan cast a glance at the faceless spider and nodded slightly. Excellent. Just as expected. It is entirely natural for low-level beasts to consume the flesh of higher-level monsters of the same attribute and then achieve a breakthrough. Even if, within today, all low-level beasts at the War God Academy were to advance, both students and instructors would merely express gratitude towards Chen Fan, without overthinking the matter. Chen Fan hastened his pace. There were far too many people. At this rate, he would be utterly exhausted. While Chen Fan was busy at the War God Academy, Yi Hao and Chu Xian encountered each other at Chen Fan's residence. They had come to summon back their beasts. Once everyone had recalled their beasts into their respective spaces, Shen Hongxiu smiled slightly. Are we all prepared? Yi Hao patted his chest and declared, I shall lead the charge. None shall compete with me. Bai Rouge rolled her eyes and replied, take it easy. That Wen Tianlin was thoroughly beaten by Xiao Bai and the others last night, and he's been harboring quite a grudge. You're going in first. I intend to wear him down in this state. Yi Hao retorted fiercely. If you all take turns and leave him half dead, what meaning would it hold if I were to defeat him then? Chu Xian furrowed his brows and turned to Bai Rouge. Could you arrange for a higher-level healing beast from the City Lord's mansion? Bai Rouge laughed heartily. I anticipated you would say that. Rest assured, I have already made preparations. I've secured an 18-level healing beast. If Wen Tianlin is grievously injured by Yi Hao, we'll have the beast restore him to his prime state before letting others take their turn. Humph. We from East Sea City disdain such tactics. Fang Qingqing pouted. Chen Fan said he had matters to attend to, so he cannot come. Shen Hongxiu suggested, let your goblin record a live stream and shoot a video. Shen Dao exclaimed, my blade is already thirsting for action. Li Fengxing remarked, aren't you using a sword? Shen Dao. Chu Xian urged, let us depart. A group of them left Chen Fan's training ground. Outside, a row of brown-feathered griffins awaited them. Chu Xian and the others mounted the griffins and set off towards the City Lord's mansion. By the time they arrived at the training ground of the City Lord's mansion, it was already overflowing with people. After Bai Rouge deliberately leaked the news, many had gathered early in anticipation. Chapter 156. Utterly defeated, East Sea City is filled with monsters. When Yi Hao and Shen Hongxiu, clad in battle armor, arrived at the City Lord's training ground, they were taken aback by the scene before them. The air was alive with voices, and a sea of people filled the space. The City Lord's mansion had even deployed the Black Armored Army to maintain order. Wasn't this a bit excessive? Originally brimming with fighting spirit, Shen Dao began to feel uneasy, pondering, if we lose, will they beat us to death? No need to worry about them. Shen Hongxiu said calmly. Shen Dao sighed in relief. Shen Hongxiu added, little Fan will surely bring you to your knees. Shen Dao. Yi Hao grinned. Brother Fan has propelled us forward tremendously. Our beasts and our cultivation realms have advanced by leaps and bounds. If we were to lose now, we might as well find a piece of tofu to throw ourselves against. Chu Xian maintained a stoic expression. Enough chatter, let us enter. He led the way, with Shen Hongxiu and the others following closely behind, entering the East Sea City training ground. Last in line, Shen Dao cast a curious glance at Li Fengxing, who had been unusually silent throughout the journey. This was rather peculiar. Had he perhaps grasped the essence of being a quiet, handsome man? As soon as they stepped into the training ground, the atmosphere erupted as if water had been poured into hot oil. The pent-up emotions of the crowd finally erupted. Shen Dao felt increasingly anxious. What had initially been a mere contest among the youth had transformed into a battle for dignity. This was not just about the honor of Yi Hao and his companions. It also encompassed the prestige of the Yi, Chu, Bai families, and other prominent clans of East Sea City. Moreover, it represented the dignity of the entire East Sea City. A scion of the Feng family from the demon capital had come to the City Lord's mansion to cause a ruckus, trampling the pride of everyone in East Sea City. Thankfully, Chen Fan had already subdued Wen Tianlin at the entrance of the City Lord's mansion, reclaiming that lost face. If they were to disgrace themselves again this time, Shen Dao felt even more tense, glancing around at the impassive Chu Xian, while Yi Hao and Bai Rouge exuded fierce determination, and Fang Qingqing and Shen Hongxiu remained calm. Li Fengxing was also unperturbed. Something felt amiss. Chu Xian's calm demeanor was expected, but why was Li Fengxing so composed? Shen Dao was puzzled. In the stands, Jiang Yuanfan and Zhang Yufan shared Shen Dao's unease, their hearts racing. The roar of the crowd around them echoed ominously. Someone in the stands waved their arms and shouted, "Beat him to death! Beat him to death!" Although the sentiments of the East Sea City populace were not directed at them, as outsiders, their presence challenged both Chen Fan and Chu Xian. Hearing the clamor of beat him to death, Jiang Yuanfan felt a twinge of anxiety. The distinction between home and away was indeed significant. However, as he observed Yi Hao, clad in battle armor, entering the arena, a wave of concern washed over him. Had Chen Fan been present, the outcome would have been unquestionable. Even if Wen Tianlin had come at him with all three, he would have been doomed to defeat against Chen Fan. Yet now, with Yi Hao and Shun Daodao stepping up, Jiang Yuanfan recalled the events of the previous afternoon at the City Lord's mansion. Setting aside the beasts and techniques, purely in terms of star power, he believed he surpassed Yi Hao. Wen Tianlin, however, was considerably more potent. For Yi Hao to secure victory, he could only rely on his beasts. Yet the stark reality was, even with 4 beasts, Yi Hao's strength fell drastically short. After all, Wen Tianlin's Wild Abyss Dragon was a formidable high-grade extraordinary level 6 beast. A high-grade extraordinary level 6 beast and a powerful second-tier cultivator faced off against a first-tier 5th-layer cultivator with 4 level 5 beasts. Wen Tianlin could almost effortlessly crush Yi Hao. Jiang Yuanfan could not fathom why Yi Hao and the others were still intent on engaging in this battle. Chen Fan had already triumphed decisively over Wen Tianlin, restoring East Sea City's dignity. Why did Yi Hao and the others refuse to relent? If they all fell to Wen Tianlin then? No, that shouldn't happen. At the very least, Chu Xian was a second-tier cultivator and would not easily succumb to Wen Tianlin. Sighing inwardly, Jiang Yuanfan lamented. Emotionally, he hoped for Yi Hao and Chu Xian's victory, as he held a favorable impression of them. However, in battle, strength spoke volumes. On a high building adjacent to the training ground, the heads of the 5 prominent families of East Sea City gathered together. The Chu family, the Shun family, the Fong family, the Li family, and the Yi family. The 5 individuals stood silently before the window, their hands clasped behind their backs, gazing down at the martial arts arena below, which lay clearly visible before them. Suddenly, the head of the Shin family furrowed his brow and remarked, "Why does the city lord not permit us to intervene? Chen Fan has effortlessly defeated Feng Tianlin. What purpose does it serve to send Hongxiu and the others into such peril?" The head of the Li family interjected, "Qin Yin called me this morning, urging me to remain at ease, assuring me of their certain victory." Certain victory? The head of the Fong family responded, momentarily taken aback. "What grounds does your daughter possess for such unwavering confidence? If Li Qingyan were to take the stage, victory would undoubtedly be assured. But now, it is Li Fengxing and Qingqing who are competing." With a heavy sigh, the head of the Yi family lamented, "It is my son who suffers at the city lord's gate. I can hardly contain my desire for Yi Hao to reclaim his honor immediately. Yet, to speak candidly, Yi Hao currently possesses only a level 6 healing beast, and his own cultivation remains at the first tier, 5th level. Facing Feng Tianlin now, he stands no chance of victory. What is the matter with these children? Why are they all so impatient? Given their talents, coupled with the resources of our prominent families, they should be able to break through to the second tier in merely 10 to 20 days. If revenge is what they seek, they could easily wait until they reach the second tier before confronting Feng Tianlin." The head of the Shin family slightly tilted his head, casting a glance at the Chu family head, who had remained silent until now. In this battle, it seems only Chu Xian has a chance of defeating Feng Tianlin. The head of the Chu family smiled faintly and replied, "This time, the spotlight may not solely shine on Chu Xian, or perhaps it will encompass more than just him." Expressing his displeasure, the head of the Li family retorted, "Chu, do you know something we do not? Your cryptic remarks are rather tiresome." With a wry smile, the head of the Chu family shook his head and said, "Your daughter, Li Qingyan, is also privy to certain information. She has not shared it with you. And yet you dare to blame me?" The head of the Fong family added, "Recently, these children have been quite close to Chen Fan. Yesterday, upon witnessing Yi Hao being kicked, Chen Fan acted out of anger. I have heard that Yi Hao's sacred moon morning glory was cultivated with Chen Fan's assistance, enabling him to break through to level 6? Nodding, the head of the Li family acknowledged, "After all, Chen Fan is a disciple of Master Zhang Hai, and his prowess in beast cultivation is evidently remarkable, which is why several of these children entrusted their beasts to him for nurturing. Thus, I am further perplexed. As old you just mentioned, why are these children so restless? Cannot they endure a little longer, waiting for a breakthrough to the second tier in a mere 10 days? If Chen Fan were to assist them in elevating a particular beast to level 6, they could then confront Feng Tianlin. Why rush into a fight now, only to suffer a crushing defeat?" The head of the Chu family chuckled, "Let us remain patient and observe. Perhaps a miracle awaits us." Miracle? The other family heads exchanged wry smiles. Just yesterday afternoon, Yi Hao was no match for Feng Tianlin. Could he truly defeat him overnight? Even if he had broken through to the second tier last night, Feng Tianlin possessed 2 level 6 beasts, one of which was a high-grade extraordinary creature. In the realm of beast mastery, many miracles indeed exist. Yet, to hope for such miracles is overly optimistic. The heads of the families furrowed their brows. Their gazes fixed upon Feng Tianlin, who stood at the center of the arena, clad in silver armor, cradling a massive sword against his chest. Having awaited their arrival for quite some time. Clop, clop, clop. The young prodigy from Donghai City, donned in battle armor, ascended the stage with measured steps. Chu Xian, Yi Hao, Fang Qingqing, Shen Hongxiu, Shen Daoda, Bai Rouge, and Li Fengxing. Apart from the absent Chen Fan, these 7 represented the highest talents of their generation in Donghai City. At the very moment Chu Xian and Yi Hao stepped onto the stage, 2 middle-aged men clad in black armor floated gracefully down to the arena. Accompanying them were 2 healing beasts, one an 18-level ancient with spirit, the other a 19-level colorful elk. One of the middle-aged men spoke in a deep voice. This competition is merely for practice. Let us keep it light. The referee, indeed, was succinct with his words. After uttering those 8 characters, the audience awaited further commentary, only to find him retreating to the side, hands clasped behind his back, falling silent. Stepping forward, Yi Hao summoned all 4 of his beasts, the orange-red venomous spider, the celestial bull, the earth-shattering fire dragon, and the sacred moon morning glory. As soon as they emerged, the 4 beasts turned their gaze toward Feng Tianlin, erupting in mocking laughter. Feng Tianlin felt a surge of anger at the sight of those 4 beasts. Among those that had beset him the previous night were these very creatures. With a sullen expression, Feng Tianlin summoned his own 2 beasts, a level 6 savage prison dragon, a high-grade extraordinary species, and a level 6 frostbird, an intermediate extraordinary species, 1 tier below the others. Gazing at the 2 beasts, Yi Hao hoisted his storm battle axe onto his shoulder and calmly stated, "Before we begin, I offer you a choice, lest you accuse us of bullying you." Feng Tianlin furrowed his brow. "What?" Tilting his head, Yi Hao replied, "The referee just mentioned that this competition is for practice. I fear one swing of my axe might end your life, and then I'd have to compensate your family. Thus, I present you with an opportunity. Don your armor and take up your sword and axe, or remove your armor and fight barehanded. I would hate for you to claim later that I had an unfair advantage due to my equipment. 1 axe strike to end my life." Feng Tianlin laughed derisively. "You? A defeated foe?" Yi Hao merely shook his head with a smile, choosing not to respond further. Meanwhile, the sacred moon morning glory scampered a few steps and climbed onto the back of the largest celestial bull, its roots extending rapidly like octopus tentacles, encircling the bull's body. Yi Hao nodded slightly. "Are you ready?" Feng Tianlin returned a cold smile, his thoughts in motion. The savage prison dragon immediately clad both him and the frostbird in armor. The frostbird took flight, soaring above Yi Hao and his 3 beasts, constantly circling. Yet, Yi Hao remained unfazed. He raised his left hand, his fingers fluttering slightly. Whoosh! His beasts surged forth with overwhelming force. The orange-red venomous spider spat a web at the airborne frostbird, issuing a provocation. Meanwhile, the celestial bull, carrying the sacred moon morning glory, and the earth-shattering fire dragon advanced to block the savage prison dragon. Those in the audience were momentarily taken aback. This was an exceedingly unusual combat strategy. Even though the savage prison dragon was a formidable high-grade extraordinary level 6 beast, surely such tactics were unnecessary? Given that Yi Hao's beasts held a numerical advantage, he could have easily paired 1 beast with himself against Feng Tianlin. Why instead pit beasts against beasts while he faced Feng Tianlin one-on-one? If Feng Tianlin were to directly breach and defeat Yi Hao, would not the battle conclude? How audacious! Feng Tianlin, seeing Yi Hao's one-on-one challenge, could not suppress a cold smirk. "After receiving my kick, I thought you had grasped the disparity in our strengths. Yet, I see you dare employ such tactics." Yi Hao sighed. "Your chatter is excessive." No sooner had he spoken than the sacred moon morning glory, perched upon the celestial bull's back, took the initiative to strike. 3 luminous rings descended upon the savage prison dragon, Feng Tianlin, and the frostbird soaring in the sky. "Damn it, it's that move again, star power ignition," Feng Tianlin exclaimed, his fury igniting as he swiftly veered to the side. The frostbird, too, executed a rapid spiral, evading the rings of the Saint Moon morning glory. However, the formidable physique of the savage prison dragon, hindered by the Tianhuang divine bull and the rending earth fire dragon, was too slow to dodge the star power ignition. Just as the rings enveloped the savage prison dragon, the Tianhuang divine bull let out a bellow, charging forward and colliding directly with the savage prison dragon. The divine bull's impact was tremendous. Though smaller than the savage prison dragon, its strength was immense, sending the colossal creature soaring through the air. The savage prison dragon stared in bewilderment, questioning why this seemingly minor creature possessed such strength. Before it could react, The rending earth-fire dragon swung its tail. The tail, engulfed in flames, sliced through the air with a sharp whoosh, striking the savage prison dragon's back and crashing it down upon the arena. The ground shook with a deafening boom as the savage prison dragon let out a shriek, its armor shattering and blood gushing forth. Prison dragon, Feng Tianlin, poised to attack Yi Hao, was taken aback, shouting, "You take care of yourself." Yi Hao, his gaze icy, surged forward, wielding his storm battle axe, which conjured a tempest as he swung it fiercely towards Feng Tianlin. Confident in his superior star power, Feng Tianlin dismissed Yi Hao's ferocity, merely stepping back half a pace and lunging forward with his greatsword for a direct confrontation. The clash of axe and sword erupted with a violent shockwave, radiating fury in all directions. In a blink, Feng Tianlin's complexion paled as Yi Hao's axe forced his sword down against his chest. With a resounding crash, the armor protecting Feng Tianlin shattered, and he was propelled backward, leaving deep grooves in the ground beneath him. Cheers erupted throughout the arena. Even onlookers could discern that Yi Hao's strike had decisively gained the upper hand. Ha ha ha. Yi Hao laughed maniacally, charging at Feng Tianlin like a whirlwind. His storm battle axe whirled with such ferocity that it destabilized Feng Tianlin's stance. How could this be? Feng Tianlin's face turned ghostly pale. Just yesterday afternoon, Yi Hao's strength had been vastly inferior. Why did that last strike disrupt his star power and cause such agonizing pain in his meridians? Though Yi Hao wielded a superior axe, Feng Tianlin's own greatsword was also of mid-grade quality. Clenching his teeth, Feng Tianlin pressed forward, swinging his greatsword in a furious assault against Yi Hao. However, the tide of battle had already shifted. After receiving a tail strike, the enraged savage prison dragon attempted to retaliate. Yet, the rending earth-fire dragon's fiery tail once more crashed down upon its back. With a resounding impact, the savage prison dragon's body smashed into the arena, nearly sinking into the ground. At that moment, the Tianhuang Divine Bull leaped into the air, aiming a powerful stomp at the dragon's head. The Divine Bull's hoof shimmered with an eerie glow as it crushed the savage prison dragon's skull into the earth. Long considered docile and almost unremarkable, the Tianhuang Divine Bull harbored intense hatred for both the savage prison dragon and its master, Feng Tianlin. Thus, it unleashed its full might. The previous charge and the current stomp were executed with lethal intent. Moreover, it was emboldened by the presence of the Saint Moon Morning Glory on its back, showing no concern for potential retaliation. After stamping the dragon's head into the ground, the Divine Bull leaped again, preparing for another stomp. Beast, Feng Tianlin, witnessing his beast's grievous injury, abandoned all thoughts of Yi Hao and charged at the Tianhuang Divine Bull. But the rending earth-fire dragon would not allow him this opportunity. Before Feng Tianlin could approach, it opened its massive jaws, unleashing a torrent of rending dragon flame. Feng Tianlin, sensing the danger, dared not confront it head-on. He propelled himself to the left with a powerful thrust of his right foot. "You've let your guard down." Yi Hao's voice resonated from behind. The storm battle axe, trailing a gust of wind, swung down towards Feng Tianlin's head. "This is bad." Feng Tianlin's heart raced as he quickly stepped forward, pivoting his body while his wrists glimmered, conjuring two shields. Yi Hao's axe struck the shields. Crack! The two shields shattered one after the other. Impossible. Feng Tianlin's spirit faltered. These shields were designed to withstand attacks even from level 10 monsters. How could they fail against Yi Hao's axe? Unbeknownst to him, Yi Hao had upgraded his storm battle axe to match the caliber of Chen Fan's demon-slaying blade. Both were high-grade weapons. Moreover, Yi Hao was not the mere first-tier, fifth-level practitioner Feng Tianlin imagined, but rather a second-tier, first-level one. Especially with several of his beasts having recently broken through. Yi Hao's star power was significantly stronger than that of a typical second-tier, first-level practitioner. With that strike, Yi Hao could cleave even a level 10 monster in two. Feng Tianlin felt an overwhelming force surging towards him. The axe, having split through the shields, diminished slightly in power as it struck his chest armor. The armor glimmered with light. Feng Tianlin let out a muffled groan and was sent hurtling backward. Above, the frostbird, initially evading the webs of the orange-red poison spider, saw its master fall and dove recklessly toward Yi Hao, unleashing a breath of icy air. Yi Hao nimbly dodged the frost, leaving behind a vast area coated in ice. However, the frostbird's descent provided the orange-red poison spider with the perfect opportunity. As it spewed a torrent of venom, the frostbird, caught off guard, had its wing grazed, instantly sizzling upon contact. Thankfully, the armor provided by the savage prison dragon shielded it, or else. Just as the frostbird began to feel relieved, Yi Hao leaped into the air, bringing his axe crashing down upon its wing. With a thunderous boom, the armor shattered, leaving a gaping wound in its wing, causing the frostbird to plummet uncontrollably. The orange-red poison spider, exhilarated, scuttled forward, ensnaring the frost bird in its web. Though both creatures were level 6, the frost bird was merely of medium extraordinary rank, while the orange-red poison spider had achieved high extraordinary status. The frozen bird that cannot fly, how could it possibly contend with the orange-red venomous spider? As the frozen bird flapped its wings twice in vain, unable to escape the web, it was immediately struck by the spider's legs, causing it to spit blood and faint. Was that all it took? Night Howl, wielding the storm battle axe, slowly approached the struggling Feng Tianlin. A hushed silence enveloped the arena. Aside from Chu Xian and a few others, almost no one believed Night Howl would emerge victorious in this battle. Unexpectedly, Night Howl effortlessly cornered Feng Tianlin into such a dire predicament, adopting a posture of complete dominance. At the edge of the tall building, several clan leaders widened their eyes in disbelief. The head of the Knight family murmured to himself, "This brat has broken through to the second rank, and he even kept it hidden from his own father?" The head of the Chen family cast his gaze toward Shun Hongxiu and Shun Daodao on the stage, remarking, "It seems that Night Howl is not the only one to have achieved a breakthrough to the second rank. But how did they manage it?" During this time, Hongxiu and the others had not requested any breakthrough elixirs from the family. So when did they accomplish this feat? The head of the Fong family proposed, "It is highly likely that it happened just last night." What? The clan leaders were taken aback. Even with the resources of these prominent families, it was impossible to simply wish for a breakthrough to the second rank and achieve it. What on earth had transpired? Did the city lord know beforehand that these children had broken through? Chu family's head smiled slightly and said, "This world is not devoid of miracles. Perhaps this miracle was orchestrated by Chen Fan." The head of the Shen family was momentarily stunned. "Are you jesting? Such a feat is beyond even Master Zhonghai." Master Zhonghai was a beast master, not an alchemist. If he had provided them with a high-grade elixir to assist their breakthroughs, that would be understandable. But these clan leaders had not considered that the breakthroughs of Night Howl and his companions were mutually reinforcing, aided by their beasts, which in turn facilitated Night Howl's advancement. After all, the breakthroughs of beasts are often more challenging than those of their trainers. While beast masters can rely on the assistance of powerful allies and elixirs to time their breakthroughs, the timing of a beast's advancement is far more unpredictable. Meanwhile, the combat on the platform below had concluded. The enraged Feng Tianlin had utterly lost his composure, his sword techniques riddled with flaws. In less than 10 moves, he was struck down by Night Howl's axe. The armor on Feng Tianlin shattered, and blood stained the ground. Had Night Howl not restrained his strength, that final strike might have cleaved through his chest. On the other side, the savage prison dragon had endured a relentless beating. Holy Moon's morning glory unleashed a burst of star power after a moment, while the heavenly wasteland bull and the earth-splitting fire dragon took turns attacking, nearly incapacitating the savage prison dragon. The frozen bird fared little better. The orange-red venomous spider relentlessly plucked at its feathers. Had the referee not intervened, it might have truly turned the frozen bird into a featherless creature. Alas, it was far from satisfying. The opponents were simply too weak. Night Howl returned, axe in hand, looking utterly dejected. Behind him, Feng Tianlin was furious enough to spit blood. The two referees, accompanied by healing beasts, ascended the platform to assist Feng Tianlin and his beasts. Chu Xian glanced at Feng Tianlin, who sat on the ground with vacant eyes. Turning away, Chu Xian began to descend from the platform. "Hey!" Shen Daodao was taken aback. "Chu Xian, where are you going?" Without looking back, Chu Xian replied, "Back to school." Shen Hongxiu sighed. If even Night Howl cannot defeat him and has completely extinguished Feng Tianlin's fighting spirit, how could Chu Xian still be interested? Night Howl, fuming, shouted, "Chu Xian, stand still. Let us have a match." Feng Tianlin, who was receiving treatment, evidently overheard the exchange and glared at Chu Xian, bellowing, "Chu Xian, come back. I haven't fought you yet." Chu Xian halted, slowly turning around. "Are you sure you can still fight?" Feng Tianlin stood tall, of course. Shen Daodao dashed over, pulling Chu Xian back. "Even if you don't fight, it's worth returning to watch the spectacle." Chu Xian, Fang Qingqing, and Bai Rouge exchanged glances, sighing. "We might not even have the chance to intervene." Shun Hongxiu shook her head. "Too weak. With Night Howl unable to defeat him, all my accumulated fighting spirit has vanished." Night Howl retorted, "What do you mean I can't defeat him? I could crush him to death. Do you believe it?" Hearing this, Feng Tianlin's fury intensified. These scoundrels were insufferable. At that moment, Li Fengxing, who had been silent, suddenly stepped forward. A referee hesitated briefly before stating, "He is injured and needs rest and treatment." "I know." Li Fengxing hoisted his great sword onto his shoulder, pointing coldly at the other two. "You two, the ones who were flaunting at the city lord's gate yesterday. Step forward. I am itching for a challenge and wish to see just how formidable the so-called geniuses of the Magic City truly are." Shen Daodao's eyes widened as he looked at Night Howl and Chu Xian, What is going on? Why do I feel like Li Fengxing has transformed into a different person? Fang Qingqing and Bai Rouge exchanged surprised looks. Shen Hongxiu, however, smiled slightly and pointed to her ears, saying, "Look at his ears. He is wearing headphones. Someone might be hiding in the stands, directing him." The crowd paused, glancing at Li Fengxing, and indeed, they noticed the headphones on his left ear. This guy, no wonder he hadn't said a word along the way. The spectators raised their heads, surveying the sea of faces in the stands. There, Li Qingyan wore a sly smile. At this moment, one of the two who had accompanied Feng Tianlin stepped forward, coldly stating, "I'll fight with you. You're no match for me." Li Fengxing coolly shook his left index finger. "You, and you, bring your beasts along. Perhaps you can withstand 3 of my strikes." The training ground buzzed with excitement. Many shouted in exhilaration, while others whistled incessantly. "Ha ha ha ha. This kid Li Fengxing is so arrogant. He is wonderfully audacious. This is how one should treat those from the Magic City. But is he not being overly presumptuous? Those two are no weaklings either. Each has 2 beasts, both of which are intermediate extraordinary level 5. With 4 beasts and 2 trainers, can Li Fengxing truly hold his ground?" Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Li Fengxing summoned his 3 beasts, the Cold Pool Golden Horned Flood Dragon, the Horned Tiger, and the Green Fire Deer. These 3 had suffered great humiliation during the arena competition at the 3 academies, being relentlessly pursued by the likes of Gang Zi. As soon as they emerged from the beast space, the Cold Pool Golden Horned Flood Dragon and its companions felt an overwhelming urge to cry. Finally, it was our turn to unleash our might. The Cold Pool Golden Horned Flood Dragon suddenly turned its head and made a series of sounds at the Horned Tiger and Green Fire Deer. "What? You want us to watch while you go alone?" The Horned Tiger and Green Fire Deer were taken aback and shook their heads. "Hiss!" The Cold Pool's Golden Horned Dragon emitted a threatening roar. "I am the master. I am the Ice Giant Dragon. Do you dare to disobey?" The Horned Tiger and the Azure Fire Deer were utterly disheartened. After finally breaking through to a higher level of the extraordinary, after achieving the 6th level of rapid advancement, they were faced with the prospect of merely spectating. Damn that wretched serpent, I could just strangle it. The 2 beast tamers furiously marched towards the arena's edge. As they stepped out, not only the spectators, but even Li Fengxing was momentarily taken aback. What was happening? Li Fengxing was already taking a considerable risk by facing 2 opponents. Why had his 2 beasts left the center of the arena? Was he planning to confront those 2 along with their 4 beasts with just one of his own? My word, this brat from the Li family is audacious beyond measure. Li Fengxing blinked. At that moment, he heard Li Qingyan's voice through his earpiece. "Go ahead. Even with the Cold Pool's Golden Horned Dragon, you should be more than capable. It is, after all, a level 6 extraordinary beast. If you cannot defeat 4 level 5 extraordinary beasts, I will turn you both into pig heads after the match." Li Fengxing remained silent. The faces of the 2 opponents turned ashen. The 1-on-2 scenario had been thoroughly underestimated. They could not have anticipated that Li Fengxing would allow his 2 beasts to leave the battle circle, engaging them with only 1 beast. This was absurd. He was courting death. Without further ado, both summoned their beasts simultaneously. One summoned a level 5 Ironclad Griffin and a level 5 Mountain Bull. The other summoned a level 5 Fire Spirit and a level 5 Blade-Toothed Predator. As the 4 beasts emerged, the Cold Pool's Golden Horned Dragon glided forth. "You insignificant insects, tremble before the Frost Giant Dragon." The 4 beasts, evidently feeling the disdain and provocation from the Golden Horned Dragon, erupted in fury. Under their tamer's guidance, the Ironclad Griffin bestowed armor upon all allies. As it soared into the air, the remaining 3 beasts charged towards the Cold Pool's Golden Horned Dragon. Meanwhile, Li Fengxing faced the 2 tamers. The style of combat remained a battle of beasts against beasts and tamers against tamers. In reality, there were no such rules in arena battles. Beasts could attack the opposing tamers, and tamers could likewise assault the opposing beasts. However, since the previous match between Yi Hao and Feng Tianlin, an unspoken understanding seemed to have formed. They were not attempting to prove the might of their beasts, but rather the strength of the tamers themselves. It resembled a matter of pride. In a true life-and-death battle or arena contest, such a tactic was implausible. The synergy between tamers and their beasts was paramount. Yet, the spectators remained silent, their eyes fervently fixed on the arena. Suddenly, before Li Fengxing could issue a command, the Cold Pool's Golden Horned Dragon unleashed a frigid breath. The Mountain Bull, Fire Spirit, and Blade-Toothed Predator were caught unawares, instantaneously enveloped in ice. Had the Golden Horned Dragon and these 3 beasts been of equal strength and species, that icy breath would have merely slightly diminished their power and speed. But now, the Golden Horned Dragon was, in essence, 2 levels superior. That icy breath left the 3 beasts utterly defenseless, completely encased in frost. As the onlookers watched in astonishment, The cold pool's golden horn dragon elegantly flicked its tail. Boom. The ice encasing the three beasts shattered, their anguished cries echoing as they were forcefully hurled from the arena. The two who had yet to engage Li Fengxing stood in stunned silence. The spectators were equally dumbfounded. High above, several family heads narrowed their eyes. Level 6. His cold pool's golden horn dragon has reached level 6. When did this happen? The family heads exchanged glances with the head of the Li family, who wore a smile reminiscent of the Mona Lisa. What are you looking at me for? I don't know either. At that moment, the arena shifted. Enraged, the two youths charged at Li Fengxing, one wielding a sword and the other a dagger, attacking from opposite sides. Li Fengxing advanced rather than retreating, brandishing his great sword and swiftly charging forward, executing a sweeping strike. Whoosh! A blinding sword aura emanated from his blade, aimed at the two youths. They shouted in unison, their weapons glowing as they swung down upon the sword aura. Boom! Their attacks were effortlessly obliterated by Li Fengxing's sword aura, following the annihilation of their strikes. The remaining force struck their chests with tremendous impact. The breastplates of their armor cracked open, and both let out screams, tumbling backward like kites with severed strings, crashing heavily to the ground. One strike. It took but one strike. The onlookers gaped at this scene. The people of Donghai City naturally wished to see Li Fengxing victorious. However, this was all too swift, too effortless. Just as the crowd was reeling from shock, the ironclad griffin, witnessing its master's grievous injury, recklessly charged at Li Fengxing. Li Fengxing snorted, pivoting suddenly, his great sword cleaving down upon the griffin's wing. The ironclad griffin emitted a piercing shriek as it plummeted to the ground. The cold pool's golden horn dragon rushed in and seized the griffin's neck. Silly bird, how dare you act up before the ice giant dragon? With the golden horn dragon biting down on the griffin's neck, it slammed the latter forcefully to the ground. Enough, let it go. Li Fengxing, concerned that the golden horn dragon might kill the griffin, hastily cautioned. He glanced at the two youths receiving treatment and sighed. You think you can come to Donghai City to cause trouble with your pitiful skills? Train for another decade before trying again. The two youths felt as though they might vomit blood from rage. Meanwhile, Feng Tianlin, resting on the sidelines, fell into complete silence. Should he continue fighting? Initially believing that Donghai City only had Chen Fan as a monster, how was it that now he felt surrounded by monsters? Just that single strike from Li Fengxing. Could he withstand it if he stepped up? Feng Tianlin was bewildered. Over here, Chu Xian noticed Feng Tianlin's distracted gaze, shook his head, and moved toward the arena's edge. Feng Tianlin, infuriated, called out, Chu Xian, stop right there. Having been repeatedly underestimated, he felt on the verge of exploding. I am fully recovered. I will fight you now. Feng Tianlin roared. After I deal with you, I'll take down Li Fengxing. None of you will escape. Chu Xian turned to him, his expression unyielding. In your current state, I find it hard to muster any interest. Moreover, while you have a healing beast assisting you, the consumed star power cannot be replenished in the short term. Defeating you in such a condition holds no significance. Feng Tianlin, trembling with rage, could hardly comprehend the absurdity of discussing interests while preparing for a fight. Chu Xian then declared, I am now at the second rank, second level. Are you truly certain you wish to engage me? Feng Tianlin was momentarily struck dumb. The entire training ground fell into an oppressive silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Hadn't Chu Xian recently broken through to the second rank during the arena competition? How could it be that just a few days later, he had ascended to the second rank, second level? Such talent was indeed terrifying. Feng Tianlin's fighting spirit was utterly shattered by Chu Xian's mere words. Shen Hongxiu and Feng Qingqing glared intensely at Chu Xian. Had he not uttered that statement, Feng Tianlin might have still dared to fight. Now, he was paralyzed by fear. In the peculiar silence, Chu Xian suddenly summoned the dark bloodstone giant. Stone, go practice your skills. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Chu Xian, already at the second rank, second level, could not even be bothered to personally engage. He had merely summoned a beast to confront Feng Tianlin. A surge of blood rushed to Feng Tianlin's head, nearly driving him mad. Chu Xian, you. His words were cut short as the dark bloodstone giant donned obsidian armor, enhanced by the technique of light rock, and strode forward wielding a massive hammer. You seek your demise. Feng Tianlin, on the brink of insanity, swung his hand. The savage prison dragon and the frostbird, one on the ground and the other in the air, charged simultaneously. With a roar, the dark bloodstone giant launched itself into the sky like a cannonball, and with a powerful slap of its left hand, struck the incoming frostbird. Boom! The unfortunate frostbird, caught off guard, was sent crashing to the ground, unconscious. What in the world is happening? How can such a massive giant leap so high? Feng Tianlin gritted his teeth and charged forward with his great sword, aiming a strike at the rapidly descending dark bloodstone giant. Anticipating the attack, the dark bloodstone giant swung its spiked hammer down towards Feng Tianlin's sword. Clang! The impact sent Feng Tianlin reeling backward, his face flushed with exertion. Seeing this, the savage prison dragon quickly cast a protective shield over Feng Tianlin before unleashing a torrent of flames towards the dark bloodstone giant. However, having activated the light rock technique, the dark bloodstone giant deftly sidestepped the flames with ease. Subsequently, it raised its left hand and forcefully brought it down. Rocks rained down from above, crashing towards the savage prison dragon. The savage prison dragon instinctively looked up. In that moment, the dark bloodstone giant charged with a furious onslaught, sending the savage prison dragon flying. Bam! After dispatching the savage prison dragon, the dark bloodstone giant quickly advanced towards the panting Feng Tianlin, bringing its hammer down heavily towards the latter's head. Feng Tianlin, having lost his fighting spirit and drained from the previous encounters, dared not take the hit head-on. As the hammer descended, he swiftly ducked beneath the dark bloodstone giant's arm and countered with a strike to its back. Clang! A fissure formed in the obsidian armor of the dark bloodstone giant. Yet, heedless of the assault, the giant pivoted and brought its hammer crashing down beside Feng Tianlin's feet. Boom! A violent shockwave, accompanied by flying debris, sent Feng Tianlin sprawling. With a roar, the dark bloodstone giant prepared to unleash its rampaging charge. This skill, awakened after Chen Fan aided the giant in reaching level 6, concentrated all its power, forming a stronger armor and recklessly charging at the enemy. When the two were at a distance, Feng Tianlin could easily evade, but now they were less than 3 meters apart. The dark bloodstone giant barreled forward, crashing into Feng Tianlin with a resounding thud. Feng Tianlin felt as though he had been struck by a freight truck. Darkness enveloped him as he spat blood and tumbled to the ground, rolling uncontrollably. Meanwhile, the savage prison dragon staggered back into the fray. Just as the dark bloodstone giant was about to strike again, the referee intervened, declaring, "That's enough. You have won." A chorus of roars erupted from the spectators. The people of East Sea City cheered wildly, exhilarated by the spectacle. With just a single beast, Chu Xian had effortlessly defeated a second-rank opponent. Feng Tianlin, weren't you quite arrogant? You couldn't even handle one of Chu Xian's beasts. Let us see you boast now. On the stands, Zhang Yufan glanced at Jiang Yuanfan, who gazed skyward at a 45-degree angle, feebly stating, "It's been so long since we left Yanwu City. I find myself missing home." Chapter 157. After nurturing so many beasts, it was time for them to harvest energy. As the sun set, at the War God Academy, Yi Hao, clad in battle armor and wielding a storm battle axe, led the way atop the Tianhuang Divine Bull. Behind him stood the armored insect king, with Chu Xian, also in battle armor, perched upon its back. Following them was the dragon blood mad lion, upon which Shun Daodao rode. Bringing up the rear were Shun Hongxiu and Bai Rouge. As they traversed the path, all who beheld them, students and faculty of the War God Academy, parted ways, applauding as they stood aside. Although many had not attended the arena at the City Lord's estate, nearly all had watched the live broadcast. They resembled victorious soldiers returning home. Yi Hao, atop the Tianhuang Divine Bull, exuded an air of arrogance, while Chu Xian maintained his usual expressionless demeanor, seemingly indifferent to everything around him. Shun Daodao's expression was the most displeased. After Feng Tianlin and his two beasts were defeated by the dark bloodstone giant, they did not return to the arena. The reason was simple. First, Feng Tianlin's psychological defenses had been shattered, leaving him devoid of fighting spirit. Second, despite having two high-level healing beasts tending to him, the continuous battles had drained both his and his beast's star power, which was the most significant reason for his defeat. Though Feng Tianlin teetered on the brink of madness, he still retained a sliver of rationality. He would never willingly offer himself up for Shun Hongxiu and Bai Rouge to take turns pummeling him. Thus, after his defeat, Feng Tianlin chose to concede. Upon his surrender, Bai Rouge and Shun Daodao were incensed. "We came here filled with fighting spirit, and after just 2 exchanges, you choose to concede? This is unacceptable." However, Feng Tianlin resolutely refused to take the field again, attempting to flee with his companions. Unfortunately, a powerful figure emerged from the City Lord's estate, conveying the wishes of the heads of the Chu and Yi families, instructing Shun Hongxiu and Bai Rouge to conduct a few exhibition matches with their beasts. Seeing that Chu Xian and Yi Hao were pitting their allies against one another, Feng Tianlin shamelessly returned. The first match, Fang Qingqing versus Shun Hongxiu. Originally, Shun Hongxiu's bloodthirsty Bat King had a legion of subordinates, but they had all perished in the second secret realm's circular mountains, leaving the bloodthirsty Bat King significantly weakened. On the other hand, Fang Qingqing's Ice White Python had achieved a remarkable proficiency level of 100 during the Beast Mountain incident. surpassing its limits and proving to be significantly more powerful than several of Shun Hongxiu's summoned beasts. Meanwhile, the goblin incessantly hurled bombs, leading to Shun Hongxiu's swift defeat, leaving her furious and pale-faced. In the second match, Bai Rouge faced Shen Daodao. Bai Rouge's Black Iron Dragon turtle boasted formidable defense, with its skill proficiency also exceeding the 100 threshold. It executed a move called Gale Dance, spinning wildly, twirling this way and that, as if under the enchantment of love. Shen Daodao's Blood Dragon Lion and Chicken Dragon unleashed a barrage of flame, but failed to breach the Black Iron Dragon Turtle's defenses. Instead, their attention was drawn away, resulting in Shen Daodao being struck by the six-winged flying snake's ability and soon finding himself toppled to the ground. Following this, Bai Rouge pursued Shen Daodao with 3 summoned beasts. Shen Daodao, alongside his Nightblade Leopard, battled fiercely against 4 opponents, but unwittingly fell prey to the illusory giant lizard's illusion, suffering a thorough defeat at the hands of Bai Rouge. In the third match, Yi Hao squared off against Li Fengxing. Yi Hao, with 4 summoned beasts, held a slight advantage over Li Fengxing. However, Li Fengxing was wearing headphones, diligently following the instructions of his sister, Li Qingyan. Despite being at a disadvantage, he managed to retaliate effectively. Sensing a shift in the tide, Li Qingyan quickly instructed Li Fengxing to concede the match, ensuring he remained unharmed despite the loss. The fourth match featured Chu Xian against Shen Daodao and Li Fengxing. Although Chu Xian had ascended to the second grade, second heaven, Shen Daodao and Li Fengxing not only had the advantage of numbers, but also possessed 3 additional summoned beasts. In this battle, Chu Xian found himself at a significant disadvantage. Unfortunately, the coordination between Shen Daodao and Li Fengxing was severely lacking, leading to chaos due to the abundance of summoned beasts. Shen Daodao, still reeling from the beating he took from Bai Rouge, sought to reclaim his dignity against Chu Xian, ignoring the need for teamwork with Li Fengxing. In a moment of misfortune, Shen Daodao's Blood Dragon Lion collided with Li Fengxing's Horned Tiger, resulting in a disastrous tumble. The Dark Bloodstone Giant seized the opportunity, rushing in to deliver a crushing blow that incapacitated 2 of their summoned beasts. Witnessing this, the timid Cold Pool Goldenhorn Flood Dragon abandoned Li Fengxing and leaped off the arena. The Qing Fire Deer, a loyal follower, promptly followed suit. Left with no choice, Li Qingyan instructed Li Fengxing to withdraw. However, Shen Daodao, unable to concede in time, was struck by the heavy armored Beetle King and swiftly subdued by Chu Xian, who pinned him to the ground. Though Chu Xian refrained from further assault, the Dark Bloodstone Giant kicked Shen Daodao, sending him flying into the stands. Had it not been for the robust armor he donned after training with Yi Hao and the others, Shen Daodao would likely have suffered grievous injuries from that kick. While he emerged relatively unscathed, Shen Daodao was still deeply agitated. He had come to confront Feng Tianlin, to vent his frustrations, and to relish in victory, yet instead found himself pummeled by his own comrades. As Shen Daodao trudged along the path to the God of War Academy, his face was a picture of displeasure. Yi Hao glanced back, noticing Shen Daodao's elongated visage resembling that of a donkey, and couldn't help but shake his head, remarking, "Ah, everyone else is showcasing their prowess. Yet only Daodao is on the receiving end of the beatings." Shen Hongxiu and the others immediately cast dark glares at Yi Hao, realizing he had overstepped. Yi Hao swiftly leapt off the back of the Heavenly Wasteland Divine Bull and scurried away. Shen Hongxiu, fuming, waved her fist, "You're lucky to be quick on your feet." Shen Daodao paused. Haozi was right. Why should I be the one to run? It's true that I'm the only one taking the hits. Li Fengxing interjected. The latter part is accurate, but the former clearly has issues. When he said everyone, that was an insult to us. No sooner had he uttered these words than Bai Rouge seized him by the neck and slammed him down onto the ground. Shen Hongxiu raised her foot and delivered a sharp kick to Li Fengxing's back. Fang Qingqing, glancing nervously around, also lifted her foot and kicked him. Li Fengxing, infuriated, exclaimed, "That was Yi Hao's remark, not mine. Why am I being punished?" Shen Daodao shrugged. "Now I feel relieved. I'm not the only one on the receiving end." At that moment, Yi Hao, having reached the front of the Beast Training Building, called out, "Brother Fan, we're back." His voice, resonating with the vigor of a second-grade cultivator, echoed like thunder. Many students and teachers were startled. Faculty members rushed out of classrooms, pointing and gesturing at Yi Hao from the corridor. Chen Fan emerged onto the balcony, glancing down, and remarked, "You can come back without making such a racket." Yi Hao, brimming with pride, continued to shout, "Brother Fan, do you see how impressive I am?" Chen Fan waved his hand dismissively, replying loudly, "Not interested." As the crowd ascended to the third floor, they were taken aback. The entire corridor was filled with carts, each laden with cooked monster meat. What was the occasion? A grand welcome for their triumphant return? Were they preparing for a feast? Yi Hao grabbed Li Sheng and inquired. only to learn that Chen Fan had donated yet another batch of resources to the school. What was going on? Was he simply burning through his wealth? A throng of students gathered around Chen Fan. Noticing the director and several teachers in the distance, Yi Hao whispered, "Brother Fan, what are you up to?" Chen Fan beckoned the crowd closer, and when they leaned in to listen, he whispered conspiratorially, showing off wealth. The director, accompanied by teachers, approached the group. "Well done." The director praised, patting Yi Hao on the shoulder and nodding towards Fang Qingqing and the others with a smile. "We watched every moment of your performance at the City Lord's Mansion's martial arena. You all did splendidly, bringing honor to Donghai City, especially Chu Xian, who has reached the second grade, second heaven. Truly remarkable." Chu Xian remained expressionless, as though the director's praise was not directed at him. At that moment, the homeroom teacher from Class 7 approached Yi Hao, sighing, "Chen Fan has donated a substantial amount of resources to the school, several million." Yi Hao glanced at his homeroom teacher, blinking in surprise. The Class 7 teacher regarded Yi Hao with a resigned expression, letting out another sigh. Yi Hao feigned ignorance, adopting an innocent demeanor and grinning foolishly at his teacher. The Class 3 homeroom teacher approached Fang Qingqing, also sighing. "Chen Fan has donated a considerable sum to the school. Several million." Fang Qingqing's face flushed crimson as she stammered, "Old teacher, then, I'll donate 1 million too?" The Class 3 teacher's expression brightened immediately, beaming. "Truly worthy of being our Class 3's top student, a genius from the Fang family. I am proud of you." Fang Qingqing, blushing, fell silent. The Class 7 homeroom teacher, after a moment of surprise, turned to look for Yi Hao, only to find he had vanished. That rascal. Suddenly, Li Sheng approached Li Fengxing, saying, "Fengxing, you performed exceptionally well this afternoon. I saw you take on 2 opponents effortlessly. It was truly gratifying." Li Fengxing scratched his head modestly. "Oh no. It was mostly Brother Fan who assisted us, otherwise." Li Sheng laughed as if basking in the gentle spring breeze, and remarked, "Fengxing, Chen Fan and Qingqing have generously donated so many resources to the school. Given your close relationship with them, why not contribute a little as well?" The director of education and a group of teachers were left utterly astonished. The school was supposed to provide resources for the students. Previously, for instance, Chu Xian and Fang Qingqing received 80,000 alliance coins each month, and all students were entitled to complimentary meals in the cafeteria. Chen Fan's donations were entirely voluntary. To solicit resources from current students was already quite shameless. Yet, Li Sheng dared to approach Li Fengxing for contributions? Li Fengxing was a member of Tian Sheng Academy. He was not a student of the War God Academy. Under the incredulous gazes of those present, Li Fengxing, with a simple-minded nod, replied, "All right, if Qingqing donates 10 million, then I shall also contribute 10 million. Everyone was once again taken aback, particularly Yi Hao's homeroom teacher, who had previously imitated Li Sheng by lamenting in front of Yi Hao, only to have Yi Hao feign ignorance and hide away. Who would have thought that Li Sheng could even procure funds from Li Fengxing? This was utterly outrageous. At that moment, Li Fengxing sheepishly added, Teacher Li, I haven't received the money from my last mining venture yet, so let us put it on credit for now." The crowd was left speechless again. Was such a thing even possible? To donate resources and still be able to defer payment? Li Sheng waved his hands dismissively. "No worries. It'll all be fine in a few days. If you dare to default, I'll track you down at the Li family." Li Sheng then turned to look for Shun Hongxiu. However, Shun Hongxiu seemed to have vanished. Next, he sought out Bai Rouge, who was also nowhere to be found. Finally, with a smile, Li Sheng focused on Shun Daodao, saying, "Daodao, your performance this afternoon was commendable." Shun Daodao replied with a sullen expression, "I was just getting beaten up all afternoon." Li Sheng maintained his cheerful demeanor, exuding a sense of openness. "Your battles with Rouge and with Chu Xian indeed revealed several issues. I shall share my observations with you via WeChat later. After that, have a good discussion with your homeroom teacher. Once those issues are resolved, I believe your strength can reach new heights." "Thank you, Teacher Li," Shen Daodao said, feeling a bit shy. "Then I shall also donate 10 million. After all, Brother Fan is from the War God Academy, and we owe our current achievements to his assistance." A group of teachers stared wide-eyed, incredulous at Li Sheng. Li Sheng kindly patted Shen Daodao on the shoulder, saying, "I have always told Chen Fan to not get involved in the rivalry between the 3 academies. Brothers should help each other. I am pleased to see him assist you." Chen Fan interjected, "When did you ever say such things to me?" Li Sheng continued, "I hope that your camaraderie remains as strong as it is now, and only grows from here. Let us all strive together to leave Donghai City, to conquer the world, to reach the pinnacle." Shen Daodao and Li Fengxing exchanged a glance, a spark of determination igniting in their eyes, and they both nodded vigorously. Chen Fan rolled his eyes. They were so easily deceived. "My donation of resources is driven by my own motives. I need to cultivate beasts, so you might as well give the money to me." Li Sheng then turned his gaze to Chu Xian. Chu Xian, with an impassive expression, stated, I will also donate 10 million. Li Sheng, feeling gratified, patted Chu Xian on the shoulder. I knew you would do this. You are not only a genius student of the War God Academy, but also a good comrade and brother to Chen Fan. Unlike Hongxiu and Rouge, who are girls and cannot possibly regard Chen Fan as a brother. No matter how much Chen Fan helps them, they at that moment. Shen Hongxiu and Bai Rouge emerged from the classroom. I'll donate 10 million for Xiao Fan's sake. I'll donate 10 million for my master uncle's sake. The teachers were left in a state of shock. Chen Fan was utterly speechless. However, for Shen Hongxiu and the others, 10 million was indeed not a significant sum. The fire demon stones mined from the first secret realm were akin to a small treasure. Those fire demon stones were being processed by the War God Academy, and the money had yet to be received. Once it was in hand thus, Chen Fan was too lazy to concern himself with it. Suddenly, Shen Daodao approached Chen Fan and inquired, Brother Fan, there is something I don't quite understand. Why is it that although our beasts are all of the same level, Rouge's Black Iron Dragon Tortoise seems to be able to crush my beasts? My Dragon Blood Mad Lion and Chicken Dragon both breathe fire at the Black Iron Dragon Tortoise simultaneously, yet we couldn't breach its defenses. Why is that? Chu Xian's expression shifted slightly as he responded, I had the same question back in the secret realm. I noticed that Xiao Bai and the other skills seemed to be significantly stronger than those of other beasts of the same level. Xiao Bai, being lightning attribute, naturally boasts formidable attack power. However, Gongzi and Emerald's skills are also tremendously powerful for their rank and have no rivals. In the classroom, Xiao Bai and Gongzi, who were playing with other beasts, came running out upon hearing their names. Emerald flew directly onto Chen Fan's head. It should be a matter of skill proficiency. Chen Fan mused. Just like a sword technique you practice 3 to 5 times differs vastly from one you practice 10,000 times. Even if your star power remains unchanged, the speed and attack power of that technique could vary significantly. After Rouge entrusted the Black Iron Dragon Tortoise to me for cultivation, I took it along with Xiao Bai and the others to hunt a multitude of monsters, resulting in substantial growth. Moreover, the Dragon Tortoise, like Xiao Bai, has experienced several life and death crises alongside me. Both humans and beasts tend to unleash their latent potential in the face of such peril. The crowd nodded in agreement. Even the group of teachers nearby found it hard to dispute this point. Training beast skills is indeed a crucial aspect of a beastmaster's cultivation process. Seeing the collective nodding of heads, Chen Fan felt a sense of satisfaction. Of course, he wouldn't reveal that after maxing out the skill proficiency of the Black Iron Dragon Tortoise to 100 points, both the Black Iron Dragon Tortoise and Xiao Bai's skills evolved, raising their proficiency cap to 150 points. Meanwhile, other beasts, including teacher Li Sheng's level 8 alpaca, still had a skill proficiency cap of only 100 points. Shen Daodao's Dragon Blood Mad Lion and Chicken Dragon were still hovering around 60 points. Yet the skill proficiency of the Black Iron Dragon Tortoise now exceeded 140 points. Chen Fan was also eager to see if, after Xiao Bai and the others' skill proficiency reached 150 points, they might evolve further after additional training, perhaps to new caps like 200 or 250 points. The higher the cap, the stronger the skill attack power and speed would be at the same level. With this thought, Chen Fan's expression shifted slightly. Not elevating the level of the beasts, but merely augmenting their skill proficiency. Does that count as having cultivated them? If that is the case, then there was no need to personally feed those beasts today or infuse them with system energy. Chen Fan glanced at the black water alpaca in the classroom, which belonged to homeroom teacher Li Sheng. Beside the alpaca, there was also an 8-eyed demon spider, the beast of the homeroom teacher from class 4. Chen Fan feigned a yawn, walked into the classroom, and approached the several beasts, then added 30 points to the skill proficiency of the alpaca and the 8-eyed demon spider. These few beasts were quite special and easy to remember. After a while, let us check the system's energy details to see if there has been any enhancement in the energies of the alpacas. If that is the case, then so be it. This, indeed, is my domain. Chu Xian and the others entered the classroom. Suddenly, Yihao emerged from nowhere. Fangirl, shall we venture to the first secret realm again tomorrow? We have yet to finish mining that fire demon stone. Shen Daodao immediately chimed in. Yes. We must head there early. Many are now aware that there are fire demon stones in District D of the first secret realm. Countless individuals have been flocking there lately. Even my brother, Xin Xiao, has been eyeing those stones. Had I not used you to threaten him, he would have attempted to seize the map from me. Upon hearing this, Fang Qingqing and Li Fengxing exchanged anxious glances. You all go. I shall refrain from joining, Chen Fan declared. I have numerous matters to attend to. Li Qingyan and Shen Xiao likely watched your battle this afternoon and will soon be rallying the members of the Huanhai Exploration Team and the Tiansheng Exploration Team to come to me. Indeed, there were many tasks at hand. In addition to aiding several exploration teams in nurturing their beasts, Chen Fan planned to assist Xiao Bai and Gang Zi in achieving breakthroughs in the coming days. Chen Fan continued, 3 days from now, I shall send the red-backed scorpion and the death spider king to accompany you. I still wish to retain my share. Does anyone have any objections? The group chuckled and shook their heads. The level 12 red-backed scorpion served as the beast of the War God Exploration Team's night operations, while the level 12 Death Spider King belonged to Shun Xiao of the Huanhai Exploration Team. Chen Fan intended to find time over the next few days to elevate the combat levels of both beasts to level 13. This way, when Chu Xian and his companions ventured into the second secret realm with these two beasts, they would be able to harvest a substantial amount of system energy. Chen Fan, are you really not coming this time? A flicker of disappointment crossed Fang Qingqing's eyes. Shen Hongxiu remarked, Xiao Fan has indeed been quite occupied lately. We shall manage on our own. With the red-backed scorpion and the Death Spider King, this journey is assuredly safe. Bai Rouge nodded in agreement. Chen Fan replied, in truth, even without the Death Spider King and the red-backed scorpion, you would still be quite formidable in District D of the first secret realm. Nevertheless, caution is prudent. One can never be too sure if monsters of the caliber of the ghost-faced giant lizard might reappear. Let us take this opportunity to allow the dark bloodstone giant and the clumsy dragon to hone their skills. Training in the arena is vastly different from battling monsters in the secret realm. As he spoke, Chen Fan turned to the instructor, who was also scavenging in the classroom. Director, many students' beasts achieved breakthroughs this afternoon. Those who have not yet broken through should consume more high-level monster meat. I estimate they will also break through in the next couple of days. Should we not organize a few trials to allow them to hunt more monsters with their beasts? Hunting monsters in the wild is essential for swiftly enhancing their strength. The director nodded in agreement. I was just contemplating this matter. I shall return and discuss it with them. Chen Fan smiled satisfactorily and nodded. Then I shall head back to the Beast Nurturing Association. After a long day of assisting so many beasts in their breakthroughs, he was counting on them to hunt monsters and gather energy. Xiao Bai and Gang Zi immediately followed him. Chu Xian and Yi Hao also stepped out. This time, they did not stay at the school dormitory. As each of them had received messages from home, they needed to return to explain their breakthroughs to second-tier realms and the elevation of their beast levels. As they walked along the path, Li Fengxing suddenly glanced at the Fantasy King Green Python Goldenhorn beast coiled around Shun Hongxiu's wrist and inquired, Little Goldenhorn, what was that song you sang on the way here? It was quite delightful. The Fantasy King Green Python Goldenhorn beast paused. Which song? Li Fengxing replied. The lyrics went something like lying pigs, but fond of picking dung. Everyone was taken aback, looking towards Shun Hongxiu. Did such a song exist? Did Hongxiu enjoy such music? Had she even taught this song to Little Goldenhorn? Shun Hongxiu glared at the Fantasy King Green Python Goldenhorn beast. The beast stammered, I never sang such a song. Li Fengxing insisted, you did, you sang it right in front of the War God Academy. Chen Fan blinked and said, was it not you who sang it? He then began to sing, 3 parts determined by heaven, 7 parts reliant on hard work. Li Fengxing nodded vigorously. Yes, that's it. The Fantasy King Green Python Goldenhorn beast, momentarily stunned, then erupted with fury. I sang 3 parts determined by heaven, 7 parts reliant on hard work. Not lying pigs, but fond of picking dung. What kind of ears do you have? Ha! Yi Hao and Shun Dao broke into hearty laughter. Li Fengxing mumbled, clearly, it's your own unclear articulation. Yet you blame my ears. Just as he finished speaking, a small black figure flew past them swiftly. Behind it, a group of female teachers wielding brooms and mops, accompanied by a horde of beasts, were angrily pursuing it. The group immediately turned to Chen Fan. Chen Fan shrugged. What are you looking at me for? That is not Little Black. Do not assume every blackbird you see is Little Black. No sooner had he spoken than Little Black returned, exclaiming, Master, save me. These ladies have gone mad. I merely mocked their beasts, and now they want to beat me. Remaining calm, Chen Fan bent down to scoop up Xiao Bai and Gang Zi, then with a whoosh, leapt onto the back of the white crane. Before Little Black could catch up, the white crane flapped its wings and soared into the sky, vanishing in an instant. Little Black cursed and chased after them. Chu Xian shook his head. Chen Fan has already flown away on his crane. We should return home as well. Shun Hongxiu glared. That is eastward, not westward. Bai Rouge shot a sideways glance at Chu Xian. Are you truly a top student of the War God Academy? You can't even use idioms correctly? Chu Xian summoned the heavy armored beetle and leaped onto its back, quickly departing. Chapter 158. I am here to nurture beasts. In the early morning, the sun rose, draping the earth in strands of rosy light. Sitting cross-legged at the edge of his bed, Chen Fan opened his eyes. System energy, 94, 560. Host, Chen Fan. Level, 2nd tier, 4th heaven. Star power, 1, 650 calories. Mental power, 306 Hz. Bone tempering 206, 169 pieces. Meridian opening 206, 169 channels. 3 days prior, his star power was merely 759 calories. However, over these 3 days, after assisting Xiao Bai and the others in elevating their combat and racial levels, Chen Fan's star power surged to 650 calories. He was still only at the second tier, fourth heaven. Yet, this star power already rivaled that of the third tier, fourth heaven and beyond. The disparity in cultivation with and without a beast is immense. The difference between having one beast and multiple beasts is even greater. Among them, Xiao Qing, whose original level was already 9, provided the most significant feedback in star power during her breakthrough. In contrast, the star power Chen Fan personally cultivated during these days seemed rather trivial. However, Chen Fan did not rush to sign contracts with more beasts. The system did not impose limitations on how many beasts he could contract, but his cultivation realm restricted the number of beasts he could bind. If each beast's breakthrough reciprocated star power, acquiring several more beasts would propel Chen Fan's star power to an extraordinarily formidable level. This is not a favorable situation. The celestial power of beast tamers and star warriors is inherently constrained by their cultivation realm. A second-tier beast tamer or star warrior is limited by the vastness of the starry sea, which can only accommodate a finite amount of celestial energy. Once the capacity of celestial energy within the starry sea reaches saturation, forcibly infusing more energy could yield catastrophic consequences. Just a few nights ago, when Yi Hao and his companions arrived at the training ground, Yi Hao encountered such a predicament after absorbing the celestial energy from 3 beasts. As a first-tier warrior at the 5th level, Yi Hao felt his celestial energy had reached its limit, and his expression contorted in agony. Ultimately, it was Chen Fan who intervened, temporarily compressing his celestial energy. Fortunately, he did not assist Yi Hao in elevating the Holy Moon Morning Glory to level 7 that day. Otherwise, moreover, the potency of celestial energy is also contingent upon the strength of one's meridians. Although the meridians have been opened, they require time to be expanded and refined with celestial energy to enhance their strength. Chen Fan's cultivation period has been rather brief, totaling just over a month. Currently, the strength of his meridians can sustain around 2,000 calories of celestial energy, which is nearly at its maximum. Should the celestial energy exceed this threshold, say reaching 2,300 calories or more, he would need to exercise extreme caution in its operation. Should he fully exert his celestial energy, there exists the peril of his own meridians being ruptured by it. To expand the starry sea, one must continue to elevate their cultivation realm. To fortify and broaden the meridians requires continuous refinement and perseverance. For Chen Fan, the current celestial energy far surpasses that of other beast tamers or star warriors of the same tier. With the support of Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing, he is more than capable of progressing smoothly in his cultivation. As he contracts more beasts in the future, he must strictly regulate them according to his cultivation realm. Chen Fan glanced at the system panel, noting an increase in system energy. Lin Mingfei, accompanied by the savage rampaging ape, was still wreaking havoc. However, with only a single beast, the increase in system energy remained limited. After a moment of contemplation, he sent a message to Zhen Qing, Deputy Leader Zhen. When you have a moment, please take Jinyu to the 3rd or 4th secret realm for a visit. My training ground is far too small for a beast of Jinyu's size and level. To facilitate its breakthrough, it requires rigorous training. However, my own cultivation level is insufficient to escort it into the 3rd or 4th secret realm. Please take it with you to the secret realm, allowing it to battle against the monsters there. The higher the monster's level, the better. More kills and more exhaustion are ideal. If the training intensity meets the standards, I may be able to shorten the cultivation period and assist it in breaking through. Chen Fan did not wish for Jinyu to be idle. A level 17 flying beast proficient in area attack skills, if unleashed in the secret realm, particularly in the 3rd secret realm, teeming with lethal killer bees, would surely annihilate its foes en masse. Initially, Chen Fan had sought to aid Zhen Qing in cultivating Jinyu for monetary gain, as he was in dire need of funds. However, he now found himself financially secure, yet lacking in energy. It was absurd for the beast he had already cultivated to languish in the training ground, doing nothing. The vast ocean should allow fish to leap, and the high heavens should permit birds to soar. Such high-level beasts, having undergone his cultivation, ought to enter the secret realm and wreak havoc. Only then could his system energy experience a revolutionary surge. Zhen Qing promptly replied, "All right, I'll head over immediately." Chen Fan felt satisfied upon receiving this response. Initially, Zhen Qing had struck him as somewhat aloof and difficult to approach. Even after he had rescued her once, she still maintained a frosty demeanor when speaking to him. However, after assisting her in cultivating Jinyu, the vice leader of the Battle God Pioneer Group was now exceptionally agreeable seldom refusing his requests. This was indeed advantageous, alleviating many potential inconveniences. In stark contrast, Li Qingyan had not approached him despite being aware that Li Fengxing and Chu Xian's beasts had both experienced significant breakthroughs in combat power and species level overnight due to Chen Fan's cultivation. It seemed that Li Qingyan was one to wait for tangible results before making any moves. It was likely that she would only reach out after confirming that the 1,000-gene ant had ascended to level 13, prompting the Tiansheng Pioneer Group to make contact with her. Chen Fan remained unperturbed. Whether it took 1 day, 2 days, a month, or 2 months, he was patient. Regardless, the beasts of the 3 major pioneer groups would ultimately fall under his command. Chen Fan shifted his gaze back to the system panel. He still had 37 bones and 37 meridians remaining. This time, the celestial energy had more than doubled compared to before. But the speed of bone refinement and meridian opening had significantly decreased. The challenges became increasingly arduous as he progressed. The remaining 37 bones and 37 meridians would likely demand considerable effort to refine. Stepping outside, Chen Fan reclined in a rocking chair. Outside, Emerald frolicked in the small lake, playing joyfully with a school of fish. On the other side of the training ground, Xiao Bai and the Death Spider King were engaged in a fierce battle. The now level 7 Xiao Bai and the old ape joined forces, relentlessly assaulting the Death Spider King, which belonged to Xin Xiao. Likewise, the level 7 Gang Zi and Xiao He circled around Li Qingyan's 1,000-gene ant, continuously unleashing purple crystal stabs in an attempt to breach its defenses. The Death Spider King and the 1,000-gene ant were primarily defensive, merely cooperating with Xiao Bai and Gang Zi for training purposes. Meanwhile, Xiao Qing and the Redback Scorpion were embroiled in a fierce struggle. Although the Redback Scorpion had been elevated to level 13 by Chen Fan, its combat power had only increased by 1 level, while its species level remained at the median extraordinary tier. In contrast, Xiao Qing had not only surpassed level 10 in combat power, but had also been elevated from a high extraordinary species level to a low lord species level by Chen Fan. Judging purely by their levels, Xiao Qing was now only 1 tier below the Redback Scorpion. The battle raged with perilous intensity. The Redback Scorpion, despite holding the upper hand, had several narrow escapes, suffering from Xiao Qing's rock giant cannon, which caused it to emit pain screeches. After observing the combat for a while, Chen Fan redirected his focus to the attribute panel of Xiao Bai and the others. Though he had reviewed this information the previous night during their breakthroughs, he found himself lost in contemplation once again as he examined the details. Beast name, Ragdoll Cat Xiao Bai. Combat power level, level 7. Species level, medium lord. Species level evolution routes, 3. First route, standard evolution route, Ragdoll Cat, Bloodthirsty Cat, Starry Shadow Cat. Second route, hidden mutation evolution route, Ragdoll Cat, Phantom Thunder Cat, Purple Lightning Cat Sovereign. Third route, hidden mutation evolution route, Ragdoll Cat, Purple Lightning Cat Sovereign, Purple Lightning Thunder Tiger, Bai Zhe. Xiao Bai's third evolution route had appeared rather late. It is worth noting that when he assisted the Black Iron Dragon Tortoise in breaking through to level 6 initially, the tortoise had already revealed its third evolution route. However, Chen Fan paid little mind to this. What truly captured his attention was the ultimate Bai Zhe and Xiao Bai's third evolution route. Bai Zhe, a legendary beast from Eastern mythology, is said to be the supreme deity of rewards and punishments between heaven and earth, governing the Eye of Thunder. Previously, while assisting Chu Xian and the others in nurturing their beasts, Chen Fan discovered that the ultimate evolution path of the Frost Gold Horn Jiao Dragon led to the Frost Giant Dragon. At that moment, he did not dwell on it. The Frost Giant Dragon bears a distinctly Western connotation, as there is no such nomenclature in Eastern mythology. In Eastern legends, the names of divine dragons include the Azure Dragon, the 5-clawed Golden Dragon, and the Li Dragon. However, after helping Xiao Bai and Gang Zi break through last night, Chen Fan was astonished to find that the evolution paths of Xiao Bai and Gang Zi featured names he had previously encountered in ancient myths. Beast name, Azurite Honey Badger Gang Zi. Combat level, level 7. Race level, intermediate lord. Beast attribute, rock type. Racial skills, frenzied bite, magic crystal armor, amethyst spike, bloodthirst. Berserker charge, within a distance of 20 meters, charges at 3 times its original speed towards the enemy, reducing the enemy's speed by 60 for 6 seconds. Evolution paths, 3. The first path is the ordinary evolution route, Azurite Honey Badger, Wild Honey Badger Black Iron Honey Badger. The second path is the hidden mutation evolution route, Azurite Honey Badger Crystallized Honey Badger Battle Dragon Honey Badger. The third path is another hidden mutation evolution route, Azurite Honey Badger Battle Dragon Honey Badger Purple Cheelin Void Cheelin. Beast name, Crimson-Eyed Spectral Ape. Combat level, level 7. Race level, Intermediate Lord. Beast Attribute, Shadow Type. Racial Evolution Paths. 3. The first path is the ordinary evolution route. Crimson-eyed Spectral Ape, Blood-eyed Demon Ape, Shadow Frenzy Ape. The second path is the Hidden Mutation Evolution route. Crimson-eyed Spectral Ape, Three-eyed Assassination Ape, Nine Hells Demon Ape. The third path is another Hidden Mutation Evolution route. Crimson-eyed Spectral Ape, Three-eyed Demon Ape, Primal Demon Ape, Xiongqi. Beast Name: Soul Devouring Bird. Combat Level: Level 7. Race Level: Intermediate Lord. Beast Attribute: Demon Type. Racial Skills: Soul Devour, Mental Spike, Shadow Arrow, Fear, Chaos Arrow. Evolution Paths. 3. The first path is the ordinary evolution route. The second path is the Hidden Mutation Evolution route. Soul Devouring Bird, Soul Devourer, Demon Overlord. The third path is another Hidden Mutation Evolution route. Soul Devouring Bird, Demon Overlord, Infernal Phoenix, Dark Phoenix. Xiao Bai's third evolution path culminates in the Divine Beast Bai Zhe. Gang Zi's third evolution path culminates in the Divine Beast Qilin. Even the Old Ape's third evolution path culminates in the Divine Beast Xiongqi. Remarkably, even Xiao Hei's third evolution path ultimately transformed into a phoenix. Truly a case of a crow reborn as a phoenix. The ragdoll cat evolving into Bai Zhe, the honey badger into Qilin, and the monkey into Xiongqi did not overly astonish Chen Fan. He had previously been aware that such racial evolution could indeed transform species. Under the stimulation of stellar force, racial evolution is imbued with boundless possibilities. Mountains, rivers, and flora can metamorphose into spirits. Ancient weapons can also harbor souls. Cats can evolve into lions or tigers, while pythons can sprout limbs and evolve into other species. Awakening can allow inanimate objects devoid of attributes or life to become entities with attributes and life. Living beings can similarly evolve into other species, including changes in attributes. Such knowledge is fundamental for all beast masters. What truly astonished Chen Fan was that the ultimate evolutions of Xiao Bai and the others were indeed divine beasts from Eastern mythological tales. Not long ago, Chen Fan had pondered the ancient mythical beasts of Earth. He speculated that these legendary creatures might have once existed. Subsequently, considering the multitude of individuals who traverse to this world each year, he whimsically wondered whether the divine beasts of Earth's mythology, such as the Azure Dragon and Vermilion Bird, might have found their way to Blue Star. Unexpectedly, the names of these divine beasts began to surface in the evolution paths of Xiao Bai and the others. Thus, does this world truly harbor entities like Xiongqi and the Phoenix? Chen Fan opened his computer and conducted a search. After a short while, he disappointingly closed it. In this world, Bai Zhe and Xiongqi exist solely within the realms of mythology. He had never heard of anyone's beast being such a divine creature. Chen Fan sighed and gazed at the emerald in the distant small lake. The emerald had reached level 7 as well, with its race level breaking through to Intermediate Lord. Yet its evolution paths remained unchanged. Emerald. Chen Fan waved his hand, calling out. The emerald instantly soared into the air and landed on Chen Fan's abdomen. No wonder slimes are referred to as magical creatures. The emerald emerged from the water without a single drop clinging to it. Chen Fan pinched the emerald and said, "While Xiao Bai and the others are diligently training, why are you merely playing?" The emerald climbed up to Chen Fan's chest, chirping, "I trained. I fought the red-backed scorpion last night. It flew." The intermittent, somewhat juvenile voice echoed in Chen Fan's mind. Chen Fan chuckled in disbelief. "You actually lifted the red-backed scorpion into the sky? Impressive." Currently, the emerald would undoubtedly be unable to overpower the red-backed scorpion, given the significant level difference between them. However, due to the red-backed scorpion's underestimation of the emerald, it likely fell victim to the emerald's tempest. Hearing Chen Fan's praise, the emerald proudly shook its head. Chen Fan checked the skill proficiency of the emerald and Xiao Bai and the others. Previously, he had maxed out all their skill proficiencies at 150 points. However, despite the relentless training over the past few days, their proficiency remained unchanged. Was this upper limit truly fixed at 150? Or did it imply that Xiao Bai and the others' training intensity was still insufficient? Chen Fan resolved to observe for a few more days. If no progress was made, he would take Xiao Bai and the others out of the city to hunt monsters. Chen Fan had a vague intuition that the system energy allocated to the skill proficiency of Xiao Bai and the others resembled a catalyst. Once it reached 100 points, after enduring their arduous training, the limit surpassed 100 points and transformed into 150 points. Theoretically, with continued rigorous practice, this upper limit should exceed 150 points. Cradling the emerald, Chen Fan shifted his gaze toward the two battles transpiring nearby. To call it a battle would be a misnomer. It was more akin to training. Xiao Bai and the Old Ape, as well as the Emerald and Xiao Qing, did not utilize awakening skills this time. Yet all their skills had significantly strengthened. Gang Zi and Xiao He, however, had both awakened a skill. Gang Zi awakened a skill called Berserker Charge, allowing him to charge at 3 times his original speed towards the enemy within a distance of 20 meters, reducing the enemy's speed by 60 for 6 seconds. This ability compensated for Gang Zi's shorter stature. With this new move, Gang Zi became akin to an unyielding scourge, relentlessly adhering to his opponent. Xiao He awakened a skill called Chaos Arrow, which concentrated all its power into a dark dragon-like attack, significantly more potent than the Shadow Arrow. However, while the Shadow Arrow could be unleashed instantaneously, the Chaos Arrow required a moment of build-up. Regardless, this creature finally possessed a skill capable of vanquishing foes. At this moment, it was time for breakfast. Several chefs appointed by the Beast Tamer Association pushed in the prepared ingredients. Xiaobai and Gongzi halted their activities. Yet instead of rushing towards the food, they surged towards Chen Fan. The Death Spider Emperor and the other 3 level 13 beasts also approached Chen Fan. Regardless of whether it was the Death Spider Emperor or the newly promoted level 10 Shaoqing, their gazes towards Chen Fan were imbued with reverence. Young master, breakfast is ready. The chefs laid out clean large leaves on the grass and arranged various ingredients upon them. Each beast had its own territory, with only Gongzi and the emerald green creature disregarding the rules, sharing food back and forth. A substantial portion was also placed on the stone table before Chen Fan, where only the old ape sat alongside him. Xiaobai and the others preferred to forego the table. Thank you for your hard work. Chen Fan nodded slightly. The chefs respectfully retreated, pushing a larger portion towards the golden feather sea east blue. After Fang Qingqing and the others took away the ice, white python, and other beasts, the training ground became significantly quieter. Suddenly, a striking figure entered. Jin Qing, arms crossed behind her back and clad in silver armor, approached Chen Fan with a gentle smile. Chen Fan returned the gesture with a nod and inquired, "Have you had breakfast? Care to join me?" "I've already eaten," Jin Qing replied, glancing at the golden feather sea east blue before her gaze swept over the Death Spider Emperor and the Thousand Gene Ant. She then softly asked, "Did the Fantasy Sea Pioneer Team and the Heavenly Saint Pioneer Team send their beasts over as well?" Chen Fan paused for a moment before responding, "I am a businessman. I engage in business when opportunities arise. The competition between your pioneer teams is of no concern to me." Jin Qing's expression dimmed slightly, yet she nodded in acknowledgement. However, Chen Fan continued, "That said, in terms of personal connections, Chu Xian, Yi Hao, and Qingqing are all part of the War God Pioneer Team. Naturally, I would be more inclined towards the War God Pioneer Team." Jin Qing's eyes brightened at this. After sipping some soup, Chen Fan added, "The only assurance I can provide is that regardless of which pioneer team I nurture beasts for, I will ensure that the War God Pioneer Team remains a step ahead." Jin Qing gazed intently at Chen Fan, then broke into a radiant smile. "Thank you." Chen Fan gestured towards the golden feather sea east blue, saying, "When you have time, take him for a tour of the 3rd or 4th secret realm. I believe 10 to 15 days should suffice." Jin Qing's eyes widened in surprise, and after a moment, she replied, "Sure." "By the way," Chen Fan continued, "I have some materials that I need your pioneer team to gather in the secret realm. I will send the details to you on WeChat shortly." "Not a problem." Jin Qing nodded. "I will make the arrangements." After Jin Qing took the golden feather sea east blue away, Chu Xian and Yi Hao arrived. The ice white python and other beasts immediately rushed over, creating a lively scene with Xiaobai and the others. Shen Hongxiu approached gracefully and asked, "Who is the young master waiting for?" "I'm waiting for an old acquaintance." Chen Fan replied, "What for?" "To settle a debt. But I don't owe you any money." Shen Hongxiu retorted, "I'm not waiting for you." Chen Fan shot back. Shen Hongxiu looked at Chen Fan with a hint of melancholy. "Then who are you waiting for?" "For Qiandaizi. I heard from Chu Xian that you extorted 40 million from Qiandaizi. That can't be termed extortion. It was a mutually beneficial collaboration. Just split it with me." "Have you heard the saying, 'You're thinking with your stomach'? Is that even a saying?" Li Fengxing, unable to bear the conversation any longer, placed a steamer-like box on Chen Fan's stone table. "Brother Fan, I brought you something good." "What good thing?" "I heard that pig blood sausage is a dish from outsiders." "It's fantastic." Chen Fan blinked in surprise. This dish evoked childhood memories. His eyes sparkled as he opened the lid. "You finally did something right." Shen Hongxiu glanced at Chen Fan and then at the pig blood sausage on the table, rendered speechless. Shen Dao was taken aback. "Brother Fan likes this?" In front of everyone, Chen Fan promptly picked up a piece and popped it into his mouth. The taste of childhood flooded back. Li Fengxing immediately added, "Let me tell you, even though pig intestines are filled with waste, if you wash them thoroughly and stir-fry them with green peppers, the flavor is unforgettable." Bang! Chen Fan slammed his chopsticks onto the table. "I'm not eating anymore." Li Fengxing was stunned. "What's wrong, Brother Fan? Doesn't it taste good?" "It's amazing." Chen Fan's eyes widened. "Get lost. Scram." Shen Hongxiu and the others couldn't suppress their laughter. At that moment, Chu Xian suddenly picked up a piece and ate it. The others watched in astonishment. Chu Xian swallowed quietly and remarked, strangely enough, this tastes quite good. Why have I never tried this dish before? The group was silent. Chu Xian took a seat and devoured an entire plate of pig blood sausage. Chen Fan exclaimed, if Li Fengxing said all that, how could you still eat it? Chu Xian replied, why should I care about others' opinions? Given your expression, you clearly knew what it was before eating. You weren't disgusted then. So why feel queasy just because Li Fengxing mentioned it? Chen Fan blinked, left speechless. Bai Rouge chuckled broadly. Chen Fan, at a loss for words, beckoned to the red-backed scorpion, Death Spider Emperor, and Thousand Gene Ant. The three beasts immediately rushed over. I have already mentioned this before, Chen Fan said. You three will accompany Chu Xian and the others into the second secret realm. You must ensure their safety and follow their lead. The red-backed scorpion and the other two beasts nodded in unison. They knew that their master's words carried less weight than those of Chen Fan. The red-backed scorpion approached Yi Hao. The Death Spider Emperor moved to Shen Hongxiu's side, and the Thousand Gene Ant settled beside Li Fengxing, each choosing to stay close to those they favored. Chen Fan raised his head and queried, what are you all still doing here? Hurry to the second secret realm. After ushering everyone out, Chen Fan instructed Xiao Bai and the others to return to the beast space and proceeded towards the entrance of the Beast Tamer Association. Not long ago, Master Zhang Hai had arranged for him to manage a beast nurturing shop. This establishment was located on the street outside the Beast Tamer Association, less than 500 meters away, serving as the association's public face. The Beast Tamer Association had many such storefronts, typically run by a seasoned beast tamer accompanied by several apprentices. This was an industry managed by the association and a place for training aspiring beast tamers, providing practical experience for novices. Chen Fan walked along the street until he found the beast nurturing shop. To the left of the shop flowed a broad river, while a vast forest lay to the right, with only a small eatery across the way and no other buildings nearby. Chen Fan raised his gaze to the sign above the shop, which bore the grand characters of the Beast Tamer Association. Indeed, this is the place. Chen Fan pushed open the door and stepped inside. In the store, two young men, one plump and the other lean, were engrossed in watching a video. The footage displayed the scene from 3 days prior when Yi Hao and his companions had triumphed over Feng Tianlin. Noticing someone enter, the leaner youth did not lift his gaze. The portly young man spat out a sunflower seed shell and turned to Chen Fan, saying, do you wish to cultivate beasts? Come over to register. Such a service attitude. Are beast cultivators truly this impressive? Hello, Chen Fan smiled and replied, I'm here to work. My name is Chen Fan. Work? The lean young man finally raised his head. The plump youth scrutinized Chen Fan from head to toe, then took a few steps back and gently knocked on the door to the inner room, saying, Old Zhao, there's a young man named Chen Fan who claims he is here to work at our beast cultivation shop. A cough emanated from within, and soon, an elderly man wearing glasses emerged. He silently assessed Chen Fan and asked, You are Chen Fan? Chen Fan nodded affirmatively. Yes, I am. Old Zhao's expression soured. I received word that you would come to learn at the beast cultivation shop, yet I waited several days without seeing you. What is the meaning of this? I apologize. I was quite busy in the past few days. Busy? So you come and go as you please? That is not what I meant. What is your total score for the first round of the beast cultivation assessment? And for the second and third rounds? What level is your beast cultivator certificate at present? Old Zhao's barrage of questions left Chen Fan bewildered. He had scored 0 on the written exam for the first round and did not participate in the subsequent rounds. Seeing Chen Fan dazed, Old Zhao's irritation grew. Clearly, he was just another privileged brat. Can one simply coast through in beast cultivation, relying on connections to enter the Beast Cultivator Association without genuine capability and expecting to make a living? Absurd. With a grim countenance, Old Zhao commanded, Zhuosheng, take him to the training ground and have him grind those 10 barrels of nether tiger bones into bone powder. The portly Zhuosheng stepped forward, slightly tilting his head towards Chen Fan. Come with me. Chen Fan remained still, furrowing his brow as he replied, Old Zhao, I'm here to cultivate beasts, not to grind bone powder. What did you say? Old Zhao adjusted his glasses, narrowing his eyes at Chen Fan. Zhuosheng and the lean youth exchanged helpless smiles. This lad seemed rather headstrong. Perhaps he had an impressive background to dare speak to Old Zhao in such a manner? Chen Fan reiterated, I am here to cultivate beasts. Old Zhao silently regarded Chen Fan, showing no anger, merely stating, Where is your beast cultivator certificate? What level are you? I am a senior beast cultivator. I left my certificate at home, Chen Fan replied. Beast cultivators are indeed categorized by levels: apprentice beast cultivators, ordinary beast cultivators, intermediate beast cultivators, senior beast cultivators, extraordinary beast cultivators, and beast cultivation masters. Zhang Hai is a beast cultivation master. When he obtained Chen Fan's certificate, He casually issued a senior beast cultivator certificate. Chen Fan did not place much importance on these levels. He had no need for the certificate for any particular purpose. Originally, Master Zhang Hai had arranged for it simply to avoid potential inconveniences in the future. However, upon hearing Chen Fan claim to be a senior beast cultivator, the three individuals in the shop fell silent. They did not doubt his honesty, for even without the certificate, his status could be verified within the Beast Cultivator Association's system. They merely felt a sense of melancholy. Shuosheng and Zhang Wei were both apprentice beast cultivators, while old Zhao was an intermediate beast cultivator. Yet, here was Chen Fan, younger than both Shuosheng and Zhang Wei, already a senior beast cultivator. Such is the nature of society. Connections are paramount. Old Zhao had devoted decades to studying and researching beast cultivation, yet he remained a mere intermediate beast cultivator. Meanwhile, this youth had effortlessly secured a senior beast cultivator certificate through his connections. A wave of helplessness surged within old Zhao. He sighed softly and said, "Young man, I do not know how you obtained your senior beast cultivator status, nor do I wish to know. I only want to inform you that your senior beast cultivator certificate holds no weight here. Without true ability, you cannot thrive in my establishment. Given your impressive connections, you need not waste your time here. You could easily have your family open a beast cultivation shop for you or seek employment at a larger establishment." With that, he shook his head and returned to the inner room, closing the door without affording Chen Fan the opportunity to argue. Old Zhao dared to speak to Chen Fan in such a manner, but Shuosheng and Zhang Wei did not possess the audacity. As mere apprentices, they could not afford to provoke someone with such connections. Shuosheng pulled Chen Fan aside and whispered, "Old Zhao is just like that. Don't take it too personally. He is actually a decent person who could have been a senior beast cultivator long ago, but he had a falling out with a supervisor in the Beast Cultivator Association, and they deliberately made things difficult for him, sending him to this small shop in the frontier. In truth, old Zhao is quite good." Zhang Wei chimed in, "Alas, it's old Zhao's stubbornness that has led our beast cultivation shop to suffer from a lack of business for a long time. Despite our prices being significantly lower than those of other establishments, we've ended up in a dire situation. Shuosheng and I have only been receiving a meager base salary for the past few months, with no commissions, making it difficult to even afford meals." Chen Fan was disheartened. He had come to this beast cultivation shop with the intention of acquiring system energy, eagerly anticipating a bustling environment with waves of beasts being brought in. Instead, he learned from Zhang Wei that business had been stagnant for quite some time, leading to difficulties even in affording meals. Chen Fan glanced at the tightly shut door and then turned to Shuosheng. "Are there any beasts awaiting cultivation in the store?" Shuosheng nodded. "There are 3, in the training ground behind." Chen Fan smiled. "Could you take me to see them?" "Certainly," Shuosheng replied, tilting his head. "Follow me." As Chen Fan followed Shuosheng for a couple of steps, he turned back to see Zhang Wei trailing behind. Chen Fan curiously asked, "Aren't you supposed to be watching the shop?" Zhang Wei sighed in resignation. "We Haven Tea had a single order in a week. It hardly matters whether I'm watching or not." Truly a dismal situation. Chen Fan pursed his lips. Opening the back door of the beast cultivation shop led to a small training ground. It was quite modest, devoid of any forest, featuring only a few sparse trees. Appearing rather desolate, unclear whether it was meant to impress or to deceive the beasts. On the training ground, 3 beasts lay languidly on the grass, basking in the sun. Upon noticing the 3 newcomers, the beasts did not even lift their heads, merely rolling their eyes. One was a level 5 flame bird, classified as a low-tier extraordinary. Another was a level 3 ice fox, also low-tier extraordinary, and the last was a level 3 gargoyle, classified as a mid-tier extraordinary. No wonder Shuosheng and Zhang Wei struggled to find sustenance. This beast cultivation shop even accepted level 3 beasts. At the 3rd-tier level of beast taming, it should be relatively effortless for a beast master to elevate their rank by simply exerting a bit of effort and engaging in hunting in the wild, should it not? Chen Fan cast a glance at the ingredients before the ice fox, a heap of inexpensive ice thorn grass. While a substantial quantity of ice thorn grass may contribute somewhat to the ice fox's advancement, it is rather absurd to offer a creature that consumes meat a pile of grass. Such items are hardly treasures of the earth. This beast-rearing establishment is indeed rather impoverished. Chen Fan could not fathom why the 2 beast masters of the 3rd tier would choose to nurture their beasts here. After a moment of silence, he examined the ice fox's attribute panel. Requirements for advancement to level 4. The first method requires 1 ice spirit fruit, 2 purple ice flowers, 2 pounds of level 5 snowstorm bear meat, and 1 pound of level 5 snowfield wolf meat. The procedure is quite straightforward. Most importantly, Chen Fan possessed all the materials listed above. 3 days prior, he had procured several warehouses worth of supplies to assist the beast masters of the War God Academy in their breakthroughs. Some of those materials remained unused and were still piled in the warehouse. Evidently, the system seemed to have an uncanny ability to detect everything. Adhering to the principle of proximity, much like the previous instance in the first secret realm, where he used the blood of the Rift Fire Dragon and the Bloodthirsty Lion to aid the Spider Queen in detoxification. The solution provided by the system was undoubtedly the most feasible for Chen Fan to accomplish. Previously, while assisting Xiao Bai and the others in their breakthroughs, certain materials were unattainable from the Beastmaster Association and beast shopping websites, yet they could be found in the secret realms surrounding EC City. Chen Fan felt as though he was nurturing beasts while the system was nurturing him. After a mocking smile, Chen Fan also documented the breakthrough materials for the level 5 Flame Bird and level 3 Gargoyle. All these materials were within his warehouse. This certainly simplified matters. Chen Fan tapped a few times on the smart wristband on his left wrist and dialed a number. Uncle Dong, could you please head to my warehouse number 3 and retrieve some materials for me? Deliver them to shop number 9 outside the Beastmaster Association. Please take note of these items. 1 ice spirit fruit, 2 purple ice flowers, 2 pounds of level 5 snowstorm bear meat, and 1 pound of level 5 snowfield wolf meat. Uncle Dong, whose real name was Huang Dong, was the steward assigned to Chen Fan by the Beastmaster Association, responsible for overseeing the diet of Xiao Bai and the others, as well as the organization and cleaning of the training grounds and housing. Within 20 minutes of receiving Chen Fan's call, Uncle Dong arrived with 4 individuals, delivering the items to shop number 9. Zhuosheng and Zhang Wei watched in astonishment as Chen Fan directed Uncle Dong and the others to take the materials to the kitchen for cooking. A delightful aroma wafted through the air, and Zhuosheng gulped hard, exclaiming, "Hey, Chen Fan, are you treating us to a feast? Don't misunderstand." Chen Fan replied with a smile, "I am assisting these beasts in their breakthroughs. All these ingredients are for them." Zhuosheng and Zhang Wei, is there no justice left in the world? The beasts are eating better than we are. This new arrival must be incredibly wealthy. No wonder he could obtain an advanced Beastmaster certificate. By the way, why does Chen Fan's name sound so familiar? Zhuosheng scratched his head. Before long, the food for the ice fox was ready. A star warrior brought out a large pot. Oh no, what a foul stench. Zhuosheng and Zhang Wei frowned, covering their noses. The awful smell was primarily due to the purple ice flowers. While the name was pleasant, the odor was horrendous. The star warrior carrying the large pot could hardly contain his tears as he wondered why such an ingredient was included. Would the beasts not go mad from eating this? They would need to protect Chen Fan. Should any beast become enraged, it could become a grave situation. Bring that large pot over to the ice fox, Chen Fan instructed, pointing at the creature. The ice fox stood up and, without a glance, proceeded to the other side of the training ground. The other 2 beasts, equally repulsed by the stench, shot disdainful glances before scurrying away. At that moment, Elder Zhao approached, hands clasped behind his back, saying, "Indeed, the snowstorm bear meat and snowfield wolf meat are quite beneficial for the ice fox's advancement. The higher the level, the better. However, the snowstorm bear meat is exceedingly tough. Merely simmering it for a few minutes will not render it tender. The snowfield wolf meat is incredibly bitter, and thus the ice fox does not favor these 2 types of meat. It prefers the flesh of the ice frightener, which is rich yet not greasy, dissolving in the mouth, and is favored by many other attribute beasts." After a pause, Elder Zhao furrowed his brow and continued, "But why include purple ice flowers with the snowstorm bear meat and snowfield wolf meat? Although the name purple ice flowers sounds appealing, its odor is utterly repugnant. Adding it to any dish will induce nausea. Typically, when purple ice flowers are required, they are dried and ground into powder with only a small amount to be used. Otherwise, ordinary beasts would likely vomit after consuming it." Chen Fan, glancing at the ice fox's attribute panel, opened the detailed explanation before responding. The purple ice flower is indeed foul-smelling, yet when dried and ground into powder, it can mitigate much of the stench. However, in terms of effectiveness, the current method is certainly superior. Elder Zhao focused intently, stating, "The primary purpose of the purple ice flower is to neutralize various attribute materials. But all the ingredients in this pot seem to be of the ice attribute. It appears unnecessary. I am not utilizing the purple ice flowers for attribute neutralization." Chen Fan replied nonchalantly, "The 2 purple ice flowers in this pot are intended to stimulate the ice star power within the other materials. Without the purple ice flowers, the ice fox would absorb at most 30% of the star power from these ingredients. However, with the addition of the 2 purple ice flowers, the ice fox can absorb at least 80% of the star power contained within. Is there such a thing?" Elder Zhao's eyes widened in disbelief. Zhuosheng and Zhang Wei were equally stunned. They had never heard of purple ice flowers having the ability to stimulate ice star power. Chen Fan glanced at the distant ice fox, and with a thought, 5 summoning arrays materialized around him. Xiao Bai and Xiao He emerged from the arrays. Elder Zhao, Zhuosheng, and Zhang Wei, At such a young age, he possesses 5 beasts. How is that even possible? Suddenly, Shuosheng spotted Xiaobai and the emerald creature, exclaiming in shock, "Why, you're Chen Fan. You're the genius Chen Fan from the War God Academy." Genius is an overstatement. Chen Fan replied with indifference. "However, I believe I am the only Chen Fan in the War God Academy." Zhang Wei's mouth dropped open in astonishment. No wonder the name Chen Fan sounded so familiar. "You are the one who saved the master in the hospital." Shuosheng was both surprised and delighted. "I knew I recognized you. I previously watched the arena matches of your 3 academies, but I never connected the dots, as I never imagined a student would be working here." Elder Zhao regarded Chen Fan with a contemplative expression, although he was deeply engrossed in nurturing beasts. He had heard numerous tales about Chen Fan, the young hero who thwarted the conspiracy of the nightmarish court and saved the entire East Sea city along with the master. However, even if Chen Fan is a genius at taming beasts, he may not necessarily possess the same aptitude for nurturing them, right? Just moments ago, when Chen Fan asserted that the purple ice flower could stimulate the power of the cold star, it was indeed astonishing, something I had never heard before. This young man, could he be speaking in jest? As old Zhao pondered this, Chen Fan gently waved his hand and said, "The 3 creatures are rather unruly. Go and fetch them. They need to be fed." In an instant, Gongzi darted out. The others, including Xiaobai, had yet to catch up. Before they could react, Gongzi charged towards the ice fox. And without a moment's hesitation, he pinned the fox's head down and unleashed a flurry of strikes. "Hiss, hiss, hiss, are you going to eat or not? Hiss, 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 are you going to eat or not? Hiss, 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 are you going to eat or not?" The ice fox, being merely a low-level extraordinary beast at level 3, stood no chance against Gongzi's might. In just a few moments, it was left teary-eyed. The level 5 flame bird, sensing the danger, took to the skies, attempting to flee. "Ah, little firebird, akin to an ant, bowed down before my feet." Little Black swooped in and unleashed a mental spike. Alas, the flame bird had just ascended into the air when it let out a shriek and plummeted down, landing in a disoriented heap. The old ape seized its wing and dragged it back down. Meanwhile, the level 3 gargoyle, which also had wings and the ability to fly, took off but was met with a thunderbolt from Xiaobai, who swiftly swatted it down. Xiaoqing followed suit, batting the gargoyle towards Chen Fan like a ball. The 3 beasts lay sprawled on the ground, eyes brimming with tears. What did we do to deserve this inexplicable beating? The gargoyle, the most cunning of the trio, realizing it could neither fight back nor escape, promptly yielded and leaned its head toward the large pot, preparing to hold its breath and devour the contents. "What are you doing? This is not for you." Chen Fan nudged the gargoyle's head aside and pointed at the ice fox, saying, "This is for you. Eat it obediently." The gargoyle nearly wept. "Why didn't you say so earlier? If I had known this wasn't tea for me, would I have run away?" The ice fox puffed out its chest defiantly, adopting a posture of indignation. "I refuse to eat. Do as you please. If you dare, kill me." Gongzi was about to strike again when Chen Fan halted him. Furrowing his brow, Chen Fan remarked, "This may smell foul, but once you finish eating, you can break through to level 4. The ice fox glanced at Chen Fan, then at the exceedingly foul food, completely unconvinced. Old Zhao observed the large pot in silence. Could eating this repulsive concoction truly allow the ice fox to ascend to level 4? Transitioning from level 3 to level 4 is indeed not particularly challenging. Yet, on what grounds could this young man be so certain? "Ah, still stubborn, are we? Excellent. I admire your indomitable spirit as a beast." Chen Fan lightly pointed at the ice fox and instructed, "Xiaobai, zap it." Xiaobai grinned, a flicker of electricity dancing on its paw, and gently tapped the ice fox's head. Zzz. The ice fox yelped, smoke billowing from its fur as its hair stood on end. Zzz. Before the ice fox could react, Xiaobai struck again. The ice fox turned to Chen Fan, wishing to express its dissatisfaction. Zzz. After a few more jolts, the already listless ice fox was completely subdued. Old Zhao considered intervening but observed that Xiaobai was exercising restraint, not truly injuring the ice fox, so he decided to watch the unfolding scene. Before long, the ice fox, teary-eyed, crawled to the large pot and began to suppress its urge to vomit, taking a bite of the meat within. Why is this so delectable? Though it reeks, it is truly scrumptious. The ice fox's eyes widened as it began to devour the contents voraciously, and in no time, it polished off an entire pot, leaving its belly round and full. Chen Fan waved his hand again, and 2 more large pots were brought forth, one for the flame bird and one for the gargoyle. "Devour every last morsel, not a crumb shall remain." Chen Fan gestured towards the pots. The flame bird and gargoyle exchanged glances with the other beasts and obediently began to eat. Chen Fan silently observed as these 2 indulged. When they had nearly finished, he crouched down and ruffled the ice fox's head, saying, If you had just behaved, you wouldn't have been punished. Seizing the moment, he infused the Ice Fox with 20 points of system energy. The Ice Fox shot a resentful glance at Chen Fan, shaking its head like a wronged child, turning away. You just claimed I could break through to level 4. Now that I've finished eating, there is not a hint of change. Just as the Ice Fox contemplated this, a surge of powerful star energy coursed through its body. Boom. Celestial starlight cascaded down, and the Ice Fox's eyes widened in astonishment. The flame bird and gargoyle, still munching away, also stared in shock. Meanwhile, old Zhao and Zhuosheng were completely petrified. To speak of a breakthrough and then achieve it instantaneously? What kind of miraculous technique is this? In an instant, the flame bird and gargoyle turned their heads and resumed devouring the pot's contents with gusto, leaving nothing behind. Chen Fan squatted down once more, lightly patting the heads of the flame bird and gargoyle, and after infusing them with several points of system energy, he remarked, "Now that's how it should be." The distinction between monsters and tamed beasts lies in the latter's ability to coexist harmoniously with humans and collaborate effectively with their tamers. In this nurturing training ground, if you behave, the Beastmaster can help you grow stronger. Upon hearing these words, both the flame bird and gargoyle trembled. The flame bird ascended to level 6. The gargoyle reached level 4. Old Zhao stared in disbelief, as if turned to stone. The first beast could be a coincidence. But what of the second? The third? Is this young man truly just an advanced beast tamer? Such feats might even elude a Beastmaster. Old Zhao took a deep breath and bowed deeply to Chen Fan, stating, "I, Zhao Tianyuan, have been blind to your greatness. Please forgive this old man, Master." Zhuosheng and Zhang Wei were taken aback. Chen Fan chuckled wryly, supporting Chen Tianyuan, and replied, "Old Zhao, I am merely an ordinary beast tamer, miles away from being a master. Please, do not address me so. You are much my senior. Just call me Xiao Fan." Old Zhao's complexion flushed with excitement. And after a moment of quivering lips, he finally spoke, "Xiao Fan, may I inquire where you learned the art of beast nurturing?" Chen Fan paused for a moment before replying. "My master is Zhang Hai, the vice president of the Beast Tamer Association." Master Zhang Hai. Old Zhao enlightened. No wonder. It all makes sense now. A prodigious student trained by a Beastmaster. How could it be any other way? Although he considered himself thick-skinned, receiving such grand praise from Old Zhao made Chen Fan feel a tad awkward. At that moment, Old Zhao added, "Xiao Fan, could you share the materials and methods you used to nurture those 3 beasts?" Of course, Chen Fan nodded slightly. Old Zhao was clearly a research enthusiast. Simply extract the detailed description from the system properties panel and share it with him. Although the methods for cultivating each beast vary and the materials differ, many unique applications and effects of these materials undoubtedly transcend this era. Take, for instance, the violet ice flower. Zhao Lao and his companions believe it can merely neutralize various attribute materials, completely unaware that it can also stimulate the icy stellar energy, serving as a catalyst. Chen Fan promptly powered on his computer, added Zhao Lao on WeChat, and swiftly shared information regarding the cultivation of the flame bird and 2 other beasts along with their effects. Zhuosheng and Zhang Wei silently recorded the details. To their astonishment, Zhao Lao expressed his wonder as he reviewed the incoming information. The sunflower and flame grass, when stimulated by the blood of the flame demon, can unleash such bizarre power. The shadow stone can even be cooked into porridge for the stone gargoyle. Had I not witnessed it myself, I would scarcely believe it. At that moment, a commotion erupted outside the beast cultivation shop, and Gongzi suddenly emerged, his face a mask of fury. Chen Fan's expression shifted slightly. "Gongzi, go check it out." Gongzi dashed out in a flash, with Chen Fan, along with Xiaobai and Emerald, following closely behind. Upon entering the beast cultivation shop, Chen Fan spotted an armed man outside, his sword gleaming ominously as it struck Gongzi's back. Clang! Gongzi's magic crystal armor deflected the sword, yet the force was unmistakably substantial, sending him rolling backward uncontrollably. "Gongzi!" A woman cried out in alarm, rushing towards him. This woman was none other than Gongzi's previous Beastmaster, whom they had encountered in the first secret realm. Beside her, a fiery tortoise charged at the Star Warrior wielding the long sword, snapping viciously. However, the Star Warrior merely sneered, kicking the tortoise away effortlessly. Zhuosheng stepped forward, shouting, "This is the territory of the Beastmaster Association. What are you doing here?" The 2 groups immediately parted ways. On one side stood 3 women and 3 Beastmasters, along with the enraged Gongzi. On the other, 7 menacing Star Warriors. Chen Fan advanced slowly, a smile spreading across his face as he said, "Bullying the weak by outnumbering them, attacking my beasts?" His grin vanished abruptly. The next moment, crackling lightning filled the air as Xiaobai activated Thunder Flash, appearing beside the Star Warrior who had just attacked Gongzi. The Star Warrior scoffed. releasing a powerful aura as he stepped back and turned, aiming a palm towards Xiaobai's head. Crack! His hand was intercepted by the suddenly appearing old ape. The Star Warrior was momentarily stunned, quickly retreating to avoid Xiaobai's lightning blade aimed at his chest. Even old ape's claw, which sought to strike at his wrist, was narrowly evaded. With a swift motion, Xiaobai, Gongzi, and Shaoqing spread out, encircling the Star Warrior and his remaining 6 companions. Gongzi's former Beastmaster warned, "Be careful. The leader is a third-tier Star Warrior." Zhao Lao's expression darkened, but before he could speak, Chen Fan gestured for him to be quiet. Chen Fan approached the leader. No wonder he could evade the combined assault of Xiaobai and Old Ape. This man was indeed a third-tier warrior. Third-tier Star Warrior? Chen Fan grasped the hilt of the long knife slung across his back, slowly drawing the Duantian demon blade from its sheath. The third-tier Star Warrior smirked. "You think you can challenge me with these worthless beasts?" "Worthless beasts?" Chen Fan grinned widely. In the next instant, he stomped his right foot onto the ground, propelling himself towards the third-tier Star Warrior like a cannonball. Whoosh! As he closed in, the long knife in his hand erupted with a brilliant flash of lightning, slicing diagonally towards the warrior. The third-tier Star Warrior remained unfazed, raising his sword to parry the Duantian demon blade. But just as his sword began to rise, a mental spike from the air struck down. "Ah!" The third-tier Star Warrior cried out in agony. Clang! Chen Fan's Duantian demon blade severed his sword, then struck his chest. The Star Warrior's armor shattered instantly, blood gushing forth as he was sent flying backward. "Boss!" The 6 companions gasped in shock and rushed forward. Rock-flying blades. Shaoqing opened her mouth, unleashing countless blades that rained down upon the 6, eliciting their anguished cries. As the barrage ceased, Old Ape, utilizing Shadow Veil, emerged and swiftly injured 2 of them, leaving them bloodied. Meanwhile, furious at the sight of Gongzi almost being harmed, Emerald unleashed a torrent of water dragon bullets, pelting the group with relentless strikes. With a flash of lightning, Xiaobai appeared before the fallen third-tier Star Warrior, shoving the lightning blade into the cracks of the warrior's armor. The armor disintegrated, blood spewing forth. "You beast!" The third-tier Star Warrior seethed, enveloping his hands in energy as he aimed blows at Xiaobai. Yet, even without using Thunder Flash, Xiaobai was remarkably agile, swiftly dodging to the side. Old Ape dashed in with a shadow step, clawing at the Star Warrior's right arm, crippling it and inflicting a debilitating toxin. Chen Fan approached the man, raising his right hand, the blade tip aimed at the warrior's head. The warrior, visibly shaken, retorted, "It is only right to repay debts. The 3 women owe us for protecting your beast cultivation studio. We are merely seeking payment. What right do you have to meddle in our affairs?" These words amused Chen Fan. "Protecting your beast cultivation studio? Is this not the same studio that posted advertisements on the Beastmaster forum?" Gongzi's former Beastmaster stepped forward, fuming. "We owe them nothing. We entrusted our beasts to their care, and when we checked a week later, not only had our beasts not grown stronger, but they were also emaciated. They fed them spoiled, even rotten monster meat. Upon discovering this, we took our beasts without collecting the deposit. Yet they pursued us, claiming that we had signed a contract, demanding full payment even if the beasts did not progress." The 2 women beside her nodded vigorously, their faces flushed with anger. The Star Warrior on the ground sneered. "The contract clearly states that you cannot take your beasts until 3 months have passed. If you take them away earlier, you are still obligated to pay in full. You lack integrity and dare to blame us." The 3 women turned crimson with rage. "Feeding our beasts spoiled monster meat?" Chen Fan looked down at the Star Warrior, tapping the blades flat against his face. "You deliberately let them witness such things, did you not? Setting a trap in the contract, allowing them to see this, then driving them to fury before pursuing them with the contract in hand? I am at a loss regarding what you are saying." "What trap?" The Star Warrior retorted coldly. "This is an East Sea city. Once they sign the contract, they must adhere to its terms." Chen Fan nodded in acknowledgement. Then, lifting his foot, he pressed it firmly against the chest of the Star Warrior. Poof! The Star Warrior spat out a mouthful of blood. "I was mistaken," Chen Fan stated nonchalantly. "It is indeed absurd for me to engage in reasoning with scum like you." Having uttered these words, Chen Fan delivered another forceful stomp onto the Star Warrior's chest. "How dare you?" The Star Warrior's face contorted in a grotesque manner. "Do you have any idea of the backing behind our beast protection studio? You dare to lay a hand on me? Try it again." Slap! Chen Fan brought the blade of the heaven-severing demon sword down upon the Star Warrior's face, the thunderous power imbued within the sword searing a significant portion of his visage. Slap! Chen Fan struck again, as if delivering a resounding slap. Slap! He reversed the sword and struck the other side of the Star Warrior's face. "I will indeed strike you. What will you do about it?" Slap! "You claim to have connections?" Slap! "Let me see them." Slap! Let me ascertain whether you are worth my ire. With every utterance, Chen Fan delivered a blow. Although it was the blade's flat surface, the force was tremendous, and the heaven-severing demon sword, being imbued with thunder attributes, amplified the impact. After these strikes, the face of the third-grade star warrior had turned as black as charred remains. At that moment, Zhao Lao approached from behind, remarking calmly, "The backing of your beast protection studio is a master beast tamer from the Beast Tamer Association, who wields considerable power." Chen Fan broke into a grin. "That explains it. No wonder you dare to pursue 3 women with swords drawn on the territory of the Beast Tamer Association." The star warrior, whose face had been rendered to a charred state, erupted into wild laughter. "Ha! You foolish boy, are you trembling in fear now? By offending our beast protection studio, you shall find it impossible to take a step in EC City from now on. Is that so?" "I am so terrified," Chen Fan replied, tightening his grip and delivering yet another blow to the star warrior's face. The star warrior sneered. "What else can you do to me besides striking me a few times? Do you dare to kill me in EC City? Do you dare to kill me on the territory of the Beast Tamer Association?" Thud. Chen Fan plunged the heaven-severing demon sword into the star warrior's chest. The star warrior's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the blade embedded in his chest. He could never have anticipated that this unfamiliar youth would dare to kill him in such a place, especially knowing his background. "Do you think I lack the courage?" Chen Fan withdrew the long blade and thrust it in again. The star warrior's eyes bulged as he succumbed to death. The 6 onlookers were left dumbfounded. Meanwhile, Zhuosheng, Zhang Wei, and the 3 women also stared in astonishment. Chen Fan extracted the blade, his expression impassive, and wiped it clean on the fallen star warrior's robe before stating, "When I first heard of your beast protection studio, I thought it was a mere joke. Yet, it seems you have drained the lifeblood of many, harming countless individuals and their beasts. Today, I shall ensure that your beast protection studio is expelled from EC City." As he spoke, a squad of black-armored soldiers rushed over. The previously terrified 6 suddenly appeared elated. Regardless of how arrogant or tyrannical Chen Fan was, killing someone within the main city would lead to certain doom. However, as the squad of black-armored soldiers approached, a cloud of black mist suddenly rose behind Chen Fan. Uncle Qian, who had previously assisted Chen Fan in eliminating assassins, revealed himself. He moved his lips slightly, seemingly employing some form of communication technique to liaise with the squad of black-armored soldiers. A few seconds later, the leader of the black-armored soldiers nodded slightly at Chen Fan before waving his hand gently. The squad promptly bound the 6 individuals tightly. The 6 were taken aback, and in unison, they began to shout, "It was that knife-wielding brat who killed someone. We are the victims. Look, the blood on his long knife hasn't even dried yet." "You are mistaken. We are the ones from the Beast Protection Studio, and this guy has killed one of our supervisors." Several members of the black-armored soldiers raised their sword sheaths and struck the backs of their heads with a decisive thud. Finally, silence fell. The 6 were apprehended, and the corpse was removed. Zhuosheng and Zhang Wei watched in a state of shock. Chen Fan slightly turned to the side, smiling. "Uncle Qian, have you been following me all along?" Uncle Qian coughed lightly. "Just passing by, purely passing by. Fan Xiao, it is all settled. I have clarified matters with the black-armored soldiers. Someone will handle the Beast Protection Studio shortly." Zhao Lao cast a quiet glance at Uncle Qian, recognizing him. After all, 5th-grade star warriors within the Beast Tamer Association were rare. Master Zhang Hai had actually dispatched a 5th-grade star warrior to secretly protect Chen Fan. After a moment of silence, Chen Fan asked, "Will they truly handle it? The Beast Tamer Association cannot be ignorant of this malignant presence, can they? Why have they not acted against them before?" Uncle Qian fell silent. The Beast Tamer Association was certainly aware. However, such matters were beyond his control. Had it not been for Chen Fan killing a 3rd-grade star warrior in front of so many people on the territory of the Beast Tamer Association, he might not have revealed himself at all. In truth, many knew that the Beast Protection Studio had a major figure from the Beast Tamer Association backing it. Yet, the intricate web of interests involved deterred many from intervening without sufficient strength or influence. Seeing Uncle Qian's reticence, Chen Fan remarked, "Even a powerful figure like you bears some caution. It seems the individuals behind that studio are formidable indeed. Nevertheless, I am still inclined to eliminate them. I do not seek to perform any noble deeds, nor do I wish to be a hero. I merely feel that until this matter is resolved, my mind will remain troubled." Uncle Qian studied Chen Fan silently before breaking into a smile. "While others may find it impossible, I have no doubt that you, Fan Xiao, will succeed." As soon as he finished speaking, his form swiftly transformed into a wisp of black smoke, vanishing without a trace. Following this, Gongzi's former beast tamer approached with a rather grim expression. "I apologize, Chen Fan. It is entirely our fault for dragging you into this trouble. Do not misunderstand." Chen Fan waved his hand dismissively. I have not encountered any trouble. On the contrary, your beast protection studio has landed in a significant predicament. Now, let us head inside and discuss further. With that, Chen Fan led the way into the 9th beast taming store. The woman picked up the fallen Gongzi, gently ruffling his little head. Gongzi grinned from ear to ear. Inside the store, the woman extended her hand to Chen Fan, saying, I sincerely apologize. I did not get the chance to introduce myself last time. My name is Mo Chiuyu. Chen Fan shook her hand. I am Chen Fan. Mo Chiuyu smiled. You are quite the prominent figure in EC City now. I just visited the Beast Tamer Association, but you were not there. How did you end up here? Please, have a seat. Chen Fan gestured for Zhuosheng and the others to welcome her before continuing. My master sent me to the beast taming store for some learning. Zhao Lao lowered his head. I dare not. Chen Fan. The old man's attitude underwent a complete reversal, leaving him somewhat disoriented. In truth, it was not merely Zhao Lao whose demeanor had shifted dramatically. Even Zhuosheng and Zhang Wei, along with the two women who accompanied Mo Chiuyu, now regarded Chen Fan with eyes full of reverence. In Donghai City, on the territory of the Beast Tamer Association, to commit murder, who would dare to engage in such audacity? What was most astonishing was that he faced no repercussions whatsoever. He even declared his intent to have your Beast Tamer studio expelled. Who exactly was this individual? While Chen Fan conversed with Mo Chiuyu, Gongzi leapt down to frolic with Mo Chiuyu's fire tortoise. Xiaobai and the emerald surrounded the fire tortoise, which seemed somewhat shy, retracting its head into its shell in apprehension. Gongzi gently tapped on the shell. Hissing sounds emerged. Xiaobai, perched on the table, scolded, Fool, that's not a male. It's a female. Chen Fan playfully swatted Xiaobai. Mo Chiuyu chuckled. How does your bird know the gender of the fire tortoise? Indeed, it was a female. Chen Fan blinked. Xiaobai gazed at Chen Fan with a look of grievance. You have wronged me, yet you simply laugh it off. Chapter 160. At Qixing Mountain Water Cloud Ravine. Encountering individuals from Matian City. Within a luxurious and opulent villa, 3 middle-aged men stood before a table, not daring to utter a word. Before them sat a young man, roughly of the same age as Shun Xiaoya and Yi Zhan. Shun Xiaoya and Yi Zhan had long been embroiled in the brutalities of the pioneering group, exuding an inexplicable air of menace. The young man before them, while devoid of this murderous aura, possessed a gaze akin to that of a venomous snake, baring its fangs, instilling a sense of dread with a mere glance. Taking a delicate sip of coffee, the young man languidly remarked, Zhang Ming has been killed? His subordinates have also been captured by the Black Armored Army? I am most curious. What sort of person possesses the audacity to slay a third tier in the heart of the main city? The Black Armored Army took Zhang Ming's subordinates, but left the murderer untouched? Zhang Ming was, in fact, the third-tier individual whom Chen Fan had dispatched with 2 strokes of his blade. Among the 3 men standing before him, one stepped forward and respectfully stated, Indeed, we are equally perplexed. Hence, we immediately sought to investigate the individual's background. However, it is quite strange, as much of the information about that young man is sealed. Lin Xiao, look, he said, activating his smart wristwatch. Instantly, a screenshot appeared on the screen, displaying Chen Fan's likeness alongside scant details. Aside from his name, gender, age, and that he hailed from the imperial capital, all other information was obscured by question marks. Upon seeing this data, Lin Xiao furrowed his brow slightly. From the imperial capital? The information is sealed? This young man is indeed of considerable significance. The middle-aged man who had activated the smart wristwatch promptly added, upon receiving the news. I dispatched someone to investigate that young man's information. He is currently studying in the 5th class of Beast Tamers at the War God Academy and resides at the Beast Tamer Association. Residing at the Beast Tamer Association? Lin Xiao's eyes flickered with intrigue. A person from the imperial capital acquainted with individuals from the Donghai City Beast Tamer Association? The middle-aged man replied, Time is too short. We have not uncovered further information, but it seems he has some connection to Master Zhang Hai. Master Zhang Hai is also from the imperial capital. Lin Xiao paused momentarily. A connection to Master Zhang Hai. He is indeed significant. No wonder he dares to be so arrogant. However, Lin Xiao scoffed again and continued, such a young age. Yet he lacks awareness of the vastness of the world and the principle that even a mighty dragon cannot suppress a local snake. How dare he kill my people? Ha ha ha. The middle-aged man murmured, Zhang Ming's subordinates are uncertain how long they will be detained. We attempted to contact the Black Armored Army, but they are directly under the city lord's jurisdiction and are exceedingly arrogant, ignoring our attempts. Lin Xiao? Should we seek Master Hong's intervention? Lin Xiao cast a cold glance at the middle-aged man. A bead of cold sweat trickled down the man's forehead as he bowed his head lower. After a moment of silence, Lin Xiao spoke. My master is a renowned beast master. He has no time for such trifles. Those worthless subordinates neither killed nor set fires. The Black Armored Army detaining them will not lead to any significant consequences. Let them stay in the dungeon for a while longer. Yet, this Chen Fan, having killed my people right beside the Beast Tamer Association in the main city, if I do not settle this score properly, how can I, Lin Xiao, continue to exist in Donghai City? The middle-aged man grew anxious. Lin Xiao, that person hails from the imperial capital and holds some connection to Master Zhonghai. And so what? Lin Xiao retorted coldly. Can Zhonghai protect him temporarily? Can he shield him for a lifetime? Send a few people to keep watch over him. If he dares to leave the city, we shall sever his head in the wilderness. Dying in the wilderness. Buried in the belly of a beast. Surely that is a most ordinary fate? The middle-aged man bowed slightly. Understood. At the 9th Beast Tamer shop, in the training ground, Chen Fan observed the playful antics of the fire tortoise and Gongzi, a smile gracing his face. Gongzi was exceptionally kind to Mo Qiuyu's fire tortoise, even pestering Uncle Dong to retrieve a considerable amount of suitable spiritual fruit from the warehouse for the fire tortoise. The other two beasts, however, faced misfortune. Deprived of food and punished for their disobedience, they were subjected to a thorough beating by Gongzi. After chatting with Chen Fan for a while and playing with Gongzi, Mo Qiuyu eventually departed, but her 3 beasts remained in the Beast Tamer shop. Once Chen Fan prepared to implement his beast cultivation plan, he was eager to nurture every beast in the world, and how could he possibly overlook Mo Qiuyu's beasts? He offered her a friendship price, 1/3 lower than the market rate, which Mo Qiuyu and her companions could not refuse. 1 level 4 fire tortoise, 1 level 4 claw belly snake, 1 level 4 spirit with saber-toothed cat. Aside from Mo Qiuyu's fire tortoise, the remaining 2 beasts were rather unruly, and as soon as they emerged, they were promptly subdued and beaten by Gongzi. Following this, Gongzi had Uncle Dong bring an abundance of delicious treats for the fire tortoise, claw belly snake, and spirit with saber-toothed cat, but they were met with another beating. After this punishment, they became obedient, akin to Gongzi's little subordinates, following him wherever he went. However, as Chen Fan gazed at the 3 beasts on the training ground, he felt a pang of melancholy. In such an expansive training ground, there were only a handful of beasts, which seemed rather desolate. After watching Gongzi and the fire tortoise play for a while longer, Chen Fan returned to the Beast Tamer shop. Inside, Zhao Lao was deeply engrossed in studying the materials Chen Fan had provided him. However, Zhuosheng and Zhang Wei remained closely behind Chen Fan, displaying utmost respect. Their eyes reflected a profound awe. Having been thoroughly intimidated by the sight of Chen Fan coldly dispatching a 3rd-tier individual with 2 swift strikes. After all, this had occurred within the main city. Although the 3rd-tier individual had pursued Mo Qiuyu and her companions with a group of armed men, he certainly would not have dared to act with lethal intent against them. Their pursuit could be construed as extortion, but they would not dare to cross the line into murder, at least not so brazenly. Yet Chen Fan had brazenly killed a 3rd-tier individual right within the main city. What was even more bizarre was that after committing such an act, he faced no consequences whatsoever. The inexplicable appearance of that formidable entity, who ultimately dissipated into smoke, must possess an evasion technique of at least the 5th tier. One would presume such a powerful being dares to address Chen Fan as Young Master Fan. Moreover, they assert that Young Master Fan can eliminate the interference posed by the beast cultivation studio you oversee. Zhuosheng and Zhang Wei exchanged anxious glances at Chen Fan. In contrast, Old Zhao remained relatively at ease, merely lifting his head to greet Chen Fan before immersing himself back into his research. What are you all standing around for? Chen Fan gestured toward the nearby chairs. Please, take a seat. With a hint of tension, Zhuosheng and Zhang Wei complied. Chen Fan then inquired. I heard from you earlier that the business at the beast cultivation studio has been rather poor. Zhuosheng stole a glance at Old Zhao, who was engrossed in his studies, and nodded slightly. Old Zhao's stubbornness had frightened off numerous clients, and the location of the 9th beast cultivation studio was rather remote. It is indeed challenging to sustain a flourishing business in such circumstances. Currently, the studio is unable to procure even quality ingredients. How could the business possibly thrive under these conditions? Chen Fan pondered for a moment before addressing Old Zhao. May I ask how the revenue of this beast cultivation studio is distributed? How much does it owe to the Beast Master Association annually? Old Zhao and the others were momentarily taken aback. Given Chen Fan's esteemed background, why would he concern himself with the modest income of a mere beast cultivation studio? Old Zhao replied, our type of studio, which relies on the Beast Master Association yet operates independently, is situated within the association's domain. Each year, aside from a fixed rent, we are required to remit half of our revenue to the association. While the association provides brand protection and a venue, it neither intervenes in the affairs of these studios nor offers any assistance. The only obligation of the studio is to accept a few apprentices annually for practical training. In essence, This studio operates at its own risk. Chen Fan nodded thoughtfully. I see. Then, old Zhao, I wish to invest in this beast cultivation studio. What amount do you think would be appropriate? Zhuosheng and Zhang Wei's eyes lit up. However, old Zhao's expression darkened as he said, Xiao Fan, do not mock me. I have faced oppression within the Beastmaster Association, and this studio has been disrupted by your overseeing of the beast cultivation studio. Currently, the studio is barely holding on. When I first established this studio, I invested 3 million. Yet now, it is becoming increasingly unsustainable. Zhuosheng and Zhang Wei were at a loss for words. Little did Chen Fan know of old Zhao's true capabilities. He could have easily obtained a senior Beastmaster certification. How could such a skilled Beastmaster allow his studio to languish in such dire straits? Old Zhao continued. It would be an honor for us if you were to join this studio with your talents. Should you truly wish to be part of it, there would be no need for further investment. Your share would be 9 parts to my 1. What? Zhuosheng and Zhang Wei were taken aback. Had old Zhao truly relinquished his shares so readily, simply because Chen Fan had cultivated 3 impressive beasts? Did this imply that he would thereafter work for Chen Fan? Let us consider this, Chen Fan proposed. I will invest 60 million. I will take 45 of the studio. Old Zhao will have 35. And Zhuosheng and Zhang Wei will each hold 10. Is that agreeable? Old Zhao and the others were left dumbfounded. Was Chen Fan engaging in philanthropy? Tossing money around so liberally? 60 million at that. Chen Fan then stated, I still have school commitments, so I can only visit in the afternoons. Therefore, most responsibilities of the studio will rest with you. With the 60 million, we will expand the training grounds 5 or 6 times, incorporate the adjacent forest, and update all facilities. We also need to hire several higher-ranked star warriors, not only to prevent issues with the beasts, but also to guard against unforeseen circumstances. Lastly, I insist that you employ any advertising strategy necessary. Merely waiting here for clients to come is not an option. Old Zhao stammered, Why, you're serious? Chen Fan chuckled. Do you think I jest? Old Zhao scrutinized Chen Fan deeply before asking, Why? Chen Fan fabricated a response effortlessly. The realm of beast cultivation requires extensive practical experience. The data is akin to the evolutionary path of a savage Berserk Ape, evolving into a stone-skinned demonic ape, then into an iron-shelled demonic ape. These conclusions are drawn from years of study and accumulated data by many predecessors. To elevate my skills in beast cultivation, I must engage with a wide array of beasts. Oh, I do not intend to use these beasts as mere subjects for experimentation. Just as I previously utilized 2 pounds of 5th-tier ice snowstorm bear meat and 1 pound of 5th-tier snowfield windwolf meat to cultivate the ice fox, why not use 4th-tier snowfield windwolf meat and 4th-tier ice snowstorm bear meat? Why the differing quantities? Would 6th-tier ice snowstorm bear meat yield even better results? All these inquiries necessitate experimentation through countless trials. As cracks appeared in the sky and the star energy surged into this world, mountains and vegetation began to evolve. And many unfamiliar monsters and races emerged like mushrooms after rain. Attempting to apply existing theoretical knowledge to all beasts is an impossible endeavor. Only through continual experimentation across various beast species can one truly advance in the art of beast cultivation. Simultaneously, as a beast master, I can fortify my own beasts. Feeling fatigued, Chen Fan lamented, Why must I articulate such superfluous words? A single lie requires countless others to conceal it. Yet here I am, offering money while weaving tales. Ultimately, he concluded, to summarize, I wish to develop this beast cultivation studio. I yearn to engage with and cultivate a vast array of beast types within my control. Hence, I am indifferent to the financial investment. Old Zhao's eyes sparkled with increasing fervor. Could this be the secret that Master Zhang Hai once used to become a beast master? Zhuosheng and Zhang Wei's eyes also brightened. Chen Fan's words seemed to unveil a treasure trove. They were merely unawakened, ordinary individuals, which is why they had become beast masters in the first place. Yet now, they were only apprentice beast masters. Chen Fan revealing such secrets and inviting them to collaborate was nothing short of extraordinary. Of course, this was all an impromptu fabrication on Chen Fan's part. He wore a Mona Lisa-like smile, neither confirming nor denying the truth. Very well, old Zhao exclaimed, invigorated. Let us proceed as you suggest. Zhuosheng and Zhang Wei exchanged glances, momentarily speechless. Suddenly, they had become shareholders? 60 million. With a 10% share, that would amount to 6 million. While 6 million might not be significant for high-tier beast masters, for Zhuosheng and Zhang Wei, who were merely apprentice beast masters, it was an unfathomable sum. After all, they were just ordinary individuals who had yet to awaken. More importantly, with Chen Fan overseeing the 9th studio, they felt a fire igniting within their hearts. After Chen Fan transferred the funds to old Zhao's account, he departed from the 9th beast breeding store and made his way towards the entrance of the Beast Breeder Association. He entrusted all other matters to old Zhao and his team. His only obligation was to visit the ninth store daily to nurture a few beast companions. It would likely take several days to make the business thrive. The initial investment in advertising would draw in as many customers as possible, and Chen Fan was indifferent to the costs involved in the advertisements. He had no intention of generating profit from the breeding store. Although a successful business would undoubtedly yield substantial returns, what Chen Fan truly desired was the energy from the system derived from breeding beasts. Each time he nurtured a beast, it would become permanently bound to the system. Subsequently, whenever that beast vanquished any monster, it would enhance the system's energy. Nothing could excite Chen Fan more than this prospect. At the edge of the square in front of the Beast Breeder Association, numerous Star Warriors were soliciting work, alongside many large trucks and taxis parked nearby. Chen Fan approached a taxi and leaned in. "Driver, heading out of the city?" The driver, who had been rummaging for something, looked up. Their eyes met, and both were momentarily taken aback. Chen Fan immediately broke into a grin. This taxi driver was none other than the burly man who had once transported him and the Frost White Python to the Beast Mountain. The driver, recovering from his surprise, smiled wryly. "Young Master Fan, are you leaving the city?" Having frequented the Beast Breeder Association and previously encountered assassins outside its gates, the driver had evidently inquired about him beforehand. Although not many within the association were familiar with Chen Fan, those who had seen him understood that he was a person of significance. Chen Fan nodded and chuckled. "So, you've traded the truck for a taxi, have you?" "Alas." The driver replied with another rueful smile. "A few days ago, a bunch of kids from Flame Warrior City rented my truck, claiming they were off to hunt some monsters at Beast Mountain. They wanted me to help transport the monster corpses back. But who would have thought? Just as we reached the foot of Beast Mountain, 3 high-level fire ants charged out and smashed my truck to pieces. Thankfully, I managed to escape quickly." "Those kids from Flame Warrior City?" Chen Fan couldn't help but chuckle. Were those the same individuals as Jiang Yuan Fan and Zhang Yufan? Did they have some vendetta against the fire ants from their previous life? On their way to East Sea City, they had nearly been wiped out by a level 10 fire ant, and now they were encountering them again in an area not considered particularly dangerous? The driver sighed. "I really can't understand it. It's been so long since the ant tide, yet fire ants are still everywhere. Speaking of which, the meat of those fire ants is quite delicious and sells remarkably well. However, when I recently wandered around the foot of Beast Mountain, hoping to slay a few, I spent an entire day and only encountered a level 5 fire ant sigh. If I could just catch a couple of level 6 or 7 fire ants, that would be splendid." Chen Fan, feeling exasperated, opened the car door and climbed inside. This driver certainly was quite the chatterbox. Indeed, as soon as Chen Fan settled into the seat, the man began to speak incessantly, like a river flowing without end. Fortunately, Gongzi and the others were in the beast space. Otherwise, they might have been driven to claw at the driver in frustration. "Young master, where are you headed this time?" The driver inquired. "If you plan to hunt monsters, this taxi might not be suitable. Would you like me to fetch a truck for you? That way, when you catch high-level monsters, I can help transport them back. What about your savage Berserk Ape? That creature is quite large. With it, you wouldn't even need a truck. It could carry back an entire mountain for you." Chen Fan's eyelids twitched. "Uncle. Please be quiet." "Understood, young master. Take me to Qixing Mountain, to Shuiyun Gorge." "Received." "Young master." After passing Beast Mountain and traveling another 180 miles, they arrived at Qixing Mountain. The monsters there included many that were level 10 or even 11. If the species level was not too high, a level 10 monster would not pose much difficulty for Xiaobai and Gongzi, even if they faced 2 at once. However, if it were a level 12 monster, they might struggle a bit. For higher-tier level 12 monsters, Xiaobai and Gongzi would need to cooperate closely. At present, both Gongzi and Xiaobai had achieved the status of intermediate lords, with their combat power reaching level 7, and their skill proficiencies fully maxed out at 150 points. Chen Fan was eager to see if hunting more monsters could help Xiaobai and the others break through that 150-point proficiency limit. He himself also sought more practical combat experience to enhance his own skills. After leaving East Sea City, not long passed before Chen Fan urged, "Driver, could we go a bit faster? It feels like we're crawling." The driver, slightly embarrassed, replied, "Young master, I've already pushed the speed to its limit to save time. This is quite fast, considering this vehicle is powered by crystal cores, not like those old energy vehicles." Chen Fan glanced at the trees whizzing by and frowned. Was this truly the fastest speed? Why did it feel as though he were moving at a snail's pace? "Driver, at this speed, reaching Qixing Mountain will take ages." "Young master, it is already quite fast," the driver insisted, pressing a button to increase the speed further. "It's still too slow, like a snail. It is genuinely fast." "Fast my foot. I could walk faster than this." The driver, feeling a bit irked, retorted, "Then show me how fast you can walk." Chen Fan reached into his pocket and tossed a level 3 fire ant crystal core at the driver. Without waiting for the car to slow down, he flung open the door and jumped out with a thud. Before the driver could react, Chen Fan had darted ahead like a gust of wind, disappearing from sight. The driver stood there, momentarily stunned, before muttering to himself, "Damn, he's definitely faster than my car. What rank is this kid now? How can he be so fast?" Picking up the crystal core that Chen Fan had thrown, the driver grinned and pressed a button. The taxi's rooftop light immediately displayed a large phrase, "Hail and stop, for ladies only." He then turned the vehicle around and headed back towards EC City. Meanwhile, Chen Fan sprinted ahead, unleashing his full speed. Since breaking through to the second tier, 4th level, he had never run like this before, unaware of his own speed or endurance. Now, as he pushed himself to run freely, the wind rushed past him, and trees blurred in the background. He felt an exhilarating desire to sing out loud. Unfortunately, as soon as he opened his mouth, the wind rushed in, nearly causing him to choke. Though his cultivation realm remained at the second tier, 4th level, his stellar energy had already reached 1650 calories, nearly equivalent to that of a 3rd tier, 4th level. At full throttle, he truly felt like a bolt of lightning. At this speed, he would reach Shuiyun Gorge at Qixing Mountain in less than half an hour. As Chen Fan increased his pace, he ran even faster. Behind him, over 400 meters away, a sedan came to a halt. 3 men emerged from the vehicle. "Damn it," one of them exclaimed, "what's going on? I drove as fast as I could, yet I couldn't keep up. What should we do now, Boss Lu?" Another replied, "This doesn't make sense. Didn't the intel we received indicate that this kid is merely at the 1st level of the 2nd tier? At this pace, he might even surpass Boss Lu. But Boss Lu is at the 3rd level of the 3rd tier." With an expressionless face, Boss Lu glanced at the spot where Chen Fan had vanished and said in a deep voice, "You two drive after him. I will proceed first." No sooner had he spoken than he surged forward with a loud roar, kicking up a cloud of dust that billowed like a dragon, his speed comparable to Chen Fan's. The dust choked the 2 men beside the car, forcing them to hastily dive inside. Inside the vehicle, the man who had initially spoken hesitated before saying, "This task doesn't seem easy. That kid feels rather uncanny." The other man coldly responded, "He might possess exceptional talent and a superior physique. The intel we received must be correct. He is undoubtedly at the 1st level of the 2nd tier. I checked the data, and it was just a few days ago. It's impossible that he has suddenly advanced to the 3rd tier in such a short time, right?" Chu Xian from the Chu family, renowned as the greatest talent of this generation in EC City, is only at the 2nd level of the 2nd tier. "I could crush this kid with one hand." The car accelerated, pursuing Boss Lu. At Qixing Mountain, within Shuiyun Gorge, figures darted about as several beast tamers maneuvered their creatures. A massive level 9 black water bull let out a wretched cry as a deep gash opened in its neck, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Phew. 6 young men and women sighed, taking a seat on the nearby blue stones. Various beasts approached their respective masters, nuzzling their heads against them. The 6 retrieved dried meat from their packs, offering it to their beasts. One woman clad in azure battle armor wiped the sweat from her brow and said, "We've been in EC City's territory for some time now. After we pass through Shuiyun Gorge, it's just over 100 miles to EC City. Everyone, stay alert," a young man remarked. "The monsters in Shuiyun Gorge are quite formidable. Since we entered this morning, we've already fought 8 battles and are feeling quite fatigued. Should we rest for a while?" The woman in azure armor nodded. Another young man asked, "Kongyu, are you certain about that news? We won't be making a futile trip, will we?" The admissions competition for the Magical Beasts and Warfare University has always been held in the 2nd semester. Why has it suddenly been moved to the 1st semester? And why is it being held in EC City this time? Ling Kongyu frowned and glanced at the young man, saying, "Mu Yuan, you've already asked this question 3 times on the way." Mu Yuan scratched his head, offering an embarrassed smile. A girl beside him interjected, "Mu Yuan, can you still doubt Kongyu?" Her father just returned from the magic capital and received the information early from the Ministry of Education. As of now, EC City, Yanwu City, and Dreamstar City likely haven't even received the notification yet. If we arrive early, we can recuperate and be ready to showcase our skills. Ling Kongyu snorted and said, "It's a pity that Xiu Rulin and the others don't believe my words. When we meet in EC City in a few days, let's see what they have to say." Just as she finished speaking, a cacophony of roars erupted from a group of beasts nearby. They noticed that on both sides of the gorge, several spikewood demons had surrounded them. Ling Kongyu and her group were taken aback, quickly rising to their feet. "Damn it! Why are there so many this time?" Ling Kongyu exclaimed in irritation. "What on earth is going on in EC City? Why does it feel like there are monsters everywhere? Ever since we entered Shuiyun Gorge, waves of monsters have been rushing at us. When will it ever calm down?" Mu Yuan, with a serious expression, cautioned, "Everyone, be careful. These spikewood demons are quite tall. They are likely at least level 7. Among the two groups, there's a particularly large one that may have reached level 10. Upon hearing this, the faces of those present darkened. The spikewood demons, despite being relatively weaker monsters, appeared as if they were made of wood adorned with sharp spikes. They weren't fast nor particularly strong, but their numbers were overwhelming. 8 in the left group and 10 in the right. The most concerning aspect was that each group contained a formidable giant. If it truly was level 10. Ling Kongyu said firmly, the large one on the left is mine. Mu Yuan, you handle the one on the right. Try to draw it away from the battlefield. Don't engage directly, just kite it. Mu Yuan grasped his silver spear and replied with a sharp shout, understood. Ling Kongyu added, you four, make it quick. The group immediately split up. Ling Kongyu and Mu Yuan led their beasts to the edges, while the other 4 prepared for battle with their own beasts at the ready. Suddenly, the largest spikewood demon among the 10 on the right let out a terrifying roar. The spikewood demons on both sides echoed its call, swinging their whip-like arms as they charged towards the beast tamers. Ling Kongyu hoisted her hammer onto her shoulder and beckoned the massive spikewood demon. Her blood-sucking mosquito took to the air, while her other beast, a steel-toothed predator, brandished its blade-like claws in provocation towards the colossal spikewood demon. The horde of spikewood demons surged towards Ling Kongyu's companions, while the giant spikewood demon charged several meters toward Ling Kongyu, opening its massive maw to unleash a rain of sharp spikes. Unfazed and well-prepared, Ling Kongyu stepped to the right, swinging her hammer to send a boulder flying. She executed this maneuver with finesse. The boulder soared without shattering. The boulder struck the leader of the spikewood demons, blocking many of the incoming spikes. However, the spikewood demon leader's eyes glinted with disdain as its whip-like arm lashed out, effortlessly splitting the boulder in half before crashing down onto the ground, creating a deep chasm. Impressive. Ling Kongyu felt a shiver run down her spine. This was going to be tough. The leader's arm stretched over 2 meters, striking with both speed and ferocity. Although her armor was of decent quality, she couldn't be certain how many blows she could withstand. Fortunately, her intention was merely to delay the spikewood demon leader. Ling Kongyu let out a long laugh, darting a few steps to the side before pointing at the spikewood demon leader. The blood-sucking mosquito soared into the air, its wings fluttering as countless sharp needles manifested, flying toward the spikewood demon leader. Little did she expect, the leader of the thornwood demon completely disregarded the attacks of the blood-sucking mosquito, suddenly lunging towards Ling Kongyu with alarming speed. The sharp needles of the blood-sucking mosquito struck its body, only to shatter into nothingness. What? Ling Kongyu was taken aback, and as she attempted to evade, it was too late. One of the demon's whip-like arms coiled around her steel-toothed predator, while the other ensnared her neck. Damn it! It was too fast. Ling Kongyu and the steel-toothed predator quickly retreated simultaneously. As she pulled back, she swung her hammer down with great force. Boom! The hammer descended, emitting a piercing sound that cut through the air. A phantom of the hammer struck fiercely at the approaching thornwood demon leader. Boom! The phantom collided with the demon's whip-like arm, instantly shattering into fragments. This is bad. The disparity in strength is too great. Ling Kongyu's heart sank. She pivoted the hammer, not striking the thornwood demon, but instead propelling her steel-toothed predator away. This maneuver allowed the steel-toothed predator to narrowly escape the demon's whip. However, while the steel-toothed predator evaded, the thornwood demon seized the opportunity to close the distance. Kongyu! The others, witnessing her peril, exclaimed in alarm. With gritted teeth, Ling Kongyu pressed forward instead of retreating, charging directly at the thornwood demon leader. Seizing the moment when the demon was momentarily distracted, she unleashed a blinding blow from her massive hammer aimed at its head. Whoosh! The demon's 2 whip-like arms struck first, entwining around Ling Kongyu's hands like serpents. Although the spikes were blocked by her bracers, she felt an overwhelming force pulling her hands to the left. Whoosh! The hammer missed its target, landing beside the thornwood demon leader. Yet, her hands remained tightly bound by the demon's spiked whips. Huh! Ling Kongyu shouted, her body leaping into the air, her right foot slicing down towards the demon's neck. The thornwood demon screeched, exerting its strength. Boom! Before Ling Kongyu's kick could connect, her entire body was slammed heavily to the ground. Maintaining her composure, she supported herself with her hands, her legs springing up like a coiled spring, delivering a kick to the demon's feet. The demon stumbled as its legs were struck. Toppling forward, Ling Kongyu swiftly rolled on the ground, taking the chance to rise and raise her hands high. Meanwhile, the steel-toothed predator dashed over, slashing through the whips binding Ling Kongyu's hands. Retreat! Ling Kongyu, disregarding her fallen hammer, immediately withdrew. Roar! The fallen thornwood demon leader bellowed in rage, propelling itself upward and charging at Ling Kongyu. It was too fast. There was no escape. Without her hammer, Ling Kongyu's body tensed, her mind racing. However, the attacks from her two beasts couldn't even harm the demon's body. Now, she was completely unarmed. Just then, a song resonated from above Yinshui Gorge. With the blood of the sun in my grasp, and the cold moon and frost blade in my heart. From the summit, I survey all mountains small. Which fool is singing? Ling Kongyu fumed. The song continued. A man traverses the world. As the word traverses echoed, the voice drew closer to Ling Kongyu. A blinding light flared, causing her to instinctively turn her head. The next moment, swish, a domineering blade descended, cleaving the Thornwood demon leader in two. Instantly, a flash of lightning crackled in the air as a ragdoll cat appeared before another Thornwood demon leader, as if teleporting. The electrified blade crossed rapidly. Uffed. The demon, which had been forcing Mu Yuan back, lost its head. Concurrently, several roars erupted on the battlefield. A green-eyed honey badger and a crystal fox charged into the swarm of Thornwood demons as if they were in a realm unopposed, swiftly dispatching them with ease. How is this possible? Ling Kongyu stared in disbelief at the scene. The person before her appeared to be of a similar age to her and Mu Yuan. While it was one thing to slay the Thornwood demon leader, she could also achieve that if the blade was of a high grade. However, 6 beasts. How could someone of such youth possess 6 beasts? This was utterly inconceivable. This fellow must be using someone else's beasts. Chen Fan sheathed his long knife and approached Ling Kongyu. I haven't seen you before. Where are you from? Ling Kongyu opened her mouth, taking a moment to respond. We came from Magic Heaven City, on our way to EC City. Chen Fan nodded. Oh, where is Magic Heaven City? That scoundrel, is he mocking me? Ling Kongyu's expression darkened. Chen Fan continued. I met Jiang Yuan Fan and his group from Flame Marshal City not long ago, but where is Magic Heaven City? Does this guy truly not know about Magic Heaven City? Ling Kongyu's expression softened slightly as she replied. Magic Heaven City is located northeast of EC City, approximately 1,600 miles away. We are here to participate in the Magic Metropolis Beastmaster University Recommendation Competition. Chen Fan was taken aback. The Magic Metropolis Beastmaster University Recommendation Competition? I've never heard of it. Ling Kongyu, slightly exasperated, said, You're a student of which school in EC City? What brings you alone to Yinshui Gorge? The monsters here are quite formidable. We've been fighting our way through, and still Haven T found the way out. Chen Fan interjected. I was asking you about the Magic Metropolis Beastmaster University Recommendation Competition. Why are you going off on a tangent? Chuckling, Chen Fan replied. I'm from the God of War Academy in EC City. The monsters in Yinshui Gorge are rather mediocre. I haven't encountered anything particularly troublesome. Ling Kongyu's face darkened. This guy really lacks social grace. Although he saved us, must he belittle our plight? Just moments ago, we were nearly killed by monsters. She watched as Chen Fan casually bent down and extracted the crystal core from the head of the fallen Thornwood demon leader. Meanwhile, the green-eyed honey badger returned, clutching another crystal core in its mouth. Ling Kongyu opened her mouth, but found no words to say. After all, it was Chen Fan who had slain the monster, so him taking the crystal core was quite normal. At that moment, Mu Yuan and the others approached. Thanks a lot. Mu Yuan waved at Chen Fan, introducing himself. I'm Mu Yuan, from Magic Heaven City, a student at Magic Heaven Academy. Beside you stands a student from the Wind-Chasing Academy of Magic Heaven City, named Ling Kongyu. Other individuals approached and introduced themselves. Chen Fan patted his chest and declared, I am Chen Fan, a student from the Battle God Academy of EC City. Although Ling Kongyu had initially suspected Chen Fan's affiliation with EC City, hearing him confirm it caused a slight tremor of apprehension among Ling Kongyu and his companions. A student from EC City, so formidable? Ling Kongyu instinctively glanced at the long sword strapped to Chen Fan's back. Indeed, it must be of a superior grade. The radiant flashes it emitted could not possibly be produced by an ordinary weapon. Just as Ling Kongyu and his peers concocted an excuse for themselves, they suddenly spotted the small white cat leaping into Chen Fan's arms. Moments ago, this ragdoll cat had unleashed a lightning strike that severed the head of the spiked wood demon leader, while Chen Fan wielded an uncertainly graded longsword. This ragdoll cat possessed no such weaponry. How was it that a mere feline outclassed a level 10 spiked wood demon? Ling Kongyu and his companions widened their eyes in astonishment. It was worth noting that most of them had tamed beasts of only level 5. Only Ling Kongyu and Mu Yuan boasted a pair of level 6 beasts. Yet, had Chen Fan's beast already reached, or even surpassed level 10? Such a notion seemed impossible. Furthermore, this fellow had 6 tamed beasts. How could he possibly possess 6 beasts? Surely, he must have brought along other individuals' high-level beasts to such a perilous place as Yinshui Gorge. Exactly. That must be the case. Mu Yuan and Ling Kongyu exchanged knowing glances, seemingly in sync with each other's thoughts, and both sighed in relief. If a peer truly possessed 6 tamed beasts, some of which reached or exceeded level 10, that would be utterly devastating. They were, after all, the elite of Magic Heaven City. Being similarly gifted, they could scarcely believe they would lag so far behind others. Ling Kongyu smiled faintly, reaching out to pet the small white cat. Is this your tamed beast? How adorable. Indeed. Chen Fan nodded, responding. Xiaobai is my first tamed beast. Don't let her small size fool you. Her strength is astonishing. Ling Kongyu and his companions exchanged puzzled glances. What was happening? Had they misjudged? This ragdoll cat truly belonged to Chen Fan? A level 10 tamed beast? Ling Kongyu felt a sudden urge to retreat. This fellow was absurdly powerful. At that moment, Chen Fan inquired, You mentioned you've been searching for a way out, but found none? Pointing in the direction he had just descended from, he continued, If you traverse that way, cross a river, and scale a mountain, you will reach your destination. It's approximately 170 miles to East Sea City from here. By the way, there is a main road through 7-Star Mountain. Why did you come to Yinshui Gorge instead? Ling Kongyu's face flushed as he replied, Earlier, a swarm of fire ants ambushed us on the main road, setting our vehicle ablaze. We were unable to fend them off and had to retreat here. Those fire ants had indeed brought shame upon East Sea City, first ambushing Jiang Yuanfan and his group, and now destroying Ling Kongyu's vehicle. Chen Fan felt a wave of exasperation. Mu Yuan managed a wry smile, stating, We initially confirmed that we were in 7-Star Mountain, specifically Yinshui Gorge, via the low-definition map. However, the network signal here is intermittent, and with the constant appearance of monsters, we've been floundering about like headless chickens, unable to discern our precise location. Chen Fan nodded slightly. Once you reach this point, there is no need for a map. Simply follow my directions, traverse that way, cross a river, scale a mountain, and after walking about 7 or 8 miles, you will find the main road. Just stick to the main road from there. Mu Yuan shook hands with Chen Fan, saying, All right, thank you. When you return to East Sea City, I'll treat you to a meal. Ling Kongyu's cheeks flushed as he suggested, Let us exchange WeChat. What are you talking about? Mu Yuan interjected, There is no signal here. Ling Kongyu was left speechless, shooting an indignant glare at Mu Yuan. No worries, Chen Fan interjected. When you get back, you can visit me at the Battle God Academy. The group bid farewell to Chen Fan. Watching them depart, Chen Fan, accompanied by Xiaobai and Gongzi, continued deeper into Yinshui Gorge. After walking a little over 100 meters, his phone rang. It was Jiang Yuanfan. Chen Fan, where are you now? I've been trying to reach you, but the calls won't connect. I'm at Yinshui Gorge in 7-Star Mountain. It's likely due to the lack of signal. Oh, are you at our place? On the video call, the scene behind Jiang Yuanfan was his training ground. Jiang Yuanfan nodded. We're preparing to head back to Yinwu City. So we came to say goodbye. I had intended to treat you to a meal, but it seems you've gone out. Chen Fan blinked. You're leaving already? Jiang Yuanfan replied. We need to return to study and train properly. We initially came to challenge you, but now that seems somewhat reckless. It's better to return and train hard for a while first. Chen Fan nodded slightly. Let us all strive together. After exchanging a few more words, Chen Fan ended the call, feeling a twinge of disappointment. He had hoped to find an opportunity to assist Jiang Yuanfan and the others in nurturing their tamed beasts. But they were departing today. Jiang Yuanfan and his crew had become the ones who slipped through the net. Suddenly, Chen Fan recalled Ling Kongyu mentioning the Magic City Tamed Beast Weapon Science University's recommendation competition. He pondered for a moment before attempting to call back. No signal. He tried again. Still no signal. This Yinshui Gorge truly was maddening. He had just made a call moments ago, and now there was no signal. Was the signal here something that could be summoned at will? Chen Fan wandered around the vicinity, dialing several times without success. Frustrated, he decided to abandon the effort. Xiaoqing, let us go. Chen Fan called out to Xiaoqing, who was drinking by the water's edge, and waved to Xiaohei perched on a large tree. Xiaohei flapped his wings and flew down to land on Chen Fan's shoulder. Those 3 idiots are following us again, he remarked. A faint smile curved Chen Fan's lips as he unsheathed the long sword from his back, gripping the hilt firmly. 3 individuals had been tailing him the entire way. Initially cautious, Chen Fan had instructed Xiaohei to fly overhead to guard against ambushes from lurking monsters. Little did he expect Xiaohei to discover that they were being followed instead. Let us move. Chen Fan called again, leading Xiaobai and Gongzi deeper into Yinshui Gorge. As they progressed along the winding mountain path, the old ape suddenly unfurled the shadow canopy, causing Chen Fan and his tamed beasts to vanish in an instant. Behind them, Lu Laoda and his 2 companions crept along the cliffside. Upon turning the corner, Lu Laoda paused in astonishment. The area ahead opened up, but Chen Fan's figure had already vanished. Damn it, one of his companions muttered under his breath. Does that brat have 4 legs? How could he run so fast? Shut up. Lu Laoda waved his short mace, lowering his voice. Keep it down. The individual beside him murmured, Boss Lu, we have reached Yinshui Gorge. There is surely no need for such caution now. We could seize the opportunity to eliminate him directly. A mere second-tier cultivator, even if he becomes aware of our presence, would be unable to escape. You know nothing. Boss Lu retorted coldly. First, we must assess our surroundings. What if we are discovered by others? Did a group of students from Matian City not just pass by? Fortunately, I reacted swiftly. I nearly drew their attention. The one who had spoken previously forced a sheepish smile. Boss Lu continued. A little over 400 meters ahead lies the meteorite pit, a location surrounded by mountains, accessible only by a narrow path. Should that brat enter the pit, he would be akin to a turtle in a jar. Unless he possesses the ability to soar to the heavens or burrow through the earth, he will not escape my grasp. The other two nodded in agreement. Unbeknownst to them, 5 meters to their right, on a massive rock, Chen Fan stood silently, gripping the hilt of his sword with his left hand. Behind him were Xiaobai and Gongzi. Under the shroud of the shadow canopy, the three of them remained utterly unaware. After scanning the area and finding nothing amiss, Boss Lu and his companions prepared to advance along the cliff's edge. Suddenly, a bird, dark as a raven, flew overhead and dropped a small packet. Boss Lu, with acute senses, extended his left hand and deftly caught the packet. It was open, and its contents, a fine powder, spilled forth. What is this? The next moment, an indescribable itch erupted from his palm, spreading throughout his body. Boss Lu screamed in agony, flinging the packet away. The powder, now liberated, wafted onto the faces of his two companions, who simultaneously cried out in distress. With a swift motion, Chen Fan, his gaze fixed like an emerald, surged forth from the shadow canopy, striking down at Boss Lu with a single, lethal blow. Despite the maddening itch, Boss Lu reacted with remarkable speed, channeling star energy to raise his short cudgel above his head. Clang! The blade met the cudgel with a resounding clash, sending both combatants stumbling back 3 meters. In that instant, as Chen Fan retreated, a tempest erupted from the mouth of the emerald-hued Xiaobai. Windstorm blade. The three adversaries were immediately swept into the air. A barrage of wind blades sliced toward them. The trio screamed as they were mercilessly slashed, deep lacerations marking their bodies. Though Xiaobai's wind blades inflicted damage, they did not incapacitate. Without star armor, I utilized only 70% of my star energy, yet it was enough to repel them. This individual must be of the second or third tier. The other two are even weaker. Having gauged their strength, Chen Fan felt a sense of calm wash over him. If they were fourth-tier cultivators, things would become troublesome. Even clad in the heavenly sealing armor and wielding the devil's blade, slaying an uninjured fourth-tier opponent would prove quite a challenge. If they are not of the fourth tier, however, matters would be far simpler. With the long blade in hand, Chen Fan listened to the ongoing cries of his foes while gradually maneuvering for an advantageous position. Meanwhile, the old ape activated the shadow canopy, guiding Xiaobai and Xiaoqing to safety on the other side. Both Chen Fan and Xiaobai were now clad in Gongzi's devil crystal armor, as well as Xiaoqing's azure crystal armor. After a few somersaults in midair, the three assailants let out a collective roar, plummeting to the ground like meteors. Realizing their storm could not contain them, Xiaobai promptly ceased the tempest. Just then, footsteps echoed behind them. The previously departed Ling Kongyu and Mu Yuan, along with their 6 companions, stumbled around the corner in a state of disarray. Upon seeing the scene before them, both Chen Fan and the newcomers were momentarily taken aback. Ling Kongyu exclaimed, "Chen Fan, we have encountered a formidable beast. It is likely an 11th level gold-eating snail." The others behind him flushed with embarrassment, a group of them being pursued by a snail. Chen Fan frowned. "You all retreat to the cliff. I have 3 formidable beasts here." 3 formidable beasts. Ling Kongyu and his companions glanced at the bloodied trio, scratching their heads in panic, and hurriedly scrambled up the cliff. Chen Fan looked skyward. In the air, the little black bird immediately announced, "The gold-eating snail is approaching." It is still over 200 meters away. The group climbing the cliff paused momentarily. Suddenly, Boss Lu bellowed, his short cudgel glowing with intensity, coalescing into the fierce visage of a wolf's head. Third tier. Ling Kongyu, still scaling the cliff, screamed in horror. Only those who reach the third tier can project their star energy to form fierce beasts and various shields. Many weapons, when infused with star energy, can manifest blade light or sword aura, but none can produce such an offensive. Ling Kongyu and his companions finally comprehended why Chen Fan had labeled these 3 as formidable beasts. A third-tier cultivator was far superior to an 11th level monster. In an instant, Boss Lu swung his cudgel toward Chen Fan, a fearsome howl emanating from the wolf's head as it surged through the air. Without a flicker of emotion, Chen Fan stepped forward rapidly, delivering a slash at the wolf's head. Whoosh! The powerful and domineering arc of the lightning blade cleaved through the wolf's head. Boom! A violent shockwave erupted, sending debris flying in all directions. Impossible. Boss Lu's face twisted in shock. A mere second-tier brat managed to shatter his attack with a single strike? How terrifying is this blade? In that moment of bewilderment, Chen Fan lunged forward like an arrow, intent on delivering a lethal blow. Die! Without even employing the 9 cuts of the broken sky, Chen Fan swung his blade down mercilessly toward Boss Lu's head. Seeking death, Boss Lu gritted his teeth, forcing back the itch racking his body, and raised his cudgel once more, ready to strike. Psychic Spike. Just as Boss Lu's cudgel began to rise, the little black bird unleashed its ultimate technique. Boss Lu's strike never came to fruition as he instinctively cradled his head with both hands. With a swift motion, Chen Fan's blade descended, cleaving Boss Lu's body in two as he collapsed to the ground. The splattering blood drenched the 2 remaining individuals still writhing in agony. On the cliff, Ling Kongyu and his companions stood in stunned silence. The 2 afflicted by the itching powder, witnessing Boss Lu's demise, momentarily forgot their own torment. Crack! Xiaobai charged forward, unleashing a lightning slash toward one of the remaining foes. Though this opponent was also a 3rd-tier cultivator, his star energy was refined and his reflexes lightning fast. As Xiaobai's lightning blade approached, he raised his right hand, summoning a protective shield. Bang! The lightning blade struck the shield, causing it to shudder. The rebound force propelling Xiaobai backward. Yet before the opponent could revel in his defense, a flash of purple light erupted from the ground, and a violet crystal spike shot forth. Thud! Chrysanthemums wither, leaving the ground marred. A mournful cry reverberates through the heavens. Meanwhile, on the other side, the long-prepared colossal rock cannon of Little Qing is unleashed, the boulder crashing heavily against another's chest, sending him hurtling backward, blood spewing forth. The old monkey leaps from the shadows, slashing at the limbs of that unfortunate soul. Splat! Splat! Blood bursts forth. Although the man's hands and feet remain intact, his fighting spirit is utterly extinguished. Chen Fan silently observes the fallen star warrior, pierced through by the amethyst crystal, and then glances at the man he had cleaved in 2, before running his fingers over his own armor. Do these individuals lack the means to procure armor? Or perhaps they believe themselves so formidable at the 3rd rank that armor is unnecessary. Had they donned such protection, would they have been so easily pierced by the amethyst crystal? Would they have been cleaved in twain by a single strike? Chen Fan gestures, and Little Qing and the old monkey immediately retreat. The emerald, light as a feather, descends from Chen Fan's head to follow suit. Behind them, the gluttonous gold snail approaches. The snail, the size of a small hill, glimmers with a golden hue, resembling a mountain of gold. The stench of blood seems to have roused the creature. The gluttonous gold snail's eyes gleam with excitement. However, it soon finds itself momentarily stunned. A ragtag assembly of a ragdoll cat, a slime, a blue-eyed honey badger, a jade fox, and a crimson-eyed ghost monkey charges forth, surrounding it completely. Just as it is taken aback, the old monkey has vanished from its sight. Beneath its body, a purple light circle begins to flicker. Boom! The amethyst crystal javelin erupts, sending the gluttonous gold snail soaring into the air. Chen Fan's gaze sharpened slightly. The recent amethyst crystal javelin failed to pierce the snail's shell. This level 11 creature, while truly inferior in strength to the previous 3 3rd-rank opponents, possesses formidable defenses. In truth, the gluttonous gold snail not only boasts an extraordinarily hard shell, but is also clad in an additional layer of armor. Suddenly, Little Bai and Little Qing unleash their attacks in unison. Thunder Dragon, Colossal Rock Cannon, a crackling Thunder Dragon, and a sharply defined boulder strike the gluttonous gold snail simultaneously. The Thunder Dragon dents the snail's shell, electrifying it, and causing it to emit distressing noises. Meanwhile, Little Qing's Colossal Rock Cannon creates a small hole in the snail's shell, greenish blood gushing forth. Little Bai's attack, however, pales in comparison to Little Qing's. Chen Fan nods slightly in approval. Little Bai's combat level stands at 7. Categorized as a mid-tier lord, Little Qing's combat level is 10, classified as a low-tier lord. Should Little Bai ascend another combat level or improve a tier, his attack power would likely rival that of Little Qing. At this moment, the indomitable emerald begins to unleash a torrent of water dragon blasts. Yet, its water dragon attacks merely explode upon making contact with the gluttonous gold snail's shell, failing to breach its defenses. This leaves the emerald in a state of deep frustration. Similarly, the amethyst crystal javelin proves ineffective against the snail's armor, and the creature finds itself before the gluttonous gold snail, helpless, akin to a dog unable to bite a mountain. Seizing the opportunity, the old monkey lunges forward, claws aimed fiercely at the gluttonous gold snail. Creak, creak. The claws leave deep gashes upon the snail's shell. Even with such razor-sharp talons, after breaching the gluttonous gold snail's protective armor, the old monkey's strength wanes, ultimately failing to shatter its defenses. Hiss! Enraged, the gluttonous gold snail retaliates, spewing forth a torrent of greenish acidic liquid toward little Qing. Recognizing the danger, she swiftly evades. The acidic fluid splashes onto the rock where little Qing once stood, instantly bubbling and releasing thick black smoke. Within mere seconds, the surrounding stones dissolve into a viscous black liquid. This foul liquid continues to spread, exuding a noxious odor. This scene horrifies Ling Kongyu and her companions atop the cliff. Such acid, if unleashed upon them, could easily result in their annihilation. This level 11 gluttonous gold snail is truly terrifying. Gongzi unleashed bloodlust. Chen Fan calls out from his perch on the green stone, hands poised with blades. He refrains from intervening, entrusting this battle entirely to Little Bai and the others. Gongzi quickly responds, invoking bloodlust. A crimson crown materializes above the heads of Little Bai and Little Qing, vanishing in an instant. Their power surges by 30 for a duration of 30 seconds. Little Bai and Little Qing's eyes gleam with renewed vigor as they unleash the Thunder Dragon and Colossal Rock Cannon once more. This attack showcases a significant increase in potency. The gluttonous gold snail, akin to a grand target, struggles to evade. The creature seems to sense impending doom, turning to face Little Qing, opening its maw wide. Mental spike. The little black figure in the air promptly drops a mental spike. Crawl before my feet, foolish ants. The gluttonous gold snail's skill is disrupted by the mental spike, preventing its release. Immediately, the Thunder Dragon and Colossal Rock Cannon descend upon it. Boom. The ferocious force creates two large openings in the gluttonous gold snail's shell. This time, Little Bai's Thunder Dragon demonstrates its formidable power. As Little Qing's boulder penetrates the snail's body, it causes a torrent of blood to flow. Yet, Little Bai's Thunder Dragon, after breaching the shell, electrifies the gluttonous gold snail, causing it to emit smoke. Bang, bang, bang. The gluttonous gold snail swiftly turns, leaping like a frog in an attempt to flee. Crackle. A bolt of lightning from Little Bai strikes, its blade of light surging forth, aiming directly for the snail's head. Splat. The gluttonous gold snail's head falls away. The lightning blade may not have been capable of slicing through the snail's shell, but striking its head was akin to cutting through tender beef. Gongzi rushes over, gesturing toward the body of the snail. Hiss hiss hiss. Chen Fan chuckles lightly. You know the meat of the gluttonous gold snail is delectable? Let us hold off for a moment. There are still matters to attend to. On the cliff, Ling Kongyu and her companions watch in stunned silence. An 11-level gluttonous gold snail is utterly powerless against this band of diminutive warriors. These beast tamers are truly formidable. At this juncture, Chen Fan strides a few steps forward, approaching the star warrior whose hands and feet have been ensnared by the old monkey's claws. The unfortunate soul, tormented by the tickling powder, is on the brink of collapse. Chen Fan produces a vial of antidote and pours it into his mouth. Kill me. The man opens his eyes, bloodshot, glaring at Chen Fan. Did your beast training studio send you? Indeed. Do you wish to slay me? Absolutely. You intend to kill me without ascertaining my identity or the capabilities of my beasts. I have only discovered that you recently ascended to the 2nd tier, and I did not investigate your beast companion since both of us are already at the 3rd tier. While Lu Laoda has reached the 3rd tier's 3rd level, there is absolutely no necessity to scrutinize the beasts of a 2nd tier beastmaster. What support does your breeding studio possess? The studio is established by Lin Xiaoxiao of the Lin family, which is merely a second-rate family in Donghai City. However, Lin Xiaoxiao's master, Feng Quan, is a renowned beast breeding master with an illustrious reputation and extensive connections. Your breeding studio has employed so many experts. Who was the most formidable among them? 2 4th-tier first-level star martial artists and 1 4th-tier first-level beastmaster. Excellent. With a swift motion, Chen Fan drove his blade into the heart of the star martial artist. Consider it a merciful end. After eliminating the last of the trio, Chen Fan wiped his long knife clean, then removed the intelligent wristbands from their wrists and collected their weapons. Ling Kongyu and the others had already descended from the cliff. Witnessing Chen Fan's actions, the group stood in stunned silence. Chen Fan turned to Ling Kongyu and inquired with mild curiosity. I did not encounter the golden devouring snail on my way here. Where did you come across it? Ling Kongyu shot a fierce glance at Mu Yuan. Mu Yuan sheepishly replied, I spotted a large puddle on the road and went to relieve myself, only to have that enormous creature spring forth from the water. Just for a moment of relief, it relentlessly pursued us. Chen Fan could only shake his head in disbelief. Henceforth, let it be added to the cautionary tales. Avoid puddles for urination. The group, including Ling Kongyu, blushed and chuckled. Mu Yuan glanced at the corpses on the ground and asked, Chen Fan, what tier are you at now? How is it that you dispatch 3rd-tier foes as though they were mere vegetables? Ling Kongyu and the others narrowed their eyes, fixated on Chen Fan. Chen Fan lightly flicked his long knife and replied, "Primarily, it is due to the prowess of this knife. My weapon is formidable, while these fools, in their arrogance, do not even don armor." "Really?" The expressions of Mu Yuan and the others reflected disbelief. Chen Fan winked. "You all mentioned that you must be famished after the slaughter. Is that not the case?" Mu Yuan rubbed his stomach and awkwardly chuckled. "We snacked on some jerky 4 hours ago, but when we found a monster-free spot to cook, we inadvertently attracted a horde of creatures and have not dared to light a fire since." Chen Fan gestured towards the golden devouring snail and stated, "Do not be deceived by its repulsive acid spray. Its flesh is exquisite, and as soon as it hits the market, it is snatched up. Let us roast this golden devouring snail and indulge. My companion Gongzi was just yearning for it." Ling Kongyu immediately looked down at Gongzi, who was tugging at Chen Fan's pant leg. "This little fellow is named Gongzi? It was remarkable just now, dispatching that star martial artist with a single blow." She intended to offer some praise for Gongzi, but upon recalling the manner in which Gongzi had incapacitated the star martial artist, she found herself at a loss for words. Not only could she not speak, but her face flushed crimson. Mu Yuan burst into laughter. "Strike first at the delicate parts. Your chances of victory increase significantly. I would rather face an 11th level golden devouring snail than contend with such an opponent. It is truly terrifying." Gongzi stood upright, grinning proudly. "Hisses." Xiaobai gently tapped Gongzi's legs with its little paw. Gongzi fell to the ground with a thud. "Who?" Gongzi glared at Xiaobai, puffing out its cheeks. Xiaobai shot at a look, and Gongzi immediately cowered. Gongzi, indifferent to life and death and unyielding in spirit, would only concede before Chen Fan and Xiaobai. Should any other beast dare to trip it, Gongzi would have charged forth fiercely. Gongzi gently nudged Xiaobai with its tiny paw and pointed towards the golden devouring snail. Xiaobai blinked, its eyes sparkling with anticipation. "That creature, is it truly delicious when roasted? I have yet to experience it. Let us all lend a hand and carve the meat from that golden devouring snail for roasting." After uttering this, Chen Fan glanced at Ling Kongyu's beast, the steel-toothed predator, and suddenly paused. Monster name, steel-toothed predator. Combat level, 5. Species level, intermediate extraordinary. Beast attributes, metal. Beast weakness, fire. Requirement for level 6 breakthrough, 25 gene of 11th level golden devouring snail meat, 65 points of energy. Species evolution path, 2. The attributes of the steel-toothed predator are akin to those of the golden devouring snail, requiring merely 25 gene of its flesh. It appears that the steel-toothed predator is on the cusp of a breakthrough. The breakthrough plan displayed on the attribute panel does not even necessitate the use of crystals or other materials. However, the 65 points of system energy required for the leap from level 5 to level 6 seems somewhat excessive. Typically, the energy required for other beasts to ascend from level 5 to level 6 hovers around 20 to 30 points. Chen Fan cast a glance at the golden devouring snail, his mind racing as he surveyed Ling Kongyu and her companion's beasts. The rascals from Jian Yuanfan had already fled. Ling Kongyu's group, however, could not be overlooked. Chen Fan retracted his gaze and addressed Ling Kongyu. "Shall I assist you in cultivating this steel-toothed predator?" "Huh." Ling Kongyu was momentarily taken aback. Chen Fan continued, "I am a senior beast master specializing in breeding. I also run a breeding shop outside the Beastmaster Association in Donghai City, and I reside within the association itself. My fees are quite reasonable." Ling Kongyu, still processing the information, inquired, "You will help me cultivate my beast? How much will it cost? How long will it take?" "We may not stay in Donghai City for long, probably only around 20 days. Chen Fan replied. "To cultivate this steel-toothed predator from level 5 to level 6, it will cost 500,000 alliance coins. Is it truly that expensive?" A flicker of hesitation crossed Ling Kongyu's eyes. However, Mu Yuan immediately interjected, "From level 5 to level 6, only 500,000 is not exorbitant. Consider how much fine sustenance your steel-toothed predator has consumed since breaking through to level 5. That must be worth at least 600,000 to 700,000 alliance coins, right? On which side do you stand, Mu Yuan?" Ling Kongyu shot him a glare. Chen Fan continued, 20 days should be ample, and the cultivation of beasts also hinges on luck. For beasts, it is akin to destiny. Occasionally, a breakthrough can occur in just a day or two. A day or two. Ling Kongyu chuckled incredulously. "Are you jesting?" Chen Fan maintained a serious demeanor. "How could that be a jest? If your beast had only just broken through to level 5 today, I could not guarantee a leap to level 6 within a day or two. In truth, I could accomplish it." Chen Fan smiled slightly and added, "However, your beast has been at level 5 for quite some time, hasn't it? If I apply a little more effort, it may indeed break through shortly. Do you believe that?" Mu Yuan nodded. "That makes sense. A beast's breakthrough requires time. This steel-toothed predator has been cultivated by Kongyu since its breakthrough to level 5 for nearly 7 months. If suitable celestial materials for absorbing star power were found, it would not be surprising for it to break through now. Which side are you on, Mu Yuan? Ling Kongyu, exasperated, took a moment of silence before gritting her teeth and asking, "So, do you have confidence in helping my beast break through to level 6 within 10 days? 10 days is an eternity. I shall assist you in breaking through right now." Chen Fan nodded. "No problem. If I cannot achieve it within 10 days, a full refund." "Excellent." Ling Kongyu emphatically agreed, sealing the deal. The others silently observed Ling Kongyu, refraining from speaking. An unsettling feeling lingered, reminiscent of being duped. While Chen Fan's prowess was undeniably formidable, his expertise in beast cultivation bore little relation to his personal cultivation level. Could he truly elevate the steel-toothed predator from level 5 to level 6 within 10 days? What a farcical notion, unless he were a master beast cultivator. Yet, Chen Fan appeared to be of similar age to them. The group contemplated dissuading Ling Kongyu, but with Chen Fan standing nearby, they hesitated to voice their concerns. The only aspect they could accept was Chen Fan's promise of a full refund should he fail to assist the steel-toothed predator in breaking through within the stipulated time. Surely, this fellow would not renege on his word. A group of them followed Chen Fan as he approached, shattering the shell of the golden devouring snail before beginning to slice its flesh into portions. With Chen Fan and Xiaobai among them, Mu Yuan and the others felt emboldened. A fire was ignited, and they unabashedly commenced roasting meat. "First, please roast a few pieces for me to feed the steel-toothed predator," Chen Fan called out while sitting beside the fire. Instantly, Gongzi protested, repeatedly bumping his little head against Chen Fan's foot. Chen Fan gently patted Gongzi's head. "No need to rush. With such a large snail, even if you all eat your fill, there will still be plenty left. Just wait a few more minutes." Gongzi pouted. Observing this, Xiaobai swiftly swatted him on the head with her little paw. Only then did Gongzi obediently settle on Chen Fan's lap, fixated on the roasting meat. Chen Fan too was captivated by the sight of the meat. 25 pounds of golden devouring snail flesh. Without a scale, it was difficult to estimate. Yet, it was clear that consuming more would be advantageous. Given the size of the steel-toothed predator, it could easily ingest 50 pounds. While roasting the meat, Chen Fan glanced at the others. He had noticed their expressions earlier. Aside from Mu Yuan and Ling Kongyu, the remaining 4 seemed to regard him as a charlatan. There was no need to be anxious. Once the steel-toothed predator was nurtured, they would all be compelled to fill my pockets with their money. What beast I, Chen Fan, have set my sights on could possibly escape? This upcoming Magic Capital Military University's admission competition would surely attract many students from the main city. I would cultivate their beasts in exchange for building rapport, all the while feeling exhausted. Here I am, aiding others in cultivating their beasts while simultaneously having to establish connections, making myself appear like a fraud. Chapter 162. The Demon Race Empress, leader of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Eat quickly. Chen Fan squinted, a slight smile gracing his lips as he presented a sizable piece of golden devouring snail flesh before the steel-toothed predator. The steel-toothed predator regarded Chen Fan silently, motionless. This creature's smiling demeanor bore an uncanny resemblance to that of a sinister uncle luring away children, now presenting a piece of golden devouring snail flesh, like a confectionery. "My master is right here. Why would I need to eat your roasted meat? I seriously suspect you've poisoned it." The steel-toothed predator turned its head away, ignoring Chen Fan. Despite the delicious aroma of the golden devouring snail meat causing it to salivate, it remained obstinate. Chen Fan pursed his lips, glancing at Ling Kongyu. "In cultivating beasts, they must heed my commands. If they refuse, may I discipline them?" Ling Kongyu rolled her eyes, addressing the steel-toothed predator. "Steel? Just eat it, it's not poisoned." At that, Chen Fan's expression darkened. Mu Yuan and the others stifled their laughter. They then witnessed the steel-toothed predator cast a disdainful glance at Chen Fan before devouring the roasted meat placed on the tree with great enthusiasm. Gongzi tugged at Chen Fan's pant leg, pointing at the bonfire. "Just wait a moment, I'll have it ready soon." Chen Fan continued to observe the steel-toothed predator. Gongzi shot a fierce glare at the steel-toothed predator. Why should it be the first to eat and consume so much? The steel-toothed predator continued to feast, devouring piece after piece, its mouth glistening with grease, causing Gongzi to drool incessantly. Chen Fan quietly monitored the attributes of the steel-toothed predator. Suddenly, the line indicating 25 pounds of level 11 golden devouring snail meat vanished from the attributes panel. Excellent. Chen Fan pulled the leaves that had held the golden devouring snail meat aside. The steel-toothed predator. What the hell? Are you insane? You just had me eat, and now you're taking it away? The steel-toothed predator's paw shot out, attempting to reclaim the leaves. Yet, as it lowered its head, Chen Fan swiftly pulled the leaves away again. The steel-toothed predator fixed its fierce glare upon Chen Fan. Gongzi, noticing this, lifted his head and bared his sharp teeth at the steel-toothed predator. Startled, the steel-toothed predator recalled that this fellow had several formidable beasts. Those beasts had effortlessly slain level 11 golden devouring snails. Frightened, the steel-toothed predator retreated behind Ling Kongyu. This cowardly creature that bullies the weak and fears the strong. Bring it out. Chen Fan beckoned to the steel-toothed predator. Ling Kongyu, dissatisfied, remarked, Steel is merely confused as to why you want T let it eat. It's not being cowardly. Shouldn't it be allowed to consume more of the level 11 golden devouring snail meat? This level 11 golden devouring snail was indeed highly suitable for the steel-toothed predator, yet relying solely on this small amount of meat to facilitate a breakthrough was nearly impossible. Unless the entire golden devouring snail were consumed. Mu Yuan leaned in and said, Stop daydreaming. Dawn has already broken. This is a monster killed by Chen Fan. Even a little for us to eat is a stroke of luck, and you expect the steel-toothed predator to devour the entire golden devouring snail? Wake up. Ling Kongyu retorted, Shut up. Enough eating, any more would be wasteful. As Chen Fan reached for the steel-toothed predator, it instinctively opened its mouth, ready to bite his hand. However, below, Gongzi had opened his mouth, baring his teeth. Nearby, Xiao Bai's gaze turned cold, her claws crackling with electric sparks. The steel-toothed predator was startled once more, its body tensing as it allowed Chen Fan to stroke its head. Oh, Mamma Mia! Chen Fan murmured affectionately while petting the steel-toothed predator. The faces of Ling Kongyu and the others turned pale. Are you attempting to cultivate a beast? Do you think we don't understand what oh Mamma Mia means? In the next moment, Chen Fan withdrew his hand, forming a seal and exclaiming, For all who battle, line up before me, vanquish the wicked. Ling Kongyu and the others were left with lines of despair on their foreheads. You scoundrel! Are you filming a movie or performing a ritual? Putting aside the fact that your incantation is from television, it should not be employed in this context. We are cultivating beasts, not exorcising evil. Do you think the steel-toothed predator is a specter? This is utterly preposterous. Ling Kongyu felt deceived. That was 500,000. Wait a moment, something was amiss. 500,000 had yet to be paid to him. That scoundrel dares to play me for a fool. I shan't give him a single penny. I am utterly incensed. Just as Ling Kongyu was fuming, the steel fang predator displayed a pained expression, and then its entire body convulsed violently. Boom! A cascade of starlight fell from the heavens. The steel fang predator ascended from level 5 to level 6. Its regenerative power surged into Ling Kongyu's body immediately. Ling Kongyu stared in astonishment. Mu Yuan and the others were completely petrified. Could it be that the Molly Molly Hong coupled with the 9-character mantra could also be employed for beast cultivation? Just by consuming a few chunks of monster meat and reciting a few lines, it would work? Mu Yuan's mind raced as he quietly recalled the incantation Chen Fan had just uttered, committing it to memory. Ling Kongyu remained in a daze. Even after receiving the steel fang predator's regenerative force, she still found it hard to believe. When did beast cultivation become so effortless? Although this was the meat of an 11th level gold-eating snail, still, that's sufficient. Chen Fan clapped his hands gently and said, Remember to transfer the money to me once you reach EC City. Ling Kongyu snapped back to reality, her face flushed with embarrassment as she stammered. I am so sorry, I thought you were a fraud, didn't I? Chen Fan waved his hand dismissively. No matter. I'm used to being misunderstood. Mu Yuan chimed in. Brother, you're incredible. Among my peers, I've rarely met anyone like you. I'm utterly in awe. Could you assist me in nurturing my beasts? Chen Fan nodded, of course. However, not every beast is so easily cultivated. The steel fang predator was fortunate to encounter a high-level creature of the same attribute. Your beasts, lacking the gold attribute, will require more time and effort. Mu Yuan was even more impressed. How can you tell so easily that our beasts lack the gold attribute? Just experience. Chen Fan chuckled, saying no more. The group around them displayed looks of admiration. Everyone had resolved to seek Chen Fan's help in nurturing their beasts as soon as they reached EC City. This time, they were all aiming for the guaranteed slots in the competition. Transitioning a level 5 beast to level 6 and a level 6 beast to level 7 would ensure their chances. Mu Yuan whispered, So? How much would it cost to cultivate my 2 beasts? Chen Fan raised a finger. Poor men don't speak in riddles. It's 1 million. Mu Yuan was taken aback. Are you kidding me? Kongyu only has to pay 50,000. But for me, it's 1 million? Chen Fan was also momentarily stunned. Well, you have 2 beasts. That's 500,000 each. What is the problem? Mu Yuan nodded. Now that makes sense. Less chit-chat. Transfer the money. There's no internet here. I'll do it when I return to EC City. Mu Yuan sighed. Being a beast nurturer seems quite profitable. I want to become one too. Ling Kongyu scoffed. Don't dream. If you can't even cultivate your own beasts properly, how do you expect to be a nurturer? Give up on that thought. 20 minutes later, less than a third of the gold-eating snail remained. This large group of people and beasts could certainly eat quite a bit. After feasting, they bid farewell to Chen Fan and headed towards East Sea City following the route he had indicated. Sitting on the grass, Chen Fan began to check his system energy. System energy, 188960. Upon seeing this number, Chen Fan instantly beamed. When he left in the morning, the system energy was only 94560. Now it had doubled. It seemed that the beasts he had nurtured earlier were starting to rampage. He had run from the Beast Mountain to the Qixing Mountain Water Cloud Gorge, bringing Xiao Bai and the others along to slay numerous monsters, but the energy gained was rather limited. This surge in system energy primarily stemmed from the Golden Feather Eastern Blue and the Savage Rampaging Ape. Chen Fan clicked on the details of the system energy. The growth in energy was largely from Zhun Qing hunting monsters with the Golden Feather Eastern Blue. The energy gained was the highest. After all, the Golden Feather Eastern Blue was the highest level beast he had nurtured thus far, a flying beast with area attack skills. Following that was Lin Mingfei's Savage Rampaging Ape. There were also many miscellaneous energy gains from the War God Academy's beasts. The school had already sent students out for training. Although the beasts of the War God Academy students were still low level, mostly at levels 2 and 3, the sheer number made up for it. Over 2,000 students and their respective beasts meant 2,000 monsters could be slain. During his journey, Chen Fan had only managed to kill a few hundred. Watching the system energy climb rapidly, Chen Fan was overjoyed. However, after searching for a while, he could not find the beasts belonging to teachers like Li Sheng. The details of the system energy did not include the alpaca and the eight-eyed demon spider, nor did it mention the beasts of class leader Lung Ryu or the class leader of the neighboring class, Ding Yi. Chen Fan had only infused a bit of system energy into Li Sheng's alpaca and the eight-eyed demon spider. As for Lung Ryu and Ding Yi's beasts, which were already at level 5, despite his efforts to select suitable food and infuse system energy, it was evident that their beasts had not advanced to level 6 in the past few days. It seemed that simply infusing system energy was not a viable path. At least one would need to assist the beasts in breaking through a level to be considered nurtured. Chen Fan then checked the beasts of Chu Xian and the others. They had entered the second secret realm with the Death Spider King and other beasts, and had also gained a fair amount of system energy over the half-day. Damn it! How did these guys end up hunting 11th level monsters? Chen Fan noticed in the energy details that the Dark Bloodstone Man and other beasts had killed quite a few 11th level monsters. The Fire Demon Stone Mine was in the D zone of the second secret realm, and apart from that initial ghost-faced giant lizard, there were hardly any 11th level monsters left. Yet, the details indicated that Chu Xian and the others had slain over 10 11th level monsters. Had they already left the D zone? Did they manage to exhaust all the Fire Demon Stones in just half a day? Chen Fan shrugged, standing up. As he rose, Gongzi and Lao Yuan, who had been resting on the grass, also got to their feet. Chen Fan glanced at the remaining gold-eating snail meat, feeling a bit downcast. Monsters come in countless varieties. Some are edible, while others are not. Some are delicious, and others are not. The meat of the gold-eating snail is delectable and rich in stellar energy, making it quite valuable. In contrast, the thorny wood demon he had slain earlier was inedible. Attempting to eat, it would feel like gnawing on wood harder than iron, impossible to chew, and even if one could, no one would want to. Here, there was still a fair amount of gold-eating snail meat left. However, Chen Fan was reluctant to store it in the beast space, as he suspected that Uncle Qian might be trailing him. Last time in the second secret realm, he had felt as though someone was following him, but dismissed it as a mere illusion. Yet, after he had killed those 3 rank 3 beasts at the entrance of the number 9 shop, the Black Armored Legion had arrived, and Uncle Qian had suddenly appeared behind him. Evidently, after encountering the nightmarish garden several times, Master Zhang Hai felt a twinge of unease, prompting him to have Uncle Qian secretly protect him. Having a 5th-tier guardian for protection was undeniably a source of comfort. Yet it was rather disheartening that he could not utilize the Beastmaster space. Chen Fan retrieved a collapsible bag from his belongings and, with the assistance of the old ape, packed the remaining flesh of the gold-eating snail into it. He slung the bag over his shoulder and was about to depart when the little black creature perched on his shoulder suddenly lifted its head and exclaimed, "Look, a shooting star." Chen Fan glanced up to see a black streak in the distant sky, hurtling toward Shuiyun Gorge at an astonishing speed. In the next moment, 6 differently colored lights appeared behind the black streak. It was not a shooting star. The black light and the trailing colors seemed to be in a relentless chase, weaving intricate paths through the air. The velocity of these 7 lights surpassed that of the several 7th-tier masters Chen Fan had witnessed by an unfathomable margin. In the brief moment of his astonishment, the black light swiftly plunged into the 7-star mountain range. Boom! The earth trembled violently. An unending tempest arose, swirling dust and creating a powerful shockwave. Run! Chen Fan abandoned the bag on his shoulder and fled. Xiao Bai and Gang Zi quickly followed suit. Bang! 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 The fierce wind hurled shards of rock, striking Chen Fan. Fortunately, having escaped the immediate vicinity of the Black Light's descent, the debris merely ricocheted off his armor without inflicting any harm. Yet the shockwaves continued to surge, one after another. Chen Fan sought refuge beneath a cliff, narrowly evading the subsequent waves of impact. After a considerable interval, the mountain forest fell eerily silent, no longer producing those terrifying shockwaves. Tentatively, Chen Fan peeked out from beneath the cliff. He paused for a moment, then quietly instructed, Xiao Bai, Gang Zi, you both return to the Beastmaster space first. The old ape and Xiao He will accompany me to investigate. Xiao Bai and Gang Zi nodded in agreement. Xiao Qing promptly enhanced Chen Fan's armor with a layer of azure crystal. Xiao He chimed in, hey, what about me? Give me some armor too. Xiao Qing, incensed, swiftly swatted Xiao He to the ground. Only when Xiao He noticed Xiao Qing entering the Beastmaster space did it take flight again, landing on Chen Fan's shoulder. That cunning fox is so stingy, not even bestowing me a single layer of armor. Silence. Chen Fan pointed ahead and ordered, you fly over there and ascertain the situation. Xiao He was startled. Master, how can you send a bird into battle? I'm not sending you into battle. I'm sending you to scout. Chen Fan lowered his voice. You're just a black crow. Who would notice you in the sky? All right. Xiao He reluctantly took to the air. Just as it ascended, Chen Fan's voice echoed in its mind. I'll follow closely behind. Don't fly too far. If you go too far, we won't be able to communicate. With a flutter of its wings, Xiao He soared higher. Meanwhile, Chen Fan, under the old ape's shadowy canopy, cautiously made his way along the mountainside. After 7 or 8 minutes, Xiao He returned. There's a fight happening. 6 figures in black robes, accompanied by 6 fearsome demons, are pursuing an old man. Those demons are terrifying. They nearly scared me to death. I felt like just one glance from them could end my life. Xiao He's voice trembled as it settled on Chen Fan's left shoulder. Suddenly, a wisp of smoke emerged before Chen Fan, swiftly coalescing into form. Chen Fan squinted, exasperated. Uncle Qian, you've indeed been following closely. Before him stood Uncle Qian from the Beastmaster Association, a 5th-tier star warrior. Uncle Qian spoke in a grave tone, young master. You must leave this place immediately and go to an area with signal to relay the information. I will investigate. Chen Fan opened his mouth, taking a moment to respond. All right, please be cautious, Uncle Qian. Uncle Qian nodded slightly, transforming into a wisp of smoke and darting forward. Chen Fan turned to lead the old ape and Xiao He away when suddenly, a strange voice resonated in his mind. Come here. Chen Fan halted his steps and turned back. Xiao He was taken aback. What is wrong, master? It's too terrifying there. We shouldn't go. Curiosity kills the bird. Chen Fan frowned, straining to listen. The voice vanished again, but as soon as he turned away, it echoed once more. Come here. Gritting his teeth, Chen Fan unsheathed the sword scabbard from his back. Old ape, activate the shadowy canopy. Xiao He, fly up high and don't come down unless necessary. Xiao He was terrified. Master, you're out of your mind. Be quiet. He grasped the scabbard with his left hand and, alongside the old ape, stealthily crept toward the source of the voice. Xiao He hovered anxiously in the air, torn between fleeing and staying close to Chen Fan for his safety. The path was strewn with devastation, fallen trees, shattered boulders, and the scattered corpses of beasts. Chen Fan's left hand gripped the scabbard, his right hand slick with sweat. 10 minutes later, he arrived at a pile of rubble, peering cautiously from behind a large stone. An uncanny scene unfolded before his eyes. In the center of a vast circular pit sat an elderly man clad in black battle armor, legs crossed in meditation. Before him, a verdant gem floated, emanating 12 beams of light that extended like ribbons, ensnaring 6 middle-aged men in black robes and 6 colossal, grotesque demons. The 6 individuals and their monstrous counterparts struggled desperately against the green gem, yet they could not break free. People from the nightmarish garden. Upon seeing the black robes and the demonic insignia, Chen Fan's heart sank heavily. 6 demons. Previously, those captured by the Nightmarish Garden in the second secret realm had mentioned that the Nightmarish Garden could enable star warriors to form contracts with demons. Chen Fan narrowed his eyes, surveying the attributes of the demons. Monster name, 2-headed abyss demon. Combat level, level 40. Race level, High Lord. Monster attributes, demon type. Beast master weakness, lightning, fire. Damn it. Chen Fan cursed inwardly, nearly turning to flee. Level 40 demons. Xiao He was right. Curiosity indeed kills the bird. Such formidable demons could likely obliterate Donghai City with a mere flick of their wrist. What on earth has transpired? Why would such terrifying creatures and such a mysterious powerhouse appear on 7-Star Mountain? Chen Fan gazed at the old man in the center. Though he was momentarily restraining the 6 members of the Nightmarish Garden and their demons with the gem, blood continuously trickled from the corners of his mouth. If this continued, he would not last much longer. Was he a peak powerhouse from the Tang Kingdom? The audacity of the Nightmare Court has reached such heights that they dare to pursue the pinnacle of strength in the Tang Kingdom directly? Chen Fan's heart was taut with apprehension. He was uncertain of the old man's cultivation level, but he was acutely aware that such beings were exceedingly rare in the Tang Kingdom. The demise of such a figure could unleash catastrophic turmoil upon the kingdom and the world at large. The deranged Nightmare Court had driven him to grit his teeth. And suddenly, his heart skipped a beat. Not far from his left, beneath a grand tree, lay Uncle Chen, who had arrived before him, sprawled on the ground. His life in jeopardy. Damn it! Chen Fan clenched his right fist, his eyes aflame with rage. Uncle Chen had protected him all along. If he were to perish inexplicably in this place at that moment, a figure clad in black robes coldly remarked, "Leader, the 5-colored divine stone is not yours. How long can you sustain yourself while forcibly activating it in your injured state?" The 5-colored divine stone. Chen Fan's eyes widened as he fixated on the gem, which gleamed a verdant hue reminiscent of jade. Was this truly the 5-colored divine stone? Where was the promised vibrance? The leader retorted icily, "Shameless wretch. Had it not been for the traitor within my heavenly demon sect who poisoned me, how could you worthless fools dare to pursue me? If I had not been poisoned and ambushed, I could have crushed all of you with a single palm." This old man was the leader of the heavenly demon sect? Chen Fan was momentarily taken aback. He had only learned about the heavenly demon sect from Qian Dai Zi a short while ago, and now, just days later, he found himself face to face with its leader. However, this leader seemed rather unfortunate. Was there no protector or bodyguard for the head of a sect? These individuals clearly stood no chance against him, yet he was poisoned and hunted down, with nowhere to flee. Truly exemplifying the adage, a dragon in shallow waters is toyed with by shrimp. A tiger fallen on flat ground is bullied by dogs. The black-robed figure from the Nightmare Court chuckled lightly. "Leader, you are well aware that we of the Nightmare Court spare no means in our pursuits. Who can you blame for your own carelessness? The victor takes all. What use is there in discussing this? Today marks your demise. Is that so?" The leader of the heavenly demon sect replied nonchalantly, "Just you few? Don't be absurd. You are currently sealed by my 5-colored divine stone and dare to speak so boldly." "TSK, TSK, TSK. The black-robed figure shook his head repeatedly. "Indeed, we cannot break free, but how much longer can you endure, leader?" Chen Fan cast a glance at the speaker and quickly swept his gaze over the others. Aside from the one who could still move his head, the remaining 5 and the demon wore expressions of profound agony. Chen Fan's gaze shifted back to the leader of the heavenly demon sect. The leader's face was marred by spiderweb-like fissures, blood seeping continuously from the cracks. As the black-robed figure had asserted, the leader of the heavenly demon sect could indeed not last much longer. When his strength waned, that would be the moment when the 6 and the demon would break free. "Come, come." The voice calling out echoed in Chen Fan's mind, now clearer than before. "Come, you brat." Chen Fan was infuriated, ready to curse. Observing a battle among unparalleled powerhouses from the sidelines was already enough to send chills down his spine. How could he possibly join in? Wait, what exactly was coming? "Come, come." The voice continued to reverberate in his mind. Chen Fan stared at the 5-colored divine stone, his eyes bulging. Was it the 5-colored divine stone summoning him? The issue was, even if it summoned him, what could he do? Uncle Qian, at the 5th rank, had already been brought low, his life uncertain. What was he supposed to do? "Little brother, please assist me." The heavenly demon sect leader suddenly turned his gaze toward Chen Fan's hidden position and implored, "Come out and help me slay them." A chill ran down Chen Fan's spine. These people had known he was there all along. It was no surprise, after all, the old ape was merely at level 7. And if its shadowy veil could truly conceal him from such formidable beings, that would be alarming. Chen Fan's thoughts shifted as he sent the old ape back to the Beastmaster space. Roar. The old ape clung to the summoning formation, refusing to enter. "Old ape, return for now." Chen Fan did not turn back, but his tone was significantly more forceful than usual. The old ape's eyes turned crimson as it slammed a paw down upon the ground before retreating into the Beastmaster space. "Senior." My friend Chen Fan gestured toward Uncle Qian, still sprawled on the ground. The leader of the heavenly demon sect responded, "He is not dead. He has merely been gravely injured by the power of the 5-colored divine stone and has lost consciousness." Chen Fan squinted, glancing at the 6 trapped individuals and the demon, then sighed with a wry smile. "I am merely a 2nd-ranked beast master. How could I possibly engage in battle with beings of your caliber?" Blood oozed from the corner of the heavenly demon sect leader's mouth as he softly stated, "Those 6 and the demon are already ensnared by me. You need only help me eliminate one, and I can harness the power of the 5-colored divine stone to eradicate the rest. Little brother, they are all from the Nightmare Court, a great enemy of the Tang Kingdom, a great enemy of Blue Star, and a great enemy of humanity. If we do not take this opportunity to eliminate them, the repercussions will be endless." Hee hee. The black-robed figure from the Nightmare Court chuckled coldly. "Leader, you truly have reached the end of your rope, unable to find other means? You actually place your hopes on a mere child? Are you certain he can wield that knife against us?" The expression of the heavenly demon sect leader darkened. At this moment, he resembled a drowning man. And Chen Fan was but a straw. Could a straw save him? Nevertheless, it was worth a shot. To the surprise of all, Chen Fan indeed approached. One hand grasping the hilt, and the other on the sheath, slowly advancing. This lad, the leader of the heavenly demon sect, was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Chen Fan's unwavering gaze. Had it been anyone else, they would likely have collapsed in terror. Yet this youth approached step by step with no sign of fear. "Come, come." The voice of the 5-colored divine stone continued to beckon. Chen Fan felt a surge of irritation. "Can't you see I've arrived? What should I do now? Just grab me." The voice emanating from the 5-colored divine stone was faint yet distinct. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan halted his steps. The 5-colored divine stone summoned him merely to have him grasp it? But why? Not only was his cultivation insufficient to seize the 5-colored divine stone, but should he actually manage to take it, the 6 individuals and the demon would surely break free. At that point, both the heavenly demon sect leader and he would be doomed. Faced with such formidable foes, Chen Fan lacked even the courage to enter the Beast Master space. Entering the Beast Master space now would certainly be feasible. However, if he removed the 5-colored divine stone, allowing those individuals and the demon to escape, he would absolutely have no chance or time to retreat. "Come, grasp me with your hand." The 5-colored divine stone incessantly summoned Chen Fan. Gritting his teeth, he approached the 5-colored divine stone. The leader of the heavenly demon sect paused briefly. "I instructed you to kill one of them. Why have you come here?" In the next moment, behind the master of the celestial demon sect, a swirling portal to the beast control space materialized out of thin air. A gateway to another dimension? Both the master of the celestial demon sect and the 6 individuals from the nightmarish court were momentarily taken aback. In that fleeting moment of confusion, Chen Fan, who had been gripping the hilt of his weapon, suddenly loosened his hold and seized the 5-colored divine stone. "Little brother, no?" The master of the celestial demon sect exclaimed in horror. Meanwhile, the 6 members of the nightmarish court displayed expressions of unbridled joy. In the blink of an eye, the star power emanating from Chen Fan surged uncontrollably, crashing into the 5-colored divine stone. Simultaneously, the 960 points of energy displayed on the system panel vanished in an instant, converging into the 5-colored divine stone. The stone radiated a blinding brilliance. Boom! A terrifying force erupted from the colorful ribbons released by the divine stone, striking fiercely at the 6 members of the nightmarish court and their 6 demons. The 6 individuals and the demons screamed in agony as blood gushed forth from their bodies. Excellent. Although the master of the celestial demon sect was bewildered as to how Chen Fan had accomplished such a feat, he recognized the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and immediately relinquished the 5-colored divine stone. With a swift motion, he appeared like a wraith before the individual who had spoken earlier, clawing down upon their head. This person was the strongest among the 6. Incapacitating them would render the others insignificant. Crack! The sound of bones snapping echoed as the individual let out a wretched cry, reflexively striking out with a hand that struck the master of the celestial demon sect squarely in the chest. The master grunted, staggering back. At that moment, Chen Fan, clutching the 5-colored divine stone, leaped swiftly towards the newly opened portal to the beast control space. However, as he leapt, an invisible force suddenly gripped him. Chen Fan glared at the portal, which hovered barely a foot from his head, suppressing the urge to curse. Just when he thought he was doomed, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The 5 liberated individuals and the 6 demons did not charge at him or the master of the celestial demon sect. Instead, they darted into the forest, scattering in all directions. Had they escaped? A soft huff from above interrupted him, and a few enormous hands descended from the sky, swift and merciless, capturing the fleeing 5 and 6 demons with pinpoint precision. Boom! As Chen Fan turned to watch, those hands gently squeezed. All 5 formidable members of the nightmarish court and 6 level 40 demons burst apart like fireworks. What the hell? This suddenly appearing woman is ridiculously powerful. Those are level 40 demons. She crushed them all with a mere gesture? But the real question is, why is she grabbing me too? Chen Fan gritted his teeth. enduring the strain in his neck as he looked up. In the air, a woman clad in a crimson robe sat upon a throne, suspended in midair, gazing down with an air of indifference. She appeared to be in her 20s, exuding elegance and grace. Her forehead resembled the moon, her eyes twinkled like stars, and her finely arched brows added an imperial aura to her regal demeanor, giving the impression that she was born to rule, unmatched in her nobility. Beside her stood another woman clad in battle armor. Then, an attribute panel appeared before Chen Fan. Monster name: Empress of the Demon Race, Yi Hongyan. Combat level: Race level: High Mythical. Monster attributes: Monster weakness. Chen Fan was taken aback. Demon Race, Empress, High Mythical? Even the system could not ascertain her level? As he stood there in stunned silence, the five-colored divine stone slipped from his grasp and soared into the air. The armored woman cradled the stone in her hands and presented it to Empress Yi Hongyan. Your Majesty, look. Yi Hongyan cast a curious glance at the five-colored divine stone. Then, extending her right hand, she gently touched the stone. Whoosh! The stone erupted with a green light, merging into her body. Your Majesty! The maid beside her exclaimed in shock. Yi Hongyan waved her hand dismissively. Below, Chen Fan nearly ground his teeth in frustration. That was clearly my prize. It had been calling out to me all along. Now it has merged into someone else's body. That was my spoils of war. Cursed be this wretched fate. Not only was Chen Fan seething with rage, but the master of the celestial demon sect nearby was also left dumbfounded. He reached out. Your Majesty, that belongs to me. Please return it. Yi Hongyan responded softly. It seems your forehead could accommodate a horse. What does that mean? Chen Fan was momentarily puzzled, but her voice was truly melodious. Many likened enchanting voices to heavenly music, but this was the very definition of celestial. The maid chimed in. You really have a big face. Chen Fan. One speaks in ancient tongue, and the other comments on the side? What nonsense is this? With a long sigh, the master of the celestial demon sect lamented. I have possessed the five-colored divine stone for over 3 centuries. It has never acknowledged a master, only releasing a fraction of its power to assist me. I never expected. All my hopes and dreams have been in vain, turning into a garment for another. Alas, the master of the celestial demon sect sat cross-legged. Chen Fan sensed a surge of power within the old man that seemed poised to explode. Is he about to blow up? Chen Fan felt a chill run down his spine. However, he was still bound by that invisible force, unable to escape. In the air, Yi Hongyan remarked. How fortunate that no blade has driven you forward. Why must you sacrifice yourself? What does that mean? Chen Fan was baffled again. The maid beside her clarified. If you don't court death, you want to die? Why can't you understand? Chen Fan felt a surge of madness, even though these words were not directed at him. Hey, hey, hey! Chen Fan sensed the old man's condition worsening, shouting, the master is about to explode. Someone help. Yi Hongyan glanced at Chen Fan, her expression shifting slightly. Then, she reached out, and meow? From the distant forest, a dying saber-toothed orange cat soared into the air, landing in her grasp. Rising from her throne, she took a step forward, seemingly traversing space, and appeared before the master of the celestial demon sect. Upon seeing the orange cat in Yi Hongyan's hands, the master was momentarily stunned. Your Majesty, what do you intend to do? What is your purpose? Yi Hongyan replied indifferently. Your physical body has shattered, and even your soul is in tatters. Only by transferring your soul into this saber-toothed orange cat can you preserve your life. Absolutely not. I refuse. The master of the celestial demon sect roared in fury. The master of the celestial demon sect would rather die than possess the body of an orange cat. Yi Hongyan's brows furrowed slightly. You have no choice in the matter. As soon as her words fell, her palm gently pressed upon the master's head. The master let out a pained groan, his eyes instantly losing their light. In the next moment, a swirl of dark energy was extracted by Yi Hongyan and subsequently infused into the saber-toothed orange cat. Yi Hongyan exhaled in relief. The primordial chaos has been released so easily. The armored maid stated, I have summoned the primal forces. Chen Fan. The saber-toothed orange cat suddenly opened its eyes wide and spoke human words. Yi Hongyan, I shall not coexist with you. Yi Hongyan's lips curled into a slight smirk. Why not rise with the winds and soar to the heavens? The armored maid retorted, why don't you ascend to the skies? Chen Fan and the orange cat. The saber-toothed orange cat angrily exclaimed, why are you here? Yi Hongyan replied indifferently, a month ago. I heard the call of the five-colored divine stone in my dreams and followed its summons all the way here. The orange cat scoffed. Are you implying that you are the true master of the five-colored divine stone? Yi Hongyan turned to Chen Fan. This little orange cat is a gift for you. Chen Fan, infuriated, spat blood. The five-colored divine stone would suffice. What use is an orange cat to me? The orange cat was equally incensed. You insolent fool, I am. Before it could finish, it suddenly fell silent, unable to utter a word. Yi Hongyan looked at the orange cat and calmly said, Master, without the 5-colored divine stone, your powers are sealed within the orange cat, rendering you vulnerable in this forest, which can be perilous. The orange cat let out a cold laugh and moved to a large stone nearby, silently observing Yi Hongyan before striking the stone with a paw. Bang! A cloud of dust fell from the stone. The orange cat paused for a moment, covering its paw. Ow! Ow! That hurt, the armored maid remarked. A level 1 saber-toothed orange cat. Not to mention the Nightmare Court's members. Even the level 10 and 11 monsters in this forest could kill you with a mere breath. Master, tread carefully. Chen Fan could no longer contain himself. Excuse me, could you let me down first? Yi Hongyan's fingers moved slightly. Chen Fan immediately floated towards her. The maid frowned and asked, Your Majesty, why can this brat control the 5-colored divine stone? The orange cat added, Indeed. Why can he harness the power of the 5-colored divine stone? Yi Hongyan silently gazed at Chen Fan. Their eyes met, seemingly transcending millennia. After a brief silence, Yi Hongyan slowly raised her hand, as if intending to stroke Chen Fan's head. Her hand extended halfway and then halted in the air. She retracted her hand, perplexed by her own actions. After a considerable pause, her arm lifted once more, gently pointing at Chen Fan's forehead. Bang! Chen Fan's vision darkened, and he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Yi Hongyan and the maid stepped forward and vanished into thin air. Chapter 163. From this day forth, you shall be the leader of the heavenly demon sect. Chen Fan experienced a rather peculiar dream. In the dream, he transformed into a small skeleton. The little skeleton resided in a dark abyss, and after much effort, it crawled out, eager to behold the vast world, only to find itself relentlessly pursued. He fled to a most peculiar place, where countless individuals gathered in revelry. Chen Fan observed many bizarre beings. Some had horns, others possessed 2 heads, and some, like him, were skeletons. Divine beasts roamed everywhere. On the stage, numerous women danced gracefully. Suddenly, Yi Hongyan appeared in a flowing red dress, gliding towards him. Strangely, while the faces of everyone else appeared hazy and dreamlike, Yi Hongyan's exquisite visage was crystal clear to him. With a radiant smile, Yi Hongyan extended her hand, taking Chen Fan's, leading him away. He could even feel the warmth of her palm. A strange sensation blossomed within him. He yearned to hold her hand and walk on forever. Suddenly, an aged voice echoed through the void. Chen Fan is young, in the prime of life, and dreams many dreams each day. Each dream springs from springtime. Hey kid, wake up. How long do you intend to sleep? In an instant, all visions shattered like glass. Chen Fan awoke, irate, only to find a furry, monstrous face before him. Damn! Chen Fan instinctively swatted at it. Meow! The orange cat, unable to evade, was sent flying against the mountainside, sliding down. Fortunately, Chen Fan had merely acted on instinct and hadn't unleashed much star power. Otherwise, that swipe might have killed it outright. After all, it was merely a level 1 orange cat. The leader of the heavenly demon sect climbed back up, fuming. You nearly killed me. Chen Fan squinted, attempting to recall the dream's imagery, but nothing came to mind except for the fact that he had been a little skeleton holding hands with Yi Hongyan. Hey, what are you thinking about? The orange cat climbed onto Chen Fan's lap, waving its tiny paw before him. You were drooling in your sleep. Your mouth stretched from ear to ear. Chen Fan wiped his mouth. Then, regaining his focus, he checked his system panel. The system energy displayed only 523 points. This amount had only increased after he had fainted. Damn it! Chen Fan was furious. The earlier scene of his energy being drained after grasping the 5-colored divine stone was no mere illusion. It had truly been siphoned. What on earth was happening? Could the 5-colored divine stone actually seize his system energy? Was even the system powerless against it? Or did they have some sort of collusion? Chen Fan gazed up at the sky, tears of frustration welling in his eyes. This was not how the script was supposed to unfold. How could a person bound to a system end up having their spoils snatched away? Not only were his rewards pilfered, but he had also lost 180,000 system energy. What was that about? His mind swirled with question marks and exclamation points. Observing Chen Fan's expression, the orange cat waved its paw again, saying, Hey, shouldn't I be the one in despair? Why do you look so miserable? I've toiled for over 300 years. My physical form has shattered, my soul nearly torn asunder. All my cultivation lost, the 5-colored divine stone stolen, and now I've become a cat. If I keep going, I might just cry. My 5-colored divine stone. Chen Fan regarded the orange cat. Now that you mention it, I feel much better. The orange cat gazed skyward at a 45-degree angle, displaying an expression of utter despair. Chen Fan shifted his position, leaning against the stone to sit down, and asked, "Why is a leader of the heavenly demon sect in such dire straits? Don't you have any protectors?" The orange cat sighed. "Not long ago, I prepared for a breakthrough, specifically selecting a forbidden zone to retreat into, only to be betrayed, poisoned, and ultimately hunted by the Nightmare Court. My five-colored divine stone." Pausing, the orange cat raised its paw and roared. "I will not rest until I have my vengeance against the Nightmare Court." Chen Fan cast a silent glance at the orange cat, rolling his eyes lazily as he remarked, "From now on, you shall be called Little Orange." The orange cat erupted in fury, exclaiming, "Preposterous! I am the illustrious leader of the celestial demon sect, and you dare to bestow upon me such a name? Moreover, have I consented to accompany you? If you choose not to, then so be it. It matters not to me." Chen Fan shrugged nonchalantly. "You, a mere level 1 orange cat, truly believe I covet your companionship? That so-called empress decreed you to be sent to me, but I am not her subordinate, nor do I need to heed her commands. Be wary of yourself, for there are many level 10 and 11 monsters upon the 7 Stars Mountain." With that, Chen Fan prepared to rise. In truth, he genuinely wished to take the orange cat under his wing. After all, within this feline resides the soul of the celestial demon sect's leader. As Chiozi had mentioned, this creature hails from the Tianyu realm and undoubtedly possesses vast knowledge of its affairs and many profound secrets. Furthermore, it must have cultivated some formidable techniques. Such attributes are indeed invaluable. However, the real question lies in whether the leader would be obedient. Thus, a strategy of feigned indifference was in order. Sure enough, the orange cat paused momentarily before clearing its throat and stating, "I could follow you, but you must not treat me as a mere beast. And do not call me Little Orange." Chen Fan frowned slightly. "You are round and plump. How about I call you Roundy instead?" The orange cat gritted its teeth in protest. "Absolutely not." Chen Fan sighed in resignation. "Very well, I shall continue to call you leader. However, given that your powers are currently sealed and you appear half dead, should anyone overhear me addressing you as such, be it an enemy or a minion from the Nightmare Court, they could easily crush you. Do consider that. I am merely at the 2nd rank and cannot protect you. Should you meet your demise, do not blame me." A conflicted expression crossed the orange cat's face as it murmured, "Then perhaps Little Orange would suffice. No, Roundy seems better. No, it must be Little Orange. TSK, Roundy does sound slightly preferable." After a moment of self-debate, the orange cat suddenly fell silent, gazing forlornly at the sky at a 45-degree angle. A visage of sorrow etched on its face. "What has befallen me? I, the esteemed leader of the celestial demon sect, have stooped to such depths? Am I truly lamenting over the names Little Orange and Roundy?" As the orange cat daydreamed, Chen Fan summoned Xiao Bai and the others. The moment they emerged, they scattered in all directions, as if facing a formidable threat. Yet, the surroundings were eerily calm, devoid of danger. "Fear not, the formidable foes have all been vanquished," Chen Fan assured them. "I am unscathed, rest easy." Instantly, Lao Yuan and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Earlier, upon returning to the Beastmaster space, Lao Yuan had recounted the circumstances, causing Xiao Bai and the others to grow frantic. Little Orange cast a disdainful glance at the beast companions, boasting, "Listen well, for I shall be your leader from now on, and you must obey my commands." Before it could finish its proclamation, Gongzi rushed forward, pinning its head down and delivering a flurry of blows. The orange cat was left dazed. How could it be that I, the illustrious leader of the celestial demon sect, have been bested by a mere honey badger? Enraged, the orange cat lifted its head. "You impertinent fool." Bang, bang, bang. Gongzi's claws rained down upon the orange cat's head, reducing it to tears. Presently, it was merely a level 1 saber-toothed orange cat, while Gongzi had already reached level 7 and possessed the status of a mid-tier lord. For Gongzi, striking down a level 1 Little Orange was akin to a giant thrashing a 3-year-old child. The orange cat soon realized it could not contend with Gongzi's might. After enduring a beating, it chose silence. Upon its quietude, Gongzi stepped back. The orange cat, feigning nonchalance, approached Xiao He and declared, "Hey Crow, I shall be your leader from now on." Xiao He turned its head and unleashed a mental spike. The orange cat let out a pained yowl, clutching its head as it collapsed to the ground. "Damn it!" The orange cat roared in fury, raising its head. However, as soon as it did, Xiao He unleashed another wave of terror. Why am I suddenly so frightened?" The orange cat dashed about in panic, colliding with a rock and sliding down beside it. After a moment, the orange cat slowly rose, its eyes filled with sorrow. Not only could it not overpower a honey badger, but it found itself unable to contend with a mere crow. The mighty have fallen, only to be bullied by the weak. Xiao He cast a cold glance at the leader and remarked, "Fat cat, be a good little subordinate. If you dare to complain, I shall end you." The orange cat's eyes darted, and it approached the emerald slime, stating, "Little slime, I shall be your leader from now on, and you must obey my every command. The slime replied, chirp, 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 chirp. What are you even saying, little cat? The orange cat retorted, what are you chirping about? I cannot comprehend your words. I said you shall be my subordinate. Do you understand? The slime unleashed a gust of wind, lifting the orange cat into the air before crashing it back down to the ground, nearly shattering its frame. Xiao Bai and Lao Yuan watched the orange cat in disbelief. Previously, they had thought Xiao He the most troublesome, only to now witness the emergence of an even more troublesome character. This orange cat is truly a simpleton. The orange cat felt like crying, as if everything were but a dream. This fellow named Chen Fan. The orange cat noticed Chen Fan rummaging through its corpse, and its fur bristled in indignation. Scoundrel, what are you doing? Dare you desecrate my remains? Without lifting his gaze, Chen Fan replied, I am searching for anything of value on your person. After all, you are the leader of the celestial demon sect. Surely you possess some treasures? The orange cat, infuriated, shouted, impudent. Cease this at once. It charged forward and bit down on Chen Fan's foot. However, Chen Fan was clad in armor, and the orange cat nearly broke its teeth. What the? Chen Fan, still unperturbed, retorted, silence. Moments later, he retrieved 2 rings from the corpse of the celestial demon sect leader. Leader, you are rather impoverished, are you not? Chen Fan gazed at the rings, incredulity filling his eyes. Are you truly the leader of the celestial demon sect? The orange cat smirked proudly. Indeed, without a doubt. Chen Fan responded. Is the leader of the celestial demon sect so destitute? Is this all you possess? 2 rings and a smart wristwatch? Not bad, not bad. Once we step outside and have internet access, do share your bank account details with me. The orange cat interjected. You promised to help me take revenge. Only then will I divulge the password. Chen Fan, exasperated, replied, have you lost your mind? You want me to confront those formidable beings from the Nightmare Court? I have slain several of their ilk, but to be blunt, one breath from such a powerhouse would send me to my demise. The orange cat countered. That is hardly the case. At most, it would be half a breath. Chen Fan remained silent. The orange cat, with a proud smile, declared, Yet I can teach you to cultivate, enabling you to grow stronger. Chen Fan paused. Speaking of which, where are your beasts? I have yet to witness you engage them in battle. The orange cat rolled its eyes. I am a star warrior, not a beast master. Chen Fan mused. No wonder you were overwhelmed in a group brawl. Look at me. I only bring Xiao Bai and the others along to engage in mass assaults on others, while no one dares to gang up on me. The orange cat cast a glance at Xiao Bai and Gongzi, and in that moment, it finally realized the truth. This rascal possesses 6 summoned beasts? What on earth is happening? The orange cat blinked, incredulous, and inquired, You previously mentioned your cultivation level was what? 2nd tier? Chen Fan nodded affirmatively. Indeed. The orange cat fell silent. In truth, the moment Chen Fan appeared, his spiritual energy had already scanned Chen Fan, confirming his cultivation level. However, how could a 2nd-tier practitioner possibly contract so many summoned beasts? Just moments ago, he had witnessed Xiao Bai and the others emerge from the summoning array. This fellow. The orange cat gazed at Chen Fan, a glimmer of intrigue flickering in his eyes. Suddenly, he asked, by the way, earlier I instructed you to eliminate someone from the Nightmarish Garden. Why did you instead choose to grasp the 5-colored Divine Stone? Have you encountered the 5-colored Divine Stone before? How could you summon its power? I have not, Chen Fan replied, shaking his head. That stone was calling to me, speaking within my mind, urging me to grasp it. The orange cat exclaimed. Chen Fan cast a sidelong glance at the orange cat. What is the matter? Is there a problem? The orange cat narrowed his eyes. You possess the secret star power of a 2nd-tier practitioner. It should be impossible for the 5-colored Divine Stone to unleash such might. Chen Fan scoffed. Who doesn't have their secrets? The orange cat retorted, You're veering off topic. How is it that you possess merely 2 rings and a smart bracelet? A dignified leader of the demon cult, yet you lack any magical artifacts? The orange cat snorted, You know nothing. All my belongings are stored within a Shumi mustard seed. Shumi mustard seed? Chen Fan exclaimed with delight. Is that the legendary spatial ring that can hold items? The orange cat nodded. You have some knowledge. Chen Fan inquired. Holding up the rings, are both of these Shumi mustard seeds? How do you open them? The orange cat shook his head. They cannot be opened. I have placed restrictions on them with my spiritual energy. Only I can unlock them. Chen Fan extended the rings towards him, then opened them for me. The orange cat grinned. If I were not injured and sealed within this orange cat's body, I could certainly open them. However, my soul energy is currently too feeble to do so. Chen Fan's expression darkened. So, I cannot utilize this at all? I can't retrieve anything from inside? The orange cat nodded. Theoretically, yes, but do not fret. Once I recover my cultivation, I will be able to open them. When will you recover? Perhaps in 20 years. Perhaps in 100. Go die? That is 3 words. Are both rings Shumi mustard seeds? Is that so? Yes. Neither can be opened? Correct. Useless. Younger generation, why do you enjoy cursing so much? Try wearing the rings. They cannot be opened. What is the point of wearing them? What if wearing them allows you to open them? Are you joking with me? You don't understand. High-tier magical artifacts require a master. For instance, the 5-colored divine stone I possessed for over 300 years never recognized a master until it inexplicably became hers in the hands of Yi Hongyan. Alas, you mention this. And I wish to vomit blood. What blood? If anyone is to vomit blood, it should be me. The 5-colored divine stone originally belonged to me. I carried it for over 300 years. Seeing the orange cat's heart-wrenching expression, Chen Fan shook his head repeatedly. This fellow was prone to breakdowns whenever the 5-colored divine stone was mentioned. Chen Fan examined the rings closely, adorning his fingers with both. The rings were indeed quite exquisite, each set with a gem. One ring bore a sapphire, the other showcased a purple gem, both shimmering with resplendent brilliance. As soon as the second ring was worn, the orange cat raised its little paw, gently tapping the ring. Suddenly, the ring radiated a blinding light. Chen Fan felt a sharp pain in his finger as a drop of blood was drawn into the ring. Chen Fan gasped, "You treacherous cat. Did you just try to harm me?" Quick as lightning, Gongzi rushed over and bit down on the orange cat's neck. The orange cat, terrified, exclaimed, "No, no. Don't misunderstand. Calm down, calm down." After the blinding light faded, Chen Fan felt an inexplicable connection with the ring, yet no other abnormalities occurred. Chen Fan waved his hand, signaling Gongzi to release the orange cat. The orange cat explained, "This ring has 2 functions. Firstly, it serves as a defensive artifact. Infusing it with star power can activate a formidable protective shield. Secondly, it is the token of the demon cult leader. Whoever the ring acknowledges as its master will become the demon cult leader." Chen Fan's countenance immediately darkened. "Do you dare to deceive me? Do you believe I won't crush you right now?" The orange cat protested. "How is this deceiving you? You are now the demon cult leader. You should be pleased. Although our demon cult may not be the most powerful faction on Blue Star, even the Blue Star Alliance military treats us with courtesy. Did you not witness how the Empress Yi Hongyan was polite to me?" "I indeed saw that," Chen Fan replied coldly. "You, a leader, are being hunted to the ends of the earth, yet you still have the audacity to boast in front of me?" The orange cat retorted angrily. "I was merely overly careless and fell victim to a treacherous plot. Had I not been poisoned, I could have effortlessly crushed those earlier foes. Regardless, you are now the demon cult leader. You must not only protect this old leader, but also rally the cult members to avenge me." Chen Fan smirked slightly. "Have you heard an ancient saying?" The orange cat paused. "What ancient saying?" Chen Fan raised an eyebrow. "You're thinking too much." The orange cat replied. "That is not an ancient saying. I've never heard it." Chen Fan, disinterested in further banter, summoned his star power and infused it into the ring. A circular shield immediately enveloped him. "Ah, not bad." Chen Fan felt a clear connection with the shield, instantly controlling it to enlarge and shrink, eventually transforming it into a suit of armor that adhered to his battle attire. The shield could even change shape and coalesce into armor. "How extraordinary," the orange cat remarked. "Do you see that dazzling cloud purple crystal on the ring? It harbors immense power, and the ring is inscribed with formations set by top-tier artifact masters and engraved with inscriptions by elite inscriptionists. You need only infuse a small amount of star power, and the defensive strength of this shield will far surpass that of your current battle armor. If you infuse a significant amount of star power, even if your opponent is several tiers above you, they may struggle to breach your defenses." Chen Fan nodded, "Though I do not fully comprehend your words. They certainly sound impressive." The orange cat responded. Chen Fan beckoned, "Xiaoqing, unleash a rock cannon attack on me." As he spoke, he stepped aside, expanding the shield that had formed into armor back into its circular shape. Chen Fan leaned slightly forward, his right foot planted behind him, ready for the impact. Xiaoqing shook her head, suggesting they first test with rock blades. "That works." Chen Fan agreed. "Go ahead, use the rock blades first." Xiaoqing opened her mouth, and a flurry of rock blades shot forth, striking the shield. Bang, bang, bang. The resonant sounds echoed continuously. Each shard of rock, upon striking the shield, erupted in radiant circles before exploding like a dazzling firework. "Remarkable." Chen Fan's eyes widened. "Utilize the rock cannon." Little Qing slightly gathered her strength and opened her mouth. Star energy coalesced into a formidable stone, which thunderously smashed against the shield Chen Fan had erected. Boom. The rock shattered into nothingness. Even the rock cannon could not budge the shield. "Very good." Chen Fan beckoned. "Old Ape, Little White, attack together." Little White and the others immediately launched their assault. Lightning Blade, Amethyst Spike, Shadow Venom Claw, Water Dragon Bullet. All these attacks collided with the shield, merely causing it to tremble slightly. This shield is splendid. It could indeed save one in dire moments. Chen Fan was overjoyed. Just then, a mental spike from Little Black struck. Thud. Chen Fan's vision darkened, and he instinctively clutched his head, collapsing to the ground. Little White and Gongzi were momentarily stunned. Little Black. Chen Fan erupted in furious agitation, rising to his feet. The frightened Little Black had already taken to the skies. Did you not instruct us to attack together? You. Chen Fan rubbed his head vigorously. Forget it. Really forget it? Little Black inquired. Of course. Chen Fan commanded, descend. Little Black swooped down. Chen Fan turned to the orange cat. Is this shield so formidable that it cannot defend against mental attacks? The orange cat replied, of course it can provide defense. But mental attacks do require mental energy. Once your cultivation improves and you can wield mental energy, you can infuse it into this ring, thereby establishing a mental defense. Fantastic. Chen Fan rubbed his head again, saying, however, Master, with such a powerful item, why did you not thwart those from the nightmarish garden? The orange cat rolled its eyes. What do you know? Those rascals are all above the 9th rank, 3rd heaven. Moreover, there were only 6 of them. I had previously eliminated 2 more and 2 even more formidable demons. What? Chen Fan gasped, nearly dropping the other ring. A group of 9th rank individuals pursuing the leader of the demon cult? A collection of 9th rank beings effortlessly crushed by the Empress? Something feels amiss. Why suddenly encounter a throng of 9th rank individuals? Are 9th rank beings as common as dogs? Chen Fan cautiously asked, Little Orange. What exactly is the background of the Empress, Yi Hongyan? How can she casually crush 9th rank individuals? Do not call me forget it. Little Orange is far better than round. The orange cat sighed. Humph. How could a frog at the bottom of a well comprehend the vastness of the world? Chen Fan's expression darkened. What did you say? The orange cat shrank back slightly. I meant to say that both the Empress and I are far more powerful than the 9th rank. Chen Fan blinked. Who is stronger? You or the Empress? The orange cat replied nonchalantly. It's about an even split. Chen Fan narrowed his eyes at the orange cat. An even split? The orange cat smacked its lips. With the 5-colored divine stone in my possession, I could certainly hold my own. Chen Fan sighed. It seems you are indeed at a considerable disadvantage. Those pursuers chased you relentlessly, leaving you with no escape, and yet when she arrived, she effortlessly crushed them all. It truly was like a multitude of hands appearing, akin to a 1,000-armed Avalokiteshvara. The orange cat fumed. Nonsense. Chen Fan further inquired. Are there many 9th rank individuals in the Nightmarish Garden? Did they mobilize so many to hunt you down? The orange cat, feeling powerless, replied, it is normal to deploy so many 9th rank individuals for the sake of the 5-colored divine stone. However, 9th rank beings are not as common as apples and pears. After the Empress crushed so many of them, and I had already eliminated 2. The Nightmarish Garden has suffered significant losses. This is all my merit. I must contact the higher-ups of your Tang Kingdom for compensation. Chen Fan was taken aback. You wish to reach out to our Tang Kingdom's higher-ups for compensation? The orange cat sneered. Is that not permissible? Chen Fan retorted. What if they capture you for dissection and research? The orange cat dismissed the thought. Forget I said anything. Then, the orange cat continued. Now that you are the leader of the demon cult, you must. Chen Fan rolled his eyes. I never agreed to become the leader of the demon cult. The very name sounds sinister. Do you truly expect me to take on such a role? Dream on. The orange cat seemed to realize that persuading Chen Fan to accept the position of demon cult leader would not be easy, so it ceased its attempts. After all, it would remain by Chen Fan's side, and there would be ample opportunities in the future. Chen Fan caressed the ring that was part of the shield, feeling a refreshing sensation. With this ring, I can barely claim some gains. By the way, what about your weapon? You are being hunted, fighting barehanded? As someone of your caliber, you must possess some formidable divine weapon. The orange cat replied. I had a sword, but it was destroyed. Did I not mention that the pursuers were not merely these 6? There were 2 even stronger ones before. Chen Fan narrowed his eyes. Were they truly level 45 demons? Level 44. Were they truly level 44? Level 43. Were they truly level 43? Level 41. But that is not the point. The point is that the sword was destroyed. Destroyed. I understand. The orange cat sighed. Hey, Chen Fan, you must gather the members of the demon cult to help me take revenge. Gather what? You previously mentioned that you were betrayed by an insider. Do you know who the traitor is? No. What if the people you summon are the traitor or associated with the traitor? The orange cat fell silent. Chen Fan continued. Even if they are not the traitor, you are only level 1, and I am merely 2nd rank. What if the summoned individuals are not loyal to you and crush your skull with 1 kick or snap my neck with 1 hand? Who will I turn to for justice? You make a valid point, the orange cat stammered. There is one more thing. Chen Fan felt a surge of madness. What do you want now? You have become such a useless being, yet you wish to stir up trouble? Can you not settle down for once? Just because I have become useless, do you dare call me useless? Are you not useless? The orange cat remained silent for a moment before saying, there is more than one five-colored divine stone. I know of another location where one lies. The forbidden zone of Demon City? What the hell? You know that too. I heard someone from your demon cult mention it. Why has my demon cult produced so many traitors? Sigh, the recruits here in Blue Star are so unreliable. They are not traitors. She merely has a transaction with me. Oh, that eases my mind a bit. Wait, that is not what I meant. I was implying that we could go to the forbidden zone of Demon City to find that five-colored divine stone. The orange cat's eyes sparkled. Once I obtain the five-colored divine stone, I can swiftly return to my peak state. Chen Fan cast a glance at the orange cat. Speaking softly, Master, I have noticed that since you transformed into an orange cat, your intelligence seems to have significantly diminished. How could you possibly dare to send a mere second-rank individual like me into the Forbidden Zone? Setting aside the perilous nature of the Forbidden Zone, it is evident that both the members of the Heavenly Demon Sect and those from the Nightmarish Court have become aware of the presence of the five-colored divine stones within. You expect me to contend with a cadre of formidable adversaries? Do you truly believe that you and I possess the strength to withstand even a mere finger of theirs? The orange cat shook its head. We cannot withstand them. Chen Fan erupted in frustration. Then why do you continue to prattle on? The orange cat was rendered utterly speechless. Suddenly, a spark ignited in Chen Fan's eyes. You fool. After all this idle chatter, I almost forgot. Those 6 individuals crushed by the Empress surely possessed valuable items. When you ensnared them with the 5-colored divine stones, I noticed they were armed. And what of the 6 demons whose corpses may have been reduced to mush? Chen Fan swiftly gestured, and Gongzi and Xiaobai dispersed to search for the remains of the Nightmarish Court's powerful figures crushed by the Empress, as well as the bodies of the 6 terrifying demons. Chen Fan himself charged in a specific direction. Before long, the attribute panel of a demon appeared ahead. I found it. The corpse still remains. Chen Fan leaped amidst the fallen trees in the dense jungle, racing towards the demon's remains. Beside the demon's corpse lay a powerful figure from the Nightmarish Court, utterly transformed into a pitiful mass of flesh. The demon itself fared no better, resembling a clay sculpture that had been mercilessly kneaded into a lump by a colossal hand. Thankfully, it was not completely pulverized, for that would have been an immense loss. A level 40 demon corpse. While it might be of no use to Chen Fan personally, it would undoubtedly fetch an astronomical price. Chen Fan circled the demon's body. Feeling vexed, the head, reduced to a mushy mass, was nowhere to be found. How could he extract the core without knowing where to begin? Furrowing his brow, he grasped a stick and commenced his search among the fleshy remains of the Nightmarish Court's powerful figure. It was utterly grotesque, yet, contemplating the potential treasures that might emerge. Chen Fan pinched his nose, stifling the urge to retch. A ring, a broken smart wristwatch, and nearby, an ancient short sword. Chen Fan, somewhat irked, continued to stir with the stick and discovered a pendant. The pendant bore a dark red gemstone, though its nature remained uncertain. Such artifacts carried by a powerful individual were undoubtedly magical treasures. After cleaning the items with a bundle of dried grass, Chen Fan stowed them in his beast master space. The demon's corpse was substantial. Ordinarily, transporting it would necessitate placing it in the beast master space. However, that would complicate matters later when explaining to his senior brothers, Bai Tianyu and the others, about the 9th grade battle that had transpired here. Chen Fan returned, feeling somewhat dejected. Gongzi and Xiaobai also returned, laden with weapons and rings. After a few exchanges with Xiaobai, Chen Fan comprehended that the other demons had met similar fates. He examined the 6 weapons they had retrieved. A scythe reminiscent of the Grim Reaper, a short sword, a peculiar long hook, a spear, a massive axe, and a trident. Why were these weapons so varied and eccentric? Yet not a single sword among them. Chen Fan sighed in frustration as he collected the items. The true power of these objects could be assessed upon their return. Chen Fan turned to Xiaojun. You mentioned previously that 2 even more formidable demons had been slain by your sword. Where are their corpses? The orange cat scoffed. In the Forbidden Zone, 2,000 miles away. Spare yourself the effort. The entrance to that zone is fraught with spatial whirlpools. Even at my peak, I had to tread carefully entering. For you, it would be a guaranteed demise. Chen Fan scratched his head, feeling an inkling of forgetfulness. The orange cat queried, What have you forgotten? Chen Fan blinked and leapt up. Oh dear, I forgot about Uncle Qian. With that, he dashed toward Uncle Qian's unconscious form. The orange cat and Xiaobai followed closely behind. Uncle Qian lay quietly on the ground, utterly still. The orange cat assessed Uncle Qian and remarked coolly, He has sustained some injuries, but nothing severe. It's far less than what I've endured. Chen Fan gently supported Uncle Qian, calling softly, Uncle Qian? Uncle Qian? Wake up. In a short while, Uncle Qian coughed softly, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and opened his eyes. Upon seeing Chen Fan, He immediately grew agitated. Run. Run quickly. It's all right, Uncle Chen. Chen Fan hurriedly reassured him. The members of the nightmarish court are all dead. What? Uncle Chen turned his gaze to the enormous pit, where only the corpse of the heavenly demon sect's leader was visible, with no sign of the nightmarish court's figures. They are truly dead. Chen Fan continued. A powerful figure suddenly appeared and crushed them all. I just checked over there, and they're nothing but mush now. Uncle Chen instantly slumped down like a rag doll. Chen Fan cast an irritated glance at the orange cat. Didn't you say he was just mildly injured? He can't even sit up straight. The orange cat looked innocent. He is indeed not gravely injured. It's far less severe than my own wounds. Did I say anything incorrect? Chen Fan surveyed the barely conscious Uncle Chen and then glanced at Xiao Bai and the others. Given their small stature, relying on them to transport the demon's corpse back was nearly impossible. Moreover, with the demon's remains nearly reduced to a pulp, dragging it would be infeasible. At that moment, Uncle Chen wearily suggested, Young Master Fan, contact the city lord and the others. Chen Fan frowned. There's no signal here. Uncle Chen, without lifting his head, pointed towards the cliff. Climb up there. Chen Fan's eyes lit up. Understood. He laid Uncle Chen down on the grass, instructed Xiao Bai and the others to watch over him, and then leaped onto a large rock. Lao Yuan, come up with me. Together with Lao Yuan, Chen Fan began to ascend the cliff. With star power comparable to the 3rd grade, 4th tier, he found the climb effortless, matching Lao Yuan's speed closely. In just 7 or 8 minutes, they reached the top of the cliff. Chen Fan took a breath and activated his smart wristwatch. There was a signal. Without a moment's hesitation, he dialed his senior brother Bai Tianyu. As the call connected, a virtual screen materialized before Chen Fan. On the screen, Bai Tianyu was enjoying tea with Elder Chen and Elder Fan. Junior brother? Bai Tianyu paused, noticing Chen Fan's sweaty visage. Elder Fan immediately chuckled. Ah, it's this kid. I like this kid. Chen Fan promptly exclaimed. Brother Bai? Elder Chen, Elder Fan, you must send someone over quickly. I've just witnessed a massacre of nightmarish court's powerful figures. Bai Tianyu's expression turned serious. Junior brother, do not panic. Take your time to explain. Chen Fan continued. 6 individuals from the nightmarish court at the 9th grade level. Uffed. Before he could finish, Elder Chen spewed his tea. The 3 on the screen stood up, their faces displaying profound shock. Chen Fan quickly reassured. Do not be alarmed. They are all dead. All of them have been slain. Bai Tianyu's eyes sparkled with intensity. Junior brother, what exactly transpired? Chen Fan hastened his speech, stating, 6 9th-tier cultivators from the Nightmare Court, accompanied by 6 level 40 demons, were engaged in a fierce battle against the leader of the celestial demon sect, resulting in mutual destruction. The leader has perished. Yet those 6 individuals met their demise at the hands of the suddenly appeared Empress Yi Hongyan. The details can be discussed upon your arrival. Brother Bai, it would be prudent for you to come in person. I shall send you my location. I am currently at the Water Cloud Gorge on 7-Star Mountain. As Chen Fan spoke, he dispatched the coordinates to Bai Tianyu. Bai Tianyu nodded slightly to Elder Chen and Elder Fan before turning and, gathering his energy, called out. Songhai. In an instant, Yun Songhai materialized before the trio, casting a puzzled glance in their direction. He discerned the tension woven into Bai Tianyu's voice. Serious matters have arisen, Songhai. You must accompany me at once. Bai Tianyu declared solemnly. We will elaborate on the way. Chen Fan approached the precipice, where the old ape unfurled the shadow canopy. He exhaled deeply, gazing down at Xiao Bai and the others below. The visage of Yi Hongyan re-emerged in his mind. What, precisely, is the nature of the 5-colored divine stone? Where does it originate? Why did it summon Yi Hongyan here? And how does it harness the energy of the system? To assert that the 5-colored divine stone bears no connection to the system would be an assertion Chen Fan could never entertain. Observing the gradually accumulating energy of the system, he sighed. His arrival in this world was undoubtedly not a matter of mere chance.